The prodigious young scholar, always scoring top marks in cultural studies, was expelled from school and removed from the association's records, becoming the subject of ridicule, simply because he awakened a low-grade martial spirit. With Luo Feng awakening just an ordinary martial spirit this time, his future is doomed. Discussions buzzed through Changda's 7th High School in Jiangqing. Even the principal, to protect the school's reputation, expelled this outstanding student, and the Martial Spirit Association blacklisted him. Just as Luo Feng was engulfed in confusion, memories from a past life suddenly surged back. Moments ago, he was unclogging a drain for his boss's wife, and now he found himself in a parallel world called Blue Star. Here, everyone awakens their martial spirit at the age of 18, yet he had only awakened the lowest grade martial spirit. As Luo Feng despaired over this disastrous start, a system notification chimed. The Infinite Growth Soul Master System was activated, and the beginner's gift pack was delivered. An innate quality martial spirit, the Heaven Demon God-slaying spear, a supreme martial spirit, the Ancestral Dragon Essence, along with an innate full soul power level 10 twin martial spirits. This unexpected boon left Luo Feng astonished. For nearly a century, no one globally had manifested twin martial spirits, let alone twin martial spirits with innate full soul power. Though puzzled by the concepts of innate and supreme quality, the golden glow emitted by the martial spirits suggested a quality surpassing even the legendary celestial grade. Tomorrow, he would head to the Soul Beast Forest to obtain his first soul ring. After returning home, since the original owner's parents were killed during a soul beast invasion in their early years, Luo Feng became an orphan. As a transmigrator, he found this solitary life quite comfortable. After a simple dinner, he spread out a map and carefully studied the information about the nearby Soul Beast Wilderness area. Tomorrow, he would be going to obtain a soul ring, and familiarity with the terrain could mean the difference between life and death. Once everything was prepared, Luo Feng went to bed early. The system panel displayed an eye-catching number, 54,390 available points, accumulated over the night. The system also highlighted an upgrade task, killing 100 soul beasts that were over 10 years old to level up. Although the points were enough to exchange for soul power enhancement or soul ring age bonuses, these couldn't be used before obtaining the first soul ring. In the morning, Luo Feng boarded the special train heading to the Luiyue Lake Wilderness area. This region was 100 miles away from the city, and the journey took over an hour. As soon as he got off the train, various training teams swarmed around him like cats smelling fish. Hey, young man, you look like you've just awakened your martial soul, right? It's too dangerous to go to the wilderness alone. How about considering our wild bear training team? We are professionals with 2.5 years of experience. These teams charged a minimum of 10,000, an astronomical figure for the cash-strapped Luo Feng. Moreover, with his dual martial souls and innate full soul power, he didn't need their help at all. He politely declined everyone's offers. Just as Luo Feng was about to step into the edge of the wilderness area, a short, lean man with a sleazy smile blocked his way. Hey, young man, are you here alone? Want a map? I'll give you one for free. Luo Feng was well aware that such free maps were often traps set by evil Soul Master organizations. A legitimate map cost around 2,000, so there was no reason to give one away for free. These people usually used this as bait to abduct lone awakeners for human research institutions. Sure, Luo Feng pretended to agree naively. Oh, the map is in the small grove ahead. I'll take you to get it, the sleazy man said with a glint of triumph in his eyes. What he didn't realize was that his mere level 12 strength was insignificant to Luo Feng. Following him not only promised a free map, but also, Luo Feng's lips curled into a slight smile as he followed the man into the grove. It was all part of his plan. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. He had heard that members of the evil Soul Master organization were quite wealthy. He was in dire need of funds, so this was a promising opportunity. The two quickly ventured deeper into the small forest. Suddenly, the sleazy man turned around, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Haha, kid, you're too young to fall for such a trap. To be honest, I'm an evil soul master. Do you need an award for that? Luo Feng replied with a calm tone. This statement left the short man stunned. Usually, when people discovered he was an evil soul master, they either wet themselves or were paralyzed with fear. But this person was talking about giving him an award? Was he scared out of his wits? Whatever, I'll take him down first. First soul skill, Poison Vine Entangle. The short man unleashed his blue poisonous vine martial soul, the toxins coiling upward. In the blink of an eye, Luo Feng had already appeared behind him. The short man's pupils contracted sharply. He had encountered many awakened ones, but never someone who could move so swiftly without possessing a soul ring. Smack! With a sharp crack, the short man was sent flying, crashing through over a dozen trees before coming to a halt. He looked down in disbelief at his shattered alloy armor. This armor could withstand attacks from a level 21 soul master, yet an awakened one had shattered it with brute force? Cough, cough. The short man spat out blood, struggling to rise. Escape was no longer an option, So he quickly offered all his possessions, over 30,000 in cash, soul power recovery potions, equipment, and other items. Brother, spare me, and it's all yours. Smack. Luo Feng ended him with a swift strike. Fool, killing you means it's all mine anyway. While sorting through the spoils, Luo Feng found, in addition to the cash, 3 vials of soul power recovery potion worth 1,500 each. Combined with other potions and equipment, the total value was around 50,000. To his delight, he also discovered a storage ring on the body. Although it was the smallest model, it was worth a hefty 10,000. Truly, fortune favors the bold, Luo Feng mused as he inspected the ring's contents. It was filled with explicit books like Jin Ping Mei and a large collection of lace underwear and stockings. He suddenly recalled the recent uproar in the city about the stocking thief case, and it seemed today the mystery had been solved. After dealing with the short guy, Luo Feng followed the map into the inner wilderness. Compared to the outskirts, the environment here was noticeably more dangerous. He gripped his innate weapon, the celestial demon god-slaying spear, tightly, its sharp tip glinting coldly in the sunlight. In the outskirts, most soul beasts only had a few years of cultivation, not enough to produce a soul ring, but the inner area was different. Here, there were decades-old soul beasts, and it was rumored that some even reached the century mark. The celestial demon god-slaying spear's sharpness far surpassed that of a fist, making it the best weapon for self-defense. After all, in a place like this, if an injured soul beast escaped, it might return with reinforcements. Suddenly, there was a rustling in the forest ahead. A fiery red tiger leapt out, a bloodied Soul Master's arm clenched in its jaws, chewing as it ran. Haha, another human. What a lucky day, I can feast well today. The fiery tiger let out a taunting roar. Thanks to his top-notch academic scores, Luo Feng immediately recognized it as a fiery tiger, a soul beast typically with 30 years of cultivation, with leaders reaching 50 years, but unable to surpass 100 due to lifespan limitations. Even so, they were feared killers in the inner area, and even seasoned trainers had suffered losses against them. With a roar, the fiery tiger lunged at Luo Feng. However, before it could get close, the celestial demon god-slaying spear had already pierced through its scale-covered skull, as effortlessly as piercing a sheet of paper. The extraordinary sharpness of the spear even surprised Luo Feng. As the fiery tiger fell, a white soul ring rose from its corpse. Luo Feng didn't rush to absorb it, not because he disdained its mere 10-year cultivation. In fact, for someone with a system like him, the age of the soul ring wasn't the main concern. Lower age rings were actually safer, posing no risk of overwhelming his body. He held back because his theoretical studies taught him that the fiery tiger's soul ring only offered relatively mediocre abilities for both beast and weapon souls. With his high-quality weapon soul, he aimed for more powerful skills, especially with the martial exam approaching. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The celestial demon god-slaying spear started to actively absorb the fiery tiger's blood, the crimson liquid flowing along the spear shaft. Simultaneously, his other weapon soul, the supreme weapon soul, the ancestral dragon essence, reacted, and upon being released, it devoured the white soul ring completely. Can it actually evolve? Luo Feng asked in disbelief. He quickly found the answer. According to the history of martial spirits, those capable of devouring flesh, blood, and spirit rings indeed have the potential to evolve. As for what they would evolve into, given the current quality of these two martial spirits, it was clear that a substantial amount of devouring was required to trigger further evolution. Luo Feng looked down at the fierce tiger's corpse before him, now reduced to mere bones. He searched carefully, but found no Korea valuable material for making spirit power potions that not every spirit beast possessed. Continuing deeper into the wilderness, Luo Feng encountered several spirit beasts, but unfortunately, they only had a cultivation of around 30 years, far below his expectations. Reluctantly, he allowed his martial spirit to devour these beasts. As he was worrying about finding a suitable spirit skill ring, he overheard a conversation from a passing spirit beast hunting team. Did you hear? There's a 300-year-old demon wind spider in the inner wilderness. Several hunting teams have suffered losses at its hands. But now that demon wind spider has hidden itself, it's hard to find. Doesn't it have a Black Panther beast under its command? If we catch the Black Panther beast, we could find the demon wind spider's hiding place. Apparently, the Gale hunting team is chasing the Black Panther beast in Rock Valley. This news made Luo Feng's eyes light up. The demon wind spider was not only a bloodline spirit beast, but also of exceptionally high quality, rare in the wilderness. More importantly, according to theoretical courses, the demon wind spider's spirit ring was highly compatible with weapon martial spirits, capable of producing powerful spirit skills. Luo Feng immediately opened the map and sped toward Rock Valley. In just over 10 miles, he pushed his spirit power to maximum capacity, becoming a shadowy blur that even knocked down giant trees in his path, earning the title of an environmental menace. When he arrived at Rock Valley, he found that the Gale hunting team had been trapped by the Black Panther beast. Due to the Black Panther Beast's preset ambush and its status as a 200-year spirit beast with many minions, the Gale team had suffered heavy losses, leaving only 6 members. Captain, we're out of spirit power potions, and with injuries this severe, the entrance to Rock Valley blocked. We're done for today, one member said in despair. Be confident, drop the done for, the Black Panther Beast sneered. Let me end your lives. At this critical moment, there was a loud boom. The giant rock blocking the valley in trance shattered into pieces, and a shadow sped in. Excuse me, make way, can't stop. This was Luo Feng's first full power burst, making it difficult to control his speed. With a smack, he collided with something. Once he steadied himself, he found the Gale team right in front of him. Excuse me, have you seen the Black Panther Beast? Luo Feng asked. The team members all pointed to the side, where a pitiful black corpse lay, clearly freshly dead. The one you just crashed into was the Black Panther Beast. Luo Feng looked at the corpse on the ground, and his face turned grim. It was indeed a Black Panther Beast, which spelled trouble. With the Black Panther Beast dead, where could he find the elusive demon wind spider? Especially in this towering forest where searching for it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. At this moment, the captain of the Gale hunting squad, Fu Yinjia, approached respectfully and said, Honorable Grand Soul Master, are you searching for the demon wind spider? Fu Yinjia's attitude was extremely respectful. In their eyes, someone who could kill a Black Panther Beast with just physical strength must be a Grand Soul Master with 2 soul rings. In Chang'e City, a remote place, there were only 3 Grand Soul Masters, and they had never seen this young Grand Soul Master in the news. Fu Yinjia scrutinized Luo Feng's youthful face, and although the thought crossed his mind that this person looked like a novice who just awakened a martial soul, he quickly dismissed it. After all, how could an awakening Soul Master directly kill a 200-year-old Black Panther Beast? Grand Soul Master? Luo Feng curiously looked around. Is there a Grand Soul Master here? Aren't you? I just awakened yesterday. How could I be a Grand Soul Master? Don't joke around. Upon hearing this, all the members of the Gale hunting squad were stunned. What kind of extraordinary martial soul did he awaken to possess such power? By the way, do you know the whereabouts of the demon wind spider? Luo Feng asked. We have a lead, Fu Yinjia quickly replied. The wild wolf hunting squad encountered the demon wind spider before. They have a member with a tracking martial soul, but their captain recently reached level 20 and needs a soul ring. They must be after the demon wind spider. However, those people are quite ruthless, so young brother, you'd better not provoke them. Do you have their exact location? Their vice captain is currently having a rendezvous with a mistress at Pollen Creek. You can inquire there. With this information, Luo Feng immediately set off for Pollen Creek. According to the map, it was located at the boundary between the middle and inner zones, deeper than Gravel Valley. There were not only soul beasts aged between 80 to several hundred years, but also many vicious hunting squads that ambushed soul masters and stole loot. As he approached Pollen Creek, Luo Feng noticed many soul master corpses scattered along the roadside, some long decayed, others recently deceased. Soon, he spotted the patrol members of the Wild Wolf Squad. TSK, one member said while patrolling. This vice captain sure knows how to have fun, bringing a mistress like Mrs. Wong to the wilderness for outdoor fun, always targeting married women. What do you know? Another member laughed. Mature women are much more skilled than those inexperienced young girls. If I had such a sexy mistress, I'd choose outdoor fun too. So thrilling, huh? Just don't let anything interfere with the boss's orders. The demon wind spider is our top priority. A rough laugh echoed from the camp. Luo Feng hid in the shadows, carefully listening to the conversations of the wild wolf hunting squad members. This notorious group was infamous for recruiting fugitives and was known for their brutality in the nearby areas. Knowing they were a band of outlaws in this lawless wilderness, Luo Feng felt no burden on his conscience. The heaven demon god-slaying spear glinted coldly in the moonlight. Snap! A few flashes of silver light, and the patrolling member on the left fell into a pool of blood without even a chance to scream. The patrol on the right quickly met the same fate, the whole process taking only a few minutes. After dealing with the perimeter guards, Luo Feng followed the sounds of amorous panting from inside a tent. You little minx. You naughty. Evidently, the second-in-command was busy with Madame Wong inside. Smack! Luo Feng barged in, tearing the tent flap aside. Inside, the second-in-command hastily pulled up his pants, while Madame Wong cowered under the covers, her naturally seductive face filled with terror. Someone! Help! The second-in-command shouted. Don't bother yelling, hillbilly, Luo Feng sneered. Your lackeys have already been taken care of. The 16th level second-in-command immediately fell to his knees, begging for mercy. Facing a powerful soul master with 2 soul rings, he was utterly defenseless. Under Luo Feng's interrogation, he handed over the map of Spring Wind Gorge and the detailed plan for capturing the demon wind spider. Snap! Without hesitation, Luo Feng ended the second-in-command's life with his spear. Madame Wong, terrified, lost control of herself and tried to offer herself in desperation. Smack! Luo Feng mercilessly sent her to her death as well. After assessing the spoils, Luo Feng found a considerable haul, nearly 50,000 in cash, over a dozen soul power recovery potions, several soul beast cores, and a detailed map of the inner wilderness area. According to the plan, the Wild Wolf Squad's leader should have already begun his operation. Sure enough, when Luo Feng arrived at the entrance of Spring Wind Gorge, the remnants of a battle and traces of the Demon Wind Spider's venom confirmed it. Hope the Demon Wind Spider can hold on. Luo Feng quickened his pace. Though it was a soul beast over 300 years old, facing a level 20 leader and a dozen subordinates, the situation was still dire. As he ventured deeper into Spring Wind Gorge, triumphant laughter reached his ears. Haha! This creature is finally going to die. Luo Feng quietly approached the ravine of Spring Breeze Gorge, carefully concealing himself. As expected, he spotted a hunting squad led by Captain Zhou Lang engaged in a fierce battle with a demon wind spider. This squad, composed of criminals, displayed impressive coordination and combat skills. Under their relentless attack, the demon wind spider became increasingly wounded and was ultimately slain by Zhou Lang's earth-shattering strike. A yellow 300-year soul ring slowly rose from the spider's corpse. Damn it! I lost over a dozen brothers for you. Zhou Lang cursed, then turned to ask, have we made contact with Lao Air yet? The second captain is probably still with Madame Wang, one of his men replied. No rush, boss. Absorbing the soul ring is more important right now. It's crucial for you to become the fourth great soul master. Hearing this, Zhou Lang's face lit up with joy as he prepared to absorb the soul ring. Suddenly, a clear voice interrupted. Sorry, but I'll be taking that. You can all go to hell. Luo Feng emerged from his hiding place. He had been waiting for the demon wind spider to deplete the squad's strength, allowing him to strike with minimal risk. Brave kid, daring to steal the soul ring from my wild wolf hunting squad. You're the first. Zhou Lang sneered at the young Luo Feng, unimpressed. I'll send you to meet your ancestors. Zhou Lang brandished his three-bladed axe, a low-grade martial soul, aiming to kill Luo Feng in one blow without even using a soul skill. But Luo Feng countered with his heavenly demon god-slaying spear, easily knocking the axe aside. How is this possible? Zhou Lang stared at his numb arms, incredulous that he, a level 20 captain, could be bested by an awakened soul master. Before he could react, Luo Feng's spear pierced his heart, draining his blood and leaving only a dry corpse. The boss is dead. The remaining 20-some men panicked. Could this be a soul spirit realm expert? Run. Though Luo Feng found it amusing to be mistaken for a soul spirit expert, he spared no one. With the supreme beast martial soul, the ancestral dragon essence, enhancing him, his innate, full soul power made him as fast as lightning. Soon, all who attempted to flee were reduced to lifeless husks, fallen beneath the heavenly demon god-slaying spear. After finishing, Luo Feng carefully scouted the surrounding environment. Once he was sure no one else was around, he sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the spirit ring. The absorption time for a century-old spirit ring shouldn't be short, Luo Feng calculated in his mind. According to spirit theory, even for a top-quality spirit master, the first spirit ring takes about a quarter of an hour to absorb. Even for an immortal-grade spirit, if the limit is 400 years, it still takes 10 minutes. However, when the yellow century-old spirit ring was drawn to his head and began to slowly integrate, something unexpected happened. The entire absorption process was completed in just a few seconds. This speed left Luo Feng stunned, amazed at the terrifying potential of his innate quality spirit. Even immortal-grade spirits need 10 minutes, but I only took a few seconds. How strong is this spirit? After completing the absorption, Luo Feng immediately activated his spirit, and a yellow spirit ring circled around him. Looking at this ordinary yellow ring, he shook his head and then opened the system interface to check his points. 86,900. Since the first spirit ring of the heavenly demon god-slaying spear needed to be at least 10,000 years old, Luo Feng immediately invested 9,700 points to enhance the spirit ring's age. Visibly, the yellow ring first turned into a purple millennium ring, and then into a black tentasandir ring. But this wasn't the limit. Luo Feng continued to invest until the ring reached 15,000 years, where he felt a sense of saturation. This seemed to be the current limit. As my spirit power level increases, I can keep enhancing it. 20,000 years, 30,000 years, even the dream of a 100,000-year red ring isn't out of reach, Luo Feng calculated. Suddenly, he thought of another important question. Can the ancestral dragon essence also have an attached spirit ring? Thinking that the first ring of the second spirit would need to be at least 100,000 years, Luo Feng felt a surge of excitement. However, he controlled his excitement and first checked the heavenly demon god-slaying spear's first spirit ability. The system displayed Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash. Effect: wield the spear to slash out a tumtor-long crescent, dealing massive damage to targets along the path. The crescent's length increases with spirit power level. can be enhanced with points, up to 100. Without hesitation, Luo Feng invested over 20,000 points to enhance the spirit ability. With 54,000 points remaining, he considered converting them directly into spirit power but decided to hold on to them, as the ancestral dragon essence still needed enhancement. Just as Luo Feng prepared to continue completing the system upgrade tasks, a loud noise suddenly erupted ahead, causing the ground to tremble. Run! The stone-armored beast king is rampaging. A group of hunting teams hurriedly fled from the depths. Stone-armored beast king? Luo Feng's eyes lit up. This was the strongest millennium spirit beast in this wilderness, known for its defense. Perfect for testing the power of the heavenly demon crescent slash. Looking in the direction from which the hunting teams were fleeing, Luo Feng saw a stone armor beast king that resembled a small mountain. This gigantic creature stood over 5 meters tall, with a massive body that made the ground tremble with each step. Its speed was unexpectedly fast, and a few who failed to react in time were instantly crushed underfoot. Hey, young man, don't just stand the rerun. Those around Luo Feng, seeing him frozen in place, thought he was paralyzed with fear. He must be an awakened one. Only someone like that would dare venture into the inner area alone. He's got guts. Forget about him. Let's save ourselves. It's a shame though, that guy's as good as dead. As they lamented, they quickened their escape, while the gap between the stone armor beast king and Luo Feng rapidly closed. In that critical moment, Luo Feng gracefully wielded his spear. First soul skill, Heavenly Demon Half-Moon Slash. A crescent moon-shaped blade of light, for meters long, shot out instantly. It sliced through rocks and felled giant trees, its cut surfaces smooth as mirrors, as if cleaved by the sharpest blade. The half-moon slash struck the stone armor beast king squarely in its center, slicing through it like tofu and splitting it in two. The beast's massive body toppled, yet the crescent blade continued its path, leveling a distant hill. What the heck? This young man. An astonished elder on the run gaped, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. Whose subordinate is this? So fierce. Others, hearing the commotion, turned to look back and were equally stunned. Together they couldn't breach the beast's defenses, yet this young man had felled it with a single strike. Not bad power. Luo Feng assessed the strike's effectiveness. Enhanced by a Millennium Soul Ring and 100 system reinforcement, its power was indeed formidable. However, it had drawbacks: high consumption. Even with the innate and supreme quality martial spirits boosting his soul power, this heavenly demon half-moon slash could only be used a few dozen times consecutively. For the rest of the afternoon, Luo Feng focused on completing his tasks. With such a powerful attack, the remaining objectives seemed much easier. The system alert followed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the upgrade task. The system has leveled up to level 2, earning 2 points per second. 2-2. Enhancement task. Enter the Soul Beast Forest and kill 100 soul beasts over 100 years old. Completing this will advance the system to level 3. Seeing the new task, and considering the ancestral dragon essence martial spirit needed to acquire a soul ring from the Soul Beast Forest, Luo Feng prepared to head towards the forest. The so-called Soul Beast Great Forest is not something that the wilderness area here can compare to. Standing before the towering 10-meter-high protective wall, Luo Feng paused to carefully examine this barrier that separates the safe zone from the dangerous area. The wall was equipped with high-tech weapons that glimmered with a metallic sheen, and a military soul master with 3 soul rings was stationed there. Unlike the controlled wilderness area, the Soul Beast Great Forest lies beyond the safe zone and is several times larger. It is teeming with century-old soul beasts, and millennium-old ones are common as well. With some luck, one might even encounter a 10th of sandy-year-old soul beast. Additionally, there is the potential threat of running into various evil soul master organizations. If you find yourself in danger, there might not even be anyone to respond to a distress signal. To ensure the safety of soul masters, the Great Xia Kingdom has established strict conditions for entering the Soul Beast Great Forest. One must either reach level 17 and form a team of at least 10 people, follow a grandmaster on an adventure, or have individual combat power that meets military requirements. Each condition is extremely stringent. In the plaza, various hunting teams were actively recruiting members. The Luoyan hunting team already has 12 level 17 soul masters, and a fortune awaits, shouted one team leader. Nearby, Grandmaster Zhou Ping's team was also seeking recruits. 100,000 registration fee, and you'll have the chance to get up close with soul beasts, definitely worth every penny. Hearing this price, Luo Feng couldn't help but click his tongue. Although the core of the soul beasts in the Soul Beast Great Forest presented a rare opportunity for wealth, he had only managed to scrape together just over 100,000 through some underhanded dealings in recent days, making the registration fee quite daunting. Hello, I want to test my combat ability, Luo Feng said politely as he approached a soldier. Get lost, kid. Where did you come from? The soldier, seeing Luo Feng's youthful face, immediately displayed an impatient expression. This scene quickly attracted the attention of those around. even drawing the crowd from Grandmaster Zhou Ping's team to watch the commotion. Whispers arose from the crowd. Another awakened one here to test combat ability. How many is that now? Exactly. Even Grandmaster Zhou Ping barely meets the standard. How could this kid possibly make it? If he insists on embarrassing himself with a test, then let him go ahead. Grand Soul Master Zhou Ping stood in the center of the crowd, scanning the onlookers with a confident smile. With so many watching, it was the perfect opportunity to showcase his strength. He turned to Luo Feng, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Kid, watch closely and see what real Grand Soul Master power looks like. Zhou Ping strode forward and placed his hand firmly on the testing device. The machine roared to life, its dazzling lights flickering until they settled on a number, 22,200. Incredible. Grand Soul Master Zhou Ping was only at 21,000 points last month, and he's already improved by over 1,000 in just a month. He's truly one of the top 3 Grand Soul Masters here. The crowd erupted in admiration, and Zhou Ping puffed out his chest with pride at the praise. Did you see that, kid? That's real power. Zhou Ping crossed his arms and looked down at Luo Feng. But you'll probably never reach my level in this lifetime. Is that so? Perhaps not. Luo Feng replied calmly, stepping forward. While power is related to level, the quality of one's martial soul and soul rings is fundamental. Moreover, Zhou Ping merely possessed a low-grade martial soul. As soon as Luo Feng's hand touched the device, an even more blinding light exploded forth. The machine spun wildly, emitting a strained hum, spinning faster and faster until, boom, the device shattered, scattering debris everywhere. The scene fell into stunned silence. A military soldier was the first to recover. The device's limit is 30,000 points. Are you saying? His voice was filled with disbelief. A newly awakened individual has power exceeding 30,000. The smugness vanished from Zhou Ping's face, replaced by undeniable embarrassment. He had intended to demonstrate his prowess, only to be outshone by a newcomer. Grand Soul Master, did you see that? Luo Feng turned, echoing Zhou Ping's earlier words back at him. That's real power, though I doubt you'll ever reach it. The previously arrogant soldier immediately adopted a flattering smile. Honored sir, you've passed the test. Here is your pass, and given your extraordinary combat strength, our military VIP hotel is honored to offer you complimentary accommodations. I preferred your original defiant demeanor. Feel free to go back to it, Luo Feng remarked casually. After a night's rest, the next day, Luo Feng ventured alone into the great Soul Beast Forest, checking his points as he went. To ensure maximum safety in the Soul Beast Forest, Luo Feng didn't hesitate to exchange all his points for soul power. With 167,800 points of soul power injected into his body, his level skyrocketed from 10 to 12. Only 2 levels up. Luo Feng pondered with a frown. This result confirmed the accuracy of theoretical knowledge. The higher the quality of the martial soul, the more energy is needed to increase soul power. Normally, this amount of soul power could raise an immortal grade martial soul by at least 10 levels. But his martial soul only increased by 2 levels, strengthening his resolve to uncover the mysteries of innate and supreme quality as soon as possible. The most important thing now is to find a suitable meditation technique, Luo Feng thought as he cautiously navigated the forest, organizing the information he had. Soul Masters primarily enhance their soul power through 2 means: rare, naturally occurring treasures and secret realms that can quickly boost soul power, and meditation techniques that convert special energies into soul power to strengthen oneself. Given the quality of his martial soul, Luo Feng could easily master even an immortal-grade meditation technique, but such high-level techniques are only accessible at the Martial Soul University. However, with the system at his disposal, these challenges were surmountable. The immediate priority was to complete the enhancement tasks, upgrade the system to level 3, and obtain the first soul ring infused with the essence of the ancestral dragon. For this crucial first soul ring, Luo Feng had a clear plan. He needed a control-type soul skill that complemented the Sky Demon Crescent Slash, preferably with a stun effect. Such skills typically come from sound wave-capable soul beasts, which are rare and challenging to deal with, but 5 days should be enough to find a target in this vast forest. As he navigated the periphery of the Soul Beast Forest, Luo Feng remained highly vigilant. The soul beasts here were noticeably more alert and powerful than those in the wilderness, quickly fleeing at the slightest disturbance. 10-year-old soul beasts moved in large groups, centennial ones in smaller packs, and millennial ones, though solitary, would summon others to launch a coordinated attack if they detected human intrusion. This environment significantly increased the difficulty of completing his tasks, but for Luo Feng, it was an excellent training opportunity. He needed to complete the task of defeating a centennial soul beast while searching for the perfect target that could provide the coveted stun soul skill. Time flew by as Luo Feng hunted down century-old soul beasts. By the end of the morning, he checked his progress, 22 out of 100. Although he had only completed 22 of the task, each of these beasts had a core worth 1,000 coins. earning him a total of 22,000 coins so far. Even more exciting was his recent kill of a 400-year-old Fire Lin rhinoceros. While this soul beast lacked sonic abilities, its scales could be used to craft second-tier equipment, and the entire set of scales was worth a hefty 30,000 coins. Just as Luo Feng was about to harvest the scales, two figures suddenly emerged from the forest. He recognized them immediately, a notorious duo from the Changda City Dark Soul Master Organization, known as the Black and White Duo. The man, Shi Minqing, and the woman, Pan Xiaoyan. Ha! Shi Minqing laughed maniacally. Running into us, the Black and White Duo, is your bad luck. You have two choices. Join our Dark Soul Master Organization and have a bright future, or die here. I choose a third option, beat you to death. Luo Feng unhesitatingly summoned his celestial demon god-slaying spear. Shi Minqing was amused by his boldness. Ha ha ha, a fearless young bull. Dear, just watch from the side, I'll handle him. With that, the Dark Soul Master with a low-grade multicolored tiger martial spirit and an 18th level strength initiated his first soul skill, Tiger Claw. However, in just one round, Shi Minqing's head flew into the air like a ball, blood gushing out. Pan Xiaoyan was so shocked by the sudden turn of events that her legs trembled, desperately trying to steady herself. Sister-in-law, you may leave. I don't kill women, Luo Feng said calmly. Pan Xiaoyan, feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve, turned and trembled as she took a step away. But before she could take another, a spear pierced through her back. Didn't you say? You don't kill women? She asked, confused, as she fell. A man's word is as unreliable as a ghost story. Did you actually believe it? Luo Feng sneered, withdrawing his spear. As he assessed his spoils, he found over 50,000 in cash and some pills that could lure soul beasts. These pills, worth over 4,000 each on the market, could attract large numbers of soul beasts, greatly aiding in completing his task. In the afternoon, Luo Feng began using these pills. The results were remarkable. Just a few could attract over a dozen century-old soul beasts, significantly speeding up his mission progress. However, it was too little. After using it 5 times, Luo Feng's ability was exhausted, and his mission progress stalled at 68. Looking around, he had cleared all the soul beasts in the area. Yet, after absorbing so much soul beast flesh and soul rings, Luo Feng was pleasantly surprised to find subtle changes in his martial soul. Strange, fine patterns appeared on the shaft of the heavenly demon god-slaying spear, and its originally pure golden glow now subtly included a hint of rainbow hues. Although this multicolored sheen was not prominent, it was clearly visible. His beast martial soul, the ancestral dragon essence, also exhibited a similar mutation. Eagerly, he opened his martial soul panel, and the information appeared before him. Host, Luo Feng. Soul power level, 12. First martial soul, heavenly demon god-slaying spear, innate 1 star. First soul skill, heavenly demon crescent slash, enhanced 100. Second martial soul, ancestral dragon essence, supreme 1 star. First soul skill, none. Seeing the 1 star mark newly added to the martial soul quality, Luo Feng finally confirmed the evolution of his martial souls. This meant that there was still room for the 2 quality martial souls to improve, and the question of whether they could evolve beyond 10 stars to further enhance their quality filled him with anticipation. At that moment, a loud boom interrupted his thoughts. The sky over the eastern part of the Soul Beast Forest suddenly split open, and a portal appeared out of thin air. The appearance of the Secret Realms Gate made Luo Feng even more excited, as he knew that secret realms in the era of superpowers often held great opportunities. Whether it be beast tides, rare treasures, or relic secret realms, they could all harbor amazing fortunes. Without caring to complete his current task, Luo Feng immediately rushed towards the east. After the previous beast collision incident, and with the support of soul rings, he could now perfectly control his soul power and speed. Along the way, he saw many soul masters, both righteous and evil, heading in the same direction. Upon reaching the portal, there were already several footprints on the ground, indicating that others had arrived first. Without hesitation, Luo Feng stepped through the gate and learned that this place was called the Yinyang 2 Instrument Spring Secret Realm, with its center nurturing rare treasures in a spring. This secret realm, which had appeared decades ago, had re-emerged. However, to obtain the treasures in the spring, the beast tide must be repelled first. Thousands of soul beasts, ranging from 10 to 100 years old, formed a nearly insurmountable barrier. In the ensuing Huranda-Halflong battle, everyone constantly consumed soul power potions to maintain the fight. Luo Feng, with his formidable strength, specifically targeted the century-old soul beasts, both resolving the beast tide and completing system tasks. Finally, when the last soul beast fell, everyone cheered and hurriedly accelerated towards the Yinyang 2 Instrument Spring. The hidden realm wasn't large, and the group found themselves near its center after just a few minutes of running, getting closer to the source of the beast tide. As they approached, a sweet fragrance filled the air, invigorating everyone. Soon, the Yinyang spring appeared before them. The spring water was a unique blend of black and white, swirling like a Taiji symbol, with mist rising around it. Surrounding the spring were various rare herbs, with about a dozen fully matured. "It's the Mars candle dragon grass," an older Soul Master exclaimed. The last time the Yin spring appeared, someone consumed it and broke through on the spot, eventually becoming a Soul Spirit Master. Its greatest value is in enhancing potential. "Look over there," someone pointed out. "That fruit with a red aura is a Honyuan dragon fruit, and its potency surpasses even the Mars candle dragon grass." The group was captivated by the sight of these rare treasures. Suddenly, chaos erupted. A group of evil Soul Masters seized the momentary distraction to launch an attack. Believing there were too many people for the available treasures, they started a massacre to reduce the competition. Caught off guard, many didn't even have a chance to react before meeting their end. However, Luo Feng was prepared and joined the slaughter. His thoughts mirrored those of the evil Soul Masters: kill as many as possible. In the bloody chaos, survivors banded together, but these small groups were no match for the nearly 20 evil Soul Masters, especially with their powerful Dark Soul techniques. Yet, Luo Feng fought like a demon possessed, killing even more than the evil Soul Master team. When the bloodshed ended, only two factions remained: the 12 evil Soul Masters and Luo Feng, standing bloodied but unyielding. Seeing Luo Feng's bloodstained clothes, the malevolent Soul Masters hesitated to make a move. Their eyes lingered on the precious treasures, and finally, a leader spoke. "Young man, we'll let you choose 3 items first, and we'll divide the rest. How about it?" Luo Feng looked at the treasures, a harmless smile on his face. "I want them all." "What?" The evil Soul Masters were incredulous. "Letting you choose first is already a concession, yet you're so greedy. Though you're strong, together we might still defeat you." "Exactly, you've expended a lot of energy killing so many. Now you're alone, and we're 12. The outcome is uncertain. All right, since you insist, I'll let you choose first." After hearing this, Luo Feng didn't get angry. Instead, he graciously made a please gesture, inviting the others to choose first. "Smart move." The group of evil Soul Masters smirked and stepped forward eagerly. "Ha ha ha, this Mars candle dragon grass is mine." One of the Soul Masters, eyes glinting with greed, reached out to grab the precious herb. Crack! A flash of cold light, and a spear pierced through his chest. The Soul Master looked down at the blood-dripping spearhead in disbelief, his pupils contracting. "When did you strike?" Despite his vigilance, he couldn't evade the fatal blow. Neither could the remaining 11 people see how Luo Feng made his move. "You really thought I was letting you take it?" Luo Feng laughed heartily. "I don't eat beef." "Damn it, you dare to trick us? Get him, brothers." The remaining Soul Masters roared and charged at him. Luo Feng, aware of the dangers of close combat due to their poison techniques, didn't hesitate to use his first soul skill, Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash. A 4-meter-long crescent-shaped blade shot out, instantly slicing through the approaching figures. 11 heads flew neatly into the air. My head, separated from my body. The eyes of the severed heads were wide with disbelief. After the battle, Luo Feng's martial spirit began to devour the blood and flesh on the battlefield. He busied himself with sorting through the spoils cache, soul beast cores, and other items piled high. Finally, he turned to the treasures of the Yin 2 instrument spring. Upon inventory, there were 15 rare plants. The rest were seedlings with little effect. As for the spring water itself, it was only useful for nurturing rare plants, having no special properties, or it would have been taken during the last secret realm opening. Luo Feng consumed all the rare plants directly. Pure soul power surged into his soul sea like a tide, rapidly boosting his level. 13, 14, 15. After rising 3 levels, Luo Feng felt his soul sea expand significantly, and his soul power flowed more smoothly. The remaining medicinal power circulated through his muscles and bones, continuously enhancing his physique. His 2 martial spirits showed faint signs of awakening. Upon checking his status, he discovered both martial spirits had advanced by 1 star. Heavenly Demon Godslaying Spear, Innate 2 stars. Ancestral Dragon Essence, Supreme 2 stars. Having previously slain numerous century-old soul beasts during the Beast Tide, the system indicated that the level 3 task was complete. The new level 4 task was to participate in the martial exam and seize the top spot. For Luo Feng now, this task seemed quite manageable. However, the immediate priority was to obtain the first soul ring and first soul skill for the ancestral dragon essence. After leaving the Yin Spring instance, Luo Feng spread out a beautifully detailed map he had confiscated from the leader of the evil Soul Master organization. The map meticulously marked the distribution of soul beasts in the eastern region of the Soul Beast Great Forest, including both familiar species and many soul beasts with names he had never encountered before. Sonic Bat. Luo Feng's gaze lingered on this unfamiliar name. According to the intelligence from the evil Soul Master organization, this type of soul beast could emit piercing sound waves capable of affecting the mind. He quickly searched his knowledge of martial soul theory and deduced that if he attached the sonic bat's soul ring to the ancestral dragon essence, it might develop into a control-type soul skill. Although this sonic bat was only 700 years old, Luo Feng wasn't concerned. With the system, increasing its age is not a problem. He calculated privately and decided to make it the first soul ring for the ancestral dragon essence. The map indicated that the sonic bat's habitat was about 30 miles from his current location. Luo Feng set off immediately, sprinting at full speed for nearly half an hour until he finally reached the target cave. In the dim cave environment, it took quite some effort to kill this flying soul beast, taking a whole minute to complete the task. Watching the yellow soul ring rise from the sonic bat's corpse, Luo Feng put away his heavenly demon god-slaying spear and released his ancestral dragon martial soul to begin absorption. Since the ancestral dragon essence's first soul ring starts at 100,000 years, the mere 700-year yellow ring was absorbed almost instantly. The system immediately displayed the soul skill information. Ancestral dragon essence first soul skill, Dragon Roar. Effect: emits a clear dragon roar that can stun a single target for 0.1 seconds. The stun duration shortens with greater level differences, with a minimum of 0.01 seconds when the level difference reaches 10 levels. Both soul power level increase and soul ring age increase can extend the control duration, and it can be enhanced with points. A control soul skill, just as I expected. Luo Feng was initially pleased, but the mere 0.1 second control time left him slightly disappointed. However, he quickly checked his system points, 10,080. I'll use these points to increase the age of the soul ring. Luo Feng decided without hesitation, converting all his points into soul ring age. In an instant, the originally yellow soul ring rapidly changed color, first turning purple, and finally settling into a deep black hue. After increasing his level, Luo Feng checked the Dragon Roar soul skill again. The first soul skill of the ancestral dragon Spirit Dragon Roar caught his attention with its effect, emitting a clear dragon roar that could stun the target for 1 second. Although the stun duration would decrease with a larger level gap, even with a 20 level difference, it would still guarantee at least 0.5 seconds of force control. Wow, that's amazing! Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim. As an experienced warrior, he knew that in a life-and-death battle, even 0.1 seconds could determine the outcome, let alone a full half-second of force control. What was even more exciting was that this was just the effect of a 10th Sandier soul ring. If upgraded to 100,000-year one and combined with the system's enhancement features, the control time could be extended even further. Now that the task was complete and both martial souls had acquired their first soul skills, it was time to leave the Soul Beast Forest. The plan ahead was clear. Rest for a few days to accumulate points, then work on enhancing the soul rings and soul skills, while also preparing for the martial arts exam. Due to being expelled from school earlier, Luo Feng had to register for the exam as an independent candidate. This meant he needed to go to the local martial arts exam center in person to submit his documents and pay a registration fee of 30,000 yuan. Although the price was steep, considering the exam required mobilizing substantial resources and providing high-value items like soul power potions and exam wristbands, it seemed reasonable. After leaving the dungeon, Luo Feng returned to the city of Changde. It was already past 5 p.m. He decided to first go to the purchasing store to liquidate the Soul Beast cores. He had over 30 yellow cores of Century level and 4 purple cores of Millennium level, with an estimated total value of about 40,000 yuan. At the entrance of the purchasing store, a receptionist in professional attire greeted him warmly. Hello. How can I assist you? I'd like to sell some Soul Beast cores. The receptionist promptly led him to the dedicated purchasing room, where an elderly man was responsible for appraisal. When Luo Feng poured all the cores onto the appraisal table, the elderly man was left speechless in shock. All the cores were yellow and purple, with not a single white core among them. Such a haul would be difficult even for 3 great soul masters working together, let alone for this young man who had just awakened yesterday. Can we start the valuation? Luo Feng reminded, as he needed to submit his registration documents before the martial arts exam center closed. The elderly man regained his composure and carefully calculated the total price, 45,000 yuan. After confirming the transaction via electronic transfer, Luo Feng immediately set off for the martial arts exam center. The martial arts examination center was just 2 streets away from the pawn shop. Luo Feng quickly entered the examination hall, noticing a long queue forming at the self-enrollment desk. He observed the candidates closely. They were all students expelled from school after awakening with low-grade martial souls. Following the procedure, Luo Feng first collected a registration form. He carefully filled in all required information, family background, martial soul quality, and more. Since the details of his previous awakening ceremony were already recorded in the official archives, his low-grade martial soul, Bailing Spear, was still fully documented. After completing the form, he went through facial recognition and paid the 30,000 yuan registration fee, finalizing the entire registration process. Back home, Luo Feng decided to enjoy the few days of waiting for points to accumulate. With over 170,000 yuan left, he planned to indulge himself. Making money was easy now, unlike the hard labor he endured before crossing over. He decided to relax, savoring good food and wine, and spend a few days at an entertainment club. That evening, around 9 o'clock, Luo Feng lay exhausted on his bed after returning from the club. He picked up his phone to browse martial arts examination information. The official website for the Chang'e City Martial Arts exam revealed that this year's rewards were quite generous. The city's top scorer would receive a joint reward of 1 million yuan from the municipal government and the Education Bureau. Moreover, the provincial top scorer would not only get a 5 million yuan cash prize from the Education Bureau, but would also be gifted a villa in the most luxurious area of the city center, worth at least 30 million yuan. The comments section was abuzz with speculation about who would claim the top spot in Chang'e City. Some favored Chang'e's 7th high school, while others bet on Chang'e First High School, as they were the strongest local high schools. As for the provincial top scorer position, few mentioned it. Chang'e City was not considered affluent within the province, and historically, the best performance in the martial arts exam was only 49th in the province. Thus, as Luo Feng spent his days at the club, 5 days passed quietly. On the morning of the exam, he immediately checked his system points. With the system now at level 3, it increased by 3 points per second, accumulating to 1.3 million points over 5 days. Luo Feng was so thrilled that his hands trembled as he instantly invested 100,000 points to enhance the soul ring's age. The first soul ring of the ancestral dragon essence suddenly burst into dazzling light, transforming from its original black to a 100,000-year red soul ring. Hiss! Luo Feng sharply inhaled as he fixed his gaze on the soul ring glowing red before him. He sensed that this wasn't the limit for his first soul ring, but to be cautious, he decided to take a gradual approach. After all, the system only had an enhancement feature, not a reduction option. Carefully, he increased its age by 100 years at a time, repeating this process about 100 times. He finally had to stop when his body felt a surge of pain. At this point, the age of the first soul ring had astonishingly reached 120,000 years. Right, let's check the effect of the Dragon Roar soul skill. Luo Feng quickly opened the soul skill panel and saw Ancestral Dragon Essence First Soul Skill, Dragon Roar. Effect, emits a clear dragon roar, stunning a selected single target for 2 seconds. The stun duration decreases with the level difference between the two, with the shortest time being 1 second, if the level gap is 30 or more. Luo Feng nodded in satisfaction and remembered he could further enhance the soul skill using the system. He immediately invested 800,000 points for enhancement, and the system prompt followed. Enhancement successful. New effect, Ancestral Dragon Essence First Soul Skill Enhanced Dragon Roar. Feature, retains the original effect and remarkably makes control-breaking skills, items, and the special immunities of Tidal Law ineffective against the minimum stun duration. This discovery thrilled Luo Feng. Although the control duration wasn't extended, the ability to bypass immunities was extraordinary. Even those Tidal Duos above level 90 would have to endure at least 1 second of stun against this skill. However, the 800,000 point cost was quite painful, and with previous expenditures, he was left with less than 400,000 points. But considering this was a skill from a 100,000-year soul ring, the investment was worth it. Next, Luo Feng turned his attention to the first soul ring of the Heavenly Demon God-Slaying Spear. Thanks to level upgrades and modifications from the Yin-Yang Two-Element Spring, he successfully increased its age from 15,000 to 20,000 years. The range of the Heavenly Demon Crescent/Soul skill expanded from 4 meters to 4.4 meters. Though he couldn't test its power now, it would surely shine during the martial exam. Finally, Luo Feng converted the remaining 300,000 plus points into soul power, infusing it into his body. His soul power level immediately rose from level 15 to level 17. Although the increase was slower than expected, considering the high-quality martial soul's greater demands, the result was reasonable. A high-quality martial soul not only allowed him to easily fight across levels, but also gave him advantages in soul C capacity and soul power recovery. Everything is ready except for the final push. With preparations complete, Luo Feng stepped out of the room, heading towards the martial examination venue. The martial examination is a grand event held annually in the Kingdom of Daxia, during which the entire nation observes a unified holiday over its 2-day span. Except for the examination staff and candidates, everyone is required to stay home and watch the live broadcast. Luo Feng walked along the deserted streets, noticing the security personnel in uniform on high alert and buses neatly parked in rows. Due to the nature of the examination, which involves slaying soul beasts within designated replica zones, candidates must take buses to the examination site. As Luo Feng boarded one of the nearly full buses and found a seat, the driver started the vehicle. Overhead, military helicopters roared as they escorted the convoy, underscoring the importance of the martial examination in Daxia. 15 minutes later, the bus arrived at the examination site. The scene was orderly, with even tighter security than on the streets. The area was surrounded by experts dispatched by the Martial Examination Center, all with a power level of at least 15, including several Grand Soul Masters. The chief security officer, Yang Dingtian, stood in front of the bus inspecting the alighting candidates. As a level 34 Soul Spirit Realm expert, his mid-grade soul, the black-striped tiger, could easily discern the quality of the candidates' souls. All low-grade souls, nothing out of the ordinary, Yang Dingtian thought to himself. However, when Luo Feng was the last to step off the bus, his expression suddenly froze. A bizarre scene unfolded. His black-striped tiger soul began to tremble, as if suppressed by an ancient bloodline. Even more astonishing, the usually majestic black-striped tiger within his soul hid away, emitting mournful cries. How is this possible? Yang Dingtian's mind was in turmoil. Even a candidate with a top-grade soul shouldn't be able to exert such a terrifying suppression on a level 34 soul master. Could it be an immortal grade soul? This bold thought was immediately dismissed. Since the dawn of the soul era, only one instance of an immortal grade soul had been recorded. If this young man truly possessed such a soul, he wouldn't have remained unknown until now. I should first check this person's records. As the chief security officer, Yang Dingtian had the authority to access all candidates' registration information. He decided to investigate further. Yang Dingtian quickly scanned the Wu Cao system with his phone, and Luo Feng's details immediately appeared on the screen. A common grade martial soul, the Bai Ling spear? He frowned deeply, filled with doubt. How could a common grade martial soul cause his black striped tiger to feel fear? It made no sense. Yet, the Wu Cao data has always been accurate since it's registered only after the martial soul awakening ceremony. This mystery left Yang Dingtian deeply puzzled. Meanwhile, Luo Feng was approaching the examination entrance. Around the examination area, various dignitaries from Changde City had gathered. Mayor Imo Wenyun, Education Director Chen Jin, Principal Ma Lin from 1st High School, Principal Wei Tong from 7th High School, and both the President and Vice President of the Martial Soul Association, Kai Shuquan and Song Ren. Luo Feng, why are you here? Wei Tong immediately recognized the once excellent student from 7th High School. Before his martial soul awakening, Luo Feng had been a champion in various martial soul theory competitions. Is there a rule that says I can't take the Wu Cao? Luo Feng replied coldly. This principal had expelled him from 7th High School for awakening a common grade martial soul, fearing it would bring shame to the school. Of course, you can come, Wei Tong sneered. But with a common grade martial soul like yours, you'll probably be chased out by the soul beasts as soon as you enter. Principal Ma Lin from 1st High School tried to mediate. Principal Wei, that's not a very appropriate thing to say. After all, Luo Feng was once a student of your school. He is no longer one of ours, Wei Tong emphasized. He's an independent candidate now. You shouldn't say that, Ma Lin joked. What if he takes 1st place this time? 1st place? Wei Tong scoffed. Stop dreaming. This time, the 1st place will definitely go to either Lu Dong, Zhou Qian, or Chao Jin from our 1st High School. Wu Bin and Tang Tianyuan from our 7th High School are not bad either. While the two principals were at odds, Luo Feng found a quiet corner to wait for the exam to begin, paying attention to the discussions among the other candidates, especially regarding the strong contenders from 1st High School. This time, the 1st place in Changde City is definitely mine, a loud voice declared. Everyone turned to see a proud young man holding a large halberd. That's Lu Dong from 1st High School, who awakened the superior grade martial soul, the Fang Tian painted halberd, someone explained. Changde City hasn't seen a superior grade martial soul in years. This time, the 1st place is surely his. As time passed, by 8:30, all candidates had gathered in the waiting area. At this moment, Yang Dingtian, the chief examiner, stepped onto the podium. Dear candidates, he cleared his throat. Since everyone is here, let me say a few words and announce the guidelines for this Wu Cao. There are 5 main points. Yang Dingtian, the chief examiner of the martial arts test, stood on the high platform and announced the specific rules to all the candidates. First, the exam will last for 2 days, starting from 9 a.m. today until 6 p.m. tomorrow. Once the time is up, the test will automatically close, and all candidates will be teleported out. His voice resonated clearly throughout the venue. Second, each candidate will receive 2 essential items: a points-tracking smart wristband and 2 vials of soul power recovery potion. The wristband not only records your points, but also features an electronic map of the test area, allowing you to view your location and points ranking in real time. Raising a sample wristband, he continued. Third, if you encounter danger, pressing the teleport button on the wristband will allow you to exit immediately. Although this means ending the exam early, the points you have accumulated will still count. His tone turned serious. Fourth, candidates are strictly prohibited from killing each other. Fifth, the test area is divided into 4 zones: the outer, middle, inner, and core zones. Each zone has soul beasts of varying strengths. The outer zone has decade-level soul beasts, The middle zone has century-level beasts, and the inner zone has beasts over 200 years old. The core zone is the most dangerous, featuring a millennium-level beast and several 700-year-old beasts, mainly targeting candidates with mid-grade martial souls. Regarding the points system, he explained in detail. Killing a decade-level beast earns you 5 points, while century-level beasts offer several tens of points depending on their age. The millennium-level beast in the core zone is worth 5,000 points. I hope someone can successfully defeat it. Then, the staff began distributing the exam items. Luo Feng received his wristband and immediately performed facial verification. Verification successful. Candidate Luo Feng. Exam number 30199-527. The wristband's display showed. He carefully checked the integrity of the 2 vials of soul power recovery potion. As the time reached 8:50, Yang Dingtian announced that candidates could start forming teams. The scene quickly became lively, with someone shouting, "Is anyone looking for a teammate? I'm an auxiliary system martial soul Ling Ling Hua, with a first soul skill that boosts attacks. I'm a control-type martial soul Evergreen Vine, with a first soul skill that entangles and can restrain century-level soul beasts," another voice chimed in. Most candidates quickly found teammates, while a few strong ones chose to go solo, such as Zhou Qian, Lu Dong, and Wu Bin from No. 1 High School. Luo Feng also declined all team invitations, deciding to face the challenge alone. Finally, Yang Dingtian announced, "All right, everyone, the martial arts test is about to begin. The dungeon gate is open, and candidates may enter." As the clock struck 9, a massive portal appeared in the square, emitting an eerie blue light. This was the entrance to the martial arts exam dungeon, and candidates entered one by one, soon vanishing into the portal's glow. With the final candidate's entry, the official live broadcast system of the martial arts exam was activated. Since the advent of the Soul era, a strong martial spirit has been fostered in Daxia, and the annual exam broadcast draws the entire city's attention. 10 high-tech drones hovered over the exam site, with 5 specifically assigned to 5 mid-tier soul candidates from No. 1 and No. 7 high schools. These candidates were Changde City's top contenders, tasked with the challenge of ranking among the top 100 in the province. "Look, it's Lu Dong." As the live feed cut to him, it sparked a flurry of discussion among viewers. As the sole possessor of a high-tier soul, Lu Dong's Fontian halberd soul stood out remarkably. On screen, he was facing an assault by 10 iron-armored pigs. These soul beasts were massive, each standing 2 meters tall, covered in thick iron armor, and about 60 years in age. This is going to be interesting. The iron-armored pigs have formidable defenses. Even with a high-tier soul, it's not easy to take down so many 60-year-old iron-armored pigs, right? However, Lu Dong's performance exceeded everyone's expectations. Armed with the Fontian halberd, he didn't even utilize soul skills. Each strike accurately pierced the weak points of the iron-armored pigs. In just a few breaths, all 10 were down. This scene left the live audience in awe. That's incredibly powerful. It seems like he's a sure bet for Changde City's top spot this year. Don't be too hasty. The other 4 mid-tier soul candidates come from prominent families and have prepared well, with guidance from Grand Soul Masters and plenty of soul power potions. Meanwhile, Luo Feng was randomly teleported to a remote valley. Activating his exam wristband, a virtual electronic map unfolded before him. The map marked various regions in different colors. White for the outer area with 10-year soul beasts, yellow for the middle area with 100-year soul beasts, deep yellow for the inner area with several 100-year soul beasts, and the central purple area where the final 1,000-year soul beast resided. A green dot blinked on the map, indicating Luo Feng's current location. After examining the map, Luo Feng decided not to rush toward the core area. Instead, he chose to accumulate basic points in the outer regions, as the points from 10-year and 100-year soul beasts were significant. It was time to check the rankings of the other candidates. The points leaderboard quickly appeared before Luo Feng. The top 3 were Lu Dong from Changde No. 1 High School with a superior martial soul, the Fontian halberd, scoring 50 points. Zhou Qian from the same school with a mid-grade martial soul, the Demon Wind Wolf, scoring 10 points. And Tang Tianyuan from Changde No. 7 High School with a mid-grade martial soul, the Blood-Drinking Frenzy Blade, scoring 5 points. All other candidates had 0 points, which was expected since the teleportation locations were random and not everyone was fortunate enough to encounter soul beasts. Just as Luo Feng speculated that Lu Dong, the leader, might have encountered a group of soul beasts, the air was suddenly filled with the howls of wolves. He immediately summoned his Heaven Demon God-slaying spear and looked around vigilantly. From the forest emerged 15 azure giant wolves of varying sizes, charging from all directions. The smallest of these Gale Demon wolves stood at 1.5 meters tall, while the largest was nearly 3 meters, and the leading wolf exuded the formidable aura of a century-old soul beast. "Attack!" commanded the Wolf King, and several Gale Demon wolves lunged at Luo Feng with the speed of decade-old soul beasts. However, before they could get close, Luo Feng's spear traced a deadly arc, and with a flash of cold light, Several wolf heads fell, blood spurting from the wounds. Sensing the dire situation, the Wolf King decisively ordered a retreat, leading the escape itself. But Luo Feng wasn't about to let those points slip away. In a flash, he appeared before the Wolf King, mercilessly driving his spear into its head. He then swiftly pursued the remaining Gale demon wolves, eliminating them one by one. When all the demon wolves lay dead, white and yellow soul rings rose from their bodies. Luo Feng had his martial soul devour their flesh and soul rings, then carefully examined each beast's head in search of valuable cores. Unfortunately, he found none. After slaying a century-old soul beast for 10 points and 14 decade-old ones for 70 points, Luo Feng's total score reached 80. As soon as the score appeared on his wristband, an electronic voice urged him to continue hunting. Gripping the heaven demon god-slaying spear tightly, Luo Feng scanned his surroundings with keen eyes. He knew well the habits of the Gale demon wolves. These soul beasts not only lived in packs, but also had a strong territorial instinct. Where there was one pack, there were often others nearby, presenting a perfect opportunity to rack up points. Sure enough, he soon discovered 2 packs of Gale demon wolves nearby, totaling 32 soul beasts. Luo Feng wielded his spear with the swiftness of the wind, each strike hitting its mark precisely. Unfortunately, they were all just decade-level soul beasts, with none reaching the century mark. Slaying the 32 decade-old beasts added 160 points to his score, bringing his total to 230 points. After the battle, Luo Feng searched for soul beast cores, but found none. Could it be that the official martial exam soul beasts don't have cores? He wondered. Hoisting his bloodstained spear, Luo Feng's tall figure stood out on the battlefield. After taking a few steps, he encountered some familiar faces. Luo Feng, is that you? The leading girl, Lin Xiaoya, recognized him immediately. She was once his classmate and had even publicly stated she wanted to have his children. But after Luo Feng awakened to a common-grade martial soul, the gap in soul quality meant they no longer interacted. You just fought soul beasts, didn't you? The group noticed the long spear on his shoulder and his blood-stained robe. Yeah, I ran into a few packs of Gale demon wolves and took care of them. Luo Feng replied calmly before turning to leave. His words caused a stir among his former classmates. Gale demon wolves are known for their speed and attack power among decade-level soul beasts. Our whole team struggles with one pack, and he says he just took care of them? Is he bragging because he's been hit hard? From a prodigy to awakening a common-grade martial soul. However, when they reached the battlefield, the sight left them speechless. Over 40 Gale demon wolf corpses lay scattered, each killed in the same manner, a spear through the skull, a clean, decisive physical attack with no trace of flashy soul skills. Did Luo Feng really do this? Lin Xiaoya murmured in disbelief. It's only 9:03. He did all this in under 3 minutes. Check the score rankings. They quickly opened their wristbands to confirm. As the eager crowd opened the results, a brand new ranking appeared before their eyes. First place, Luo Feng self-study applicant mortal grade martial soul, 100 spirit spear, 230 points. Second place, Ludong Chanda number 1 high school superior grade martial soul, Fontian halberd, 50 points. Third place, Zhou Qian Chanda number 1 high school medium grade martial soul, demon wind wolf, 10 points. Fourth place, Tang Tianyuan Chanda number 7 high school medium grade martial soul, blood drinking mad blade, 5 points. A collective gasp echoed as the crowd saw the rankings. Luo Feng had astonishingly claimed the top spot. Just moments ago, Lu Dong had been securely in first place, but now he was trailing by a staggering 180 points. The examinees on site meticulously counted the Gale demon wolf carcasses on the ground. Wait, there are 45 bodies here, but 230 points should correspond to 46 bodies, someone puzzled aloud. Suddenly, a student pointed to a noticeably larger wolf carcass and exclaimed, "Look at this one. It's clearly a century-old soul beast. A century-old Gale demon wolf." The crowd was stunned. That's a qualitative leap. Luo Feng managed to take it down in one strike. Meanwhile, outside the martial exam simulation, the principals of number 1 high school and number 7 high school were in a heated exchange. Principal Wei, did you see the rankings? We, at number 1 high school, have 8 out of the top 10. Your number 7 high school is really falling behind, the principal of number 1 high school said with a satisfied smile. Principal Wei of number 7 high school suppressed his anger and retorted, "Humph, the martial exam has just begun. Our students just haven't encountered any soul beasts yet. Lu Dong is already leading with 50 points and a superior grade martial soul. Does your number 7 high school still have a chance to turn things around? Remember, you claimed that the top spot in Changde City this year would be yours. The martial exam has 2 more days to go. Let's talk again at 6 p.m. tomorrow." These two principals were notoriously at odds, and their meetings always ended in disputes. This year's martial exam was particularly contentious as it would determine who could advance to the City Education Bureau, making the rivalry even more intense. In the live stream chat, parents of number 1 high school students were celebrating. Number 1 high school is truly impressive. Not only is the first place far ahead, but we also have 8 out of the top 10. Thank goodness we sent our child to number 1 high school. Number 7 high school is really declining. Last year they had 5 in the top 10, now only 2. Faced with the boasting from number 1 high school parents, the parents of number 7 high school, though unwilling to accept the situation, found themselves at a loss for words. After all, what they said is true. Let's hope that a student from 7th high can make a comeback. Just as these words were spoken, Education Director Chen Jin suddenly burst out with an expletive. This was shocking for the audience and those present, as the director was usually known for his civilized demeanor. Old Chen, what's wrong? We need to keep it civil in the live stream. Mayor Mo Wenyan quickly reminded him. Mayor, look at the latest ranking table. Chen Jin pointed at the screen, his voice trembling slightly. The ranking table? Didn't we just check that? Mo Wenyan's words trailed off as he glanced at the new ranking table, and he too lost his composure, exclaiming, What the hell? What the hell? Seeing this, the people around them, 2 principals, the president of the Wuhuan Association, and the chief organizer Yang Dingshanal gathered to look at the latest ranking table. Holy crap! Everyone exclaimed in unison, as if rehearsed. Principal Wei Tong of 7th High and Principal Ma Lin of 1st High were wide-eyed. Luo Feng, the student who had been expelled, was now in first place. Who is this Luo Feng? Both the mayor and the education director asked simultaneously. Wei Tong took a deep breath and explained the situation. Luo Feng was originally a student at 7th High. He was expelled on the recommendation of Wuhuan Association President Kai Shuquan because he had an ordinary martial soul. Now, he was taking the martial arts exam as an independent candidate. You expelled the top scorer? Quite the talent spotter. The mayor and education director's sarcasm left Wei Tong ashamed. He cast a resentful glance at Kai Zikunt, very person who had blacklisted Luo Feng and had confidently declared that Luo Feng had no future. Well, at least this Luo Feng isn't one of your students anymore, Principal Ma Lin of 1st High teased. Otherwise, if your school took first place, you'd probably be ahead of me in the city education bureau. Kai Shuquan quickly defended himself. The martial arts exam rankings fluctuate a lot, and it's only been 15 minutes. As the president of the Wuhuan Association, I assure you, this Luo Feng won't hold on to first place. The soul power of an ordinary martial soul is too weak to last. He'll be surpassed within half an hour. Won't hold first place. Mayor Mo Wenyun sneered. And you call yourself the president of the Wuhuan Association? Your vision is incredibly short-sighted. Education Director Chen Jin immediately analyzed. The ranking was updated at 9:03 a.m., meaning Luo Feng scored 230 points in just 3 minutes. According to the exam rules, candidates are transported to the outskirts, and 230 points mean he killed 46 10-year soul beasts in 3 minutes. During your exams, who could achieve that? Such combat power is not by chance. This analysis left Kai Shuquan speechless. The livestream audience watched the scene unfold with great excitement. When the latest ranking appeared on the screen, the chat exploded. Wait, wasn't Lu Dong in first place just now? Where did this Luo Feng come from? If he can take the lead, why wasn't he a seeded player? Quick, get a shot of Luo Feng. 111. The barrage of comments flooded in like a rainstorm as everyone was eager to catch a glimpse of this mysterious contestant. Yang Dingtian, the chief organizer of the martial arts exam, explained that due to the complex terrain of the arena, the existing 5 drones struggled to accurately locate Luo Feng in the vast forest. Meanwhile, in the exam arena, Lu Dong, wielding the high-grade martial soul Fangtian Huaji, had just defeated an iron-armored boar. He was savoring his first-place status when he suddenly noticed that his ranking had been surpassed. Luo Feng. Lu Dong squinted at the rankings, confirming them repeatedly, and gritted his teeth, saying, Fine, you might just be worthy to be my opponent. But with just a common-grade martial soul, I'll surpass you in an hour. With that, he quickened his pace. At this moment, Luo Feng was in the outer region of the arena, with the bodies of 6 10-year soul beasts lying behind him, contributing 30 points to his score. He wasn't in a rush to venture deeper in search of century-old soul beasts, but instead opted for a unique strategy, focusing on hunting the more numerous 10-year soul beasts. Although these low-level soul beasts offered fewer points individually, their numbers were 100 times greater than the century-old ones, and they often appeared in groups. More importantly, almost all contestants could defeat 10-year soul beasts, so if he didn't act quickly, these easy points would be claimed by others. Century-old soul beasts, being more challenging, tended to remain stationary, ready to be hunted later. With his extensive theoretical knowledge, Luo Feng could accurately predict the movement patterns and hiding spots of the soul beasts. His Tianma Shirshan spear danced like a dragon, allowing him to effortlessly take down one 10-year soul beast after another without even using soul skills. The numbers on the leaderboard were climbing at an astonishing rate. After defeating a 10-year-old soul beast and gaining 5 points, Luo Feng's total score reached 345. He then quickly took down 4 more 10-year soul beasts, earning an additional 20 points. bringing his total to 365. Luo Feng glanced at the electronic numbers on his exam wristband with a confident smile. At his current pace, he would hit 2,500 points by tonight. This score, compared to last year's martial exam records in Changde City, would place him third. And this was just the first day's basic score. He expected even better results on the second day. Fueled by adrenaline, Luo Feng spent the entire morning in relentless pursuit and battle, either chasing soul beasts or engaging them in fierce combat. This high-intensity fighting pace was unsustainable even for someone like Lu Dong, who wielded the top-tier martial soul, Feng Tian Huaji. However, for Luo Feng, who benefited from the dual enhancement of innate and supreme quality martial souls, the morning's battles consumed only 40 of his soul power. By noon, Luo Feng emerged from the forest into a valley. Suddenly, a peculiar scent reached his nose. Parasitic blood vine. With his extensive knowledge, Luo Feng immediately recognized the scent of this treacherous plant soul beast. The soul beast world was not limited to animal forms. Plant soul beasts were equally dangerous. Statistics from the annual martial exams showed that more than half of the candidates who perished fell victim to plant soul beasts. These silent killers often struck when people were most relaxed, catching them off guard. Although candidates were equipped with a teleportation button, there was often not enough time to press it in moments of crisis. This exam design aimed to instill a profound understanding of the dangers posed by soul beasts. As Luo Feng entered the valley, he saw several candidates suspended in the air, unconscious. Fortunately, this was only a 10-year level parasitic blood vine. If it were a 100-year level, these people might have been drained to husks. Their fellow candidates, let's help them out. Just as Luo Feng was about to move forward, hundreds of parasitic blood vines surged from the ground, attacking him en masse. With his experience, Luo Feng remained composed, swiftly wielding his celestial demon godslaying spear to cut down the vines and uproot them. These plants rooted underground would quickly regenerate if not removed entirely. After rescuing the trapped candidates, Luo Feng stayed vigilant. He remembered a case study from his textbooks. Parasitic blood vines invariably coexisted with shadow demon trees, and the latter's level was often higher than the former. Although it was only a 100-year level shadow demon tree, identifying it in this dense forested valley, where it excelled at camouflage, was no easy task. Nonetheless, as an academic achiever, Luo Feng was not only well-versed in his coursework, but also had a wide range of extracurricular knowledge. He had read many extracurricular books, including those like Golden Lotus, since the school always encouraged reading beyond the curriculum. After attending a high school class on parasitic blood vines, Luo Feng developed a keen interest in the shadow demon tree. Through further research, he discovered that this soul beast, known for its camouflage, has a unique characteristic. Once it reaches a century in age, all its leaves fall off, leaving it with a bald appearance. Although puzzling, this feature became the simplest way to identify a 100-year-old shadow demon tree. Scanning his surroundings, Luo Feng quickly spotted a bare shadow demon tree. The soul beast seemed to sense his gaze and immediately became alert. "Well, kid, you found me, so don't blame me." The shadow demon tree spoke, a sign of intelligence in 100-year-old soul beasts. It launched an attack, but due to its young age and limited skills, it was no match for Luo Feng and was swiftly defeated. The system promptly updated his score. Having defeated 102 10-year soul beasts and 100-year soul beast, he earned 520 points, bringing his total to 2,320 points. Luo Feng realized he had already completed more than half of his goal of 2,500 points for the day without noticing. This gave him hope of reaching 4,500 points. Calming his excitement, Luo Feng turned his attention to the unconscious examinees around him. Their condition was unfavorable, requiring several hours to recover. Considering the potential presence of soul beasts, Luo Feng decisively pressed their teleport buttons, sending them out of the examination area. Several kilometers away, Wu Bin and Lu Rian stood beside the corpses of 4 10-year soul beasts. "Wow, brother Wu Bin, you're amazing, taking down 4 soul beasts at once." Lu Rian exclaimed with feigned admiration. This flattery delighted Wu Bin, unaware it was merely Lu Rian's strategic move. As someone with a lower-grade martial soul awakening, Lu Rian knew she couldn't achieve much alone and relied on her beauty to find strong allies. Although many teams offered her a place, she had her eyes on 3 candidates. Her first choice was Luo Feng, but he was nowhere to be found before the martial exam. Her next choices were Tang Tianyuan and Wu Bin, both medium-grade martial soul holders from 7th High. Ultimately, she chose Wu Bin, who was utterly devoted to her, and promised him that as long as he could help her reach the top 10 in Changde City, she would be by his side. After the martial arts exam, Lu Rian agreed to meet Wu Bin in the small forest and even promised to wear his favorite nurse uniform. This promise thrilled Wu Bin, unaware that it was merely a temporary measure by Lu Rian. She had already decided to break up with Wu Bin as soon as the exam concluded. With her looks and guaranteed top 10 ranking, Her goal after entering a top martial spirit university was to find a high-quality boyfriend with an exceptional martial spirit. Rian, look at our scores now. We're definitely going to be in the top 10, Wu Bin said smugly. Don't forget what you promised me. Of course, Lu Rian replied, a subtle hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. The two continued through the exam venue, trailed by a drone broadcasting their progress. The audience watching this unfold wasn't surprised. With Lu Rian's attractiveness, many people wanted to team up with her. Suddenly, Lu Rian's eyes lit up. Brother Wu Bin, that person ahead looks familiar. Approaching them was Luo Feng. Wu Bin recognized him immediately and gritted his teeth. Well, it's a small world. This animosity dated back to the awakening ceremony when Luo Feng had beaten Wu Bin so badly that his face was swollen like a pig's head, a story still widely told at their school. Determined to avenge his humiliation, Wu Bin had spent a fortune acquiring a mid-grade meditation technique and used his family's treasured items to boost his soul power, reaching level 15. He even spent millions to hire Grandmaster Zhou Ping for guidance, acquiring a 70-year saber-toothed tiger soul ring in the wilderness, perfectly matching his mid-grade martial spirit, the fire tiger, and granting him the powerful, fierce tiger claw soul skill. During this time, Wu Bin had been searching for an opportunity to take revenge, but had failed to find Luo Feng. Now that they had crossed paths, he couldn't let the chance slip away. Haha, Luo Feng, finally we meet. Wu Bin laughed, blocking Luo Feng's path. As a seated contestant, Wu Bin had a dedicated drone streaming his every move. This scene quickly attracted viewers from other streams, with online numbers soaring past 1 million. Not only were regular viewers glued to this confrontation, but even Mayor Imo Wenyun, Education Bureau Chief Chen Jin, and the usually indifferent Yang Dingtian, who lit up a vintage 1982 cigarette, watched the screen with interest. In the martial arts examination, participants are prohibited from killing each other, but sparring is allowed. At this moment, Wu Bin stood arrogantly in front of Luo Feng, his eyes flashing with a provocative glint. Luo Feng, let's settle both old and new scores today, Wu Bin said coldly, summoning his mid-grade martial spirit, the Fire Tiger. Instantly, a massive tiger over 2 meters tall, engulfed in fierce flames, appeared behind him, exuding a formidable aura. With the enhancement of the beast martial spirit, Wu Bin's physique became noticeably more robust. He deliberately released his first white soul ring, clearly wanting to show off in front of the live broadcast cameras. First soul skill, Ferocious Tiger Claw. With a roar, Wu Bin completed his martial spirit possession, and his hands transformed into sharp, giant tiger claws, launching a fierce attack at Luo Feng. In the face of the ferocious onslaught, Luo Feng remained exceptionally calm. Thanks to the powerful physical enhancements from the supreme beast martial spirit, the ancestral dragon essence, his physical attributes far surpassed those of ordinary people, even without summoning his martial spirit. Of course, unless in a truly critical situation, Luo Feng would never easily summon the ancestral dragon essence martial spirit. Its first soul ring alone had a staggering 100,000-year span. Such aged soul beasts were extremely rare, belonging to the king-tier class of soul beasts, and not even a titled Dalai would dare provoke them lightly. Without a strong backing, recklessly exposing such an extraordinary soul ring might lead to being secretly captured by certain organizations for research that very night. Humph, Luo Feng, you dare underestimate me without even using your 100-spirit spear. Wu Bin grew more enraged upon seeing this. However, just as he thought victory was assured, Luo Feng casually threw a punch. This seemingly ordinary strike sent Wu Bin flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing through several giant trees before landing heavily amidst a pile of rubble, unconscious on the spot. This sudden turn of events left the live audience and the martial exam officials stunned. Logically, Luo Feng, as a user of a weapon martial spirit, should have a weaker physique compared to Wu Bin, who was possessed by a beast martial spirit. The crowd originally expected Luo Feng to summon his martial spirit for a counterattack at a critical moment, but who would have thought that a single simple punch would send the seated contestant Wu Bin into a deep coma? Has the fight started? The live audience murmured in disbelief. It seems it's already over. That Wu Bin was knocked out by Luo Feng in an instant. A mid-tier martial soul was defeated by the weakest ordinary martial soul in seconds. The audience erupted in heated discussions. The key is that Luo Feng didn't even release his martial soul, someone exclaimed. The discussions were lively and varied. Some speculated that Luo Feng might have a twin martial soul, but this theory was quickly dismissed. The martial soul awakening ceremony doesn't make mistakes. If he had a twin martial soul, he would have been guaranteed a spot long ago, one audience member explained. Moreover, according to the martial soul equality theory, twin martial souls must be of the same quality, and at the very least, they should be top tier. The crowd then speculated that Luo Feng might have mastered some secret technique to enhance his physical body. This idea gained widespread acceptance after all. In this era dominated by martial souls, apart from soul skills, there are indeed some secret techniques created by titled Luos. Although their effectiveness doesn't match soul skills in the later stages, they do provide significant benefits in the early stages with only 1 or 2 soul rings. However, this raised new questions. Luo Feng was an orphan with no background, and those precious secret techniques are either passed down directly by titled Luos or sold on the black market at prices so high that even the wealthiest in Changde City couldn't afford them. So how did Luo Feng acquire them? While the audience was engrossed in their discussions, Luo Feng had quietly disappeared from the screen. It turned out that the drone used for the live broadcast was Wu Bin's exclusive equipment and would only follow Wu Bin's movements. The audience clamored to see Luo Feng's performance, but the exam officials stated that due to the limited number of devices, they could only rely on staff to operate the remaining random broadcast drones to search for him. Lu Ruyan wanted to follow Luo Feng, but he was too fast, and she lost track of him. She secretly resolved to seek Luo Feng's forgiveness after the exam, willing to agree to any of his demands. She had recognized Luo Feng's potential and wanted to reconnect with this promising talent. At this time, Luo Feng had ventured deep into the valley. In the afternoon sunlight, the number of soul beasts in the valley had noticeably decreased due to the intense competition in the morning. He checked his exam wristband for the electronic map, realizing he had explored less than half of the outer area, indicating that large, unexplored areas might still harbor soul beasts. Without resting, Luo Feng continued to search and hunt soul beasts in the unexplored areas. By nightfall, his soul power was nearly depleted, and he was mentally exhausted. This kind of high-intensity continuous combat would have been unbearable for other candidates long ago. Luo Feng indeed needed to find a safe place to rest properly. Due to the extensive hunting of soul beasts in the outer areas, finding a safe place to rest wasn't difficult. Luo Feng finally chose a scenic spot with lush green grass by a clear stream and rolling hills in the distance, indeed, a perfect place to relax. It's time to check the scores, Luo Feng murmured to himself as he brought up the martial exam score rankings. He had been busy hunting all afternoon and hadn't yet reviewed his progress. A virtual list appeared before his eyes. First place, Luo Feng Independent Candidate Mortal Grade Martial Soul, 100 Spirit Spear Score, 4780. Second place, Lu Dongchanda No. 1 High School Superior Grade Martial Soul, Fontian Halberd Score, 700. Third place, Zhou Qianchanda No. 1 High School Medium Grade Martial Soul, Demon Wind Wolf Score, 510. Fourth place, Chao Jinchanda No. 1 High School Medium Grade Martial Soul, Thunderbolt Sword Score, 505. Fifth place, Tang Tianyuan Chanda No. 7 High School Medium Grade Martial Soul, Blood Drinking Mad Blade Score, 455. 4,780 points, better than expected. Luo Feng nodded in satisfaction. This score laid a solid foundation for the decisive battles the next day. The real test awaited in the middle zone with century-old soul beasts, the inner zone with beasts hundreds of years old, and the core area with millennium-old beasts, all crucial for candidates to excel. Only the top contenders from each exam district could successfully score in these areas. Now, Luo Feng undoubtedly qualified as one of them. Meanwhile, by a waterfall, Lu Dong eagerly checked the score rankings. Ever since Luo Feng surpassed him, he had been in a frenzy of hunting. He had a stroke of luck that day, encountering several groups of weak soul beasts aged 10 to 20 years. Leveraging his superior grade martial soul, he easily harvested many points, confident he could surpass Luo Feng. But when he saw the rankings, Lu Dong's eyes widened. What? I'm not even close to his score. He checked repeatedly, and the shocking gap was indeed real. Damn it, Lu Dong gritted his teeth. As the only superior grade martial soul holder, he hadn't expected to be the province's top scorer, but he was certain he would lead in Changde City. Reality had dealt him a harsh blow. There's still a chance. Lu Dong clenched his fist. Tomorrow is crucial, and I still have a potion of soul power. Luo Feng, you must have used both of your potions today, right? He calculated silently, convinced that tomorrow he could surpass Luo Feng. At this moment, across the martial exam instances, countless candidates were checking this astonishing score ranking. What? 4780 points. Outside the martial arts examination dungeon, the audience was abuzz with disbelief. Luo Feng's score was astonishing considering that each soul beast was worth 5 points. It meant he had defeated nearly 956 soul beasts in 12 hours, averaging 1 per minute. Even a grandmaster would struggle to maintain such an intense pace. He must have used 2 vials of soul power potion, someone speculated. But that's too hasty. He should have saved one for tomorrow to boost his score. You're wrong, another person countered. 4780 points is already enough to place him in the top 50 in the province. Besides, after a night's rest, he can definitely fight again tomorrow. How many points will this guy end up with? Within the leadership circle outside the dungeon, the atmosphere was equally charged. The general manager, Yang Dingtian, had a gleam of anticipation in his eyes. At this rate, Luo Feng could very well break into the provincial top 10 tomorrow, which would reflect well on him too. Mayor Mo Wenyun and Education Director Chen Jin were visibly pleased. Changde City, a historically underperforming district, had only once in 30 years had a student break into the top 50 of the province. That student's success had propelled the then mayor and education director to provincial positions. Now, they seemed to see the same opportunity. Principal Ma Lin of number 1 high school smiled with a hint of pride. Besides Luo Feng, the other 8 students in the top 10 were all from his school. Once Chen Jin was promoted, the position of education director would likely be his. Then, he would make sure to take care of his rival, Wei Tong. Speaking of Wei Tong, he was currently filled with regret. It's all Kai Shuquan's fault, he cursed internally. If the president of the Martial Soul Association hadn't said Luo Feng had no future, I wouldn't have expelled him. Realizing he had missed the chance at the education director position, Wei Tong was furious and lunged at Kai Shuquan. Calm down, Principal Wei, Kai Shuquan managed to say, struggling as Wei Tong grabbed him by the neck. Luo Feng just has an ordinary martial soul. He'll definitely be surpassed tomorrow due to exhaustion. Nonsense. Wei Tong was even angrier. You said that when the exam started, and now he's at 4,780 points. Watching the two scuffle, the other leaders were in high spirits and headed back to the hotel to rest. It was bound to be a sleepless night, filled with dreams of promising futures. The mayor and education director were so eager that they called to reserve the most luxurious hotel in the city. Please prepare a celebration banquet at the highest standard for 6 p.m. tomorrow when the martial arts exam concludes, to celebrate Luo Feng. Celebrate Luo Feng? The hotel staff were puzzled. It's only the first day. Usually, you wait until the exam is over to notify us. The staff found themselves in unprecedented confusion. In the history of the martial arts examination in Changde City, the first day's results had never been enough to determine the ultimate winner. Typically, the score gap on the first day was no more than 100 points, and during the second day's scoring phase, hunting a few more century-old soul beasts could easily close the gap or even surpass it. Every year, the exam featured the drama of leading on the first day, overtaken on the second, and even until the very last moment of the competition, no one dared to claim the first-place title with certainty. However, the mayor had already called ahead, asking for the preparation of a celebratory feast for Luo Feng, which left everyone baffled. The staff had no choice but to call on the hotel owner. At that time, the owner was working overtime with his wife in a luxury suite, but upon hearing it was the mayor's call, he quickly tidied up and rushed downstairs. Yes, mayor, I'll arrange it immediately. The moment he hung up the phone, the hotel owner stood frozen, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the floor. 4,780 points, he murmured, eyes wide with astonishment. As the hotel owner, who hosted the top scorer of the martial arts exam every year, he was intimately familiar with past scores. Last year's top scorer had only reached 1,670 points, even after the second day's scoring boost. But this year, Luo Feng had already scored 4,780 points on the first day. This information came directly from the mayor, leaving no room for doubt. In 20 years, no, at most 20 years, this kid could become a titled Dolaw. The hotel owner was trembling with excitement at the thought of his hotel hosting a banquet for a future titled Dolaw. He was eager to get up and oversee the preparation of the feast, but found his legs too weak to stand. Help me up, he called to the young woman who had taken the call. Watch it, the boss's wife is still here. The young woman reminded him in a hushed voice, her face flushed. The next day arrived swiftly, and Luo Feng, exhausted from the previous day's efforts, didn't wake until 8:30. After checking his soul power, he found it fully restored, with his mental state at its peak. This meant he could save the 2 vials of soul power potion provided by the official something he had paid a 30,000 registration fee for, with each vial valued at 10,000. Saving them would be like saving 20,000. With the route planned out the day before, Luo Feng quickly made his way to the inner perimeter. This area was inhabited by century-old soul beasts. Although their density had decreased due to their age, it was the perfect hunting ground for him. Unlike the densely packed soul beasts on the outskirts, those in the middle region generally gather in groups of 7 or 8. Although their numbers are fewer, the beasts here are all over 100 years old, so the rate of gaining points doesn't slow down. Of course, this demands that soul masters have ample soul power and the ability to swiftly eliminate their targets. As Luo Feng stepped into the middle region, he encountered a group of mandala snakes in a rocky terrain. These snakes were covered in shimmering, multicolored scales, and the leader was particularly striking with a pair of sharp horns on its head. With his knowledge of martial spirits, Luo Feng immediately identified these as dangerous soul beasts known for their venom. Not only could they unleash deadly mandala poison smoke, but more alarmingly, they grew a horn every 100 years, gaining the ability to attack with a piercing mandala beam. If they reached 1,000 years, they could even evolve dragon-like features. True to form, the mandala snakes released a thick poisonous fog that quickly enveloped the battlefield in a murky haze. Luo Feng was prepared, fully aware that close combat with these creatures was extremely dangerous. Even holding his breath wouldn't prevent the poison from seeping through his skin. First soul skill, Demon Crescent Slash. A massive crescent slash, for 0.4 meters in length, whistled through the air, decisively severing the heads of the mandala snakes. But Luo Feng didn't linger to collect trophies, as the snakes' bodies would continue to emit toxic fumes. Rather than waste a few minutes there, he chose to seek new targets. The subsequent battles went smoothly, with Luo Feng's points steadily increasing. 60 points, defeating 400-year-old and one 200-year-old soul beast, bringing the total to 4,840. 110 points, defeating 500-year-old and two 300-year-old soul beasts, raising the total to 4,950. 80 points, defeating 200-year-old and three 200-year-old soul beasts, reaching a total of 5,030. 90 points, defeating 100-year-old and four 200-year-old soul beasts, increasing the total to 5,120. Luo Feng moved like a nimble leopard, weaving through the dense forest. He made full use of his exceptional jumping ability, leaping between giant trees. This not only broadened his field of vision, but also allowed him to spot prey more quickly. Although the soul beasts in the middle region were less densely packed, his efficient search method led to a steady rise in points. After more than 3 hours, Luo Feng had explored most of the middle region. Seeing that his wristband indicated there was still an hour until noon, he decided to enter the inner region ahead of schedule to hunt soul beasts over 400 years old. In the inner region, commonly known as the seed candidate area, in any examination zone, the soul beasts are not only hundreds of years old, but also possess astonishing intelligence, often forming groups to ambush candidates. Even the most outstanding seed candidates must proceed with caution. However, Luo Feng appeared exceptionally at ease, strolling through as if he was eagerly anticipating an attack from the soul beasts. Shortly after he dispatched a few soul beasts, a mechanical buzzing sound was heard overhead. Looking up, he saw a drone filming him for a live broadcast. The footage was sent outside the martial arts examination realm, causing an immediate sensation. "We've found Luo Feng," an excited staff member reported. "Finally!" exclaimed Yang Dingtian, the chief overseer of the martial arts examination, overjoyed. "Quick, keep the camera on him. Bring in the other 4 drones to follow him closely." Ever since Luo Feng subdued Wu Bin with a single move yesterday, the audience had been clamoring for live footage of him, but the realm was too vast, and he had eluded discovery for an entire day. As the live feed switched to Luo Feng, viewers flocked in, and the comments section erupted. "Luo Feng has appeared. Don't let him get away again," as if he were an escaped convict. However, sharp-eyed viewers soon noticed something unusual. "Wait a minute, those soul beasts. This is the inner region, isn't it?" In the footage, a snow ape over 3 meters tall lay on the ground, indicating at least 500 years of age. Even more astonishing was that Luo Feng had ventured into this dangerous area alone. Suddenly, the scene changed. 7 even larger snow apes charged in from all directions, each towering 5 meters high, encircling Luo Feng. Without the 5 drones filming from above, Luo Feng's figure would have been completely obscured by these massive creatures. The audience held their breath, and the expressions of the martial arts examination chief overseer, the mayor, and the education director turned grave. "Too reckless," the mayor sighed, shaking his head. "He's likely to be eliminated prematurely now." They had just checked Luo Feng's points, and if he could maintain his performance, he had a chance at a top 3 provincial finish, possibly even breaking records. But now, 7 snow apes, each with the power of a 1000 level ordinary soul beast. In a 7 against 1 scenario, who could still have faith in Luo Feng? Darn, these snow apes have no sense of honor. In the live stream, viewers watched anxiously as Luo Feng was surrounded by 7 snow apes, stomping their feet in frustration. "Run, Luo Feng. It's over. He won't be able to keep his place in the top 3. However, to everyone's surprise, Luo Feng, instead of showing panic, grinned excitedly. This strange expression left the attacking snow apes stunned. 6 700-year-old snow apes, and an 800-year-old leader, a lineup that would usually terrify any candidate. Yet this guy was smiling? "Boss, has this guy lost his mind from fear?" one snow ape asked in confusion. "Who cares? Let's finish him off," another snow ape roared, swinging its iron fist, aiming to crush Luo Feng. Bang! In a flash, a spear had already pierced through the heart of that snow ape. Before the others could react, Luo Feng's figure blurred into a shadow, and 6 snow ape heads soared into the air in unison. I'm dead." The leader's last conscious thought was filled with regret. "How did I end up getting killed while ambushing someone else?" The live stream fell silent, comments disappeared, and all viewers gaped at the scene in shock. In the Education Bureau's office, Director Chen Jin slapped Wei Tung across the face. "Director, why did you hit me?" Wei Tung asked, clutching his reddened cheek in grievance. "It's not a dream. This is real," Chen Jin confirmed excitedly, seeing Luo Feng's 500-point increase. The mayor immediately decided, Edit this video and play it repeatedly for a month on every street, subway, and billboard in the city. It's the best material for martial arts exam teaching. Also, the mayor added, get the media ready. We need to interview this kid as soon as he leaves the exam. The staff quickly sprang into action, filling the meeting room with an atmosphere of excitement. At this moment, Luo Feng not only demonstrated incredible strength, but also brought immense honor to Chang'e City. Luo Feng swiftly swept through the inner area, taking down 2/3 of the soul beasts in just 2.5 hours. Wherever he went, he left behind the bodies of soul beasts, showcasing his astonishing strength. Meanwhile, the middle area was almost cleared by other candidates. 3 top contenders from the first school gathered together with a mutual understanding: Lu Dong, with his superior martial spirit, Fang Tian Huaji, Zhou Qian, with his mid-level martial spirit, Gale Wolf, and Xiao Jin, with his mid-level martial spirit, Thundersword. Even the most powerful among them, Lu Dong, dared not venture alone against the soul beasts in the inner area, whose strength exceeded 400 years. Up ahead is the inner area. Stay alert. Every year candidates get attacked here. Lu Dong warned with a serious expression as he led the way. Got it. The other two responded, immediately increasing their vigilance. However, after searching the inner area for nearly a quarter of an hour, they hadn't encountered a single living soul beast, only scattered carcasses. What's going on? Even though the soul beast density is lower in the inner area, we should have encountered at least one. We can't even hear any roars, Zhou Qian said, puzzled. As they continued, they stumbled upon a pile of snow ape corpses. These snow apes were massive, standing 5 meters tall, clearly indicating they were over 700 years old. Upon examining the wounds, they found that apart from the first one, which had its heart pierced, the others were decapitated by a sharp weapon. This isn't something Tang Tianyuan could do. Lu Dong shook his head. Even with his berserk blade martial spirit, he couldn't handle so many 700-year-old snow apes at once. Only one person could achieve this: Luo Feng. The trio continued searching the inner area, finding soul beast bodies everywhere. After another quarter of an hour, they realized Luo Feng had nearly cleared the entire inner area. Only the core area is left, Lu Dong said through gritted teeth. We have to give it our all. The 3 of them sprinted towards the core area, hoping to find soul beasts that hadn't been hunted yet. Indeed, upon arrival, they discovered a 6-meter-long millennium saber-toothed tiger stationed there. Surrounding it were 7 soul beasts, each with a strength of 800 years, including a fierce black demon ape. These were the most formidable prey in this year's martial exam. Go all out. Xiao Jin was about to charge forward with his thundersword when Lu Dong held him back. Wait a moment. Something's off here. Lu Dong's eyes were sharp as he carefully assessed the unfolding battle. The black demon ape has only 800 years of cultivation, but it's still a bloodline soul beast. Normally, a regular millennium saber-toothed tiger wouldn't be able to suppress it. This saber-toothed tiger either has a bloodline legacy, or, he squinted, it's at least 1,500 years old. 1,500 years? Xiao Jin and Zhou Qian gasped. They both knew that once a soul beast surpasses 1,000 years, its power increases dramatically with each additional 100 years, potentially awakening unique skills. Since this saber-toothed tiger could dominate other soul beasts, it likely had awakened a terrifying ability. At that moment, their live stream suddenly attracted a surge of viewers. Seeing the intense scene in the core area, the chat exploded with comments. Lu Dong and his team are already in the core area? They have no choice. Luo Feng cleared out the inner area, leaving them nothing. There are 8 soul beasts in the core area, each one formidable. Can they really handle it? Indeed, just as Lu Dong had predicted, the saber-toothed tiger was a 1,600-year-old beast and had awakened its unique skill. It quickly sent out 2 subordinates: a black striped bear known for its strength and a 2-headed demon wolf famed for its speed. Lu Dong swiftly devised a strategy. You 2 handle the 2-headed demon wolf, and I'll take on the black striped bear. This allocation was spot on. Xiao Jin's thunder sword and Zhou Qian's gale wolf were both speed-oriented, perfect for countering the 2-headed demon wolf, whereas Lu Dong's Fang Tian halberd was incredibly powerful, ideal for confronting the black striped bear heathen. The battle erupted instantly. Xiao Jin and Zhou Qian held back temporarily, refraining from using their soul skills to keep their trump cards hidden. Meanwhile, Lu Dong swung his Fang Tian halberd, infusing it with soul power to make it even heavier. He unleashed his self-created technique, the universe halberd, and shouted at the black striped bear, "Taste my mighty halberd." Smack! The black striped bear's paw landed heavily on the Fang Tian halberd, sending a shockwave that even made the giant beast's palm tingle. This blow enraged the bear, and it roared, swinging its paws again and again, launching a relentless attack on Lu Dong. Lu Dong evaded with agile footwork, and each time the bear's paw missed, it pounded the ground, causing tremors. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Dong maneuvered behind the bear, thrusting the Fang Tian halberd towards its back. Clang! An unexpected metallic clash rang out. The halberd's tip only pierced a few centimeters into the bear's surface, barely penetrating its natural armor of dirt and dense fur. What the? Lu Dong was momentarily stunned. Although the Feng Tian halberd was a top-grade martial weapon, his current soul power level was too low to unleash its true sharpness. It seemed relying solely on the halberd technique wouldn't suffice. Soul skills were necessary. On the other side of the battlefield, Chao Jin's thunder sword had already inflicted several wounds on the two-headed demon wolf. Despite being a mid-grade martial weapon, the thunder sword was effective against the wolf's weak defenses, especially with Zhou Qian's coordinated attacks, making victory imminent. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the saber-toothed tiger immediately sent the sixth-ranked arm blade mantis to assist. This nearly 2-meter-tall mantis, with its gleaming arm blades and 360-degree vision, could leap 10 meters high, excelling in both offense and defense. With the arm blade mantis joining the fray, the two-headed demon wolf finally caught a breath. The continuous metallic clashes echoed as the mantis fiercely engaged Chao Jin, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Double blade slash. The mantis swung its arm blades, executing a cross slash. First soul skill, thunderous 1,000 blades. Chao Jin countered by conjuring countless sword blades with his soul power, not only shattering the opponent's attack, but also pursuing further. The arm blade mantis let out a cold laugh, leaping into the void. This was why it was known as the sixth expert in stealth and ambush. Seeing this, Zhou Qian smiled, preparing to take down the two-headed demon wolf. However, the opponent was ready, sending the stronger 4th and 5th ranks to initiate a rolling battle. The 4th-ranked fire lion and the 5th-ranked two-headed snake launched their attacks simultaneously. The fire lion entangled Zhou Qian, while the two-headed snake engaged in a fierce battle with Chao Jin. Both heads of the two-headed snake opened wide, unleashing 2 blinding laser beams directly at Chao Jin. Chao Jin swiftly harnessed the power of thunder, his body moving like lightning as he narrowly evaded the deadly strike. However, just at that critical moment, a cold laugh echoed through the air. The invisible arm blade mantis suddenly appeared behind Chao Jin, its massive, icy arm blades raised high, ready to decapitate him. Suspended in midair, Chao Jin was unable to dodge. The intense threat of death sent a chill through his body. The live-stream audience held their breath, unable to bear the sight of this promising contender meeting a tragic end. Just as Chao Jin closed his eyes in despair, a loud shout came from behind him. First soul skill, dominance over the world. Immediately, a sharp blade aura whistled through the air, precisely striking the back of the arm blade mantis. Its weak defense shattered, and it was sliced in two. Chao Jin turned to see it was Tang Tianyuan from School 7. Why did you save me? Chao Jin asked, puzzled. As competitors, his death could have improved Tang Tianyuan's ranking. As fellow contenders and fellow Changda natives, do I need a reason to save someone? Tang Tianyuan replied with a cold, expressionless tone. These words filled Chao Jin with shame. Realizing his thoughts had been too dark, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he charged toward the fire lion. Zhou Qian, I'm coming to help. The battle quickly shifted. The death of the arm blade mantis forced the saber-toothed tiger to call for reinforcements. Second and third, go. With the saber-toothed tiger's command, the black demon ape and the black armored centipede joined the fight. The black armored centipede teamed up with the black striped bear to face Lu Dong, while the black demon ape, allied with the arm blade mantis, headed straight for Tang Tianyuan. Black hair attack. The black demon ape's hair, sharp as steel needles, shot out, covering a vast area. Tang Tianyuan retreated while spinning his blade, turning it into a defensive barrier to barely fend off the assault. Yet under the combined pressure of the black demon ape and the two-headed snake, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Lu Dong was up against both the black striped bear and the heavily armored black armored centipede. His weapon, the Fengtian halberd, could only leave shallow marks on the centipede's shell, and its toxic attacks were wearing him down. Drink the soul power potion, let's go all out. With Lu Dong's rallying cry, the four-seed contenders simultaneously consumed their last soul power potions, bracing for a prolonged battle. They hoped the saber-toothed tiger wouldn't join the fray. Otherwise, they would have to press the teleport button and withdraw. At this moment, Lu Dong finally understood why the core area's challenge soul beasts had remained undefeated for years and why their kill scores were so high. The difficulty was far beyond expectations, and even someone with a superior martial soul like him found it hard to cope. Perhaps only the terrifyingly powerful Luo Feng could handle these opponents. With the addition of the black demon ape and the black armored centipede to the battle, the tide of the battlefield shifted instantly. The appearance of these two powerful soul beasts gave the soul beast faction an overwhelming advantage. Although a few of the top contenders managed to hold on with the help of soul power potions, the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Their last hope rested on Chao Jin and Zhou Qian. Each of them was engaged in combat with a single soul beast. If they could quickly defeat their opponents, they could rush to aid the others and turn the tide. Once the other soul beasts were defeated, They could then join forces to tackle the most formidable opponent, the saber-toothed tiger. Sensing their strategy, the previously inactive saber-toothed tiger finally rose. Its massive form exuded an intimidating aura. A flash of light appeared in its mouth, and 4 enormous fireballs, each 2 meters in diameter, materialized in the air, hurling precisely towards the 4 top contenders. Not good, they exclaimed in unison. First soul skill, Thunderous Blades. First soul skill, Gale Slash. First soul skill, Phantom Cleave. First soul skill, Dominator of the World. Confronted with an attack from a Millennium-level soul beast, the 4 dared not let their guard down and unleashed their strongest soul skills in response. With a deafening explosion, the fireballs were shattered, yet the residual flames continued to blaze fiercely on the ground. The contestants' clothes were left in tatters, and their bodies bore marks of burns. This creature is too strong, at least 1,500 years old. They gathered together, their expressions grave. Though they had faced Millennium Soul Beasts before, they had never encountered such a formidable opponent. The Soul Beasts in the core area were beyond their capabilities, and the 5,000 points of the saber-toothed tiger seemed only attainable by Luo Feng. Are we still fighting? Lu Dong asked. Why not? Even if we can't earn points, we can at least deplete their strength. Luo Feng has killed so many soul beasts, his soul power must be running low. We need to create an opportunity for him. Exactly. If Luo Feng can take down the saber-toothed tiger, he will surely become the provincial champion. Changde City needs someone like him. Without further hesitation, the 4 charged fearlessly into the soul beast horde. They knew that even if they couldn't kill these beasts, any depletion of their power would be worthwhile. In a critical moment, they could always press the teleport button on their bracelets to escape. For Luo Feng to secure the provincial championship, for Changde City to gain more educational resources, and to elevate Changde City from a poor examination area to an elite one, they were willing to give it their all. The 4 unleashed their full potential, their soul skills weaving a net that momentarily suppressed the 6 soul beasts. Tang Tianyuan even managed to slice off one of the heads of a 2-headed serpent, though he was bitten by the other head, blood flowing freely. Tang Tianyuan was struck by snake venom, which quickly eroded his soul power. Seeing that his soul power was nearly depleted, he decisively pressed the teleportation button to exit the dungeon. The other 3 contestants found themselves in similarly dire situations and also opted to teleport away. As the 4 candidates made their hasty retreat, several soul beasts roared in anger. Meanwhile, just outside the martial arts examination dungeon, as soon as Lu Dong and the others appeared, medical staff rushed forward to administer treatment. Yang Dingtian, the mayor, and the director of education all praised their excellent performance, but the 4 had already fainted from exhaustion before they could receive the commendations. The medical team had to urgently transport them to the treatment center for intensive care. Hey, it seems Luo Feng has also entered the core area. Yang Dingtian suddenly noticed the change on the live broadcast screen. Everyone quickly focused their attention on the screen, where Luo Feng, covered in blood and wielding the sky demon god-slaying spear, appeared like a war god in the core region. By 5:30 p.m., the audience couldn't help but worry for Luo Feng. Although the previous 4-seed contestants had weakened some of the soul beasts, they still retained about 85 of their combat strength. Facing so many powerful soul beasts alone, Luo Feng's situation looked grim. Upon entering the core area, Luo Feng quickly spotted the remnants of earlier Bat Lisa Mantis split in 2 and a severely injured 2-headed demon wolf. From the extensive battle marks, it was clear that several seed contestants had fought here before teleporting away. Excited by the arrival of another candidate, a black-striped bear charged forward, only to hear Luo Feng calmly say, "You all come at once." This statement stunned the soul beasts. The black-striped bear sneered and swung its massive paw at Luo Feng, but in the next moment, its head was severed, blood spurting out. The other soul beasts then realized that Luo Feng was not being arrogant, but genuinely powerful. The remaining soul beasts launched a fierce attack. The centipede released venom, the fire-type soul beast spewed flames, and even the saber-toothed tiger joined the fray, attacking en masse. Surrounded by a horde of spirit beasts, Luo Feng remained unfazed. With a swift flick of his spear, he precisely pierced the head of the nearest black-armored centipede. Its supposedly indestructible armor crumbled like paper before him. Not long ago, even the powerful strike of Lu Dong's top-grade spirit weapon, the Fengtian halberd, had only left a slight scratch on its surface. With a resounding crash, the massive body of the black-armored centipede fell to the ground. The other spirit beasts, witnessing this, were filled with fear. One of the top-ranked creatures was killed in a single blow. Yet before they could react, Luo Feng's assault came down like a relentless storm. The remaining head of the 2-headed snake was shattered into pieces, and the fiery lion was cleaved cleanly in 2. The battle started quickly and ended even faster. In just a few exchanges, all the spirit beasts were slain except for the Millennium-level saber-toothed tiger. Watching its companion's demise, the saber-toothed tiger quickly realized the terrifying prowess of Luo Feng's ground combat skills. It retreated rapidly, suddenly unfurling a pair of wings on its back, a special ability it gained upon reaching the Millennium level. In the blink of an eye, the saber-toothed tiger soared into the air, putting a safe distance between itself and Luo Feng. Whoa, it can fly? The livestream audience was stunned. Based on Luo Feng's earlier performance, defeating the saber-toothed tiger before the end of the martial exam seemed like a certainty. But now the situation had changed dramatically, as the biggest weakness of early martial exam candidates was their lack of flying ability. One either needed a flying spirit weapon, a flying spirit skill, or had to be a titled Dalal expert. Clearly, Luo Feng possessed none of these. The audience directed their frustration towards the exam creator, Tian Wenjing. Who set up this year's martial exam? Why place a flying spirit beast in Chengda City? It's so unfair. The 5,000 points that should have been in the bag are now up in the air. Even the exam leaders, upon witnessing this, felt a silent despair. With less than 20 minutes remaining until the end of the exam, Luo Feng focused on the saber-toothed tiger in the sky. He knew that at this distance, even using his first spirit skill, the heavenly demon crescent slash, the opponent could easily evade. It seemed he had to use the first spirit skill of the ancestral dragon essence, the dragon roar, to stun and immobilize it. Luckily, using spirit skills didn't require revealing spirit rings like spirit possession did. As long as he didn't reveal the truth, who would know it was a spirit skill? He could simply claim it was a secret technique obtained in a hidden realm. With this in mind, Luo Feng smiled slightly and suddenly unleashed the dragon roar. A clear dragon's roar erupted from Luo Feng's mouth, and the saber-toothed tiger, soaring in the air, was instantly stunned, frozen in midair. First soul skill, Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash. Luo Feng elegantly wielded his spear, sending a massive crescent-shaped slash through the air. The crescent light blade swiftly sliced through the saber-toothed tiger's body, neatly cutting the fierce soul beast in half. With a loud boom, the 6-meter-long carcass crashed heavily to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. An electronic voice from his wristband immediately announced, Core Area Challenge Soul Beast defeated, 5,000 points awarded, total score 14800. Seeing this score, which was double the provincial martial arts exam record, Luo Feng felt a surge of joy, confident that the top spot in the province was secure. However, the joy of victory was short-lived as a wave of intense weakness suddenly overcame him. Luo Feng's legs went weak, and it felt as though all his strength had been drained. Upon checking his soul power reserves, he found that his energy was completely depleted. This situation wasn't unexpected. Having entered the inner circle early and continuously battled century-old soul beasts, Luo Feng's soul power was rapidly consumed. By the time he reached the core area, only 30% of his soul power remained. The recent use of his dragon roar had utterly drained the rest. The consumption is just too great, Luo Feng thought with surprise. But upon reflection, it made sense. A control-type soul skills inherently required more energy, especially a system-enhanced 100,000-year soul ring skill. Given his current level of 17, expending only 30% of his energy for one use was actually quite efficient. As for how long the dragon roar could stun the saber-toothed tiger, Luo Feng wasn't sure, since the beast was slain before it could recover. However, he was certain the effect lasted more than a second. Glancing at his wristband, he saw the time was 17:47, leaving only 13 minutes until the martial arts exam ended. Unlike written exams, the martial arts exam allowed candidates to finish any time. Luo Feng immediately pressed the teleport button, and a magic circle formed at his feet, transporting him out of the exam venue. Outside, the audience was animatedly discussing the battle they had just witnessed. What was that shout from Luo Feng? What soul skill was that? Why did the saber-toothed tiger suddenly freeze? It must be a control-type soul skill, right? Impossible. His martial soul is a spear, and his first soul skill is the crescent slash. Could it be his second soul skill? That's a joke. No one in martial exam history has reached level 20 and gained 2 soul skills within 7 days. Probably just shouted to scare the opponent. Amidst the speculation, Luo Feng had already appeared. Yang Dingtian and other city leaders immediately stepped forward to congratulate him. Facing their compliments, Luo Feng remained humble, saying, 14,800 points might not be enough to secure the top spot. We'll have to wait for the official results tomorrow. The mayor chuckled. It's good for young people to be modest, but don't overdo it. He then turned to the media present. You can interview Luo Feng now, but it's limited to 1 hour. After that, we're heading to the hotel for a celebration. Faced with the swarm of reporters, Luo Feng felt a bit overwhelmed. Meanwhile, the mayor was on the phone, arranging the details of the victory banquet. Make sure the big screen displays congratulations to Luo Feng for scoring 14,800 points and securing the provincial top spot, and have videos of him defeating the Snow Ape and Core Area Soul Beasts on loop. At exactly 6 p.m., the martial arts examination officially concluded. The candidates streamed out, immediately captivated by the scene in front of them. Luo Feng was surrounded by a swarm of media reporters, with flashbulbs going off incessantly. How envious I am. It would be amazing to be interviewed by so many media outlets, one candidate remarked. If you could score 14,800 points, you'd get the same treatment, someone nearby quipped. Forget it. I only scored 630 points, not even a fraction of his, the candidate said with a wry smile. But this guy is really impressive. How did he achieve such a high score? Who cares? It's enough to know that our city, Changde, finally has a provincial top scorer in the martial arts exam. The crowd buzzed with excitement, with many people pushing to the front for a closer look at the prodigious young talent. The interview lasted until 7 p.m. The mayor personally drove Luo Feng to the location of the celebratory banquet that had been arranged. Luo Feng, do you have a preferred martial arts university? The mayor asked eagerly during the drive. I'm not too familiar with the schools yet, Luo Feng replied honestly. Let me introduce you. The mayor began, speaking enthusiastically. With your score, being the provincial top scorer is a certainty. Once the list comes out tomorrow, by 6 p.m. at the latest, recruitment offices from top martial arts universities will be knocking on your door. Top martial arts universities? Which ones? Luo Feng asked, intrigued. The mayor detailed the unique features of 3 top martial arts universities. Shinkong, Dudu, and Tianjin assured him that these schools would offer generous terms, with the final choice resting in Luo Feng's hands. When they arrived at the hotel, the entrance was lined with elegantly dressed hostesses and local dignitaries. Warm congratulations echoed all around, and many wealthy businessmen brought their daughters to introduce them to him. Some bold women even discreetly handed Luo Feng condoms and room keys, whispering that there was no need to use protection tonight. Luo Feng found it amusing yet understood the motivations behind such enthusiasm. Past top scorers in the martial arts exam have at least reached the Soul Saint level. For Changde City, this represented an unprecedented opportunity. Marrying into the top scorer's family could propel a family's business to new heights, expanding from Changde to the entire province, and even nationwide. Besides, with Luo Feng's looks, those daughters were likely more than willing. While Luo Feng enjoyed the celebration banquet, the National Martial Arts Examination Center had already completed the compilation of the candidates' scores from each province. In the hall of the Martial Arts Examination Center, the compilation of provincial rankings was underway with great urgency. The leaders sat around a large display screen, preparing to finalize the results for the announcement at 9 a.m. the next day. Soon, the rankings from all 40 provinces were fully displayed. As per tradition, the first order of business was to examine the detailed profiles of the top scorers from each province. The top scorer from Qing Province, Hu Li, hailing from the provincial capital Qingjing City, scored 6,980 points with his high-grade martial spirit, the Green Poison Vine. The screen then showed video footage of him battling a soul beast in the core area, 23 minutes of solo combat. Although he didn't break the Qing Province record, his performance with the 17th-ranked high-grade martial spirit was commendable. Next was Zhao Hai, the top scorer from Chuan Province. Coming from the provincial metropolis, he scored 7,220 points with his supreme-grade martial spirit, the Blue Steel Sword, completing the kill in just 17 minutes, showcasing the exceptional power of a supreme-grade martial spirit. As each profile was presented, the scores and performances of the top scorers from each province were impressive. Except for Qing Province, almost all were holders of supreme-grade martial spirits, each capable of solo kills of core area soul beasts. Notably, the top scorer from Yun Province set an astounding record of 14 minutes, considered the fastest of this examination round. However, when the data for Baodang Province appeared on the screen, the entire hall was plunged into stunned silence. Baodang Province, Lin Qingxue, 9,480 points, low-grade martial spirit, golden spirit staff, Daxia City. This seemingly impossible data prompted everyone present to verify it multiple times. What was even more incredible was that Lin Qingxue not only came from the non-capital city of Daxia, but also awakened with the Golden Spirit Staff, ranked 240th out of 244 low-grade martial spirits. This defied all conventional wisdom about the martial arts examination. When her battle video began to play, the screen showed a stunning young woman in a form-fitting battle suit, her long black hair cascading down. Her ethereal and serene aura was unforgettable, but even more astonishing was her masterful staff technique. The golden spirit staff in her hands seemed like a divine weapon. Her moves were exquisite, and she completed the kill in just 8 minutes, a feat that left even the holders of supreme-grade martial spirits in awe. Just as everyone thought this was the biggest surprise, the appearance of the next profile took their astonishment to an entirely new level. As the staff read out the information, their voice was filled with disbelief. The crowd in front of the big screen stared wide-eyed, repeatedly confirming the astonishing data. A common-grade martial soul? That's impossible, someone exclaimed in shock. Historically, a common grade martial soul has never scored over 100 points in the martial exam. Yet this young man named Luo Feng scored a staggering 14,800 points. Even more incredible, he hails from Changde City, an obscure and impoverished exam district in Hunan Province, where the strongest contenders are usually only at the level of a Grand Soul Master. President, the highest record for Hunan Province in the martial exam was only 7,220 points. This score more than doubles that. A staff member quickly pulled up the provincial records, their voice trembling with excitement. Hurry, pull up the video of him taking down the soul beasts in the core area. Everyone shouted in unison. The video footage soon appeared on the big screen. Unlike other provincial champions who engage in drawn-out, strategic battles, Luo Feng's fighting style was straightforward and brutal, charging forward with deadly precision. Every strike was powerful and decisive, with no unnecessary movements, completely overwhelming his opponents with sheer strength. Damn, that's impressive, exclaimed the leader of the Martial Exam Center, instinctively flashing a thumbs up. Quick, send his information to the top 3 universities. Meanwhile, the admissions offices of the top 3 martial soul universities in the Great Xia Kingdom were on high alert. Although the martial exam results wouldn't be officially released until 9 a.m. the next day, these elite institutions had the privilege of early access. The directors and admissions officers were preparing for a fierce battle to recruit the top talents. At the admissions office of the Imperial Capital Martial Soul University, a notification flashed on the big screen. Director, the data from the Martial Exam Center has arrived. As the information appeared, the admissions director quickly assigned tasks. Top scorer from Qing Province, provisionally offer a Class C Level 1 special recruitment, with an annual scholarship of 1 million. Professor Zhou, handle this. Top scorer from Sichuan Province, Zhao Hai, Class B Level 3 special recruitment, Professor Lin, follow up. Top scorer from Yunnan Province, Ma Bu, Class B Level 1 special recruitment, Professor Mu, proceed. Gradually, the admissions officers received their assignments and set off, leaving only a few still awaiting their tasks, as the list of unassigned provincial top scorers dwindled. As the head of admissions, he was accustomed to seeing the profiles of numerous top students from various provinces each year. However, when Lin Qingshua's information appeared on the screen, even he couldn't help but pause. Despite possessing only a lower-grade martial soul, this special candidate caught his attention. Lin Qingshua's special admission status is tentatively set at a level, first class. Once the delegation is over, I'll go personally, the admissions director decisively announced. Director, maybe I should go? I'm more familiar with the Baodang province, someone suggested nearby. Are you kidding? The director immediately rejected the idea. A dark horse like this, with an A-level, first-class special admission, of course, I have to go myself. It's a matter of showing respect. As the group continued to browse through the profiles, suddenly, the information of Luo Feng, the top student from Hunan province, appeared. Ordinary grade martial soul, 14,800 points. The admissions director jumped from his seat and quickly walked to the screen, personally operating the mouse to carefully verify the information, fearing any mistake. The office was in an uproar, with some even suspecting it was a prank by the Martial Exam Center. How could there be any forgery in something as important as the martial exam? But I'll confirm anyway. The director took out his phone and dialed the number of a colleague leader at the Martial Exam Center, requesting to view Luo Feng's exam video. The video arrived quickly. The intense and bloody scenes immediately stunned everyone present. Old Lu, I'll leave Lin Qingxue to you. The director decided promptly. I'll handle Luo Feng personally. The special admission level will be set at the highest, a level exceptional, to show our sincerity and prevent Tianjing and Shinkong from upping their offers. Director, the A-level exceptional has never been used before. Should we consult the principal? There's no time. By the time we go through the procedures, other schools will have already made their move, the director replied decisively. Notify the private jet department immediately. I need to fly to Changde, Hunan, right away. At around 1 in the morning, 3 private jets took off from the top martial soul universities of the imperial capital, Tianjin, and Shinkong, all heading towards Changde City. In this race against time to recruit students who could afford to sleep. Meanwhile, Luo Feng slept peacefully in a luxurious hotel suite. The room, worth tens of thousands a night, was specially arranged for him by the hotel owner free of charge. Exhausted from the martial exam and celebratory banquets, he fell into a deep sleep after a shower. The next morning at 9, the moment for the martial exam results to be announced was approaching. The mayor of Changde, the director of education, Yang Dingtian, and others were fixated on the Hunan Provincial Martial Exam's official website. Although Luo Feng's score indicated he would surely be the top student, the excitement was palpable as they awaited the official list. It's 9 o'clock, the mayor shouted excitedly when the post finally appeared on the official website. Quick, open it. Everyone watched the screen with eager anticipation. The fresh rankings for the martial arts exam in Hunan province have just been released, listing detailed information about the top candidates. First place goes to Luo Feng, 18, from the Changde Exam District, with a total score of 14,800 points. Second place is MOU, 18, from the Changde City District, with a total score of 8,000 points. Third place is Yuan Gui, 18, from the Shushua City District, with a total score of 4,200 points. Fourth place is Lu Do, 18, from the Huashua City District, with a total score of 3,590 points. And the last place is Lu Rinjia, 18, from the Paui City District, with only 90 points. Luo Feng is first. Luo Feng is first. The mayor of Changde and others, upon seeing the list, were so excited that they jumped around the office like they'd been energized, more thrilled than a night out at karaoke. Meanwhile, exam districts across Hunan province were anxiously awaiting the results. However, the atmosphere in the provincial capital, Changde, was notably relaxed. After all, 8 out of the last 10 top martial arts exam scores in Hunan province had come from Changde, and this year, MOU, who possesses an exceptional martial spirit, was among them. He is the second person in Hunan province to have such a rare martial spirit since the last provincial top scorer. MOU's advantages are considerable. His father is a military district leader, his mother a well-known local businesswoman, and nearly half of Jingda High School's resources were directed towards him. At this moment, MOU sat leisurely in the office, a confident smile on his face. His martial arts exam score of 8,000 points had already broken the previous top scorer's record of 7,220 points. The mayor and others waited confidently for the results, as if the top spot was already secured. Oh, the list is out. Everyone eagerly clicked open the list. Congratulations, MO. The people in the office were just about to congratulate him, but their words were cut short. All eyes froze on the screen. The first place was actually Luo Feng from a poverty-stricken exam district. The office fell into a deathly silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. No one dared to speak, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. No, this can't be. MOU suddenly stood up, his face ashen. As the province's only possessor of an exceptional martial spirit, and with a Soul King expert specially hired by his father to guide him, he thought he had the exam in the bag, only to be unexpectedly overtaken. Son, don't be discouraged, Mo Xia quickly consoled him. Changde is a poverty-stricken district. Their exam difficulty is much lower than ours. If you took the exam there, your score would definitely be higher than Luo Feng's. He even gave a knowing look to the others. Right, MOU. If you took the exam in that poverty-stricken district, you'd score at least 20,000 points. Exactly. You have an exceptional martial spirit. Amidst the chorus of comforting voices, MOU's emotions gradually calmed, though his eyes still glimmered with a hint of unwillingness. Luo Feng, it's all your fault for stealing my top provincial score. Don't let me run into you at Wuhan University, or I'll beat you up. An angry shout pierced the calm of the morning. The student who failed the exam was seething with resentment, knowing that despite the 1-point difference between first and second place, the treatment was worlds apart. People always remember the first, while the second is destined to be forgotten by history. Meanwhile, Luo Feng was blissfully unaware of the threats against him. The celebration party the night before had him sleeping in late, until a sudden knock on the door woke him up. Bang bang bang. Who is it? Luo Feng asked groggily. It's me, Luo Feng. The provincial media is here to interview you. The mayor's voice was brimming with barely contained excitement. These were major provincial media outlets, and even he, the mayor, had to show them respect. More importantly, an interview with the provincial top scorer would also feature local leaders, giving him a chance to shine. Be right there. Luo Feng quickly got dressed and followed the mayor to the specially arranged press area. The media were already prepared, as the story of a top scorer emerging from a poor district was sure to generate massive interest. Hello, Luo Feng. Are you satisfied with your performance in this martial arts exam? So it was all right. Luo Feng responded calmly in front of the cameras. The interview lasted over an hour, followed by the thrilling award ceremony. The city's promised 1 million yuan prize was transferred to Luo Feng's account on the spot. The provincial 5 million reward had also been credited, and he was handed the keys to a luxury villa in the city center. Seeing the message on his phone, 600 million credited to account ending in 9527, current balance 6005890, and feeling the villa keys in his hand, Luo Feng was speechless with excitement. In his past life, he could never have saved this much money even after a lifetime of work, yet now he had earned such a rich reward from just one martial arts exam, and this was only the beginning. After all the ceremonies concluded, the mayor gave Luo Feng another piece of explosive news. The admissions directors from 3 top Wuhan universities had been waiting in the office for quite some time. They had arrived at dawn but didn't want to disturb his rest, so they waited until now. As Luo Feng and the mayor approached the office, they could hear a friendly exchange of words inside. Luo Feng belongs to our Shinkong Wuhan University. We've claimed him, so you two better leave. That's nonsense. Luo Feng isn't your property. Why say he's yours? Exactly. The top provincial scorer always goes to whoever has the best offer. Ridiculous. Our Shinkong Wuhan University is offering the highest special admission level and additional conditions. You too can't compete with that. Humph. Let's see the conditions when Luo Feng arrives. Hearing this civilized argument from inside the office, Luo Feng couldn't help but look forward to the upcoming meeting. The mayor led Luo Feng into the office, where the open door meant they didn't need to knock. Inside, the three directors immediately focused their attention on Luo Feng, their previously tense expressions melting into warm smiles. Oh, so you're Luo Feng. You truly have an impressive presence, the mayor greeted warmly, his tone filled with admiration. A young hero indeed, Luo Feng. Eager to introduce themselves, the three directors began speaking. The first, a middle-aged man in a formal suit, started. I'm Li Xing, the admissions director of Shinkong Martial Soul University, a level 55 Soul King. I'm Xin Ping, the admissions director from the Imperial Capital Martial Soul University, also a level 55 Soul King. The second director quickly followed. Hao Renqi, the admissions director from Tianjin Martial Soul University, a level 56 Soul King. The last director introduced himself, causing Luo Feng to chuckle internally at the name, thinking, you might as well change your last name to Chao. After Luo Feng sat down, Li Xing was the first to extend an offer. Since you're here, let's get straight to the point. Shinkong Martial Soul University offers a 10 million admission scholarship, renewable annually. Additionally, all the equipment and potions you need for entering the Soul Beast Forest will be provided by the school, free of charge. Most importantly, when acquiring a Soul Ring, we'll assign a Soul Saint level expert to escort you. This offer was indeed tempting. An annual 10 million could buy a wealth of resources, and free equipment and potions would alleviate the concerns of Soul Masters on their journeys, especially given the expensive gear required by high-level Soul Masters. Having a Soul Saint as protection during the acquisition of a Soul Ring was invaluable, as not only would they have to face the dying counterattacks of Soul Beasts, but also fend off attacks from evil Soul Masters. The protection during the vulnerable moment of absorbing a Soul Ring was the greatest assurance. I'll go next. Hao Renqi interjected eagerly. Tianjin Martial Soul University also offers a 10 million admission scholarship with annual renewal and covers all equipment and potions. However, for escort, we can provide someone above level 80, a Soul Sovereign, which is far superior to a Soul Saint. Luo Feng weighed this more generous offer carefully. Although a Soul Sovereign is only 10 levels above a Soul Saint, the difference in power is vast. 3 Soul Saints wouldn't stand a chance against a single Soul Sovereign. At that moment, Xin Ping from the Imperial Capital Martial Soul University spoke up. Luo Feng, I know you're tempted, but don't rush your decision. Hear me out first. The conditions at our Imperial Capital Martial Soul University are as follows, Xin Ping said seriously. An annual scholarship of 20 million, plus a luxury villa for you to reside in. Most importantly, we offer you the opportunity to learn a secret technique for free. The moment this offer was made, the other two directors and the mayor were stunned. A secret technique, a unique skill created by a titled Doluo, is far more powerful than ordinary soul skills. For any martial arts candidate, this is an irresistible temptation. Li Xing and Hao Ren's wife exchanged glances, knowing they had lost the chance to recruit Luo Feng. After all, their schools had no secret techniques to offer. As for acquiring a soul ring, Xin Ping continued. Once you have a mentor, they will protect you throughout the process. If you don't have a mentor for now, we will assign a soul master to accompany and safeguard you. I choose Imperial Capital Martial Soul University. Luo Feng decided almost without thinking. Xin Ping immediately took out a special admission notice and handed over his business card. You can report in 3 days. Call me then, and I'll personally meet you. After the 3 recruitment directors left, the mayor finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping sweat from his forehead. The pressure from these Soul Kings is just too much, he said with a wry smile. As a 19-level Soul Master, I can barely withstand it. Luo Feng, did you not feel anything at all? In fact, it wasn't surprising. Although the 3 directors had high soul power levels, their martial soul quality couldn't compare to Luo Feng's supreme beast martial soul, the ancestral dragon essence. This top-tier martial soul naturally enhanced his physique, making him completely immune to their pressure. After leaving the mayor's office, Luo Feng decided to check out the villa he was awarded. Considering the distance, he first went to a car dealership to buy a car. The owner, who knew him, only asked for a promotional video in return. Soon, Luo Feng was driving a brand new Mercedes sports car with the license plate, WOJB 18CM, towards the city center's Tianyang district. Tianyang district is the most upscale villa area in Chengde City, with prices starting at 50,000 per square meter. Luo Feng received one of the 10 most luxurious villas here, spanning over 600 square meters and valued at over 30 million. Upon arriving at the gated community, the security guard recognized the provincial top scorer and excitedly asked for a photo. They quickly registered Luo Feng's residence, inputting his facial recognition and license plate into the system to ensure easy access in the future. After entering the community, Luo Feng followed the directions and arrived at his villa. What greeted him was an imposing two-story building with a luxurious and grand exterior. Eagerly, he took out his key and stepped inside. The layout of the first floor was a sight to behold. A spacious indoor swimming pool occupied most of the area, surrounded by various modern fitness equipment, all emphasizing a commitment to a healthy lifestyle. Ascending to the second floor, the level of luxury was even more astonishing. The master bedroom was generously sized and elegantly decorated, equipped with a range of high-end electronic entertainment devices. The most striking feature was the latest model of a humanoid robot, a cutting-edge technological marvel that could change its appearance at will, including facial features and body curves. This villa is worth far more than just 30 million, Luo Feng mused. The 3D gaming setup alone was valued at $1 million, with a market price reaching 5 million. Not to mention the expensive humanoid robot. The details were equally luxurious, with even the bedding made from top-grade silk, worth tens of thousands with just a touch. These wealthy businessmen are indeed generous, Luo Feng understood. In this world where martial prowess is revered, forming early connections with a promising talent is indeed a wise move. After settling in, Luo Feng sat in the gaming area, ready to try out the latest hit, Black Myth, Wukong. Casually, he opened the system interface to check the task completion status. Host, Luo Feng. First Martial Soul, Heavenly Demon God-Slaying Spear Innate. First Soul Ring, 25,000 years. First Soul Skill, Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash. Second Martial Soul, Ancestral Dragon Essence Supreme. First Soul Ring, 120,000 years. First Soul Skill, Dragon Roar. System Level, 444. Available points, 608794. Current task, Apprentice under a titled Dolaw. What? Luo Feng was stunned by the new task. Finding a mentor at the level of a titled Dolaw? Such super powerful individuals are exceedingly rare in the entire Xia Kingdom. Perhaps the principal of the Martial Soul University could reach this level? Once in the imperial capital, he'd have to inquire with Xinping. But the conditions for being accepted as a disciple by such a formidable individual would likely be anything but simple. As he pondered, a sudden and urgent knock sounded at the villa door. Who could be looking for me? Luo Feng stood on the second floor of his villa, frowning in thought. He had only recently moved to the Tianyang community, and very few people knew his address. Could it be those spoiled daughters of wealthy businessmen who failed to win last night coming back? The knocking continued, and Luo Feng had no choice but to go downstairs to check. As he opened the door, he was stunned. Standing outside was Lu Rian, his ex-girlfriend whom he had once beaten up. How dare she show up at his doorstep? Luo Feng, congratulations on becoming the provincial top scorer, Lu Rian said with a sweet smile, attempting to enter without waiting for an invitation. Stop right there. Luo Feng blocked her path with his hand. Luo Feng, I'm here to get back together with you, Lu Rian shamelessly declared. I know you still love me. Let's start over. Get lost. Luo Feng replied coldly. As someone who had transmigrated, he felt no affection for Lu Ruyan and was instead repulsed by her vanity. Besides, those wealthy daughters from last night were far superior to her. Luo Feng, I know you're angry, Lu Ruyan pouted. I even wore your favorite black stockings and lingerie today. From the original owner's memories, Luo Feng knew he had a thing for black stockings, but Lu Ruyan had never fulfilled this desire. Clearly, she was now trying to latch onto him because of his status as the top scorer. I said get lost. Woohoo! Luo Feng, I really know I was wrong. Please believe me, I do love you. Smack. Smack. Two resounding slaps sent Lu Ruyan from the doorway to the street. Yet, instead of being angry, she coyly said, Luo Feng, you're so strong. Even hitting me hurts so much, I just love you to death. Ugh, disgusting. Luo Feng shuddered with goosebumps. He immediately called the patrol team to escort the crazy woman out of the community and had her added to the access blacklist. After seeing Lu Ruyan off, Luo Feng returned to the second floor of the villa. At this moment, Black Myth, Wukong was ready to go. Black Myth, Wukong launch. 3 days flew by, and Luo Feng decided to head to the imperial capital to attend Wuhan University. He parked his beloved sports car in the garage and bought a plane ticket to the capital. In this vast country of Daxia, the direct distance from Changde City to the capital is over 5,000 kilometers. Fortunately, modern high-tech aircraft are incredibly fast, taking just over 7 hours to reach the destination. Having stayed up all night playing the game, Black Myth, Wukong, Luo Feng was exhausted and fell asleep as soon as he boarded the plane. He was only awakened by a flight attendant's gentle voice. Sir, we've arrived at the capital. Groggily, Luo Feng opened his eyes to find that all the other passengers had already disembarked. If not for the imminent departure of the next flight, the flight attendant would have let him continue dreaming. Once off the plane, Luo Feng immediately called Xinping. They had arranged this pickup service during admissions, and Luo Feng, new to the capital, didn't want to bother figuring out the bus routes. While waiting at the designated spot, Luo Feng looked around and noticed hardly any other martial arts exam candidates. It occurred to him that as a special recruit, he was ahead of the regular candidates, who were likely just finishing their college applications. Soon enough, a business SUV pulled up smoothly in front of him. The window rolled down to reveal the face of Xin Ping, the admissions director. "Hop in," Xin Ping cheerfully invited. "Welcome to Wuhuan University, Luo Feng." The two chatted and laughed along the way, discussing Luo Feng's recent life. Half an hour later, the car drove into the campus. Xin Ping suggested familiarizing Luo Feng with the environment by giving him a tour in the car. Initially, Luo Feng thought he could just walk, but as the tour went on, he realized the school scale was beyond his imagination. It took longer to circle the campus than the drive from the airport. By the time they finished, the sky had darkened. "Luo Feng, our Wuhuan University is the largest in the country by area, as you've probably realized," Xin Ping said with a smile. "Now, let's get your enrollment procedures sorted." The enrollment process was surprisingly simple, involving just registration at the service center, facial recognition, and receiving a student watch. This watch was quite powerful, serving as both student ID and a tool to check class schedules and locations, far more practical than the student IDs of the past. At the admissions center of Wuhuan University in the imperial capital, Xin Ping patiently explained the university's credit system to Luo Feng. "At our school, credits are the hard currency," Xin explained in detail. "Since you're a special admit, your student watch starts with 1,000 credits instead of the usual 100 for regular students. Each month, the school will grant you 1,000 credits. These can be used to exchange for resources, such as access to the Soul Power Training Tower. Credits can be earned through various means," Shen continued, "like taking on school tasks, winning competitions, or making it onto the master list. With your abilities, earning credits shouldn't be difficult. Additionally, students can transfer credits and conduct private trades." Shen then informed Luo Feng that his access to secret technique studies had been activated, allowing him to visit the top floor of the library at any time. To Luo Feng's delight, a scholarship of 20 million had already been deposited into his account, with the same amount to be distributed annually at this time. Luo Feng immediately checked his phone and indeed received a transfer notification. A bank card ending in 9527 had received a transfer of 20 million yuan, with a current balance of 26,329 yuan. "What about the teachers?" Luo Feng asked. "Does the school have any titled Deluo experts? I'd like to take one as my mentor." Shin nearly choked on his tea at this. The principal is only at the Seoul sovereign level. Titled Deluos are top national experts. However, he paused thoughtfully. "I do recall that our former principal seemed to have reached that level, but becoming his apprentice would be quite challenging." After Luo Feng expressed his interest in trying, Shin sent him the former principal's detailed information. Considering it was getting late, Luo Feng decided to visit the next day. Shin then led Luo Feng to the school's residential area. What appeared was not a typical dormitory building, but a cluster of luxurious villas, surpassing even the grandeur of the Tianyang wealthy district. "This one is your villa," Shin pointed to one of them. "It's equipped with facial recognition entry, and all basic living supplies are provided, except for clothing, which you'll need to purchase yourself." Noticing Luo Feng hadn't eaten, Shin offered, "You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Let me take you out for a meal first." After having dinner with Xin Ping and buying some suitable clothes, Luo Feng returned to the villa, which was already past 9 in the evening. He entered the villa with facial recognition, looked around, and found that the decor and amenities were just as luxurious as those in the Tianyang community villas. He quickly put away his new clothes and familiarized himself with the villa's layout before taking a hot shower. Lying in bed, Luo Feng pulled out his phone to research the titled Dela he was scheduled to visit the next day. Detailed information soon appeared on the screen. Huang Dezui, a level 94 titled Dela, known by the title Hammer, with a martial spirit ranked 9th among the best, the Skyquake Hammer. Notably, this formidable figure had only taken on 2 apprentices in the past 32 years. "The acceptance rate is really low," Luo Feng muttered to himself with a bitter smile. However, as the 6th principal of the imperial capital Martial Seoul University, this old principal was the only titled Dela still accepting students, leaving Luo Feng with no other choice. Early the next morning, Luo Feng had a simple breakfast before heading straight to the back mountain of the imperial capital Martial Seoul University. Upon reaching the designated spot, he found a long line had already formed. The crowd included sophomores, juniors, and even seniors, all aiming for the opportunity. If they could move the projection of the Skyquake Hammer, they could become his disciple. "Failed again. This is already the 9th time," sighed a sophomore named Zhou Mu, whose martial spirit, the Green Spirit Blade, was ranked 39th among high-grade martial spirits. "Know your place and get lost if you're trash," a mocking voice rang out from the crowd. The speaker was Malaka, last year's top martial arts exam scorer from Yun Province, with an exceptional martial spirit ranked 48th, the Tunnel Digger. After failing last year, he had increased his soul power by nearly 10 levels and was ready to try again with renewed confidence. Malacca approached the Skyquake hammer projection and began to stretch. As a prominent figure who placed third in last year's freshman competition, his actions immediately drew everyone's attention. Malacca is at level 36 soul power now, top tier among sophomores. I heard his third soul ring is a Millennium 1, and it's a power-type soul skill. He'll definitely make it this time. The surrounding murmurs reached Malacca's ears, and a smug smile appeared on his face. After last year's failure, he vowed to redeem himself this year. He gripped the handle of the thunderous hammer with intense focus. Third soul skill, Heaven and Earth Hand. As the skill was unleashed, Malacca's aura surged dramatically, and his once fair arm became muscular and knotted. "Ha!" he shouted, exerting all his strength to lift the thunderous hammer. However, to everyone's surprise, the hammer remained completely still, as if fused with the ground. Failed again. Mocking laughter erupted around him. Isn't this the same Malacca who's always boasting at school that he'd succeed? Now he's made a fool of himself. I don't believe it. Malacca gritted his teeth and tried a few more times, but the thunderous hammer remained immovable. Stop wasting time. There's a line behind you, someone shouted impatiently. Malacca had no choice but to leave, embarrassed. Next, more people stepped forward to try, including a few seniors with soul power reaching level 50, but none succeeded. It's my turn, Luo Feng said excitedly. By observing the previous attempts, he noticed that the thunderous hammer seemed to value the quality of the martial soul rather than the level of soul power. The two disciples of Hammer Do both possessed top-tier martial souls, the Absolute Heaven Sword, ranked 12th, and the Flying Cloud Bat, ranked 20th. Based on historical records, Luo Feng deduced that only top 20 martial souls might have the potential to move this projection of the thunderous hammer. Who's that kid? Never seen him before, murmured voices in the crowd as Luo Feng approached. He's a special recruit, I heard. Special recruit? Doesn't that require being in the top 10 of the provincial exam? Even if he's in the top 10, it doesn't matter. No one has lifted that hammer in over a decade. Luo Feng stood before the thunderous hammer, took a deep breath, and grasped the handle. Judging by the strained expressions of those before him, he anticipated the hammer would be heavy, so he used all his strength. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, the thunderous hammer felt weightless, and he effortlessly tossed it into the sky, where it quickly became a faint. So light. Luo Feng was stunned. The crowd fell silent, everyone dumbfounded. Even Hammer Deloise's two disciples could barely move the hammer, yet this new student had easily thrown it skyward. Several minutes later, a dark shadow plummeted from the sky. It was the thunderous hammer. Simultaneously, a void rift opened, and a teleportation array appeared beneath Luo Feng's feet. According to the tradition, moving the projection of the sky-shaking hammer even slightly signifies a successful apprenticeship. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Luo Feng's figure gradually blurred and was then transported into the void realm where Hammer Delois resided. The scene before him transformed instantly, and Luo Feng found himself in a small office. An elderly man with a smile sat at the desk, none other than the titled Delois, Huang de Chue. Congratulations on becoming my third disciple, the old man said warmly, his tone gentle. Hello, Luo Feng replied respectfully, secretly surprised. This was a stark contrast to the eccentric, combative, or even spa-loving image of titled Deluos he had heard from Xinping. Huang de Chue opened a file and read aloud. Luo Feng, 18 years old, possessing the mundane grade martial soul, by Ling Spear, top scorer in the Hunan province martial exam, with a score of 14,800. As the former principal of the Imperial Capital Martial Soul University, he still had access to new student records. Oh, let me introduce you to your senior brother and sister. With a casual wave, Huang de Chue activated 2 teleportation arrays in the office. Soon, a woman carrying a giant sword and a middle-aged man entered. Huang de Chue introduced them to Luo Feng. This is your senior sister, Situ Jing, with the absolute heaven giant sword martial soul, a level 92 titled Delois, known as Giant Sword. And this is your second senior brother, Zhuge Zhengping, with the flying Cloud Bat martial soul, a level 87 soul sovereign, nicknamed Cloud Bat Sovereign, reputed as the fastest below titled Deluos. Hey, so this is our little junior brother. Situ Jing enthusiastically wrapped an arm around Luo Feng's shoulders, making him slightly uncomfortable with her softness. Zhuge Zhengping chuckled and said, your senior sister has a wild personality, especially after drinking. Remember, don't let her get drunk at your house, or you'll regret it. By the way, how much did our junior brother move the sky-shaking hammer? Situ Jing pulled Luo Feng even closer, almost touching his face. Your junior brother is impressive, Huang de Chue said proudly. He threw my sky-shaking hammer into the sky, and it took a good 10 minutes before it came back down. Hearing this, Situ Jing and Zhuge Jingping were stunned, speechless with shock. Back then, they barely moved. Situ Jing moved 3 centimeters, and Zhuge Jingping only about 2 millimeters, almost imperceptible. Zhuge Jingping recalled the scene with a hint of bitterness in his voice. I was hoping to show off a bit in front of our junior brother, but then he went and threw the heaven-shaking hammer into the sky. What's there to boast about after that? He turned to Huang Dezhu, his eyes filled with curiosity. Flying into the sky? What kind of martial soul does our junior brother have? It can't just be a top-tier martial soul, right? It must be the legendary celestial grade martial soul. But if it were a celestial grade, our Xia kingdom would have announced it. Why haven't we heard about it? Teacher, do you know why? Huang Dazhu's expression was serious. At the awakening ceremony, your junior brother registered as having a common grade martial soul, the 100 Spirit Spear. A common grade martial soul? That's impossible. Situ Jing shook her head decisively. Although she was wild in personality and had a fiery figure, her mind was clear. A martial soul of that quality couldn't even move the projection of the heaven-shaking hammer. It seems there's only one explanation: martial soul mutation. Huang Dazhu uttered the key term. The other two nodded in agreement immediately, as according to martial soul theory, this was the only reasonable explanation. There have been cases of martial soul mutation in Xia Kingdom's history, and while most mutations weaken the martial soul, in rare cases, they become extraordinarily powerful. Could our junior brother have mutated into a celestial grade martial soul? Situ Jing exclaimed excitedly. Teacher, quickly test our junior brother. With Luo Feng's consent, Huang Dezhu took out the testing equipment. Luo Feng saw this as a good opportunity to build rapport and revealed his first martial soul, the Heaven Demon God-slaying Spear. However, after the instrument ran a few cycles, it displayed the words, unable to test. This device, hailing from the starry skies, was the most advanced equipment capable of testing God-grade martial souls, yet it couldn't test this one. Could it be beyond God-grade? The three of them exclaimed in unison. Facing Luo Feng's puzzled look, Huang Dazhu explained, in our titled Deloa galaxy, there are many planets, and ours is considered mid to lower tier. On those higher tier planets, celestial grade martial souls are not uncommon, and the most powerful planets even possess a God-grade martial soul, which is considered the limit of human martial souls. The three looked at Luo Feng with awe in their eyes. And now, you have surpassed that limit. Huang Dachui looked at Luo Feng and sighed deeply. It's a pity that your junior brother comes from a poor examination district. I'm afraid his first spirit ring won't have a high age. As soon as he said this, the three of them fell into silence. As titled Deloa who had traveled the starry skies, they vividly remembered that the first spirit ring of the divine grade spirit owner reached 9,000 years. Now, Luo Feng's spirit even surpassed that divine grade, suggesting that his first spirit ring should at least reach the 10th ascendier level. A hint of regret flickered in Situ Jing's eyes. Ah, it's a shame we didn't meet our junior brother sooner. Otherwise, his first spirit ring wouldn't have been just white. Who said my first spirit ring is white? Luo Feng's lips curled into a smile as he summoned the first spirit ring of his Heaven Demon God-slaying Spear. Since he had already revealed his spirit, there was no need to hide the spirit ring. When the dazzling black spirit ring appeared before them, the three titled Dela gasped in unison. A 10th ascendier black spirit ring? Huang Dachui's voice trembled. As experienced titled Dela, nothing had shocked them this much since seeing the divine grade spirit owner back then. Now, Luo Feng's first spirit ring had become the second such occurrence. Good, very good. Huang Dachui was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Our great Xia is finally going to rise among the stars. From now on, whatever resources you need, just let us know. The three of us will do everything in our power to assist you. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Feng spoke up. Teacher, I need a good meditation technique. Although he had a system that increased his soul power every second, a high-level meditation technique could significantly aid in soul power growth. Very well, it's a good time for me to take you to the treasury. Huang Dachui led Luo Feng to his private treasury. The sight that greeted Luo Feng was awe-inspiring. Every item in the treasury was at least 7th grade, and many treasures he'd only seen in textbooks were now vividly displayed before him. Handing Luo Feng a detailed inventory, Huang Dachui explained, a quarter of my collection was used on your senior sister, helping her become the youngest titled Dela. Half of another quarter went to your second senior brother. The remaining 5/8 are all yours. The inventory detailed the grade, function, and origin of each treasure. Seeing this, Situ Jing and Zhuge Jingping had no objections. They were well aware of their junior brother's potential, and these resources were more than fitting for him. This is the celestial meditation technique, something I acquired in my early years, Hammer Dela said, handing a book with a faint golden glow to Luo Feng. Given the quality of your martial soul, it shouldn't be difficult for you to get started. You should be able to master the basics within a week. By the way, what level are you at now? Level 17, Master, Luo Feng replied respectfully. Hammer Doloa nodded in satisfaction. Once you reach level 20, I'll take you to the Starry Sky Forest to obtain your second soul ring. With the speed of the celestial meditation technique, even with your high-quality martial soul, 2 months should be sufficient. All right, I'll rely on you then, Master. From his storage ring, Hammer Doloa took out 2 crystal-clear jade bottles filled with dark golden liquid. Also, here are 2 bottles of the essence blood from a 100,000-year-old soul beast. During the last Soul Beast invasion, your senior sister and I, along with 2 other titled Luos, managed to kill it. This essence blood is extremely beneficial for Soul Masters in their early stages and should be of great help to you. As Luo Feng took the jade bottles, the supreme beast martial soul, the ancestral dragon essence within him, suddenly stirred for the first time. Luo Feng immediately realized that this 100,000-year-old soul beast must have true dragon bloodline. Such essence blood would be priceless at an auction, yet his master had given it to him so freely. At this moment, his senior sister, Situ Jing, stepped forward. Since master has given it to you, I'll also give you my bottle. She handed him a yellow jade talisman. This is a void jade talisman. If you encounter danger you can't handle, just crush it, and I'll appear beside you immediately. Thank you, senior sister, Luo Feng said, overwhelmed with gratitude. Void jade talismans can only be crafted by titled Luos and start at billions in auction. I've also made 2 void jade talismans. You can have them, Hammer de Loa added, handing over 2 more talismans. Not to be outdone, the second senior brother said, I can't make void jade talismans, but here's the wing of the cloud bat and 10 absolute sky giant sword projections for you, little junior brother. Infuse them with soul power to activate. They're excellent life-saving tools. 3 hours later, when Luo Feng emerged from Hammer de Loa's secret void realm and returned to the campus, he couldn't help but smile at the thought of the gifts. Combined, they would allow him to stand his ground against the title de Loa without even trying. Back at the dormitory area, Luo Feng noticed new residents on both sides. On the left was a chubby boy surrounded by a large group of bodyguards, and on the right was a voluptuous woman in a green dress, none other than Lin Qingxue, this year's top martial arts exam candidate from Baoding province. As Luo Feng's gaze fell on her, Lin Qingxue returned his look with a smile. Hello, my name is Lin Qingxue, and I'm from Baoding province. I'll be your neighbor from now on, so please take care of me. A young woman greeted Luo Feng with a sweet smile. Hi, I'm Luo Feng from Hunan province. Just as Luo Feng finished responding, a chubby guy came over. There were only 3 villas in this area, so it was clear they would all be neighbors. Lin Qingxue, Luo Feng, hello. I'm Fei Yangyang from Shaanxi province. The chubby guy introduced himself enthusiastically. Fei what? Luo Feng didn't catch it at first. Fei Yangyang. Fei what Yang? Fei Yangyang. After confirming the rather unique name, Lin Qingxue curiously asked, how did you know our names? Fei Yangyang grinned proudly. Hee. Before enrolling, I studied the martial arts exam statistics from each province. You're the top scorer from Baoding province, with a low-grade golden spirit staff as your martial soul, making you the biggest dark horse. And Luo Feng is even more impressive, having become Hunan province's dark horse with an ordinary martial soul. You two are the biggest dark horses in the history of the martial arts exam. As he spoke, he gestured for his staff to present 2 exquisite gift boxes. Since this is our first meeting, here's a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Considering their future relationship as classmates and neighbors, Luo Feng and Lin Qingxue gladly accepted the gifts. Fei Yangyang then took his leave. I'll head back to organize my villa. Just arrived and haven't had a chance to tidy up. Back at his villa, one of Fei Yangyang's staff complained. Young master, this place is too basic. Should we ask the master to renovate it? Or build a new residence off campus? Enough, Fei Yangyang waved his hand dismissively. This is Martial Soul University, not home. It's a bit shabby, but it's livable. Once you're done organizing, you can head back. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue returned to her villa to settle in. Luo Feng went up to the 2nd floor to study a celestial grade meditation technique. This method could automatically convert the energy in the air into soul power, with the conversion efficiency depending on the technique's quality and the user's proficiency. All meditation techniques are divided into 5 levels: beginner, minor achievement, mastery, major achievement, and perfection. Luo Feng opened the celestial grade meditation book, finding the content indeed complex and difficult to understand. Reading through it once took a considerable amount of time. Although his teacher mentioned it would take 2 months to reach the beginner level, he couldn't wait any longer. Luo Feng opened the system, and a familiar interface appeared before him. He chuckled. With the system at my disposal, why bother with meditation techniques? Just enhance directly. The interface of the Infinite Soul Master Enhancement System displayed. Immortal Meditation Technique 100007-809-5655. Once he confirmed the enhancement, Luo Feng unhesitatingly invested 10,000 points, raising the Immortal Meditation Technique to the introductory proficiency level. The system immediately showed new data. Immortal Meditation Technique Introductory 5000-077-0961. Luo Feng closed his eyes to examine his soul sea, feeling the changes. He observed that soul power continuously flowed in, and upon closer inspection, he discovered that the introductory level of the Immortal Meditation Technique increased his soul power by 5 points per second. This efficiency matched his current level 5 system. This investment was worth it. Luo Feng's eyes lit up, and he quickly decided to continue the enhancement. He decisively invested more points to elevate his proficiency from introductory to minor achievement. The system displayed Immortal Meditation Technique Minor Achievement 10000720966. The effect was immediate, as the speed of soul power enhancement doubled to 10 points per second. Luo Feng, increasingly excited, resolved to push forward to perfection. After investing 100,000 points, his proficiency reached mastery. Immortal Meditation Technique Mastery 550000620971. At this point, the soul power increase rate reached an impressive 16 points per second. Although the next stage required 550,000 points, Luo Feng invested without hesitation. The system displayed Immortal Meditation Technique Major Achievement 1-500-007-0976. Feeling the soul power increase by 30 points per second, Luo Feng couldn't help but marvel at the system's power. Normally, it would take a genius 2 months to reach the introductory level and 2 years for minor achievement with the Immortal Meditation Technique, but he had reached major achievement in mere seconds. He checked the task panel, and a new level 6 system task had refreshed. First place in the newcomer competition. Luo Feng recalled Xin Ping mentioning that a competition would be held a month after new students enrolled, where the winners would receive substantial rewards, and the first place winner would receive personal guidance from the 88th level Soul Sovereign Principle. Finally, Luo Feng opened Fei Yangyang's gift box, which contained a bank card. Using his phone, he checked the balance, and the screen displayed 1 million. 1 million. Luo Feng was stunned. Although he already had 26 million, Fei Yangyang's generous gift upon first meeting was indeed surprising. While Luo Feng was practicing the celestial meditation technique, the atmosphere in Lin Qingshue's villa was quite different. Lin Qingxue lounged lazily on the leather sofa in the second-floor hall, her mind filled with images of Luo Feng. So he is Luo Feng, and he's actually quite handsome, she murmured to herself. After the martial arts exam, Lin Qingxue had thoroughly studied the top scores from various provinces. She thought she was the biggest dark horse this year for scoring 9,480 points with a lower-grade martial soul and becoming the top scorer in the Su province. However, upon seeing Luo Feng's score from Hunan province, she realized his performance was even more astounding. Because of this, when the 3 top martial soul universities were recruiting, she specifically inquired about Luo Feng's application intentions. Coupled with the generous conditions offered by the Imperial Capital Martial Soul University, Lin Qingxue chose to come here and even applied to be Luo Feng's neighbor. Teacher, can you sense what kind of martial soul he has? Lin Qingxue asked, speaking to the necklace around her neck. She had approached Luo Feng earlier to let her teacher investigate. As soon as she finished speaking, a hazy figure slowly emerged from the necklace. Stunning woman, Lin Qingxue's teacher. I cannot sense it. The teacher's voice held a rare hint of caution. When my martial soul probed, it felt as if a terrifying pair of eyes were watching me. That's impossible, Lin Qingxue exclaimed. Your divine phoenix martial soul is a saint-grade martial soul. There's no need to be so surprised, the teacher replied calmly. I've told you before, your galaxy is just a speck of dust in the vast universe. Beyond celestial-grade martial souls, there are divine and saint grades, and in the core areas of the universe, it's said there are martial souls that surpass even saint grade. Although I don't know the exact levels beyond saint grade, it's clear Luo Feng is not a simple mortal-grade martial soul. The most important thing now is to elevate your golden spirit staff to a mid-grade martial soul. With my secret method, you should complete that within a week. Oh, and tomorrow, go to the library to study the mid-grade meditation technique. Understood, teacher. Lin Qingxue nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, Luo Feng was examining the gift box sent by Fei Yangyang. He then took out 3 bottles of Tenta Sandier Soul Beast blood given by his teacher and senior sister. These were rare treasures that could greatly enhance one's physique upon absorption. However, the requirements were stringent. Weapon martial soul users needed to dilute it with auxiliary liquids, and beast martial soul users, although they could use martial soul possession to reduce risks, still needed to be of celestial grade. On the entire blue star, only Luo Feng, with his supreme beast martial soul, the ancestral dragon essence, could directly absorb the undiluted blood. Luo Feng immediately summoned the ancestral dragon essence to possess him and began absorbing the 3 bottles of blood. Initially, he felt a slight itch, but as the absorption accelerated, Luo Feng felt a slight pain throughout his body, a sign that the essence blood was beginning to strengthen his muscles and bones. Threads of red energy swirled around him, gradually penetrating deep into his muscles and bones. Over time, impurities were expelled from his body, forming a dark brown residue on his skin. After 3 whole hours, he had completely absorbed 3 bottles of essence blood. At this moment, a faint but visible golden glow began to appear in his muscles and bones. Golden light of the flesh. A hint of joy flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. This was the hallmark of reaching the Wugo Immaculate Realm. He calculated silently that if he could acquire a dozen more bottles of essence blood from 10th of Sandy-year-old soul beasts, he was confident he could elevate his entire body to the Wugo realm. The benefits of the Wugo realm were obvious. A significant enhancement in physical strength, enough to directly confront soul beasts of the same level. More importantly, without impurities, the Bodhi's efficiency in absorbing and transforming abilities was greatly improved. Luo Feng immediately tested his meditation technique and found that his soul power increase per second had risen from 30 points to 36 points, an increase of 1/5. Suddenly, a foul odor reached his nose. Looking down, he saw his body covered in a black, muddy residue. "I need to take a bath," Luo Feng said, quickly heading to the bathroom. After bathing, Luo Feng lay on his bed, deciding to rest early. The next day, he needed to visit the library to choose secret techniques to study, a privilege of special admissions students. Although secret techniques might not be as powerful as soul skills in the later stages, having an extra survival skill was always beneficial. Despite receiving many protective charms from his teachers and senior students, personal strength was fundamental. The next morning, as Luo Feng stepped out, he met Fei Yangyang, who was also heading to the library. The round-faced, chubby boy greeted him warmly. "Good morning, Luo Feng. Let's go together." As they spoke, Lin Qingxue also emerged from her dormitory. She was in casual attire today, yet her aura as a level-strong practitioner was unmistakable. Fei Yangyang immediately called out, "Qingxue, want to join us to the library?" "Sure." Lin Qingxue agreed readily. The three of them set off together, chatting along the way to pass the time. Luo Feng learned that Fei Yangyang came from the Fei family in the Shaanxi province, a large mining family controlling 40% of the ore business in the Xia kingdom. This explained why Fei Yangyang could casually give away $1 million as a token gesture. Even more remarkable was that Fei Yangyang had awakened the rare martial spirit of the Undying Phoenix, currently possessing level 16 soul power and on the verge of breaking through to level 17. He was the most outstanding genius in the history of the Fei family and had been designated as the next head of the family. Before long, the three of them arrived at the imperial capital Martial Soul University Library. The scale of this library was astonishing, with its vast grounds and a grand entrance towering over 10 meters high. Even Luo Feng, who was accustomed to seeing impressive sights, couldn't help but marvel at it. This magnificent building is considered a sanctuary of martial soul knowledge, housing all related texts since the advent of the supernatural era. From basic theories to advanced meditation techniques, it offers everything one could need, which explains why it attracts a steady stream of students eager to learn. As soon as the trio stepped through the library doors, Lin Qingxue's attention was drawn to the bustling crowd in the hall on the left. Fei Yangyang quickly explained, "That's the combat power testing monument. You just scan your student watch and attack the monument to measure your overall combat strength. If you're strong enough, you might even make it to the top 100 list. You know about this?" Lin Qingxue asked, surprised. Fei Yangyang proudly put his hands on his hips. "Of course. I went through all the school materials before enrolling. I even know which teachers prefer which type of underwear." Eagerly, Lin Qingxue suggested, "Luo Feng, why don't we give it a try? We might make it to the top 100 of the freshman records." Fei Yangyang quickly interjected, "It's not that easy." He explained, "The freshman records list tracks achievements within the first year of enrollment. The top 100 spots are mostly held by records from sophomores. Even though you're top scorers, your current strength can't compare to that of students who've been training for nearly a year." But Lin Qingxue insisted, "Let's just do it as a benchmark and see how much we improve in a year." Luo Feng nodded, agreeing to give it a shot, while Fei Yangyang stood to the side, grinning as he took out his phone to record. "Don't blame me if you embarrass yourselves." Lin Qingxue stepped forward and scanned her student watch. The monument immediately displayed, "Lin Qingxue, student ID 203-59876, welcome." The surrounding crowd began to murmur. "A student ID starting with 2035? Isn't that a freshman? Testing right after the martial arts exam? Probably aiming for the top 100 list to get the credit reward." Amidst the skeptical gazes, Lin Qingxue confidently summoned her golden spirit staff and launched an attack on the technological monument with her first soul skill. First soul skill, Universal Staff Strike. Lin Qingxue's petite figure stood firm in front of the technology monument, her hand gripping a golden staff that shimmered with a dazzling light. As she moved gracefully, a massive golden staff shadow traced a beautiful arc through the air and heavily struck the monument. Clap! The monument's surface instantly lit up with the number 54,099. Following this, a clear electronic voice resonated throughout the first-floor hall. "Congratulations, Lin Qingxue. Your comprehensive combat power has reached 54,099 points, placing you at 89th on the freshman power ranking, earning 100 credits." The system automatically transferred the 100 credits to Lin Qingxue's account. She glanced down at her student watch, satisfied to see her credits had reached 600,500, of which were from a special recruitment bonus. "Wow, She looks so delicate, yet she's wielding a staff. The surrounding students whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with amused curiosity. After all, in the history of martial spirit awakening, Lin Qingxue might be the only girl to awaken a staff-type martial spirit. Just starting school with 54,000 combat power, this freshman is incredible. Give it another year, and she might break the record and take the top spot. Definitely possible. She's the first freshman to make the list right after enrolling. A few bold male students eagerly approached to ask for her contact information, but Lin Qingxue politely declined them all. Qingxue, you're amazing, absolutely incredible. Fatty Fei Yangyang praised her sincerely. Luo Feng might be even more impressive. Why don't you give it a try? Lin Qingxue turned to look at Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded in agreement and approached the monument, swiping his student watch. Luo Feng, student ID 203577724, welcome. The electronic voice sounded. To everyone's surprise, Luo Feng didn't use a soul skill but instead directly punched the monument. The surrounding students burst into laughter. Hey, you need to attack with a soul skill. How much power can you have with just your body? However, when the monument displayed the number 52,100, all laughter abruptly ceased. The electronic voice sounded again. Congratulations, Luo Feng. Your comprehensive combat power has reached 52,100 points, placing you at 99th on the freshman power ranking, earning 100 credits. How is this possible? He made the list with just his physical strength. His potential is even more terrifying than that girl's. These new students are getting stronger each year. As everyone was still in shock, Luo Feng summoned the Heavenly Demon God-Slaying Spear, preparing to unleash his first soul skill. Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash. Boom. A massive crescent slash crashed down on the stone tablet, causing the entire library hall of the Imperial Capital Martial Soul University to tremble. This library, known for its vast expanse, was constructed with the most durable materials, resistant even to minor earthquakes. Yet, Luo Feng managed to achieve this with just his first soul skill. The numbers on the stone tablet instantly updated, and an electronic voice echoed through the hall. Congratulations, Luo Feng, for reaching a comprehensive combat power of 103,400 points, securing the first place on the freshman combat ranking, breaking the record, and earning 100 credits. Amidst the flashing golden light, the new rankings appeared. First place, Luo Feng, combat power 103,400. Second place, Chao Shun, combat power 98,076. Third place, Gao Chao, combat power 96,666. The hall fell into a stunned silence, with everyone wide-eyed and incredulous at the scene before them. It was a long moment before someone broke the silence. He broke the record? This can't be real. How was it so easy? A freshman, just starting out, breaking the record set by senior students? Imperial Capital Martial Soul University, with its nearly century-long history, had witnessed the rise of countless prodigies. And now, a freshman had shattered a record that predecessors achieved after a year of cultivation at the university. If the original record holder knew, their confidence might crumble on the spot. I need to update my status. Fei Yangyang hurriedly pulled out his phone. Others followed suit, with some even pushing forward to request photos. Brother Luo Feng, can I take a picture with you? Even the seniors, both male and female, addressed him this way, making Luo Feng's skin crawl. Standing on the outskirts of the crowd, Lin Qingxue muttered to herself, is this guy really that powerful? She had thought that with the help of her teacher, the gap between her and Luo Feng wasn't significant and that she might even surpass him before the freshman competition. But now it seemed like wishful thinking. His combat power was double hers. Teacher, do I still have a chance to catch up to him? Lin Qingxue asked the empress in her necklace. Of course you do. The empress replied confidently. The saying goes, the distance between a man and a woman is like a mountain, but for a woman chasing a man, it's just a veil. With your charm, winning over Luo Feng shouldn't be a problem. Lin Qingxue took the manual handed to her by her teacher, and, upon seeing the cover, her face turned red. 36 strategies to woo handsome men. Teacher, I meant catching up to him in terms of skill, not that kind of pursuit between a man and a woman. Lin Qingxue hurriedly explained, her voice tinged with a bit of panic. The Empress Mentor's eyes gleamed with a hint of mischief. I think Luo Feng is quite good, Qingxue. Would you consider it? If you don't. Teacher, you don't mean you want to chase him yourself, do you? Lin Qingxue interrupted helplessly. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? The Empress Mentor said seriously, what I mean is, although Luo Feng is indeed much stronger than you now, under my guidance, you can surpass him in just one semester. After all, I was one of the 4 legendary mentors in the Central Universe. Yes, I must catch up to Luo Feng. Lin Qingxue clenched her fist and immediately headed to the library to find meditation techniques. In her view, not a second could be wasted, and her goal for this semester was to surpass Luo Feng. Meanwhile, Luo Feng was surrounded by a crowd of students taking photos. More notably, a group of beautiful young women gathered around him. Among them, a seductive senior wrapped her arm around Luo Feng's, pressing against him with soft fullness. Little brother Luo Feng, our Fox Charm Society is just short of people lately. Would you like to join us? The seductive senior's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. Protests erupted around them. Isn't the Fox Charm Society usually only for girls? It's well known that the Fox Charm Society is one of the most distinctive clubs at the imperial capital's Martial Seoul University, exclusively accepting women with a beauty score above 85. The club president, Hu Mei, is recognized as the campus beauty, with a beauty and figure score of 98. What's wrong with us wanting to recruit a freshman with masculine charm? The senior holding Luo Feng's arm retorted. Little brother Luo Feng, I'm Xiao Qian, a squad leader in the Fox Charm Society. Let's exchange contact information first, okay? Seeing Luo Feng wanting to leave, Xiao Qian quickly suggested. Reluctantly, Luo Feng agreed due to Xiao Qian's persistence. She then offered to show him around the library. No need, senior. I'm going somewhere you can't go. Luo Feng politely declined. Heh, are you underestimating me, junior? There's no place in the library I can't go. Xiao Qian assured, patting her chest confidently. Luo Feng's face turned slightly red at the scene before him. Senior, I don't mind you patting your chest, but could you pat your own next time? Sorry, Luo Feng, I got a bit too excited. But there's no part of this library that I, as your senior, can't access. Let me show you around. Xiao Qian said confidently, patting her chest with a hint of pride in her voice. I'm heading to the top floor to study a secret technique. Are you coming? Luo Feng stated calmly, but his words struck everyone present like a heavy blow. The top floor. Not only Xiao Qian, but the surrounding students also widened their eyes in shock. The top floor of the library, a restricted area at the imperial capital Martial Seoul University, houses 3 precious secret techniques. Only those who have made significant contributions to the school or won first place in major competitions can earn the right to study there. Just like last year's champion of the global elite Soul Master competition, who got a one-time opportunity. Luo Feng, you must be joking, right? Xiao Qian frowned. I've never heard of a freshman being allowed to study a secret technique on the top floor directly. No need to deceive you, Luo Feng replied, heading straight towards the library, followed by a group of students unable to suppress their curiosity. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance to the 4th floor. An elderly man with graying hair sat solemnly, and upon seeing the group, he sternly said, Go back down. This is not a place for you. As he spoke, he released a powerful aura. A Soul Sovereign level expert, the students exclaimed. This presence was even stronger than the principal's, causing some to fall to their knees. Still not listening. The elder was about to reprimand them when he noticed Luo Feng, unaffected, already at the entrance. This is my student watch, please check it, Luo Feng said with a smile. I have the right to study one of the secret techniques. The elder inspected the watch while observing Luo Feng. When he saw the word freshman, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, once he confirmed it, his expression softened immediately. You may enter. But remember, you can only choose one secret technique. Luo Feng walked straight inside, leaving a group of people outside buzzing with discussions. Did Luo Feng really go in? Someone exclaimed. He's just started and already gets to learn secret techniques. How enviable. Some people don't get this chance even by the time they graduate. Xiao Qian from the Fox Charm Society watched Luo Feng's back with a glint in her eyes. We must recruit this junior Luo Feng into our club. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Luo Feng found not the expected bookshelves and ancient texts, but a vast expanse of white space. As a secret technique space created by a titled Doloa, this place was clearly extraordinary. He continued walking through this void until suddenly, brilliant stars appeared above him. Where is the secret technique? Luo Feng looked up, soon noticing 3 particularly bright stars. Just as he pondered how to obtain them, the 3 stars descended on their own, transforming into 3 ancient scrolls that floated beside him. Though he could only choose one, Luo Feng decided to examine each one before making a decision. He carefully unrolled the first scroll. Life Secret Technique. A powerful healing technique created by the Life Doloa. Once mastered, any non-lethal injury can be fully healed within a day. This was akin to having an extra life, making Luo Feng's eyes light up. The last scroll, Second Secret Technique. This technique allows the creation of a special space within the body to store soul power equivalent to one's own. In times of crisis, it can be accessed at any moment, and when perfected, it can store 100 of soul power, serving as a powerful tool for turning the tide in desperate situations. Faced with these 3 uniquely valuable secret techniques, Luo Feng fell into deep contemplation. Each one held immense worth. Which should he choose? After some contemplation, Luo Feng made his choice. After carefully weighing the pros and cons of the 3 secret techniques, he ultimately decided to study the Fury Secret Technique. His reasoning was straightforward. In a true life-and-death battle, victory is often decided in the first wave. No matter how strong the life secret technique is, it's hard to escape death if you can't win. As for the space secret technique, it's good, but if your strength is lacking, all the evasion in the world is futile. With this mindset, Luo Feng began to focus on studying the Fury secret technique. Upon opening the manual, he found the text to be obscure and difficult to understand, but with the system at hand, this wasn't a major problem. However, due to a lack of enhancement points and his current efforts to accumulate points for upgrading the immortal meditation technique, he had to rely on his own efforts for now. Thus, Luo Feng spent several hours in the library, not emerging until after 4 p.m. His hours of diligent study paid off, as he had already reached the entry level of the Fury secret technique. Given his current proficiency, the technique could provide a 5 overall combat power boost after sustaining it for a quarter of an hour in battle. Although this boost seemed somewhat insignificant, with the system's assistance, he was confident it would improve significantly in the future. As Luo Feng left the library and headed back to his dormitory, he suddenly noticed a towering black tower in the distance. This was the Soul Power Tower that Shin Ping had mentioned earlier, a mysterious structure that appeared with the advent of the era of supernatural abilities. It was said that training inside the tower not only greatly accelerated soul power enhancement, but also offered other special effects. The tower had 9 levels, with better effects the higher one went, but the pressure also increased. While Luo Feng was contemplating whether to experience it himself, he spotted a familiar figure. Fei Yangyang, what are you doing here? Hee. Luo Feng, I waited for you for half a day but didn't see you, so I decided to try out the Soul Power Tower first, the chubby boy said with a satisfied grin. The training effects here are indeed impressive, and my soul power growth has increased significantly. Unfortunately, with my current strength, I can't stay on the first level for too long. Then I'll give it a try too, Luo Feng said eagerly. Wait, Fei Yangyang quickly stopped him. The training rooms on the first level are full. You'll have to wait until someone comes out. According to his introduction, the first floor has a total of 36 training rooms, which is far from enough to accommodate the large student body of the imperial capital's Martial Soul University. Because the pressure on the first floor is relatively low, it is very popular among students, especially sophomores, and is almost always fully occupied. To enter, one has to queue up, and sometimes it's not even possible to get a spot. Fortunately, it's currently the eve of the new student intake, so the crowd is relatively smaller. Can I go to the second floor? Luo Feng asked. No, the pressure on the second floor is too high, requiring at least sophomore status. You can verify it with your student watch. Luo Feng swiped his watch as instructed, and indeed, it only showed access to the first floor. Since that was the case, he decided to try his hand on the first floor to experience the wonders of the Soul Power Tower firsthand. Before long, someone exited room 34, and Luo Feng quickly seized the opportunity to enter. Inside, a faint pressure greeted him, noticeable even to someone of his physique, indicating that the first floor was indeed no small feat. Luo Feng sat cross-legged and began his meditation technique. To his delight, the soul power increase rate, originally 36 points per second, rose to 42 points here. This effect was quite impressive, significantly shortening the time needed for him to break through to level 20. If the first floor has such an effect, wouldn't the second floor be even stronger? What would the ninth floor be like? Luo Feng pondered silently, then looked up the promotion conditions for the Soul Power Tower on the school's website. For freshmen to enter the second floor, they must pass a 1-hour pressure test and pay 500 credits. This number made Luo Feng gasp. An ordinary student earns only 100 credits per month. Even with his 1,000 base credits, plus the 1,100 credits for making the list and breaking records, totaling 2,100 credits, deducting 500 all at once was quite a lot. Moreover, the credit requirements for the third floor and beyond are even higher. 3 hours later, night fell. The Soul Power Tower closes promptly at 8:30 p.m. to ensure students maintain a regular schedule. Checking his remaining credits, 30 had already been deducted, indicating that the first floor charges 10 credits per hour. Thus, an ordinary student's monthly credits would only cover 10 hours of training. In comparison, a hearty meal at the school cafeteria costs only 4 credits, highlighting that training is indeed resource-intensive. As Luo Feng was about to leave the Soul Power Tower with Fei Yangyang, he heard a familiar voice. Luo Feng, you guys are here too? Looking up, he saw it was Lin Qingxue. It turns out that Lin Qingxue had entered the Soul Power Tower even before Luo Feng. While enhancing her soul power, she focused on studying the medium-grade meditation technique she had exchanged from the library. Although her martial soul had not yet evolved to a medium grade, familiarizing herself with it in advance could only be beneficial. This process took her several hours. Let's go back, Fei Yangyang suddenly suggested. I heard the university town is quite nice at night. How about we go for a stroll? I'm up for it. Maybe we can find something for a late-night snack. Luo Feng replied. Lin Qingxue nodded in agreement. The three of them soon arrived at the university town situated between 3 top martial soul universities. The place was bustling with shops of all kinds, from regular clothing stores to those specializing in minerals and tools. There was even a black market hidden in a secret corner, rumored to have rare treasures. After enjoying their shopping spree and getting new clothes tailored, they reluctantly headed back, close to midnight. Fortunately, their student watches could store items, otherwise, they would have been overwhelmed with shopping bags. Back at the villa, the Empress emerged from Lin Qingshue's necklace. Today's haul was good, she said contentedly. We managed to get some crucial herbs. I thought you'd need more time to evolve your martial soul to a medium grade, but it seems you can succeed tonight. Really? Lin Qingxue was thrilled. Under the Empress's guidance, she had been practicing an evolution technique to upgrade her basic grade copper spirit staff to a low-grade golden spirit staff. Now, a higher breakthrough was within reach. The Empress skillfully mixed the herbs and quickly concocted a potion. Lin Qingxue drank it in one go, and her golden spirit staff immediately began to change. Cracks appeared on its surface before it shattered, revealing a new martial soul form. Let me have a look. The Empress examined it closely. Impressive. This is the medium-grade martial soul, the Heavenly Source Staff, ranked 23rd among 146 medium-grade martial souls. Quite remarkable. Lin Qingxue was overjoyed. Compared to her previous awkward standing of 240th among 244 low-grade martial souls, this evolution was a significant leap. She glanced towards Luo Feng's villa, silently vowing to surpass him soon. Achoo! Luo Feng suddenly sneezed in the villa and rubbed his nose, thinking to himself, is someone thinking about him? Maybe those people from the Fox Charm Society? He opened the panel to check his soul power level and found it had reached level 18. It should have taken until tomorrow to reach this level, so the training effect of the soul power tower was indeed impressive. Luo Feng decided to strive for the qualification for the second floor tomorrow. Sitting in front of the computer, Luo Feng browsed the school forum, then checked the task list. Currently, there were only tasks for sophomores, juniors, and seniors, as freshmen had not officially enrolled yet, with only special recruits on campus. Can't freshmen take on sophomore tasks? Luo Feng tried to click on the sophomore task button, and the system immediately prompted, grade requirement not met, cannot accept task. As expected, otherwise, upperclassmen could easily complete lower grade tasks. It seems I'll have to wait for the freshman tasks to open, and there's still about 10 days until school starts. They'll just focus on training on the first floor of the Soul Power Tower for now, Luo Feng thought, noting that his points reserve was sufficient. The next morning, Luo Feng first had breakfast in the cafeteria and packed 2 extra meals. He planned to stay in the Soul Power Tower all day to train. With his current celestial grade meditation technique, he could increase his soul power by 6 points per second, accumulating over 240,000 soul power in 12 hours. After a few days of such training, he could not only reach level 20, but also have enough points to perfect his meditation technique. However, when he arrived at the entrance of the first floor of the Soul Power Tower, a young man dressed in luxurious clothes blocked his path. Are you Luo Feng? The man asked condescendingly. I don't know you. Please move. Luo Feng replied calmly. Hey, you don't know me? But I know you. The man introduced himself. I'm Mou from Hunan Province. Well, Mou, why don't you go fish somewhere else and stop blocking the way? Luo Feng said. And while Mou was still laughing, he slipped into the Soul Power Tower. Mou continued to shout outside. You made me lose the top spot in Hunan Province and brought disgrace to my family. Today I must seek justice. By the time he finished laughing, Luo Feng was long gone. The surrounding students watched Mou's strange behavior and whispered among themselves, who is this guy? Is he out of his mind? Should we call the medical office? His laughter seems off. It turned out Mou, with his exceptional talent, should have easily secured the top spot in Hunan Province, but Luo Feng had taken that position from him. Learning that Luo Feng often visited the Soul Power Tower, he had come to wait here. Luo Feng, don't think you can hide from me by going inside. I'll be waiting for you to come out. Mou said through gritted teeth, beginning his long wait. Luo Feng decided to train inside the tower for an entire day, leaving Mou, who was waiting outside, destined to return disappointed. By the time the Soul Power Tower closed, Mou had fallen asleep in the hall, but Luo Feng simply walked past him without acknowledging the uninvited follower. He understood well that the more attention he gave to such people, the more they would take advantage. In the following days, Luo Feng continued his routine of immersing himself in the Soul Power Tower. Mou stubbornly waited outside day after day, to the point where people in the hall started talking about him. Who is that guy? He wanders around on the first floor every day, but never goes into train. Could he be a spy from another country? Look at how skittish he seems. I think he's waiting for someone. Maybe he's trying to pursue an upperclassman. Whatever, he seems off. Best to keep our distance. Hearing the chatter around him, Mou was visibly embarrassed. By the third day, he couldn't hold out any longer. Watching Luo Feng stay inside from opening to closing every day, he couldn't help but wonder, doesn't this guy ever get bored? Or is he secretly reading something inappropriate in there? Ultimately, Mou decided to give up waiting and planned to face Luo Feng during the freshman competition instead. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's training was quite fruitful. 3 days of intense practice brought him to the brink of breaking through to level 19, accumulating a total of 1,509,890 points. He eagerly opened his personal panel. Host, Luo Feng. Soul Power Level, 19. First Martial Soul. Heavenly Demon God-Slaying Spear Innate Quality. First Soul Skill, Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash. Second Martial Soul, Ancestral Dragon Essence Supreme Quality. First Soul Skill, Dragon's Roar. With ample points, Luo Feng immediately upgraded the Immortal Meditation method to its perfect state. This significantly increased his soul power conversion rate from 36 points per second to 60, and with the tower's boost, an astonishing 70 points per second. Although the twin martial souls demanded a great deal of soul power, Luo Feng was confident he could break through to level 20 within 3 days, after which he could head to the Star Forest to acquire his second soul ring. However, staying in the soul power tower for extended periods did leave him feeling somewhat restless, and sometimes stepping outside made him inexplicably irritable, likely due to the monotonous environment. After another 3 days, when Luo Feng finally reached level 20, he immediately left the soul power tower. Without the support of a second soul ring, continued training would be futile. After leaving, Luo Feng first took a stroll around the campus to clear his mind, then prepared to set off for the Starry Sky Forest. He retrieved the void key given by Hammer Delaw from the storage space of his student watch. The key glowed faintly in his hand. As a teleportation array lit up beneath his feet, Luo Feng was instantly transported to the void's secret realm. Teacher, I've reached level 20. Luo Feng reported to Hammer Delaw. Very good, Hammer Delaw nodded. I'll call your senior sister over now. With a wave of his hand, a figure appeared. It was senior sister Situ Jing. Where's second senior brother? Isn't he coming? Luo Feng asked. That soul master level trash isn't worth the trouble, Situ Jing said disdainfully. Besides, he's busy and can't make it. Luo Feng thought to himself. Second senior brother is an 87th level powerhouse, and he's being called trash. Does that make me even worse? All right, let's set off for the Starry Sky Forest. Hammer Doloa put down his tasks, ready to depart. Teacher, the Starry Sky Forest is so far away. Are we taking a bus or a plane? Luo Feng inquired. He knew the forest was rich in soul beasts, ideal for finding a matching soul beast, but it was far away and extremely dangerous. With luck, they might even encounter a 100,000-year-old soul beast. We'll just traverse the void. As a titled Doloa, why would I need a plane? Huang Dachui said, opening a void gate and stepping through first. Luo Feng followed, thinking, this is how the strong travel. When I become a titled Doloa, I'll travel like this too. Imagine the gas money saved in my previous life. Stepping through the void gate, they were greeted by the sight of the Starry Sky Forest. Hammer Doloa explained, this is the central area. Given the quality of your martial spirit, your second soul ring should be at least 10,000 years old. We need to find an attack-type soul beast suitable for your spear martial spirit, not something like a tree spirit. The three began searching from low altitude, but soon discovered that the presence of a titled Doloa caused the surrounding soul beasts to hide. Let's go down, teacher, Situ Jing suggested. On the ground, we can restrain our soul power and reduce the pressure. Very well, for the sake of the junior brother's soul ring, Hammer Doloa agreed. The three of them descended to the ground, slowed their pace, and carefully searched the forest for a suitable 10,000-year-old soul beast, ready to act as soon as they found the right target. The three of them slowly searched the central area. The vast and boundless Starry Sky Forest was teeming with soul beasts that roamed without fixed habitats, making map drawing an incredibly challenging task. Finding a suitable soul beast relied entirely on luck. With good fortune, it could be accomplished in a day, but with bad luck, it might take a week to find an ideal target. Luo Feng was grateful that his martial soul was a spear. If he had a more peculiar martial soul, he might have had to venture into more dangerous waters to hunt aquatic soul beasts. As they walked, they suddenly stumbled upon a horrifying scene. More than a dozen corpses strewn across the ground, one of which appeared to be a young student. Upon closely examining the gruesome state of the bodies, Luo Feng quickly concluded that these individuals were likely there to obtain soul rings. To enter the central area of the Starry Sky Forest, one had to be at least at the Soul King level, yet they were brutally killed by some fierce soul beast, their bodies reduced to pulp. Roar! As Luo Feng inspected the scene, a massive black berserk bear charged out from the woods. This soul beast stood 8 meters tall, its body covered in thick fur, and its blood-red eyes radiated a murderous gleam. A man-eating berserk bear? Luo Feng's mind immediately recalled the relevant knowledge. This type of soul beast not only had extremely high attack power, but also possessed a berserk talent. Once triggered, it would lose all reason, and its combat power would soar. Judging by its over 8-meter stature, it was clearly at the 10th Ascendier level. Its size increased by 1 meter every 2,000 years, which confirmed this. Looking back, he saw that his teacher and senior sister had retreated to a safe distance, clearly intending to use this opportunity to test Luo Feng's combat capabilities. Luo Feng understood that this was a chance to showcase his strength. Even if he couldn't handle it, his mentors would step in to assist. Heavenly Demon God-Slaying Spear. Luo Feng summoned his first martial soul and immediately activated his first soul skill. Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash. A massive crescent-shaped energy blade whistled through the air, but was effortlessly shattered by the light wave emitted from the berserk bear's mouth. As the bear's attention was momentarily diverted, Luo Feng silently maneuvered behind it. With a swift thrust, his spear pierced the bear's lower leg, causing blood to spurt. Despite its enormous size, the beast was slow and had limited vision, and its attention had been scattered by the earlier soul skill, allowing Luo Feng to land a hit. The berserk bear roared and stomped forcefully, causing the ground to tremble. Luo Feng smirked, clearly not expecting to subdue this thick-skinned, tenth-sandier soul beast with just his first soul skill. Given the millennia-old level of this creature, the Heavenly Demon Half-Moon Slash, even if it hits directly, is unlikely to inflict a fatal wound on the devouring bear. Luo Feng understood this and decided to change his tactics, opting for close combat. He wielded the Celestial Demon God-Slaying Spear, a weapon far sharper than the Half-Moon Slash, though it required close-range engagement. This kid's strategic thinking is quite flexible. He decided on an attack strategy the moment he saw the devouring bear. Not bad at all, Huang Dachui remarked with a chuckle, stroking his beard. Yeah, our junior brother is pretty smart, Sidu Jing agreed. But dealing with a soul beast of this level might take some time. In my opinion, said the Hammer Doloa, growing more proud, a quarter of an hour should suffice. If he manages to do it, your junior brother will be the first among the newcomers to slay a millennia-old soul beast. Such an achievement would be unparalleled in the history of our great Xia kingdom. Absolutely, Sidu Jing replied, standing a bit taller with pride. On the battlefield, Luo Feng seized the moment, thrusting his spear into the bear's lower leg. The bloodthirsty attribute of the Celestial Demon God-Slaying Spear activated immediately, absorbing the beast's blood and energy. Sensing the danger, the bear swung its massive paw down on Luo Feng, intent on crushing him. Luo Feng deftly dodged using his speed and smaller size, causing the bear's attacks to miss repeatedly. Enraged, the bear roared and slammed the ground with tremendous force, almost causing Luo Feng to lose his balance. He had to leap into the air to stabilize himself amidst the tremors. No spirit possession yet, Luo Feng decided. Though spirit possession would greatly enhance his power, it wasn't time to reveal the ancestral dragon spirit just yet. He quickly retrieved a speed potion he'd purchased earlier, downing it in one gulp. The potion took effect immediately, and Luo Feng's movements became significantly faster. He used the Heavenly Demon Half-Moon Slash as a feint, and as the bear shattered the crescent, he darted in with lightning speed, aiming directly for a vulnerable spot the bear's rear. The bear let out a harrowing scream as blood gushed from the wound. Striking the most vulnerable area had an immediate effect, and the spear absorbed a large amount of energy once again. Watching Luo Feng withdraw his spear from the bear, Huang Dachui and Sidu Jing couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort at such a shocking method of attack. The fighting intelligence displayed by Huang Dachui and Sidu Jing during their battle was truly impressive. Luo Feng not only made swift strategic decisions, but also pinpointed his enemy's weaknesses with precision. His spear struck the berserk bear's vital point, leaving Situ Jing's face flushed with amazement. You insignificant human! The berserk bear finally roared in anger. It had initially intended for a quick victory, but found itself facing such a formidable opponent. Even those two previous Soul King level experts couldn't injure me like this. In reality, it wasn't that the Soul Kings lacked power, but they hadn't conceived of such tactics. More importantly, their martial spirits weren't as sharp as Luo Feng's. The power of a martial spirit doesn't solely rely on soul power level. The quality of the martial spirit is key, and this is almost predetermined at awakening. Even the strongest low-grade martial spirits couldn't penetrate the berserk bear's defenses. At that moment, the bear suddenly unleashed its berserk skill, instantly enveloping Luo Feng in an intangible aura. It was a domain skill. Luo Feng's face showed surprise. Soul beasts, like humans, have bloodline skills akin to soul techniques, with domain skills being the rarest. 100,000-year soul beast is guaranteed to awaken one. This bear's luck was indeed remarkable. However, Luo Feng didn't intend to kill it and absorb its soul ring. Research indicated that the soul rings of berserk bears generally granted defensive skills, which didn't align with his offensive martial spirit characteristics. In my depletion domain, your soul power consumption will increase exponentially, the bear sneered. With each passing second, the soul power consumption doubled, becoming increasingly terrifying over time. Luo Feng decided to end the fight swiftly. He activated his speed skill, constantly seeking opportunities to inflict new wounds on the bear. The bear, now wiser, tried to maintain distance, but its massive size created blind spots in its vision, allowing Luo Feng to strike repeatedly. Despite feeling the rapid depletion of energy within, Luo Feng's abundant soul power from his twin martial spirits allowed him to endure. The bear, though extremely agitated, lacked area attack skills and could only wait for Luo Feng's soul power to run out. After 2.5 minutes, Luo Feng finally defeated the man-eating bear. The beast's massive body was covered with hundreds of tiny wounds, none of which were fatal on their own, but the demonic god-slaying spear had drained all its energy. Without the energy to sustain it and the immense consumption to maintain its domain skills, the powerful bear finally fell. In its final moments, the bear's eyes were filled with unwillingness. As a formidable soul beast, it had imagined countless ways to die, but never expected to fall at the hands of a soul master-level opponent. With a thunderous crash, its enormous body hit the ground heavily. Luo Feng immediately began to process his prey. He expertly removed the valuable parts from the soul beast. The core of the 10th sandier soul beast could be used to make high-grade potions, worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. The tough bear hide was prime material for superior defensive armor, and the bear's whip was a rare tonic. Teacher, didn't you say it would take a quarter of an hour? Junior brother finished it in 2.5 minutes, Situ Jing said proudly, as if the glory was hers too. Hee, I did underestimate him, but this will definitely be the last time. Before Huang Dazue could finish his sentence, he suddenly became alert. Wait, someone is coming. Although neither of them had activated their powers, their high levels granted them sharp spiritual awareness. It's a small team, and there's a new face, probably a young master from a nearby city's family here to obtain a soul ring, Huang Dazue whispered. Watch how your junior brother handles it. Step in if necessary. Just as Luo Feng was about to remove the bear's whip, a group arrived on the scene. Young master. Look, it's a freshly killed man-eating bear. One of the henchmen exclaimed excitedly. Your 5th level armor is secured. This hide is the best. Kid, you can leave now. Our young master wants this corpse, another henchman arrogantly declared. Luo Feng calmly responded. You can have it, for a price. 10 million. That's the market price for a 10th sandier level soul beast. Huh. You expect money? The young master from the Zhou family strutted closer. In the Star Forest, who doesn't offer their prey to the Zhou family's young master willingly? Zhou family young master? Never heard of it. If you're not buying, please leave. Luo Feng stood his ground. You dare disrespect me? The young man sneered. You should be grateful to meet me. With your status, if I hit you, you can only endure it. If you dare to fight back, your entire family will pay. What if I just kill you? Before the words were fully spoken, Luo Feng's spear had already pierced through the young man's chest. The young man looked down in disbelief at the fatal wound. It was the first time anyone dared to strike a fatal blow at the Zhou family's young master. His vision blurred, and he finally slipped into eternal darkness. What? The young master was killed by him. The bodyguards of the Zhou family turned pale, cold sweat streaming down their faces. As the personal guards of the Zhou family, the death of the young master meant they would likely face severe punishment upon their return. The young man before them seemed like an easy target, as he had no notable background or a proper escort. Teacher, should we intervene? Situ Jing asked. Huang Dachui smiled slightly. Let's wait and see. Your junior brother's true combat strength is far greater than this. After killing Zhou Xiao, Luo Feng didn't pause. His spear moved like a dragon, targeting the lives of the remaining men. Several spirit masters surrounded him, one shouting angrily, Martial Spirit Black Striped Bear, Martial Spirit Possession. In an instant, the man transformed into a giant bear, its heavy paws striking down. Luo Feng remained unmoved, his sky demon god-slaying spear piercing through the opponent with a crack. This scene struck fear into everyone present. To kill a spirit master with a single strike, without using any soul skills, was beyond the capabilities of their young master. Your luck has run out. Another spirit master wielding a spiked club roared as he charged forward. Bang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as Luo Feng's spear held firm against the attack, followed by a swift counterstrike. The spirit master's knees shattered, causing him to collapse. This was no accident. Luo Feng's innate quality martial spirit, combined with his level 20 soul power, made his spear weigh over 2,000 pounds. Altogether, all the others, except the 2 spirit kings, attacked simultaneously. First soul skill, spike attack. Second soul skill, immortal vine prison. 5 or 6 soul skills whistled towards him, but Luo Feng remained calm. First soul skill, sky demon crescent slash. A crescent-like strike swept out, tearing through the incoming soul skills and slicing several spirit masters in half. Though 2 managed to avoid the fatal blow, the one using the immortal vine prison had already entangled Luo Feng's left foot with vines. However, with a light lift of his foot, the vines snapped effortlessly. How is that possible? The man was dumbfounded. His immortal vine martial spirit was ranked 34 among mid-grade spirits, and should not have been so easily destroyed. The seemingly unbreakable soul skill, enhanced by 2 soul rings, was easily shattered. Luo Feng was puzzled, but there was no time to dwell on it. His spear pierced forward like lightning, swiftly ending his opponent. This kid isn't simple. Let's take him together, one of the Soul Kings shouted. To ensure success, another Soul King joined in, creating a three-pronged attack. Facing the assault of two Soul Kings and a Soul Spirit, Luo Feng unhesitatingly took out a sword talisman, crushed it between his fingers, and declared, Eighth Soul Skill, Absolute Sky, Sword Chi. In an instant, countless sharp sword energies rained down like a storm, turning the three adversaries into sieves. Looking at the bodies riddled with holes from the sword energy, Luo Feng couldn't help but marvel. Is this the power of a titled Deluo? This was one of the 10 sword talismans given to him by Sidu Jing. Having already consumed a lot of energy fighting a 10th of Sandy-year-old Soul Beast, facing opponents of Soul King level meant even revealing his trump card might not secure victory. But with such an external aid, why exert unnecessary effort? If senior sister could give 10 talismans, she could certainly provide 20. You? I thought you'd take them on yourself, Sidu Jing remarked as she approached. Teacher, senior sister, is the Zhou family well known? They seemed quite arrogant, Luo Feng inquired. In the capital, there's no talk of such a family, Huang de Chue interjected, noticing a jade talisman on the Zhou family young master's body recording something. He quickly seized it. These young masters carry recording jade talismans to log the identities of their enemies. After probing the talisman, Huang de Chue revealed, so it's that Zhou family, the second largest family in Jintian province, with an 85-level soul sovereign. This talisman has likely recorded your identity, junior brother. He exchanged a knowing glance with Sidu Jing, who understood immediately. Teacher, I understand. With that, she sliced through the void and vanished. Teacher, where did senior sister go? To annihilate them. Wipe out the Zhou family, Huang de Chue replied casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. But that's a family with a soul sovereign. Aren't you worried about repercussions from the Great Xia Kingdom? Huh. The Great Xia Kingdom has billions of people, thousands of soul sovereigns are nothing but trash, and there are fewer than 20 titled Doluos. Besides, even if they don't know me, who would risk offending a titled Doluo for a mere soul sovereign? Huang de Chue said seriously, remember, in this world, strength is everything. If you're strong enough, you set the rules. And when you make enemies, eliminate them completely, leave no survivors, and don't let grievances linger. The world is never short of people. Before he finished speaking, Situ Jing reappeared from the void. Back so quickly? That Zhou family had thousands of members. Luo Feng exclaimed in surprise. A minor task, one soul skill was enough to obliterate them. Situ Jing replied nonchalantly. Seeing the expression on his senior sister's face, Luo Feng gained a deeper understanding of the power of a titled Delaw. The terrifying ability to casually slice through the void and wipe out entire clans with a single soul skill made him yearn for the day when he could reach such heights himself. Let's keep looking for a suitable soul beast, Luo Feng suggested. The three of them set out on their journey once more, discussing the direction for his second soul skill as they went. Since Luo Feng's first soul skill focused on single-target directional slashes, Huang Dazue and Sidu Jing both advised him to choose an area attack soul skill this time to diversify his combat techniques. Sidu Jing was flipping through a tome on martial soul theory when she suddenly pointed excitedly at a page. Junior brother, I found it. This blazing bird has a wide area flame attack. Acquiring its soul ring could grant you an area soul skill. No, Huang Dazue immediately rejected the idea. The blazing bird's area attack is too weak. Given your martial soul's quality, you need to choose a more formidable soul beast, preferably one with king bloodline, like the Thunder Tyrant Dragon. He then elaborated on the classification of soul beast bloodlines. 80 of soul beasts have no bloodline, 19 possess ordinary bloodlines, while those with king bloodlines are extremely rare. Even rarer are those with ancient beast bloodlines, where a millennium soul beast can rival a 10th Sandier soul beast of ordinary bloodline. Huang Dazue mentioned that he had only ever seen a 100,000-year soul beast with an ancient beast bloodline once in the Stardow Forest. The Thunder Tyrant Dragon should be in the inner region, right? Luo Feng asked. So what if we go to the inner region? Huang Dazue confidently replied. With us around, there's no difference between the inner and outer regions. But we must be cautious in the core area where 10th Sandier soul beasts abound, and 100,000-year ones are not rare. If they join forces, even two titled Doluos would struggle. Upon reaching the inner region, Luo Feng was filled with anticipation. Theoretical records state that the Thunder Tyrant Dragon has a high compatibility with Spear-type martial souls, with a 90 chance of granting an area soul skill and a 10 chance of yielding an even more powerful skill. Only 3 people in history have ever obtained a soul ring from a Thunder Tyrant Dragon, adding to its mystique. Along the way, they encountered a 4th Sandy-year-old Thunder Tyrant Dragon, but Huang Dazue deemed it too young and decided to keep searching for a better target. Make sure to find one that's at the 10th Sandier level, Luo Feng said helplessly as he followed his companions. He couldn't exactly reveal that he had the ability to enhance the age of spirit rings. As the 3 of them entered the inner area, a deafening roar suddenly filled the air. They looked up to see a spectacular scene of lightning and flames intertwining in the sky. A massive thunder tyrannosaurus was summoning storm clouds, a creature undoubtedly at the 10th Ascendier level. Didn't expect our luck to be this good. Situ Jing's eyes lit up. Opposing the thunder tyrannosaurus was an equally gigantic red gorilla, a flame ape. These two are spirit beasts with royal bloodlines, Luo Feng explained. Only beings of the same level dare to fight for territory in the inner area. The battle was already intense, with spirit beasts under 1,000 years having long retreated, allowing the trio a clear view of the fight. The flame ape was clearly at a disadvantage. Its flame clouds were steadily pushed back by the lightning, and in close combat, it was repeatedly struck. This was mainly because the thunder bloodline could paralyze opponents, and the flame ape's age was slightly inferior. Suddenly, both spirit beasts sensed the presence of humans and immediately ceased their battle. Let's deal with those 3 humans first. They quickly gathered their subordinates, all spirit beasts over 6,000 years old. The thunder tyrannosaurus charged forward at its command. Situ Jing stood in the air and shouted down, "If you don't want to die, get lost." The spirit beasts scattered, knowing that a human titled Doloa's power was comparable to a 100,000-year spirit beast. "You're not going anywhere." Situ Jing intercepted the thunder tyrannosaurus, activating her first spirit skill, Great Sword. A sword aura hundreds of meters long slashed through the sky, causing the void to tremble. The sword aura descended, shattering the thunder tyrannosaurus into a black spirit ring. "Junior brother, go absorb it," Situ Jing said. In this world, spirit rings didn't need to be killed personally to be absorbed, so she took care of this opponent, which was still somewhat challenging for her junior brother, to save time. Luo Feng sat cross-legged and began to absorb the spirit ring. It was his first time absorbing a 10th Ascendier spirit ring. Although the second spirit ring of his celestial demon godslaying spear could withstand the 10th Ascendier level, he was still a bit anxious about potential side effects. Fortunately, with 2 titled Doluos protecting him, he didn't need to worry too much. As Luo Feng began to absorb the soul ring, his body gradually underwent changes. Initially, there was nothing unusual, but as time passed, a feeling of expansion spread within him, though it lacked the dangerous sensation of being on the verge of exploding. By sensing the soul ring, he determined that the thunder tyrannosaurus had a lifespan of around 15,000 years. However, due to its royal bloodline, its actual power was comparable to that of a 30,000-year-old ordinary soul beast. It was this powerful bloodline that caused the sensation of fullness within him. Given the high age of the soul ring, this absorption process was destined not to be completed in mere seconds or minutes as before. Luo Feng estimated it would take at least 10 minutes to fully absorb. As the absorption deepened, traces of thunder power began to seep into his body, filling him with excitement. The second soul skill was bound to be extraordinary. As time ticked by, and the soul ring was finally fully absorbed, Luo Feng immediately opened the system panel to check the specific details. Host, Luo Feng. Soul power level, 21. First martial soul, Heaven Demon Godslaying Spear. Innate quality. First soul skill, Heaven Demon Crescent Slash. Second soul skill, Godslaying Thunder Spear. Effect. When wielding the spear, thunderclouds can be summoned to strike targets within range with thunderbolt spears. Each attack adds a layer of thunder, and upon reaching 5 layers, it detonates, causing a brief soul power stagnation effect. Not bad. Luo Feng carefully analyzed the newly acquired ability. This Millennium Soul Ring not only increased his soul power by 1 level, but also granted him a powerful soul skill with both area attack and control effects. Although the control effect wasn't as strong as Dragon's Roar, it was enough to instantly defeat a level 25 Grandmaster, and even opponents who couldn't be instantly defeated would be affected by the thunder stacking. Next, he began to strengthen the Soul Ring. Starting from the initial 20,000 years for the first Soul Ring, he cautiously added 1,000 years at a time, doing so 12 times until reaching the limit, ultimately enhancing it to 32,000 years. The attack range of the Heaven Demon Crescent Slash expanded from the original 4.4 meters to 5 meters, with significantly increased power. Then, he turned his attention to the second Soul Ring. To ensure overall balance, he directly increased the 15,000-year Thunder Tyrannosaurus Soul Ring by 20,000 years, bringing it to 35,000 years. Feeling this was the limit, Luo Feng stopped the enhancement and began examining the specific effects of the second Soul Ring. The power of the second soul skill, Godslaying Thunder Spear, took Luo Feng by surprise. As he wielded the spear, a thundercloud swiftly formed in the sky, much larger in scope than before. Bolts of thunder spears rained down like a torrential storm, each strike leaving a mark of thunder on the target. When these marks reached 3 layers, they would explode, plunging the target into a state where they couldn't harness their soul power. "Junior brother, have you finished absorbing it? Try using your second soul skill on me," Situ Jing said. Eager to test the skill's power, Luo Feng replied, "All right, senior sister, be careful." He silently hoped to use the thunder to control an opponent of titled Doloa level. With the heavenly demon god-slaying spear in hand, Luo Feng unleashed the soul skill without hesitation. In an instant, a massive thundercloud enveloped the area where Situjing stood, and dense thunder spears shot down like arrows. Yet, Situjing stood calmly, allowing the spears to strike her, not even bothering to defend. Not bad, Situjing commented. A level 26 Grandmaster could be taken down with a single spear, and sustained attacks would overwhelm a soul beast of over level 30. Plus, it has a controlling effect. You truly are among the special few. Huang Dazue nodded in agreement, stroking his beard. Seeing the soul ring absorption complete, he prepared to slice through space to leave, only to find the space sealed by some force. This isn't good, Huang Dazue exclaimed. Before he could finish, a giant hand descended from the sky, slamming him heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Situjing's face changed as she looked up to see the overlord of the Starred Doe Great Forest, a 100,000-year soul beast with ancient beast bloodline, the 8-armed demon ape. Cough, cough. Huang Dazue staggered to his feet, covered in blood. The 8-armed demon ape sneered. Oh, you're tougher than I thought, old man. Didn't manage to crush you with one slap? Seems like you've grown stronger since back then. But no matter, today you'll all meet your end here. The gaze of the 8-armed demon ape swept over Huang Dazue and Situjing before landing on Luo Feng nearby. It sneered contemptuously. A mere novice soul master, probably your apprentice, old man. No matter, I'll deal with you all together. At this moment, Huang Dazue was in a sorry state, a trickle of blood staining the corner of his mouth. The sudden attack by a 100,000-year soul beast caught him off guard, and if not for the high-grade artifact protecting him, he might not have survived. As he wiped the blood from his lips, he quickly assessed the situation. The awakened domain of the 8-armed demon ape not only prohibited the use of void powers, but also weakened the attack power within its field. Before its domain awakened, Huang Dazue and Situjing could easily handle it together, but now things were different. Worse still, Huang Dazue was injured. But there was no time for hesitation. Huang Dazue summoned his ultimate martial spirit, the thunderous hammer, skillfully utilizing the supernatural energy in the air to manipulate the void. As a titled Doloa, he could not only use void powers, but also harness the supernatural energy of the world, which the demon ape's domain couldn't suppress. Situjing also called forth the absolute heaven great sword, and together they launched an attack on the 8-armed demon ape. Meanwhile, Luo Feng found himself in an even more dangerous predicament. He was surrounded by the demon ape's minions, formidable soul beasts in their own right. A battle-frenzied bull with royal bloodline, aged 70,000 years, and an even mightier 9-headed lion, also with a royal bloodline, aged 80,000 years. Seeing the formidable lineup, Luo Feng sighed inwardly. Was hunting a thunderstorm dragon really worth all this trouble? But there was no time for reflection. Facing these powerful soul beasts, even as a newly advanced soul master, fighting Hedon was suicidal. In desperation, Luo Feng pulled out the sword talismans Situjing had given him earlier. Originally there were 10, and after using one, 9 remained. Without hesitation, he crushed one, unleashing a torrent of absolute heaven sword chi that instantly shredded the 3 leading soul beasts into pieces and severely injured several others. This sudden display of power intimidated all the soul beasts, making them hesitate. They warily eyed the sword talisman in Luo Feng's hand, seemingly pondering how this seemingly weak human possessed such a formidable trump card. It must be the protective charm given by those 2 titled Doloa. However, having even one of these is quite rare, so he definitely doesn't have any more. Everyone attack. As the gray giant ape finished speaking, it stirred the battle spirit of the surrounding 10,000-year-old soul beasts. A black, 2-headed snake, a twisted tree spirit, and 3 other 10,000-year-old soul beasts were eager to charge at Luo Feng. However, Luo Feng was quicker. He crushed a sword talisman in his hand, unleashing the absolute heaven sword chi, instantly killing the soul beasts at the forefront. Damn, didn't you say he didn't have any more? A nearby emerald green mantis said, relieved it hadn't acted rashly. The gray giant ape coughed to cover its embarrassment. I misjudged earlier. This guy is a disciple of those 2 titled Doloa, so it's normal for him to have an extra charm. But I guarantee he doesn't have any more now. Are you sure? The emerald green mantis asked skeptically. I swear on my honor, the gray giant ape said, thumping its chest. Under the call of the emerald green mantis, another wave of soul beasts charged. Luo Feng remained unflustered, unleashing a 4th sword talisman and initiating another massacre. He still had 6 sword talismans left. Seriously? You trickster, the emerald green mantis cursed. Didn't you guarantee he had none left? The gray giant ape retorted seriously. I'm a soul beast, not a human. How can I have honor? After a few rounds of assault, the remaining 10,000-year-old soul beasts dared not act rashly. They neither dared to approach Luo Feng nor join the titled Doloa's battlefield, where the battle involved at least 50,000-year-old soul beasts. Without sufficient bloodline strength, even the aftermath would pulverize them. Thus, these soul beasts could only act as spectators, occasionally cheering for the main battlefield. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Feng quietly activated the heavenly demon god-slaying spear and the ancestral dragon essence, beginning to devour the soul rings and flesh of the dead soul beasts. The essence of these 10,000-year-old soul beasts was a great supplement for him, and he could clearly feel his martial soul growing. While the soul beasts were focused on the main battlefield, Luo Feng suddenly crushed another sword talisman, and the absolute heaven sword Qi again claimed the lives of several soul beasts, including the emerald green mantis. Damn, I give up, the gray giant ape exclaimed, quickly hiding behind a giant stone monster. We're not even fighting you, and you still target us? How many of those things do you have? At this moment, the 8-armed demon ape on the main battlefield noticed the situation and dispatched a 50,000-year-old soul beast with ordinary bloodline, the bloodthirsty wolf. After all, they had already gained the upper hand, and one less bloodthirsty wolf wouldn't make much difference. Faced with the charging bloodthirsty wolf, Luo Feng didn't dare to be careless. He immediately took out the cloud bat wings given by Zhuge Zhengping. Known as the fastest flying tool below the title De Luo, it was more than sufficient to deal with a 50,000-year-old soul beast. Luo Feng didn't rashly use the sword talisman. He knew well that the bloodthirsty wild wolf was naturally swift, and the sword talisman might miss. Even if it hit by chance, the defense of such a bloodline soul beast wouldn't allow for a one-hit kill. Instead, it might provoke its frenzy, putting him at risk of being killed with a single swipe. Weighing his options, Luo Feng decisively unfolded the cloud bat wings and swiftly soared into the air. As he gained distance, the bloodthirsty wild wolf howled angrily at the sky. You can fly? Watch this. The wild wolf opened its mouth, spewing a blood-red breath that quickly transformed into several light clusters, covering nearly half of the sky. However, the speed of the cloud bat wings was beyond imagination, allowing Luo Feng to easily dodge. He silently praised his second senior brother's treasure for its remarkable capability. With a broad view from the high altitude, Luo Feng retrieved the sixth sword talisman, preparing to finish off the fierce beast. The sword energy whistled out, sharp and chilling, its murderous intent palpable. Luo Feng thought that if it were himself facing this, he would likely be killed in one strike. But a 50,000-year soul beast was not to be trifled with. The bloodthirsty wild wolf's body surged with blood light, deploying the bloodthirsty shield. The thick, blood-colored shield enveloped its entire body. Knowing dodging was futile, it chose to defend. Crack! The shield, though strong, couldn't withstand a full-force strike from a titled De Luo. The sword energy quickly broke through the defense, engulfing the wild wolf. Although the shield reduced much of the power and the bloodline's enhancement helped it barely survive, it was gravely injured and near death. Its massive body bore gory blood holes, with blood flowing like a river. This treasure from Senior Sister is truly remarkable. I must get more when I return, Luo Feng mused. It's practically a life-saving artifact. No, a tool for murder, arson, and robbery. At this moment, no soul beast dared to come near within several miles. Even the Fire Phoenix, known as the Aerial Overlord, only dared to watch from a distance, fearing Luo Feng might have more titled De Luo level attacks hidden. Apart from the 8-armed demon ape, the 9-headed lion, and the battle mad bull with awakened bloodlines, no beast could withstand. Having achieved the intimidation effect, Luo Feng turned his attention to the main battlefield. He saw his teacher, Huang Dazue, wielding the tremor hammer, and the first soul skill heavy hammer spark crashed down, engulfing the 8-armed demon ape in massive sparks. Luo Feng thought to himself, with such power, that 8-armed demon ape must be severely injured. Ha ha ha, old man, is that all you've got? It just tickles. The 8-armed demon ape laughed arrogantly, the sparks dissipating from his body without leaving a scratch. Luo Feng was stunned by the scene. A titled De Luo's first soul skill had no effect at all. The ancient beast bloodline was truly powerful. He privately speculated that his teacher's earlier injury might have weakened the attack. Upon seeing this, Situ Jing immediately unleashed her first soul skill, Sword Array, forming a brilliant circular array in the air. However, the Battle Frenzy Bull and 9-headed lion launched a counterattack simultaneously. A piercing sonic wave erupted from the bull's massive mouth, followed by a gigantic lion's head conjured by the 9-headed lion, roaring as it charged toward the sword array. Together, these two soul beasts, with a combined age of 150,000 years, forced Situ Jing into a defensive position. Second soul skill, Earth-Shaking Giant Hammer. Huang Dahue shouted angrily, summoning a colossal 100-meter-long hammer shadow that descended from the sky to strike the 8-armed demon ape. Old man, it's time to show you my true power. The 8-armed demon ape sneered, suddenly extending 6 additional arms from his back. All 8 muscular arms struck simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. The hammer shadow was shattered in just a few blows. Huang Dahui's expression was grave. 3 years ago, this creature wasn't nearly this strong, and merely awakening the ancient bloodline's domain had made it terrifying. Injured and weakened by the domain, he feared he was no longer a match. What worried him most was Luo Feng, even with the cloud bat wings. Escaping the 8-armed demon ape, who was stronger than a titled Luo, seemed impossible. Teacher, should I try to control him? Luo Feng suggested. I can use Senior Sister's sword talisman to block the other soul beasts, then control the 8-armed demon ape for a second, giving you a chance to attack his vital points. Junior brother, your god-slaying thunder spear needs to hit 3 times to produce a brief control effect, and both 100,000-year soul beasts and titled Dalaw can resist low-level control. Sidu Jing quickly reminded him. Trust me, I have a plan, Luo Feng said confidently. Although the two found it hard to believe, they decided to trust the serious-looking Luo Feng. After all, a Grand Soul Master controlling a 100,000-year-old soul beast was unheard of, but if they could succeed, it would be their only chance to escape alive. Begin, Luo Feng shouted, quickly deploying the remaining 5 sword talismans. The talismans streaked through the air, casting golden light, and landed precisely between the battle-frenzied bull and the 9-headed lion. This separated the 2 soul beasts and blocked the approach of others. Then, Luo Feng took a deep breath and unleashed the first soul skill of the ancestral dragon spirit. Dragon Roar Howl. A thunderous dragon roar echoed through the sky. He deliberately refrained from revealing his soul rings and martial spirit. Having already prepared an explanation if questioned, he would claim he entered a secret realm before the martial exams and acquired the secret techniques of a titled Dalaw. This explanation was reasonable, as the secret techniques of a titled Dalaw indeed had powerful control effects, and the nature of secret realms was inherently mysterious. At the sound of the dragon's roar, the once dismissive 8-armed demon ape suddenly appeared dazed and fell into a stupor. Seeing this, Huang Dazue and Situ Jing seized the opportunity and launched their powerful soul skills simultaneously. 3rd soul skill, Heaven-Splitting Sword. 6th soul skill, Destruction Hammer Cannon. A massive sword shadow slashed down from the sky, and a blazing cannonball whistled towards the target. Both powerful attacks hit the 8-armed demon ape accurately. With a thunderous crash, the formidable soul beast was blasted several meters away, covered in blood. Damn it! How could I be stunned? The 8-armed demon ape thought incredulously. Even under the suppression of its entire domain, the power of a titled Dalaw's soul skill would be greatly reduced. How could a Grand Soul Master possibly stun it? However, by the time it regained its senses, the 3 had already escaped through the void during its moment of weakness, with its anti-air domain dissipated. Damn! The 8-armed demon ape roared in fury, stomping a minion to vent its anger. I finally made them aware of my domain. It will be harder to ambush a titled Dalaw next time. Moments later, 3 figures stumbled out of a rift in the sky above the imperial capital's Martial Soul University, quickly retreating into Huang Dazue's secret void realm. Wow, Huang Dazue said, his hands trembling as he stroked his beard. If it weren't for your junior brother's move, who knows if we could have made it back today. Teacher, Situ Jing said with a serious expression, that creature has mastered a domain. The core area will be difficult to access in the future. We need to post this information on the official website and notify the titled Duluos of the Great Xia Empire. If they enter recklessly and are attacked, the consequences could be dire. Huang Dazue nodded in agreement and began to draft a report on their encounter. Of course, they all tacitly chose to omit details about Luo Feng's control skill. Everyone has their own secrets, and it's best to keep your mouth shut and not ask too many questions. This saying has long been circulated in the Soul Master community. On this particular day, a shocking piece of news appeared on the official website. The 8-armed demon ape has gained a domain. This website, specifically for the titled Dalaw powerhouses of the Great Xia Kingdom, immediately became a hot topic. The post was made by none other than the renowned Hammer Dalaw, who detailed the astonishing discovery of the ancient beast, the 8-armed demon ape, awakening its forbidden air domain in the starry sky forest. The news spread like wildfire across the internet. Ordinary citizens, university students, college professors, and even the titled Dalaw hidden in various secret realms all rushed to view it. The post included not only a written description but also several photos from the battle scene, showing Hammer Dalaw's bruised and battered state at the hands of the 8-armed demon ape. These pictures not only confirmed the authenticity of the news, but also showcased the terrifying power of the 8-armed demon ape after its domain awakening. Old Huang got beaten up like this? Some titled Dalaw recalled exploring the core area with Huang Dachui 3 years ago, when he could still hold his own against the 8-armed demon ape. Yet this time, even with the help of the giant sword Dalaw, he ended up in such a state. Many titled Dalaw below level 95 wore serious expressions. If it were us, we'd probably just be running for our lives. I wonder if this creature will attack our borders now that it has a domain. Worries echoed among them. A few titled Dalaw who were close to Huang Dachui visited his secret realm to check on him. When they saw Huang Dachui's sorry state, they couldn't help but chuckle. It was then that they noticed a young man present. Who is this young fellow? My third apprentice, Luo Feng, Huang Dachui proudly introduced. Greetings, esteemed seniors. Luo Feng greeted them with modest confidence. Not bad, the young man has spirit. The titled Doloa nodded in approval. Huang Dachui then boasted. We were able to fend off the 8-armed demon ape thanks to Luo Feng's help. This kid is something else. Although Situ Jing was already a titled Doloa, Huang Dachui believed Luo Feng had even greater potential for the future. The titled Doloa were astonished that a young Soul Master could contribute in such a high-level battle. Huang Dachui didn't elaborate on the details, simply smiling without further comment. In the end, they inquired about the Forbidden Air Domain, as their juniors were soon going to hunt 10th sandier soul beasts in the inner perimeter of the Starry Sky Forest and needed to be prepared. After a few old friends who had come to visit left, Luo Feng immediately sought out his senior sister to ask for sword talismans. There are only 5 left, Situ Jing said as she took 5 faintly glowing sword talismans from her storage bag. Just 5. Luo Feng grabbed Situ Jing's arm, playfully shaking it. My dear senior sister, you're the most beautiful. Can't you give me a bit more, like 1,000 or so? 1,000, Situ Jing said, half laughing, half crying. Do you think this is a toy store? These sword talismans require high-grade spatial stones to lock my soul skills, and each one is extremely valuable. Hearing about spatial stones, Luo Feng's eyes lit up. He knew these unique stones formed during the evolution of the world, only possibly found in the Earth's core or natural secret realms. High-grade spatial stones were especially rare. Dear senior sister, can't you give just a few more? Luo Feng continued to plead. The treasures of a titled Doloa, every bit more was a gain. There really are only 5 left. Your senior sister is all tapped out, Situ Jing said helplessly. But if you can find spatial stones, I can make more for you. All right, Huang Dachui interjected. You should head back to school. Your senior sister and I need rest. The battle with the 8-armed demon ape was truly exhausting. If it weren't for your control abilities, we might not have made it back. After leaving the Void's secret realm, Luo Feng didn't return directly to his dormitory, but headed straight to the library. This experience had exposed him to many unfamiliar soul beasts, far beyond the basic knowledge taught in high school textbooks. He decided to supplement his knowledge in preparation for choosing the second soul ring for the ancestral dragon essence. After careful consideration, Luo Feng believed he needed a soul skill oriented towards defense or flight. The Heaven Demon God-slaying spear already had both single target and group attack capabilities, and the ancestral dragon essence also had control effects. What he needed most now was a life-saving skill. Thinking about flight abilities, Luo Feng couldn't help but remember his second senior brother's cloud bat wings. This treasure was much easier to obtain than the sword talismans requiring spatial stones from his senior sister. Next time he saw his second senior brother, he definitely planned to ask for a few hundred pieces, so he could fly whenever he wanted. When Luo Feng appeared at the library entrance, he immediately caused a stir. It's Luo Feng. Luo Feng is here again. The crowd buzzed with excitement, clearly still remembering his impressive feat of breaking the combat power record last time. Rofeng, I've been waiting for you for ages. So have you thought about it? Do you want to join our Fox Charm Club? Xiao Qian stood in front of Rofeng with an expectant smile. As the leader of the club, she had long considered Rofeng a prime recruitment target. During this time, Xiao Qian had pulled out all the stops to win over Rofeng. From exchanging contact information, to frequently sending artistic photos and pictures of herself in black stockings, she was almost at the point of sending full-body shots. However, Rofeng always maintained a polite distance. Although he did look at the photos after all, a certain philosopher once said, looking at beautiful women for 10 minutes a day is as effective as jogging for half an hour. Let's talk after the freshmen start, Rofeng replied tactfully. He did plan to join a club to expand his network, but for now, besides mid-level clubs like the Fox Charm Club, the more powerful junior and senior clubs had yet to make an appearance. These top clubs traditionally only show up after the freshman competitions, with a mission to recruit elites and never accept the weak. Of course, the Fox Charm Club had its unique appeal. They exclusively recruited high-appeal and talented girls. Even though Rofeng was already at the top of the freshman strength rankings and had broken records, the overall strength of the higher-year clubs was not to be underestimated, so he decided to hold off for now. Everyone, step back a bit. I'm going to test the power of my second soul skill, Rofeng announced as he approached the technology monument, filled with anticipation. He had already surpassed 100,000 combat power at level 17, and now at level 21, his abilities had significantly improved. Summoning the Sky Demon God-slaying spear, he unleashed his second soul skill, God-slaying Thunder Spear. As he moved, a storm cloud gathered in the sky, and bolts of thunderous spears crashed down upon the monument. Unlike the single-target Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash, this area attack would reveal its final combat power value only after all the thunder spears had landed. Oh my gosh! 119,087 combat power, and still rising. Xiao Qian exclaimed, her cheeks blushing. In just 6 days, Luo Feng had not only gained 3 levels, but also mastered his second soul skill, a speed of progress that was astounding. The final number settled at 139,876, an increase of nearly 40,000 combat power from last time. This gap far exceeded the school's previous record of 12,000 points, leaving everyone present in shock. If one of those thunder spears hit your head, you'd be dust, someone marveled. The scene immediately buzzed with excitement, with many people snapping photos to share on social media. Several girls from the Fox Charm Club boldly gathered around, and one even discreetly slipped Luo Feng a condom, implying she was ready for his call anytime. Before long, Luo Feng's pockets were stuffed full with various items. The male classmates around him were wide-eyed with envy, almost burning with jealousy. Normally, getting the girls from the Humei Club to even go out for a meal was a huge achievement, let alone any more intimate gestures like holding hands. Yet here, a group of these girls was actively surrounding Luo Feng, which was truly unbelievable. Ladies, please, maintain your decorum. Luo Feng politely declined their enthusiasm, puzzled at the thought. Did these girls from the Humei Club carry these items around just for this purpose? After escaping the fervent attention, Luo Feng headed straight to the second floor of the library. This area was dedicated to Soul Beast theoretical knowledge, with rows of bookshelves packed with various Soul Beast tomes, an endless sea of information. For the knowledge-hungry Luo Feng, it was a treasure trove. He first opened the Soul Beast Compendium and began to study it carefully. Each page contained detailed information on soul beasts, from their juvenile stages to full maturity, complete with photographs and comprehensive descriptions, including skill characteristics at each stage, combat power evaluations, physical attributes, and attack vulnerabilities. For soul beasts with bloodlines, it also noted potential bloodline skills and the soul skills they might grant to different types of martial souls as soul rings. While browsing, Luo Feng discovered a soul beast with considerable potential, the Blood Phoenix. This creature, with its royal bloodline, typically bestows 2 abilities when killed and turned into a soul ring: powerful Blood Phoenix flames and sustained flight capability. This could perfectly compensate for Luo Feng's lack of mobility, eliminating the need to rely on his second senior brother. However, upon learning that the Blood Phoenix's habitat was at the border of the inner and core areas of the Starry Sky Forest, he decided against it. Lessons from last time were still fresh in his mind, and it was not worth the risk for now. As dusk fell, Luo Feng had researched nearly 300 types of soul beasts, but had yet to find a better option than the Blood Phoenix. Feeling the onset of fatigue, he decided to head back and rest, given he had not fully recovered from the exhaustion of his last journey to the Starry Sky Forest. Just as he left the library, he heard a familiar voice. Luo Feng, there you are. I've been waiting for ages. Our club president just returned from a mission and wants to meet you. Looking up, he saw it was Senior Xiao Qian. While Luo Feng was engrossed in his reading, the others dared not disturb him and could only wait patiently outside. Xiao Qian immediately informed the president of Humei Society about Luo Feng's presence. Coincidentally, the president, Humei, had just returned from a mission. Upon seeing the news, her eyes lit up, and she immediately decided to recruit Luo Feng into the society. As a senior student with only a year left until graduation, Humei keenly recognized that such a talent might surpass her by sophomore year. In this final year, finding an outstanding successor for Humei Society became her top priority. Although the society had never recruited male members, let alone a male president, Humei was willing to break the rules for such exceptional talent. Sorry, I need to go back and rest. I'll meet your president some other time. Luo Feng declined the invitation directly and turned to leave, leaving Xiao Qian and the others standing there in shock. This Luo Feng Jr. really isn't swayed by beauty? Xiao Qian murmured. After all, her own looks rated a solid 90, while President Humei reigned supreme in the capital with a stunning 98. Normally, even the presidents of other societies found it nearly impossible to meet Humei, only catching glimpses during missions. The obsession some top society presidents had for Humei was such that they would even boast about drinking her bathwater. Moreover, Humei's 9-tailed fox martial spirit, with its innate allure, only added to her charm. Every day, admirers lined up outside the campus, yet none were fortunate enough to meet her. Now, Luo Feng had turned down a meeting opportunity, leaving Xiao Qian incredulous. After leaving, Luo Feng headed straight to the school cafeteria. The food there was quite good, especially the renowned soul beast meat. This meat was carefully selected by the school's hunting team from the nearby soul beast forest. Luo Feng was enjoying his meal when a familiar voice called out. Luo Feng. Fei Yangyang and Lin Qingxue approached him. Where have you been these days? We haven't seen you around, Fei Yangyang asked. Just hanging out at the Soul Power Tower and getting my second soul ring. Luo Feng replied with a smile. What? You got your second soul ring too? Fei Yangyang exclaimed. I was going to brag about mine, but you've already caught up. Fei Yangyang excitedly shared his own experience, saying he'd also reached level 20 recently and had gone to the outskirts of the starry sky forest with a teacher to get a soul ring. Since both of you have your second soul rings, I won't hold back, Fei Yangyang said, shoveling food into his mouth. I encountered something really rare. While getting the soul ring in the outskirts, we heard a huge commotion from the inner area. We snuck a peek and saw 100,000-year-old soul beast and 8-armed demon ape. But we were too far away, and it seemed like someone was fighting it, so we quickly retreated for safety. By the way, Luo Feng, Qingxua also got her second soul ring, and her soul skill is quite powerful. You two are impressive, really amazing. Luo Feng genuinely praised them, thinking that their talent was indeed remarkable to reach level 20 so swiftly. Luo Feng, didn't you say you were going to get the qualification for the second level of the Soul Power Tower last time? Did you manage to do it? Fei Yangyang asked, his words muffled as he shoveled cafeteria food into his mouth. Not yet. I'm planning on doing it tomorrow, Luo Feng replied, setting down his chopsticks. I checked it out at the Soul Power Tower a few days ago, and the process is indeed quite complicated. First, you need to reach 20 soul power level. Then you have to pass the second level trial staying there for an hour without experiencing dizziness or nausea, and then pay a 300 credit fee. Speaking of credits, Luo Feng couldn't help but frown. For a regular student, 300 credits is the equivalent of 3 months' allowance. Although he receives 1,000 credits monthly, the Soul Power Tower consumes a lot. Each level deducts dozens of credits per hour, and over the past few days, his 2,100 credits have dwindled significantly. When he was getting his meal earlier, he checked his balance and saw he only had 1,130 credits left, with about 20 days until the next distribution. Good luck tomorrow, Fei Yangyang said, swallowing his food and shaking his head in disbelief. I can't even handle 2.5 hours on the first level, and I have no idea how you and Qingxua manage it. Especially Qingxua, who stays for 12 hours at a time. Even with my top-grade martial soul, I can't endure it, while you two, with your ordinary and lower-grade souls, seem fine. It makes me feel like a rookie. Come on, big guy, stop complaining. You're doing great. After finishing their meal, the three returned to their dormitory. As soon as Luo Feng opened his phone, he saw a string of private messages from Xiaoqian. There was also a friend request from someone named Humei Society President, Humei. Considering that Senior Humei is a senior student and familiar with the school, Luo Feng accepted the request. Luo Feng had considered earning extra credits or even thought about paying for them. However, the system is designed to be fair. Credits can only be earned through school avenues, ensuring that even wealthy students cannot buy an advantage, which keeps things equitable for everyone. A beautiful woman also has her dignity. It's usually others who want to add her. Now that she's taken the initiative to add you, how would she feel if you refuse? On the social app, the president of the Fox Charm Society, Shy Fox Charm, started a conversation with Luo Feng. Luo Feng, are you really that shy? Is it so hard to meet you in person? The senior, Fox Charm, sent a message. Luo Feng quickly replied. I just got back from obtaining my second spirit ring in the Starry Forest today. I'm really exhausted and afraid my worn-out appearance might affect your mood. Alright, how about meeting at Moon Lake tomorrow evening at 6:30? Sure, looking forward to seeing your stunning beauty. After the conversation ended, Luo Feng pondered over the choice of Moon Lake. The Moon Lake at the Imperial Capital's Martial Soul University is indeed scenic, but it's also known as a popular dating spot on campus. Rumor has it that some passionate incidents have occurred there. However, Luo Feng quickly convinced himself that the senior must have something important to discuss. After taking a shower, Luo Feng played a few rounds of Black Myth, Wukong, and then went to bed early, as he was truly exhausted from the day's activities. The next morning, Luo Feng had a simple breakfast and headed straight to the Soul Power Tower. He planned to quickly qualify for entry to the second level, which would increase the soul power enhancement speed of the immortal meditation technique from the current 60 points per second to an even higher rate. When he arrived at the Soul Power Tower, it was still early, so there weren't many people around. The tower's guardian, Mr. Ma Yun, warmly welcomed him. Welcome, Luo Feng. Sir, please start the trial as soon as possible. Luo Feng got straight to the point. Mr. Ma explained that the second level is divided into low, medium, and high pressure areas, each with different pressure and efficiency, but all require the same amount of credits. He suggested Luo Feng choose the low pressure area because it has a higher pass rate. I'll choose the high pressure area, Luo Feng replied without hesitation. Since the credits are the same, why not choose the most efficient option? It's the small, everyday improvements that create a gap in level. Mr. Ma repeatedly warned him about the high pressure of the advanced area, but Luo Feng was resolute. Watching Luo Feng enter the trial room, Mr. Ma didn't dare leave, worriedly waiting outside. He had witnessed many similar cases. Even second-year students, after a year of training, could be driven to the brink by the high-pressure area. He genuinely doubted Luo Feng could endure the hour-long trial. Upon entering the advanced training room, Luo Feng immediately felt an overwhelming pressure. This pressure not only affected his body but also seeped into his emotions, leaving him inexplicably restless after just a few moments. This unusual phenomenon piqued his curiosity. How could the Soul Power Tower enhance soul power simply as a structure? Was there some hidden secret at the base of the tower? Although he couldn't investigate this mystery now, he decided to focus on his training for the moment. Activating the immortal meditation technique, Luo Feng carefully sensed the changes in his soul power. The rate of increase, originally 60 points per second, had now reached 78 points, slightly higher than the 70 points on the first level, though still far from his expected 100 points. Nonetheless, this increase was significant. Gaining at least 600,000 points of soul power daily would undoubtedly accelerate the level up of his two high-quality martial souls. The only issue was the high cost, 20 credits per hour, amounting to 240 credits for 12 hours a day. Luo Feng quickly calculated that his current credits would last less than 5 days. This reality strengthened his resolve to find ways to earn more credits. Enhancing his strength always required resources. To alleviate the monotony of training, Luo Feng brought along theoretical books borrowed from the library. This was part of his plan, as simply waiting for soul power to increase was too dull. He noticed that other students had their own ways to pass the time. Some had the latest game consoles, others were reviewing their coursework, and some even secretly brought prohibited books from the black market. As a diligent student, Luo Feng focused on studying soul beast theory. Since the second soul ring for the ancestral dragon essence was yet to be determined, he needed to find the best match. He carefully read each page, committing various soul beast knowledge to memory. Outside, teacher Ma Yun was pacing anxiously. Half an hour had passed without any sign from the training room, and he worried whether Luo Feng had fainted under the pressure. Although there was an emergency button inside, students sometimes couldn't press it in time, and without prompt rescue, there could be severe consequences. Despite the presence of healing martial souls at the school, any incident would result in strict penalties for the teacher. Just as Ma Yun was contemplating whether to forcibly enter and check, the hour was up, and the door of the training room slowly opened. Luo Feng emerged, looking invigorated. As Luo Feng emerged from the second level of the Soul Power Tower, Ma Yun immediately approached him, scrutinizing the new student closely. To his surprise, Luo Feng was not only unscathed and calm, but he also lacked the agitation typical of other students. "You're all right?" Ma Yun asked, unable to hide his curiosity. His eyes roamed over Luo Feng, and a bold thought crossed his mind. If a specially recruited new student could display such prowess before the school year even began, his potential was limitless, at least certain to reach the rank of titled Delaw. With this in mind, Ma Yun's face broke into a warm smile. "Congratulations, Luo Feng, on passing the qualification test. Come with me to activate the second-level access on your student watch." As they walked, Ma Yun patiently explained the 3 training areas on the second level and the related rules, much like a sales assistant guiding a customer. This unusual behavior caught the attention of the nearby second-year students, who began to whisper among themselves. "What's up with Mr. Ma today? Isn't he usually pretty strict? Wait, isn't that Luo Feng? The freshman with a combat power of 140,000. No wonder Mr. Ma is being so polite to him." Soon, they arrived at the registration center. Ma Yun expertly logged into the system and swiftly processed the access for Luo Feng. Moments later, Luo Feng's student watch received a notification. "Congratulations, Luo Feng, on gaining unrestricted access to the second level of the Soul Power Tower. Current credits, 1090. Hey, teacher, why weren't the 300 credits for the qualification deducted?" Luo Feng inquired, puzzled. By his calculations, after deducting breakfast and the 20 credits earlier, he should have had only 790 credits left. Ma Yun explained with a smile. "Consider it a gesture of friendship from your teacher." Although 300 credits weren't a trivial amount for a teacher, he felt it was well worth it to befriend such a talented individual. Luo Feng thanked him again. Having a teacher as a friend would greatly benefit his future at the school, especially since Mr. Ma was a person of integrity, making him a valuable ally. After completing the qualification upgrade, Luo Feng didn't rush to leave. He checked the time. It was only 10:30 in the morning, leaving plenty of time before 6:30 in the evening. Taking advantage of the holiday following the martial arts exam, most students had returned home or gone out to train, leaving the Soul Power Tower unusually quiet. He decided to stay in the advanced training room on the second floor to delve into his studies. He knew that once the semester started, this training sanctuary would undoubtedly be crowded. Now was a rare opportunity for learning that he couldn't afford to miss. Luo Feng found a comfortable spot in the training room, sat down, and took out a hefty theoretical book from his storage ring. This time, he specifically turned to the chapter on dragon-type soul beasts, focusing on the historical appearances of dragon-type martial souls and their soul ring configurations. While reading intently, a significant discovery caught his attention. There was once an immortal-grade martial soul known as the Thunder Dragon in the history of the Great Xia Kingdom. The book provided detailed descriptions of this martial soul's form, which, although different from his ancestral dragon essence, exuded a similarly majestic and commanding presence. The Thunder Dragon martial soul was ranked 8th among the 10 immortal-grade martial souls, and globally, only 10 such souls were recorded in history. What intrigued Luo Feng even more was that the warrior who possessed the Thunder Dragon martial soul later advanced to level 99, becoming a titled Dalai. Although he ultimately perished during a star exploration, his martial soul and soul ring configuration were meticulously documented by the Great Xia Kingdom. As he sifted through the information, Luo Feng's attention was drawn to a particular soul ring entry, a black soul ring from a 20,000-year-old Sabuxiang soul beast. The soul skill attached to this ring was called Heaven's Will 4 Symbols, which offered 4 extreme transformations: attack, defense, flight, and recovery, seemingly tailor-made for beast martial souls. This Sabuxiang soul beast is definitely the ideal choice for my second soul ring, Luo Feng pondered to himself. With Heaven's Will 4 symbols, both my offensive and defensive capabilities would see a comprehensive boost. However, when he tried to find more information about the Sabuxiang soul beast, he realized that his current books didn't provide any additional details. Come to think of it, this is the first time I've heard of a Sabuxiang soul beast, Luo Feng muttered to himself, deciding to search for more information online. Luo Feng quickly accessed his student watch and searched for Sabuxiang soul beast. The screen soon displayed some information. The Sabuxiang is a rare soul beast with the bloodline of ancient mythical creatures. However, upon examining each piece of information, he found no records detailing the specific habitat of this soul beast. Could it be extinct? Luo Feng pondered with a frown. But if it's really extinct, how did Thunder Dragon Dalai obtain this soul ring? With questions in mind, he delved deeper into Thunder Dragon Dalai's background. Soon, a crucial piece of information caught his eye. Thunder Dragon Dalai acquired the Sabuxiang soul ring from a soul beast secret realm. After the advent of the era of special abilities, various secret realms emerged. Those soul beast secret realms remained exceedingly rare. These secret realms were certain to harbor soul beasts with royal bloodlines, and with luck, one might even encounter those with ancient mythical creature bloodlines. The soul skills provided by such bloodlines far exceeded those of ordinary soul beasts, both in effect and power. Luo Feng immediately searched for currently open soul beast secret realms, but found nothing. He knew that secret realms were often fleeting, and their appearance was entirely unpredictable. I can't pin all my hopes on a secret realm, Luo Feng muttered to himself, then turned to other books. No Sabuxiang, no second soul ring? That's ridiculous. While the ancient mythical creature bloodline is indeed powerful, the age of a soul ring is equally important. Besides, I have a system that can enhance it. It wasn't until 6 p.m. that Luo Feng left the second layer of the Soul Power Tower. Although he hadn't found a soul ring more suitable than the Sabuxiang, he decided to continue his search in the library later. For now, he needed to head to Moon Lake to meet with senior sister Hume. By the time he arrived at Moon Lake, Hume had already been waiting for a while. She had arrived at 5:50 p.m., partly to enjoy the beautiful scenery and partly to take a moment to relax from her recent efforts to enhance her soul power and complete tasks. Her presence immediately caught the attention of the couples present. With her stunning looks and the enchanting effect of her nine-tailed fox martial soul, many guys couldn't help but be drawn to her. Whispered conversations broke out around them. Isn't that the campus beauty, senior sister Hume? Why would she come to a place for couples? I heard several club presidents pursued her, but she turned them all down. Could it be she finally has a boyfriend? Many people had already taken out their phones, ready to capture what might become a piece of campus news. As time went by, many enthusiasts had already taken photos of Hume with their Huawei Mate 790 phones. This latest flagship model, equipped with 12G network and capable of handling 8 SIM cards simultaneously, claims to be able to communicate with aliens, capture images from as far away as the surface of Mars, and is sharp enough to capture every pore on a face. Hume, by the Moon Lake, became the perfect subject for many secret admirers. The campus beauty, usually elusive, now stood there, allowing cameras to capture her charming silhouette. Some treasured these photos, planning to admire them in the quiet of night. Others were already opening photo editing software, eager to make certain indescribable modifications. On the campus network, a post went viral at an incredible speed. Breaking news: campus beauty Hume spotted at Moon Lake, allegedly waiting for her boyfriend. The post included a short video of Hume pacing and waiting, smiling gracefully in the footage. This news caused a sensation on the official website of the imperial capital Wuhan University, drawing not only students from the university, but also those from other Wuhan universities to join in the spectacle. The comments section erupted instantly. One night 7 times. No way, does Hume really have a boyfriend? My goddess. Why not me? 7 times dad. Dream on with that look of yours. Serious clown. Hume's standards are so high. She's been single for 3 years in college. How did she suddenly find someone? Imperial capital sophomore Wu Feng. Let's see who has the guts to pursue my goddess. This news hit Wu Feng particularly hard. As a prominent figure in the sophomore class at the imperial capital Wuhan University and the eldest son of the Wu family, he had gone to great lengths to pursue Humei. He filled the entire campus with her favorite flowers and rented all the city's billboards to display her portraits, just to celebrate her birthday. However, all he received was a simple thank you. It was then that Wu Feng realized Humei was not a girl who could be won over with material things, and he shifted his focus to improving his own abilities. Won't he, Baba? Haha. Humei's lifelong happiness is none of the Wu family's business. Opinions about Wu Feng were mixed, with some openly criticizing him. This post, released at 6 p.m., quickly caused a sensation across major universities in the capital within just 15 minutes. Apart from the 3 top-ranked Martial Seoul universities, the news spread rapidly among student groups in other universities, with views and shares skyrocketing. Curious onlookers flocked to Moon Lake, capturing the scene of Humei strolling with their phones and cameras. The headlines were increasingly sensational. Shock. Humei waiting for boyfriend at Moon Lake, suspected of booking a room. Unbelievable. The capital's campus beauty holding a room card, waiting for a heartbreaker. Heartache. Humei with a slightly protruding belly, waiting for the man who abandoned her. These posts, despite their outrageous headlines, truly stirred up a storm online. Between 6:20 p.m. and 6:26 p.m., the number of comments exceeded tens of thousands. In the comments section, various characters emerged. Zhou Yu from Shinkong University excitedly commented, "My goddess Humei, let me know who mistreated her, and I'll tear him to pieces." As a devoted fan of Humei, Zhou Yu was well aware that his family background, martial soul quality, and soul power level were far inferior to those of Humei's other suitors, so he could only admire her from afar. But now, he clenched his fist, ready to seek justice for his goddess. Zhao Li from Tianjin University angrily retorted, "This is absolutely fake. Humei would never do such a thing. She's probably just taking a walk." Having once faced Humei in an inter-university exchange and carried out tasks together, he had a good understanding of her character. Amidst the online discussions, Luo Feng was making his way to Moon Lake. On the way, he encountered several guys carrying professional cameras. "Hey man, are you here to take sneak photos too?" A guy with a camera joked. "This camera is top-notch, and the photos are 1,000 each, special price." Humei's photos are in high demand. Luo Feng shook his head silently and continued towards the agreed meeting spot. When he reached the central pavilion of Moon Lake at 6:30 p.m., he finally saw the legendary senior, Humei. As she turned, her fabled 98-point beauty nearly captured Luo Feng's gaze. The elegant foxtail swaying behind her and her mature figure, uncommon for a university student, all spoke of her extraordinary nature. Just as Luo Feng was about to be entranced by her allure, the ancestral dragon spirit in his soul roared suddenly, snapping him back to reality. So she really is a seductress, Luo Feng thought to himself. The scene at the pavilion in the middle of the lake quickly caught the attention of the surrounding students. A tall man stood facing the enchanting senior, sparking a wave of hushed conversations. Who is that? Is he the one the senior is waiting for? With that smile on her face, he's definitely not just a passerby. Quick, take a picture. Wait, he looks so familiar. Someone in the crowd soon recognized him. It's Luo Feng, the special recruit who broke the freshman combat record. I heard his combat power is almost 140,000 now. This discussion prompted many to pull out their communicators to take secret photos, hoping to create the next campus internet sensation. Luo Feng, standing in the pavilion, was already aware of the attention, including a few hostile glances, likely from the senior's admirers. "Senior, if there's something you want, just say it. It's quite uncomfortable with so many people watching," Luo Feng said directly. The senior didn't beat around the bush. "I've recently discovered a 6th-level soul beast realm that has something I need. However, the guardian soul beast there is quite unique. I want you to help me control it. You only need to focus on controlling it, nothing else. I'll give you 500 credits as a reward upon completion." Luo Feng asked cautiously, "Senior, you have many connections. Surely there are plenty of level 50 Soul Kings. Why specifically choose me, a level 21 Soul Master? And how do you know I have control abilities?" "Luo Feng, I understand your concerns," the senior explained seriously. "I can give you the 500 credits up front. I chose you because, although the Soul Beast King has immunity to control, it hasn't reached the level of a titled Dolaw. However, control skills of Soul Masters below level 60 are ineffective, and your control skill can even tame the 8-armed demon ape." Luo Feng frowned slightly and asked, "How do you know?" "My mom heard it from Hammer Dolaw," Humei replied casually. "Your mom is a titled Dolaw?" "Yes, why?" Luo Feng suddenly understood. As a disciple of a titled Dolaw, he was well aware of the rules within this circle. His control skill was likely mentioned in casual conversation between his teacher and Humei's mom. However, this was not a big deal, as it didn't expose his second martial soul and soul rings. Perhaps this ability could even bring him more opportunities. "So, will you agree, Luo Feng?" Humei asked expectantly. After a moment of consideration, Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Since Hu Mei's mother was a titled Doluo, it was a relationship worth cultivating. Besides, there might be a chance to find traces of the mythical creature in the Soul Beast's secret realm. Even if the possibility was slim, it was still better than not going at all. Just as he finished speaking, Luo Feng's communicator beeped. Beep, 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 receiving 500 credits transferred by Hu Mei, bringing his current total to 1,420. This senior's efficiency was truly impressive. When do we leave? Now, Hu Mei decisively replied. The Soul Beast's secret realm usually doesn't stay open for more than 3 days, so the sooner, the better. Plus, there's no day or night there, so the darkness won't affect our actions. The two quickly left the campus. Hu Mei's vehicle was a limited edition rocket sports car, with only 10 in the entire country, priced at 35 million. This luxurious car made Luo Feng, a car enthusiast, secretly envious and confirmed that Hu Mei's family's strength was formidable, likely rivaling his own sect. After racing for over an hour, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Starry Sky Great Forest. Luo Feng couldn't help but miss the convenience of traveling with his teacher, where they could slice through the void and arrive instantly. 3 people were already waiting at the entrance, all appearing older than Luo Feng. They were Hu Mei's companions, as the 6th-tier Soul Beast secret realm was too dangerous for solo adventures. Although Hu Mei's family was powerful, the restriction against soul masters above level 60 entering the realm meant that relying on similarly skilled friends was a wiser choice than sending top family experts. Hu Mei warmly introduced. This is Luo Feng, one of the top recruits at our school this year, and the top scorer in the martial arts exam in Hunan province. The 3 then introduced themselves. Wu Tian from the Imperial Capital Martial Soul University, Zhao Li from Tianjing Martial Soul University, and Wang Teng, a level 54 Soul King from the Starry Sky Martial Soul University. They were surprisingly friendly towards Luo Feng, without any senior superiority or hostility, which took Luo Feng by surprise. Luo Feng didn't dwell on it, and followed the group into the hidden 6th-tier Soul Beast secret realm within the mountain cave. This secluded location was known only to those on the mission, sparing them the hassle of dealing with many competitors. Be ready, there might be Soul Beasts at the entrance. Hu Mei warned, prompting everyone to get into combat mode. Those with weapon spirits quickly summoned their weapons, while beast spirit users completed their spirit possession. As everyone summoned their spirits, Luo Feng quickly noted each person's capabilities. Zhao Li from Tianjing Spirit University with a level 55 soul power, possessing the swift leopard beast spirit, excelling in high-speed assaults. Wu Tian from the Imperial Capital Spirit University with a level 54 soul power and a high-tech gun-shaped spirit. Wang Teng from the Starry Sky Spirit University with a level 54 soul power and the Creation Green Lotus support spirit. Together with Hu Mei's 9-tailed fox spirit, the team was well-balanced in offense and defense, and evidently accustomed to working together. Such cross-university collaborations were expected, as the top 3 universities frequently issued joint missions to encourage interaction, making mixed teams, like Hu Mei's, not uncommon. Upon entering the secret realm, surprisingly, they encountered no soul beasts, which made Luo Feng wary. Something's off, Wang Teng said suddenly. His Creation Green Lotus spirit had the ability to sense life forces. There's almost no strong life presence in the outer and middle areas, but the inner area is teeming with them. Are you saying they're waiting for us? Hu Mei asked, her expression serious. Let me investigate further, Wang Teng offered, using his second soul skill, Life Sense. A green ripple spread toward the inner area, but was abruptly blocked by some force. It must be interference from the Soul Beast King. What should we do? Do we go in? Someone asked. Go in. My tech gun loves group fights, Wu Tian said excitedly. We're all at our peak. What's there to fear? Zhao Li was eager as well. What's your opinion, Luo Feng? Hu Mei turned to Luo Feng, reflecting the team's tradition of valuing each member's input. Go for it, Luo Feng said decisively. Let's see if there's a Sifong inside. If there is, it'll be a huge win for us. All right, Luo Feng, you've got spirit. We'll do our best to look after you, and you won't need to step in unless absolutely necessary. Hu Mei's reassurance made Luo Feng feel a bit more at ease. Everyone darted forward like arrows released from a bow, racing towards the inner circle. As they had anticipated, all the soul beasts in the 6th-tier Soul Beast realm had been summoned to the inner circle by the Beast King, preparing to launch a beast tide. As soon as they stepped into the inner circle, the ground trembled violently, as if 1,000 troops were charging. Zhao Li immediately activated his swift leopard martial soul, agilely climbing a towering tree to scout. They're coming. Wu Tian, time to use your big gun, Zhao Li shouted. Wu Tian's tech gun transformed instantly, the barrel expanding to the size of a cannon. First soul skill, birdshot to cannon, Wu Tian shouted, and the black cannon barrel spewed a barrage of shells. The continuous explosions shattered the weaker soul beasts, with shells being fired at an astonishing rate of over 10 per second, leaving Luo Feng dumbfounded. However, The scale of the beast tide was far beyond expectations. Despite heavy losses, the beasts pressed on relentlessly. As the soul beast drew closer, Wu Tian quickly switched forms. Second soul skill, penetrating machine gun. The tech gun morphed into a machine gun, unleashing hundreds of penetrating rounds per second, creating a formidable web of firepower that the soul beasts dreaded. Meanwhile, Zhao Li leaped into the beast horde. Third soul skill, tear. His hands transformed into sharp leopard claws, effortlessly shredding a 1,000-year-old soul beast to pieces, his fighting spirit soaring. Hume was not to be outdone. First soul skill, 9 tails. 9 long tails appeared out of thin air. Then, second soul skill, Fox Ray. The 9 tails fired lasers, reaping the soul beast's lives like the scythe of death. The trio's coordinated efforts effectively suppressed the beast tide, leaving no soul beast unscathed. Luo Feng and Wang Tung stood leisurely at the back, watching the one-sided battle unfold. Impressive indeed. Luo Feng marveled inwardly. These top seniors, not only possessing exceptional martial souls, but also being over level 50 soul kings, made dealing with these soul beasts seem effortless. Martial Soul University truly was a place of hidden talents, and Luo Feng continued to relax on the sidelines. Luo Feng turned to look at Wang Tung, who was leisurely taking a swig from a bottle of cola, seemingly unfazed by the battle unfolding before him. This composure made Luo Feng ponder clearly. This team had worked together for a long time, developing an almost instinctive rhythm where everyone could accurately predict the course of the battle. Wang Tung's relaxed demeanor came from his understanding that this fight was a foregone conclusion. The battle raged on for quite some time, and the number of beasts began to dwindle. Hume and Zhao Li were managing their energy consumption well, but Wu Tian was in a precarious situation. His rapid-fire machine gun had taken out nearly 70% of the beast horde, but it had also drained his soul power to just 20%. At that moment, Wang Tung, still sipping his cola, casually activated his first soul skill, Light of Creation. A green light emanated from the creation green lotus, enveloping Wu Tian. Instantly, Wu Tian's soul power was restored to its peak, and he was revitalized. This seamless coordination required no words. Wang Tung could discern what each teammate needed just by observing their subtle expressions. Senior Wang is truly a hidden talent, Luo Feng thought to himself. Though he seemed indifferent on the surface, his precise control over the battle revealed the true strength of an auxiliary soul master. After the final wave of beasts was cleared, the team took a moment to regroup before heading toward the core area. It was a valley-like region, filled with the rich scent of herbs, clearly housing many precious medicinal plants. Luo Feng couldn't help but compare it to the Yinyang spring they had encountered earlier. Upon reaching the core area, they were confronted by several formidable soul beasts. The most striking was a 6-foot turtle creature that resembled no known Biasta rare soul beast with ancient bloodlines. Though it had nearly 20,000 years of cultivation, the combined assault of 4 soul kings, along with Luo Feng's control skills, gave them a good chance of victory. You again? Dare to meet your doom? The creature spoke in human language. Save your breath. Zhao Li retorted, activating his swift leopard martial soul, his sharp claws aiming directly at the enemy. Meanwhile, a 10,000-year-old black-striped bear joined the fray, battling alongside Zhao Li. Go all out, finish this quickly. Wang Tung downed his cola, and then unleashed his third soul skill, Blessing. 3 beams of azure light shot from the creation green lotus, landing on Hume, Zhao Li, and Wu Tian, empowering them. Wang Tung's third soul skill released a golden light that enveloped Zhao Li. The blessing's power immediately showed impressive effect. Zhao Li's speed and attack strength surged, forcing the massive black-striped bear to retreat repeatedly. This scene left Luo Feng astonished. Normally, Zhao Li and the bear, which possessed a 10,000-year-old bloodline, were evenly matched. But now, Zhao Li had a clear advantage, turning the battle from an even match to a 70-30 split. Just one blessing soul skill had increased Zhao Li's overall combat ability by 20%, which was truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Hume and Wu Tian were also displaying their prowess on their respective battlefields, either killing or severely injuring other soul beasts. Just when everyone thought victory was within reach, the Sibu Xiang let out a sinister laugh. Bloodline skill, Soul Beast Frenzy Domain. With a roar, the Sibu Xiang unleashed its ancient beast bloodline power, not only reviving its subordinates, but also providing a combat boost comparable to Wang Tung's blessing. This was the key reason Hume and others had previously suffered. Luo Feng, control it. Don't let it activate the frenzy domain. Hume urgently reminded. Luo Feng immediately used the Dragon Roar Soul skill, but the Sibu Xiang sneered. Haha, my bloodline is immune to control below level 60. Your soul skills are ineffective. Today, you're all going to die here. However, just as the Sibu Xiang was reveling in its triumph, its mind was suddenly engulfed in dizziness. The trio seized this fleeting opportunity, quickly repelling the surrounding minions and launching a fierce attack on the Sibu Xiang. Wang Teng once again used his fifth soul skill Omnipotence, boosting all attributes for the trio. Wu Tian's tech gun fired a dazzling death laser. Hu Mei unleashed the blazing firefox flames. Zhao Li's leopard claws executed a cross-star nebula slash. The triple attack struck the Sibu Xiang, which had not yet activated its state, killing it on the spot. As the Sibu Xiang fell with a crash, its subordinates were quickly dealt with. Everyone thanked Luo Feng, acknowledging that if he hadn't controlled the Sibu Xiang in time, they might have been in real danger. Luo Feng, there's a medicine garden in the valley with rare treasures. You can choose first, Hu Mei offered sincerely. No, I need to stay here and absorb the Sibu Xiang's soul ring. You all go ahead, Luo Feng politely declined. After watching the four enter the valley, Luo Feng swiftly collected several core elements from the 10th Ascendier soul beasts. These cores were valuable to him. But for those like Hu Mei, who came from prominent families, the rare treasures in the valley were of greater importance. With the collection complete, Luo Feng sat cross-legged and began to absorb the Sibu Xiang's soul ring. As Hu Mei and her companions ventured inside to gather rare treasures, Luo Feng began to concentrate on absorbing the soul ring. A pitch-black soul ring slowly descended from the sky, encircling his head before gradually merging into his body. This soul ring, imbued with the bloodline of an ancient beast, was indeed extraordinary. The entire absorption process took a full 3 minutes. Typically, a regular 10th Ascendier soul ring would be absorbed within a minute. With the complete integration of the soul ring, Luo Feng distinctly felt a transformation occurring within his soul C. Initially at level 21, his soul power level, boosted by the soul power tower, was nearing level 22. Now, his soul C continued to fill. Level 22? Luo Feng whispered in delight. But this was just the beginning. To his astonishment, the newly upgraded soul C did not stop filling. It continued to rise. Level 23. Level 24. Thus, Luo Feng's soul power soared, his soul C filling twice over, finally breaking through to level 24, a leap of 3 levels. The soul ring with the bloodline of an ancient beast is truly remarkable, Luo Feng mused. He recalled how absorbing a regular 10th Ascendier soul ring never resulted in such a power increase. This realization made him prioritize soul beasts with bloodlines, especially those of ancient beasts, for future soul rings. Not only would he gain soul skills, but his level would also increase. Otherwise, given his 2 high-quality martial souls, relying solely on cultivation for advancement would be too arduous. Let's see what soul skills I've acquired. Luo Feng calmed himself and examined his soul skill panel. Host, Luo Feng. First martial soul, Heavenly Demon God-Slaying Spear, innate quality. First soul skill, Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash. Second soul skill, God-Slaying Thunder Spear. Second martial soul, Ancestral Dragon Essence, supreme quality. First soul skill, Dragon Roar. Second soul skill, Celestial 4 Symbols Transformation. To his surprise, Luo Feng discovered that the quality of the Ancestral Dragon Essence had upgraded from 2 stars to 3, likely due to the absorption of the previous soul ring and the bloodline of the mythical ancient beast. The newly acquired Celestial 4 Symbols Transformation thrilled him even more, as this soul skill encompassed 4 transformations, each corresponding to the abilities of the 4 great mythical beasts. White Tiger Transformation enhances attack and armor-piercing abilities. Vermilion Bird Transformation grants the ability to fly. Azure Dragon Transformation increases soul power recovery speed. Black Tortoise Transformation boosts defense and healing capabilities. With this soul skill, he experienced enhancements in offense, defense, and recovery, along with the newfound ability to fly independently, no longer needing second brother's cloud bat wings. Eagerly, Luo Feng immediately tested the power of the Celestial 4 Symbols Transformation. He first activated the White Tiger Transformation, carefully sensing the shift in power, and noticed that his attack capability had increased by about 5. The percentage seems a bit low, Luo Feng remarked with a frown. He pondered carefully. While a 5 boost might not seem significant at first, in battles above level 90, that 5 could be a game-changing advantage. He continued to assess the abilities of the Heavenly Intent 4 Symbols Transformation. The speed of the Vermilion Bird Transformation was not even a tenth of his second senior's cloud bat wings, which could be described as tortoise-like. However, for someone at his current Grand Soul Master level, it was already a decent speed. The Azure Dragon Transformation provided a recovery boost of around 5, while the Black Tortoise Transformation offered an 8 increase in defense and healing. To test the healing effect, Luo Feng made a small cut on his hand. The wound took about a quarter of an hour to heal, which left him somewhat dissatisfied. It's still not enough, it needs to be strengthened, Luo Feng muttered to himself. Currently, this soul ring is only 18,000 years old, so the low percentage makes sense. The first soul ring of the Ancestral Dragon Essence is now 120,000 years old, so the second soul ring shouldn't be too far behind. System checkpoints. Host Luo Feng available points. 3,048,966. Seeing the over 3 million points, Luo Feng decided to start strengthening. First, he upgraded the Ancestral Dragon Essence's first soul ring, which was already at level 24, raising its age from 120,000 to 140,000 years. This 20,000-year increase extended the duration of the first skill's strong control from 1 second to 1.1 seconds, though it was only a 0.1 second increase. In high-level combat, even this brief moment could determine the outcome. Next, he began to enhance the second soul ring. Let's try a 100,000-year increase first. As the system's notification sounded, the newly absorbed quadrilateral black soul ring gradually turned red. But Luo Feng didn't stop there, continuing to enhance it until it reached 150,000 years, at which point he had to stop due to reaching his limit. Looking at the two glowing red soul rings in his soul sea, Luo Feng nodded in satisfaction. The system then indicated that the heavenly intent 4 symbols transformation could still be enhanced, and he unhesitatingly chose to do so, consuming 500,000 points. The enhanced heavenly intent 4 symbols transformation showed a significant improvement. The White Tiger transformation's attack and armor penetration boost increased from 5 to 15. The Vermilion Bird's speed doubled. The Azure Dragon not only provided a 15 recovery boost, but also increased resilience, reducing control time. The Black Tortoise's defense increased to 20. Healing speed was reduced from a quarter of an hour to a few seconds, and astonishingly, it gained a periodic shield every quarter of an hour. If it could be strengthened to the limit, wouldn't it be possible to have a shield every second? A glint of anticipation flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. After Luo Feng finished reviewing the soul skill introductions, he noticed that Hu Mei and the others had not yet appeared. He waited patiently until he finally saw a few figures emerging from the depths of the secret realm. Ha ha, Luo Feng, we've had some good luck this time. Wu Tian was the first to stride out, his face beaming with unconcealed joy. Following him were Zhao Li, Wang Tong, and Hu Mei. Hu Mei was carefully holding a string of green vines adorned with several bright red fruits. What is this? Luo Feng asked curiously as he leaned in for a closer look. Although he was well-versed in soul beast knowledge, he had never seen such a rare treasure before. This is called Qilinjia, Wang Tong explained excitedly. It's a top-grade rarity that can rapidly enhance soul power. Hu Mei counted the fruits on the vine carefully. There are 15 Qilinjia in total. We'll divide them equally, 3 per person. Does anyone have any objections? No objections, the others responded in unison. I'm fine with your arrangement. Luo Feng thought to himself with delight. He initially thought he was just there to lend a hand, but besides the previously agreed 500 academic credits, he also received such a treasure. This secret realm expedition had been quite fruitful for him. He not only acquired a second soul ring and soul skill, but his soul power had also increased by 2.5 levels, and now he had Qilinjia as well. Hu Mei distributed the Qilinjia on the spot, which seemed to be a customary practice for their team. As she handed 3 of the blood-red fruits to Luo Feng, she specifically cautioned, Luo Feng, Qilinjia cannot be consumed directly. It must be used with a 6th-tier buffering potion. This was knowledge typically taught in the sophomore year, and she kindly reminded him. Thank you for the reminder, senior. Luo Feng nodded earnestly. When they left the secret realm, the sun was already shining brightly outside. Luo Feng then realized it was nearly noon, and everyone showed signs of fatigue. As they departed the starry sky forest, Luo Feng once again rode in Hu Mei's rocket sports car, while the others drove their own equally impressive luxury vehicles. Seeing these valuable cars, Luo Feng couldn't help but admire their strength and capabilities. Upon returning to the capital, instead of heading straight back to their school or families, the group made their way to University Town. Situated between 3 top-tier Soul Master universities, the area was bustling and vibrant, offering everything from high-end shops to roadside stinky tofu stands. The streets of the university district in the imperial capital are lined with luxurious shops. In front of various mineral and potion stores, crowds gather, and customers come and go in an endless stream. Eventually, everyone's vehicle stopped in front of an exceptionally grand shop. Imperial Capital Potion Shop. Luo Feng read the shop's name softly. He wasn't unfamiliar with this store. He had passed by it last time with Fei Yangyang and Lin Qingxue when they visited the university district. It's said to be not only the largest and most luxurious potion store in the capital, but also a hub for numerous high-level alchemists, with a daily turnover reaching billions. Come on, Luo Feng, don't just stand there, Wang Ting urged. This shop belongs to my family. If you buy something, I'll get them to give you a 20% discount. Your families? Luo Feng was stunned. Even the top members here could only enjoy a 10% discount. As soon as the group stepped inside, the store manager hurried over to greet them. Young Master, Master Wu, Master Zhao, Miss Fox. Turning to Luo Feng, he smiled even more broadly. And this must be young Master Luo? I've heard so much about you. How's the preparation of the 15 vials of 6th grade buffer potions? Wang Tong asked directly. How could I dare neglect your instructions, young master? The manager gestured, and a hostess promptly brought out an exquisite box containing the potions. A friendly price, 50,000 per vial. After paying, the group prepared to leave, as they still needed to rush back to refine the Chelan's blood. Just then, a commotion erupted at the street entrance. A team of law enforcement officers was escorting an evil Soul Master, but suddenly, the Soul Master broke free from his shackles and charged towards an old man selling stinky tofu by the roadside. Don't come any closer, the old man warned sternly. Heh, if I take you hostage, I can escape, the evil Soul Master sneered as he advanced. However, in the next instant, with a crisp snap, the seemingly ordinary old man swiftly and cleanly beheaded the evil Soul Master on the spot. In this world, who doesn't carry a blade? I warned you not to come closer, but you didn't listen. The old man wiped the blood off his blade and resumed his business calls. This scene seemed perfectly ordinary to those around, except for Luo Feng, who was dumbfounded, clearly saw 6 soul rings glowing around the old man. Luo Feng, Foxy chuckled, you'll get used to it. In this imperial capital, hidden talents are everywhere. Even a beggar shouldn't be underestimated. Rofeng, I'll leave you here, Hume said, escorting Rofeng to the entrance of the imperial capital Wuhan University before quickly departing to another location to refine the Qilinjia. The campus was bustling with activity, filled with new students and their parents. Today was the last day for freshmen to register, and the whole campus was alive with a busy and lively atmosphere. Son, study hard. Our Wang family is counting on your superior martial spirit to make a name for us. Don't worry, Dad. I have the potential to become a titled doula. Conversations like these could be heard all over campus. As part of the last batch of ordinary freshmen, they could only rely on sophomore volunteers for guidance, receiving just the basic 100 credits per month without any special treatment or scholarships. Just as Rofeng was about to head back to his dorm, a sweet-voiced female freshman suddenly approached him. Wow, are you Rofeng? I really like you. You know me? Rofeng asked, surprised. Even though I'm in the last batch, I checked the school news before registering. Everyone knows about you, Rofeng, with your combat power nearly reaching 140,000, the girl said playfully. I'm here alone and not familiar with the place. Can you show me around? Facing her hopeful gaze, Rofeng bluntly refused. I'm busy, find someone else. He turned and walked away, leaving the girl standing there, stunned. Back in his dorm, despite having not slept all night, Rofeng was full of energy due to the soul power boost from absorbing the hybrid soul ring. He immediately set out to refine the Qilinjia. He downed 3 vials of 6th grade buffering potion worth 1.5 million in one go. Though the expense pained him, the effect was immediate. Then, he consumed 3 Qilinjia. Boom. The Qilinjia exploded inside him like firecrackers, turning into a blood-red liquid that surged into his soul sea. Instantly, his blood boiled, and his body temperature soared, but the buffering potion provided timely relief with a cooling sensation. The red liquid quickly transformed into soul power in the soul sea. After breaking through to level 24, his once depleted soul sea began to fill up, like a dried-up pond being replenished with fresh water. Does this really work? Rofeng thought as he observed his soul sea, pleasantly surprised by the effects of the 6th grade treasure, Qilinjia. After all, treasures that could enhance soul power were extremely rare in the world. The 6th tier is even rarer. This time, I really owe it to Hume, the enchanting senior. Bang! A slight explosion resounded in Luo Feng's soul sea as the energy of the Qilin essence surged like a tide, pushing him directly from level 24 to 25. Seeing that half of the Qilin essence liquid still remained in his hand, a gleam of joy flashed in Luo Feng's eyes after fully refining it. Reaching level 26 seemed just around the corner. Meanwhile, in a certain hidden realm of the void, Hume also completed the refinement of the Qilin essence. Her level soared by 2, reaching 57. Taking a deep breath, she felt the abundant energy within her, and the fatigue from staying up late to tackle the secret realm vanished. Beside Hume stood a more alluring mature woman, her mother, Hu Buyao. Unlike Hume's pure aura, Hu Buyao exuded the unique charm of a mature woman, with the seductive patterns faintly visible on her chest adding a touch of mystery. This time, you had contact with that Luo Feng, right? Is his control technique really that extraordinary? Hu Buyao asked. Mom, it's truly impressive. That mythical beast was stunned by him for a whole second. Hume said excitedly. A second. Both mother and daughter showed expressions of shock. As a titled doula, Hu Buyao knew what this meant. Yeah, and the craziest part is that his control skill seems unaffected by level differences, Hume continued. What Hammer Doula said was actually true, not exaggerated. Mom, should I try bringing him over to our side? You can, but take it step by step, and use family resources if necessary, Hu Buyao said meaningfully. Such discussions were not only happening in the Hu family, other families were equally intrigued by Luo Feng, especially the Wang family, who were currently holding a family meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, In just over a month, I will reach level 90, announced the family head, Wang Tian. As the only auxiliary titled Dalaw in the Daxia kingdom about to reach level 90, this was undoubtedly a moment of historical significance. Does the family head have a preferred candidate for the ninth spirit ring? Someone inquired. The ideal soul ring is identified, and theoretically, it matches perfectly with my Chaos Green Lotus. But it's not easy to kill. The head of the Wang family, Wang Tian, frowned, tapping his fingers on the armrest of his chair. Those seated around him began to offer suggestions. Master, with your auxiliary spirit power, you could certainly enlist the help of a few titled Dalaw. Over the years, you've provided them with enough assistance that the favors owed should be sufficient to call upon 3 titled Dalaw. Wang Tian waved his hand, his expression serious. You've misunderstood. I'm saying the soul beast itself is hard to kill. It's a 100,000-year-old soul beast. He stood up, pacing slowly to the window. At this critical moment, on the brink of reaching level 90, he had finally pinpointed the most suitable source for his ninth soul ring, a dragon-type, sea soul beast residing in the eastern seas of the Great Xia Kingdom. Acquiring this 100,000-year soul ring would significantly enhance his auxiliary abilities. Are you referring to the 8-armed demon ape, Master? Someone inquired. No, not that brute. It doesn't suit my martial spirit, Wang Tian explained, turning around. I'm talking about the ruler of the eastern seas, the black-scaled dragon. Everyone suddenly understood. It was said that the black-scaled dragon was as ancient as the 8-armed demon ape, but it was extremely cautious, well aware of humans coveting its soul ring, and rarely surfaced. Its bloodline traits and domain skills remained a mystery. No soul master dared risk their life diving into the deep sea to study its blood, as the marine environment was highly unfavorable to soul masters, while sea soul beasts could exhibit astonishing power underwater. This is indeed tricky, someone remarked, frowning. If the black-scaled dragon remains hidden in the deep sea, we truly are helpless. Wang Tian was confident. We can invite more soul masters skilled in control techniques. I'm sure they'll give the Wang family face. Once I obtain the soul ring and advance to titled Doluo, they would be even more willing to assist. In the following month, the Wang family began to make preparations in earnest, focusing on contacting soul masters with powerful control techniques and levels above 70. Even if it required a significant investment of resources and money, Wang Tian was determined. At this point, Wang Ting noticed a significant omission from the list. Dad, aren't we inviting Luo Feng? He managed to control even a Qilin in the 6th-tier mystic realm. The Wang family only knew bits and pieces of gossip about Luo Feng. Without a titled Doluo to hold their ground, they couldn't enter Hammer Doluo's void realm to investigate. When they heard that a level 21 soul master could control a 100,000-year-old soul beast, like the 8-armed demon ape, they all showed disdain. Is the young master talking about Hammer Doluo's disciple? Ha ha ha, you must be joking. A level 21 soul master controlling a 100,000-year soul beast? That's just bragging. Hammer Doluo is known for exaggerating, but this is too much. The young master is still naive, don't be fooled. Meanwhile, Luo Feng had just finished refining the Qilin extract, and his soul power had already risen to level 26. As night fell, despite feeling energetic, his hunger prompted him to head to the cafeteria for food. As he walked, Luo Feng checked his student account on his phone and found that the system had already arranged his class schedule. The times and locations for theoretical and practical classes, as well as the number of classmates, were clearly listed. What excited him even more was that the credit taskbar for freshmen had also been activated. Browsing through the task list, Luo Feng first saw the daily tasks. Task 1. Collect 100 century-old soul beast cores for the school's herb room. Reward 10 credits. Only 10 credits? Luo Feng was a bit surprised. These cores could sell for over 10,000 in the shops. However, he realized that for current students, hunting century-old soul beasts was as easy as slaughtering chickens. Task 2. Collect a piece of black iron ore for the forging department. Reward 20 credits. This task required going to the outskirts of the Starry Sky Great Forest's mining area, which posed a significant risk for freshmen, hence the higher credits. Luo Feng noticed that freshmen only had daily tasks for now, without those dangerous tasks starting at 50 credits or challenge tasks starting at 100 credits. Perhaps they think freshmen aren't mature enough yet, he speculated. At that moment, an official bounty task caught his attention. Bounty Task 1. Target: capture the recent underwear thief operating in the capital. Details: this individual specializes in stealing women's underwear and stockings, having targeted several university dorms and lingerie shops. Reward: 200,000 in cash plus 150 credits. This task made Luo Feng's eyes light up. Impressive. Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim. He shook his head in disbelief. I've seen people steal wallets, resources, and potions, but stealing stockings? What kind of fetish is this? Even I, as a bit of a weirdo, find it odd. He quickly scanned the other official tasks on the board, but none seemed particularly suitable for him. He wasn't skilled in pursuit or reconnaissance tasks after all. He wasn't a detective. As for investigative tasks, those were best left to professional investigators. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar voice called out, "Luo Feng, finally found you." At the cafeteria door, the chubby figure of Fei Yangyang came into view. "What's up?" Fei Yangyang flashed a cunning smile and pulled out 3 entry tickets from his pocket. "Today's the start of the semester for all university freshmen in the capital, and there's a grand auction at the Capital Auction House. Want to check it out?" Luo Feng was no stranger to the Capital Auction House. He had passed by it while strolling through the university district last time. It's a sizable auction venue, especially renowned for its annual freshman auction. Tickets to such events are usually hard to come by. But for someone like Fei Yangyang, who is so rich he's only got money left, it was clearly no problem. "Sure, let's check it out, but let's eat first." "Oh, come on, who needs food?" Fei Yangyang said excitedly. "The auction has a buffet for freshmen with over 100 dishes. I've been saving my appetite all day for this." As the 3 of them stepped out of the university gates, they saw a sleek luxury sports car parked there. "Fei Yangyang, is this your car?" "Yeah, I found the university district too big, so I bought a car. You can drive it on campus too, saves the hassle of getting around." "Is that the rocket sports car emblem?" Luo Feng immediately recognized the emblem, reminding him of a similar model he had seen in Fox May's car. "Oh, you know cars." Fei Yangyang seemed pleased. "This is a limited edition released last year, already sold out this year. Hop in, let me show you the speed of a rocket sports car." Soon, the sports car roared towards the Capital Auction House. The entrance was bustling with activity, luxury cars gathered around, and the staff were busy handling the crowd. Regular freshmen were being greeted by hostesses, while prominent figures like Ma Butong, son of the Ma family, were personally welcomed by the auction house manager, a smiling and lean elder. The Ma family had deep roots in the capital, with businesses spanning from minerals to herbs and training teams. Before long, more elegantly dressed young heirs arrived, including Lin Xiao. At this moment, Fei Yangyang and his friends arrived at the parking lot in their supercars. Considering that the freshman buffet had already started, they quickly found a less crowded spot to park, fearing they might miss out on the fresh and delicious food. In the buffet area, Lin Qingxue maintained a bit of decorum, but Luo Feng and Fei Yangyang seemed ravenous. Especially Fei Yangyang, who grabbed a roast suckling pig with his hand and devoured it, finishing the whole pig in just a few bites. Their exaggerated eating style left the surrounding freshmen stunned and turning their heads. "Luo Feng, this wine is great, you should try it. And these prawns, they're particularly tasty." Fei Yangyang found chopsticks cumbersome and opted to eat with his hands. By this time, the freshman hall was filled with over 1,000 people, their attention divided. Half were drawn to the bold eating habits of Luo Feng and Fei Yangyang, while the other half were busy admiring the beauties around them. As top recruits every year, the freshmen at Imperial Capital University were generally very attractive. A campus beauty like Lin Qingxiu naturally became the center of attention, with many young men from the capital eagerly trying to strike up a conversation. "Hello, beautiful. I'm Ma Butong. Nice to meet you." "Oh, hello, I'm Lin Qingxue." Lin Qingxue responded simply while focusing on her meal. Unlike those girls eager to attach themselves to influential people, Lin Qingxue's calm demeanor only piqued the curiosity of many young men. They speculated about her background, as in Daxia, many provincial families were on par with the capital's elite. "Hello, Qingxue, I'm Lin Yu from Tianjin Wuhuan University. Can I get your contact information?" "I'm from Imperial Wuhuan University. We're not from the same school." Lin Qingxue shyly declined. Lin Yu was quite surprised, as girls usually approached him first, but today he was turned down. This sparked his competitive spirit, and he decided to showcase his abilities at the upcoming auction. Just then, a group of distinctively dressed islanders entered the hall, immediately drawing everyone's attention. An auction staff member explained, "All the treasures at the Imperial Capital's freshman auction come from secret realms. Since the advent of the supernatural era, there hasn't been a single secret realm in the island nation, so they have to attend auctions in other countries." Her tone carried a clear disdain, a sentiment understood by everyone from Daxia present. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 2 young men from the island nation entered the auction hall with their tickets in hand. They appeared cautious and low-key, not even pausing to sample the buffet. Their careful demeanor was understandable. This freshman auction only allowed new students to enter alone, without bodyguards. Last year, one of their seniors offended a student from Daxia with a single careless comment and ended up being carried out, a lesson learned the hard way. Before long, Fei Yangyang, Luo Feng, and Lin Qingxue also entered the venue and took their seats as indicated on their tickets. The most notable feature of the Imperial Capital's freshman auction is the fairness in seat allocation. There are no VIP seats, just front and back rows, all determined by the luck of the draw when tickets are issued. This fair system draws many new students from the capital to eagerly participate every year. "Hello, dear students. I am Ji Ba, the host of today's auction." The host began straightforwardly. "Please check the auction list under your seats. We are about to start." The list revealed that there were 36 items up for auction, each highly appealing to the freshmen. Everyone eagerly looked through it, and the hall was soon filled with hushed whispers. The first item Tier 3 battle suit. Jiba's voice echoed throughout the hall. This is crafted with the latest technology, automatically worn after fingerprint verification, keeping you warm in winter and cool in summer. In protective mode, it can withstand attacks from soul masters below level 32 and offers protection against soul beasts under 1900 years old. A must-have for tasks in the wilderness. The starting bid is 1 million daxia currency, with a minimum increment of 30,000. Students, let's start bidding. As soon as the host finished speaking, the hall erupted into a frenzy. 1.1 million, 1.4 million, 1.9 million. The bidding was relentless, with students seemingly unfazed by the sums involved. Luo Feng, aren't you tempted? Fei Yangyang turned to ask. It's not for me. Luo Feng shook his head, thinking that with his dragon roar soul skill, the vermilion bird transformation of the heavenly four elephants, and the sword talisman from his senior sister, this battle suit couldn't compare to his existing survival tools. And you, Qingxue? Fei Yangyang then looked at Lin Qingxue. Although Lin Qingxue's soul skills aren't particularly powerful, and her martial spirit hasn't evolved to its peak, with her teacher, the Empress, by her side, she doesn't fear ordinary dangers. At the auction, Luo Feng and Lin Qingxue keenly noticed an interesting phenomenon: the wealthy heirs from the capital were surprisingly inactive, while only some unknown families continued to bid. After a moment of thought, Luo Feng suddenly understood. To those well-connected heirs from the capital, a mere third-tier battle suit was nothing significant. Just like they had teachers and senior sisters as their backing, those truly competing at the auction were ordinary students who needed the battle suit for survival. The price soared to 3 million, far exceeding the actual value of the third-tier battle suit. Ultimately, a freshman from Tianjin Martial Spirit University won the suit. The student's face was a mix of excitement and a hint of pain. Clearly, the purchase had drained his entire savings. However, for a soul master, as long as they're alive, there are countless opportunities to earn money, and he would likely recoup his investment soon. Next is the second item up for auction. As the host spoke, a well-dressed hostess gracefully walked forward with a tray. In the center of the tray, a white stone emitting a chill was particularly striking. This is called the ice stone, the host introduced. It allows the user to remain unaffected by negative emotions and maintain a clear mind in the Soul Power Tower. As new students, you must know that your school's Soul Power Tower is an excellent place to increase your level. Ordinary freshmen can stay on the first floor for at most an hour, but with this ice stone, you can stay all day without issue. The starting bid is 3 million, with increments of no less than 500,000. The announcement caused a stir throughout the room. Even the well-informed heirs from the capital showed eager expressions. This was a rare gem, found only occasionally in rare mineral veins, and with it, training efficiency in the Soul Power Tower would greatly increase. I bid 10 million. Lin Yu suddenly stood, offering a price that would intimidate ordinary bidders. Is Lin running out of money? A mere 10 million is nothing. Ma Budding scoffed. I bid 20 million. This price immediately silenced 80 of the new students present. For those from ordinary families, gathering millions was already difficult. Tens of millions were simply beyond reach. At that moment, two young people from an island nation spoke up. We bid 30 million. This bid puzzled everyone. Did the island nation have a soul power tower? The ice stone was almost useless outside the tower. The host quickly responded. The young master and miss from the Takiyanagi family of the island nation have bid 30 million. Is there a higher offer? It turned out that this pair was none other than Takiyanagi Koji and Takiyanagi Mizuko from the Takiyanagi family. The reason both of them needed to bid was because Gao Lu Meizi's martial soul was ice element, and the ice stone significantly enhanced her martial soul's power. What are you guys doing here? Ma Butung sneered, a trace of contempt in his eyes. With the big shots from the capital here, if you want to compete, we'll entertain you. But don't expect to walk away without paying a price. I'm bidding 40 million. What about you islanders, still in? His challenging gaze was fixed on the two from the Gao Lu family. Unexpectedly, they remained calm and unmoved. They whispered in their native language for a moment, determination flashing in their eyes. Where to dig potatoes? One of them said in their language, meaning, we must get this. Go dig in the back mountain, fill a sack, the other replied. Anyway, we're using public funds. What are we afraid of? Mida 11G Li Gu Lu Wawa. After the discussion, Gao Lu Meizi looked up, her eyes fixed on the ice stone in the arena, and said calmly, 50 million. The bidding quickly heated up. 60 million, Lin Yu shouted. 80 million, 500 million. When the islanders pushed the price to 500 million, the capital's elites fell silent. They knew very well that the ice stone's highest value was only about 100 million, and there were other ways to gain soul power, like using potions. Continuing to bid was just a matter of pride. The host, accompanied by a ceremonial assistant, approached the winners. Congratulations to both of you. However, as per the rules, foreign friends must pay immediately to prevent malicious bidding and fleeing. Here's 500 million. Maisie handed over a card. Sorry, 500 million isn't enough, the host smiled. Are you bullying us? Where did all these extra fees come from? I protest. Gao Lu Guang'er stood up angrily. The host's expression turned cold, and 8 soul rings suddenly appeared around him, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black, revealing him to be an over level 80 soul master. Are you planning to default and force me to get rough? Since reasoning doesn't work, I'll have to resort to physics. The scene left the newcomers to the capital city utterly stunned. A formidable figure with over 80 levels of power was serving as the auctioneer. Luo Feng, however, remained calm, having previously encountered a master selling stinky tofu. Such contrasts no longer surprised him. On the auction stage, faced with this powerful figure adorned with 8 soul rings, 2 individuals from a certain island nation had to swallow their pride. They were well aware that the auction house was teeming with experts, and even if all their reinforcements were present, any attempt at violence would lead to their complete defeat. 1.5 billion. The auctioneer's voice carried a hint of amusement. How much? The two were so shocked they could hardly speak. Originally priced at 500 million, the item now required a payment of 1.5 billion with fees. Although they cursed inwardly at the extortion, in the presence of such a powerful figure, they could only grit their teeth and bear it. Even though it was public funds, disbursing 1.5 billion was still painful. With a ding, the payment confirmation tone sounded. Account credited with 1.5 billion. Once the payment was confirmed, the auctioneer handed the item to Takeyanagi Mizuko, then announced loudly, "Applause for the top brother from the island nation." Thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue, but it was tinged with a mocking undertone directed at these big spenders. Luo Feng squinted, thinking, this auction house is interesting. Instead of secretly overcharging, they do it openly. The auctioneer then introduced the third item. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a small elemental stone. Although it only works for elemental-type martial souls, whether wind, fire, water, or lightning, using it can significantly enhance elemental attacks. As the introduction continued, an usher presented a shimmering stone. Takeyanagi Mizuko's eyes lit up. If an ice stone could enhance by 10 points, this small elemental stone could boost by at least 20. For someone like her, who possessed an ice elemental martial soul, it was a treasure that could double her combat power. Sensing the islanders' interest, the auctioneer set the starting bid at 1 billion. With increments no less than 10 million. This price was entirely his own call, as the list did not specify a starting price. I bid 2 billion. Ma Budong was the first to speak. I bid 6 billion. Lin Yu followed closely. Though neither of them had elemental martial souls, they were clearly well aware. 8 billion. Takeyanagi Koji raised the bid. Only 2 billion more? That's dull. I bid 15 billion. Ma Budong continued to raise the stakes. 20 billion. Are you two still in? 30 billion. Takeyanagi Mizuko gritted her teeth as she called out the number, her young face finally showing signs of emotion. She cursed inwardly. If their island nation produced such treasures from secret realms, they wouldn't be pushed to such extremes. No matter how precious this small elemental stone was, it was worth at most 20 billion. I'll bid 3.1 billion, Lin Yu said in a deep voice. He astutely noticed that the opponent's jump from 2 billion to 3 billion was an attempt to intimidate the competition. However, he knew this wasn't their limit. To avoid a scenario where the opponent suddenly withdraws, leaving him to purchase something worthless at a high price, he cautiously added just 100 million. The auction house was tense. Ma Budong didn't immediately place a bid, but instead looked towards Takeyanagi Mizuko. 3.2 billion. Takeyanagi Mizuko called out, her resolve wavering. She had internally set a maximum bid of 4 billion and was ready to back out and seek other auction opportunities if it went higher. 3.3 billion. Ma Budong followed without hesitation. From the expressions and bidding patterns of his opponents, he deduced they still had room to maneuver. The price quickly climbed to 3.9 billion. When Takeyanagi Mizuko announced this amount, a slight smirk appeared on her lips. If her opponent raised the bid just once more, she could gracefully withdraw. However, the young elites of the capital noticed her subtle expression and chose to remain silent. The auctioneer promptly struck the gavel and declared, "Congratulations to our esteemed guest from the island nation for winning the small elemental stone." What followed was astonishing. The auctioneer approached Takeyanagi Mizuko and began listing various fees: venue fee, handling fee, storage fee, emotional damage fee, miscellaneous fee, mining fee. He rattled off over 40 charges, bringing the total to a staggering 13.9 billion. Wasn't it just a 1 billion handling fee? How did it suddenly become 10 billion? Takeyanagi and her attendant stood up in anger. The auctioneer gracefully explained, "Valuable items naturally incur higher handling fees. Please settle the payment promptly. There are many more items awaiting bids." Despite their frustration, the pair had to pay the amount. The 200 billion they brought was reduced by 1/10 on this single item, most of it being fees. The auction continued, selling several standard items such as battle armors and technological weapons suitable for newcomers. Lin Qingxue acquired a few special potions, while Fei Yangyang bought some custom pills. The islanders also purchased several items, but faced the same hefty fees each time. Finally, the auction reached its last item. Ladies and gentlemen, the highlight of the auction is a fragment of a soul bone. As soon as the auctioneer spoke, the room erupted. Everyone knew the rarity of a soul bonian item that only a 10,000-year-old spirit beast might produce, and a 100,000-year-old beast was guaranteed to have. It could dramatically enhance the user's combat abilities. This kind of precious item, even a titled Doluan may not possess one. In the auction house, everyone's eyes were fixed on the incomplete soul bone on the stage. As the hostess placed the soul bone on the display table, the room fell silent. This soul bone had shattered into 5 pieces, making it nearly impossible to recognize its original form. It's common knowledge that once a soul bone is broken, it cannot be repaired. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a fragment of a wisdom skull, discovered during our auction house's expedition into a secret realm, the auctioneer explained. Its exact origin from a 6,000-year-old soul beast is unknown. Considering our audience today consists of newcomers, we offer a friendship price, 10 million. The audience remained silent. Clearly, no one was willing to spend money on such a broken soul bone. Yet, Luo Feng discreetly opened his system panel to scan the soul bone. The system displayed soul bone name, severely damaged spiritual wisdom skull. Source, 60,000-year-old soul beast, the bewitching demon. Feature, can be repaired and enhanced with system points, granting special abilities. Luo Feng was thrilled. This opportunity seemed tailor-made for him. Although the exact number of points required was uncertain, it was far better than aimlessly searching for soul bones. No bids. The minimum is 1 million. The auctioneer continued to promote, only to be met with mocking laughter from the crowd. I'll take it, Luo Feng suddenly announced, drawing astonished looks from everyone. Is this guy crazy? Broken soul bones can't be repaired. Whispers spread around. Even Fei Yangyang and Lin Qingxue cast incredulous glances. They had heard their teacher, the Empress, call it a pile of junk. The auctioneer, eager to finalize the sale, quickly confirmed. Congratulations to guest number 8,972. After paying and receiving the soul bone, Luo Feng examined it closely. Indeed, the shattered soul bone showed no sign of soul power, let alone any typical mental enhancement effects. Glancing at the 2.29 million points displayed on his system panel, Luo Feng calculated that these should be enough to repair and enhance the soul bone. However, the details would have to wait until he returned. After leaving the auction house, it was already late, with the clock pointing to 8 p.m. Luo Feng sat in the back seat of Fei Yangyang's sports car, carefully examining the schedule on his student watch under the soft interior light. Tomorrow marks the first day of the new semester, with theoretical courses scheduled for the morning. Although it's just theory, its importance cannot be underestimated. There have been instances where students, due to a lack of theoretical knowledge, missed out on extraordinary opportunities in secret realms, unable to recognize rare treasures. As for the afternoon, the school hasn't scheduled any fixed classes. This is a unique feature of the imperial capital's Wuhuan University. They believe that the key to success lies in advancing one's soul master level. The fastest way to increase levels is through the soul power tower, while combat skills are honed through life and death experiences. Therefore, the school regularly issues freshman tasks, encouraging students to venture into the wilderness and fight soul beasts. This morning theory, afternoon freedom schedule has become a standard practice in major Wuhuan universities. Thinking about the rapid consumption of credits at the Soul Power Tower, Luo Feng immediately opened the school's freshman task list. Although he still had over 1,000 credits, with more than half a month until the next month, he clearly needed to find ways to earn more. While browsing through the tasks, one in particular caught his attention. Freshman Task 12. Collect 10 mature fireheart fruits from the 3rd wilderness area. Task reward, 30 credits. Current number of participants, 8. This was the task with the highest credit reward available. From the task description, Luo Feng learned that the imperial capital's Wuhuan University had 8 wilderness areas, all created by titled Doluos in the Void Secret Realm. These areas not only housed soul beasts, but also grew various rare treasures. The difficulty increased with each area number, and for freshmen, the 3rd wilderness area was nearly at a hellish level, explaining why only the bravest dared to take on this task. We're here. Fei Yangyang's voice interrupted Luo Feng's thoughts as the sports car smoothly pulled into the exclusive parking garage of the dormitory villa. Looking at the convenient transportation, Luo Feng considered buying a car himself. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, realizing he only had about 25 million in his account and might need money for something valuable in the future. Besides, most upcoming tasks would likely be within the school's wilderness areas, so there was no rush to buy a car just yet. After bidding farewell to the two, Luo Feng quickly returned to his dormitory on the 2nd floor. Eagerly, he took out the broken soul bone, and the system immediately prompted, repairing the spiritual wisdom skull requires 1 million points. Proceed with repair? Repair. Luo Feng chose without hesitation. What's a mere million points? Last time, upgrading the celestial meditation technique to perfect proficiency cost him 1.5 million. As the system prompt sounded, the shattered soul bone on the table instantly reassembled into a complete skull. A faint halo emanated from its surface, and Luo Feng could clearly feel the mental power pulsating within. This wave of energy assured him that once he fused with the soul bone, his mental strength would significantly improve. Meanwhile, in Lin Qingshua's villa, "Teacher, why is there a mental fluctuation?" Lin Qingxue noticed the anomaly and asked the Empress, who had just emerged from the necklace. The Empress frowned slightly. "Though I can't see through that boy, with his current strength, he shouldn't be able to produce such a fluctuation. Could it be he actually repaired the soul bone?" As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she shook her head vigorously, causing her chest to slightly heave. Impossible. Repairing a soul bone is incredibly difficult. Even a small crack requires a vast amount of rare treasures and the meticulous effort of a repair master over a long period. That boy's soul bone was almost in pieces, and he repaired it in less than a minute? Absolutely impossible. The Empress, with her extensive experience traveling the universe, asserted. Yet, the persistent mental fluctuation left her perplexed. If it wasn't a repaired soul bone, then what could it be? At the same time, Luo Feng began attempting to fuse with the repaired skull. To his surprise, the skull integrated into his body almost instantly, with no discomfort at all. This smooth process took him by surprise, but he soon realized it must be because it was repaired by the system, and I'm the system's owner. The system immediately displayed the skull's attributes. 60,000-year spiritual wisdom skull has been fused. Mental power is enhanced and will continue to grow with the increase of soul power level. Additionally, there is a certain immunity to mental secret techniques and control-type soul skills. Would you like to continue increasing its age and strengthening it? This prompt made Luo Feng ecstatic. Unlike soul rings, soul bones have no age limit, which is why they are so valuable. Whether it's a soul master, a great soul master, or even someone without a soul ring, they can all fuse with a soul bone. Of course, the higher the age of the soul bone, the more powerful its effect. A 10th-year soul bone is far inferior to a 100,000-year one, and a 100,000-year one pales in comparison to a 200,000-year one. I wonder how many points equate to 1 year of a soul bone's age, Luo Feng pondered. If 1 point equals 1 year, then I might as well go for a million-year soul bone. Luo Feng opened the system's point enhancement store, and a detailed soul bone price list immediately appeared before him. Non-bloodline soul beast soul bone, 10 points here. Ordinary bloodline soul beast soul bone, 20 points here. King bloodline soul beast soul bone, 50 points here. Ancient beast bloodline soul beast soul bone, 100 points here. Luo Feng carefully examined the price differences, which seemed reasonable. Higher quality soul bones naturally required more points. However, looking at the ordinary spiritual wisdom skull in his hand, he couldn't help but worry. What if I come across a better skull in the future? The system promptly responded. There's no need for concern. You can spend points to remove the soul bone without any loss, and you can choose whether to refund the points used for previous enhancements. Plus, we don't charge any fees. That's a relief. Luo Feng's eyes lit up, and he made a firm decision. Enhance it to the maximum year limit. With the celestial meditation technique and soul power tower bonuses, his soul power increase was already sufficient. In comparison, the benefits of extending the soul bone's lifespan were much greater. As the system notification sounded, 1,329,000 points were instantly consumed, and the lifespan of the spiritual wisdom skull soared from the original 60,000 years to 192,900 years. Luo Feng immediately felt a significant boost in mental power, along with newly acquired abilities. Ability to form a mental domain centered on himself, clearly perceiving all targets within the domain. High immunity to mental secret arts and control skills. Not bad. Luo Feng nodded with satisfaction. With this passive immunity, those skilled in control techniques wouldn't be able to catch him off guard. As for active skills, this mental domain was like having an all-around radar. To test the domain's range, Luo Feng released a mental wave centered on his villa. Soon, everything around him was in view. Fei Yangyang was on the phone with his dad, discussing a new family investment project and mentioning that his pocket money this month was only 10 billion. As for Lin Qingxue, Luo Feng chuckled softly, noticing she was in the bathroom. Although the foam obscured key areas, he wasn't in a hurry after all. The foam would eventually wash away during the shower, wouldn't it? In order to give the readers a feast for the eyes, Luo Feng, must wait it out. Luo Feng was contemplating this when he suddenly sensed something unusual. At that moment, the Empress inside the villa instantly detected this faint mental fluctuation. Initially, she assumed it was just a routine safety check by the school teachers and didn't pay much attention. However, when she noticed the mental power lingering briefly near Lin Qingshua's bathroom, she became alert. The Empress had always been merciless toward lechers. During her travels across the universe, she would directly cut off the roots of trouble whenever she encountered lustful young masters from prominent families. Although it wasn't convenient to make a big move now, she decided to teach the intruder a lesson. She carefully controlled her strength to avoid alerting the school and then precisely launched a mental pursuit. Luo Feng, upon sensing the anomaly near Lin Qingxue, immediately withdrew his probing. Thanks to his timely response and passive mental immunity, the Empress's pursuit hardly caused him any harm. Strange, Luo Feng pondered. He knew Lin Qingxue's martial spirit was a stick, which shouldn't possess such strong mental power. Yet the mental fluctuation from the villa was as powerful as his own. It seems she has her own secrets. Though it wasn't suitable to probe Lin Qingxue further for now, he could continue elsewhere. Luo Feng released his mental power again, discovering his domain now extended to a radius of 3 kilometers. His mental probing alone could reach 7 kilometers and had considerable penetration capability. This 190,000-year-old spirit wisdom skull is truly remarkable. After completing his tests, Luo Feng planned to take a shower and rest. He had a class at 10 the next morning, and with 8 people already taking on the task, he intended to finish early to stay ahead. Meanwhile, inside Lin Qingxue's villa, she emerged from the shower wrapped in a towel, noticing the Empress's serious expression. She couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, what's wrong? Someone just used mental power to spy on you in the shower." Hearing this, Lin Qingxue blushed and instinctively tightened her towel. "Did you find out who it was, teacher?" "That person was too cautious. They disappeared just as I was about to pursue them." "Could it be Luo Feng? You mentioned earlier that there was mental fluctuation from his villa." Lin Qingxue tentatively asked. "Unlikely. The mental fluctuation was very strong, beyond what his level could achieve. Even though he bought a spirit bone, at most it's 60,000 years old, and even if repaired, it wouldn't produce such strength. I suspect it might be one of the school's surveillance teachers." Considering the safety concerns at Martial Spirit University at night and the recent appearance of the silk stocking thief in the imperial capital, the school had indeed arranged for teachers to patrol at night. "Teacher, you won't be discovered, will you?" "Don't worry, girl. With my strength, it's impossible for me to be discovered," the Empress reassured, patting her impressive chest, which bounced slightly. The next morning at 8, Luo Feng got up on time. After a quick wash and breakfast, he headed straight to the school's 3rd wilderness area. The wilderness areas at Imperial Capital Martial Soul University are special void secret realms, with their entrance located in the rock garden of the East District, not too far away. A few minutes later, Luo Feng arrived at the entrance. There was no queue. He simply swiped his student watch on the detector to enter. With a whoosh, the teleportation array beneath his feet lit up with a golden glow, and in an instant, Luo Feng's figure vanished, reappearing in the void secret realm of the 3rd wilderness area. "Kelly, open the map of the 3rd wilderness area," Luo Feng said to his watch. "This is the school's self-developed intelligence system, capable of handling all campus-related matters when called upon." The map quickly unfolded before his eyes, displaying a region 100 times the size of the Imperial Capital Martial Soul University. Such a vast area made sense, as it not only needed to accommodate numerous soul beasts, but also designated zones for cultivating rare treasures. After quickly scanning the map, Luo Feng pinpointed the location of the cultivation area. However, to reach his target, he would have to traverse the soul beast territory. The soul beasts here were far more powerful than those in the Changda City's wilderness area, with millennium-old beasts being the baseline, several 1,000-year-old ones being common, and even a few 10,000-year-old ones present. This realization made Luo Feng apprehensive. If the 3rd wilderness area was already like this, then the 8th must be filled with 10,000-year-old soul beasts. As for 100,000-year-old soul beasts, he was certain there wouldn't be any here. Even a titled Deloa who established the secret realm wouldn't dare confine such powerful entities here, as their strength could shatter the entire void secret realm. After confirming his route, Luo Feng set off immediately. Along the way, he saw quite a few second-year students also on missions, while first-year students rarely dared to venture here. Utilizing his spiritual domain's perception, he skillfully avoided many soul beasts. Although he was capable of dealing with them, there was no need to waste time, especially since others might have already gotten a head start. Finally, Luo Feng arrived at the cultivation area. It was divided into numerous small sections, with the map clearly marking each area where rare treasures were grown. When he reached the location of the Fireheart tree, he found 6 people already there. One of them was attempting to pick a Fireheart fruit, but the tree, towering 1,000 meters high and protected from damage, left them helpless, only able to gaze up at it in frustration. The Huaxin tree has a peculiar characteristic. It only bears fruit and grows leaves at the top. As it grows taller, the lower branches and leaves gradually fall off, leaving a bare trunk. The trunk's surface has an oily sheen, a lubricant secreted when the fruit matures, making harvesting even more challenging. A few students who arrived early stood under the tree, staring helplessly at the abundant fruit high above. The leader stomped his foot in frustration, Damn, we should have brought flying gear. At that moment, Luo Feng appeared not far away. The 6 students immediately moved to block his path, one of them shouting, "Stop! You can't go through. Our leader is completing a mission." "What? What does his mission have to do with me?" Luo Feng replied, surprised. He thought to himself that this must be some rich kid from a prominent family, bringing bodyguards even to college. But upon closer inspection, he realized they were all about the same age, likely freshmen too. The university's wild area is open to everyone. Anyone can pick the fruit. Why can't I? Luo Feng argued confidently. "I said you can't go through. Don't force us." Before he could finish, Luo Feng made his move. With a series of dull thuds, the 6 students fell to the ground like dominoes, their bones shattered without even having a chance to react. "If it weren't for the no-killing rule in the university's wild area, you'd all be dead by now," Luo Feng said coldly. At the prestigious imperial capital Wuhan University, the rules were strict, and even in the wild area, killing was prohibited. "Haha, attacking us by surprise, that's a bit underhanded," scoffed the remaining student. His name was Zhao Hai, the top martial arts exam scorer from Sichuan province, and a special recruit who had just arrived yesterday. Through the university's news network, he had already recognized Luo Feng, who had broken the freshman combat power record, and was eager to test his strength. As a member of the Zhao family, which had access to Trial's secret realms, Zhao Hai had undergone special training after the martial arts exam, making him exceptionally powerful. He had even defeated a 34th level elder in his family before leaving. Facing this freshman, he was confident of victory. Qinggang Sword. Zhao Hai summoned his exceptional martial soul, the Qinggang Sword, ranked 54th among 82 top martial souls. After extensive training in secret realms, his combat skills had reached a masterful level. Zhao Hai, will win," he declared, eyes sharp as lightning, pointing his sword at Luo Feng, full of fighting spirit. "Luo Feng, let's settle this once and for all," Zhao Hai declared as he swiftly activated the recording function on his student watch. He had already envisioned the scene of his victory. Posting a video of Luo Feng's defeat online would instantly crown him the new rising star. Confidently, he predicted the fight would be over in less than a minute. Though Luo Feng didn't know Zhao Hai, he understood that he needed to eliminate this obstacle before he could gather the Fireheart fruits. He was contemplating how to control the power of his soul skill. After all, accidentally causing serious harm at school would be troublesome. He pondered whether he should directly use the Tianma Shirshan spear in battle. Seeing Luo Feng frown in thought, Zhao Hai became more smug, mistakenly thinking his opponent was intimidated. He decided to refrain from using soul skills initially and planned to defeat Luo Feng with the Qinggang sword technique combined with his combat skills, which would make his victory even more impressive. "Take this." Zhao Hai charged forward with his sword. Wham! Luo Feng's Tianma Shirshan spear came crashing down. At the moment their weapons clashed, Zhao Hai realized the gap between them. His Qinggang sword, weighing 1,200 pounds, was no match for Luo Feng's Tianma Shirshan spear, which felt like it weighed 10,000 pounds. With a single blow, Zhao Hai was forced to his knees and hastily turned off the recording. "Why the grand gesture?" Luo Feng teased. Feeling frustrated, Zhao Hai rolled away to create some distance and prepared to use his soul skill. "It seems I can't defeat you without using my soul skill." First soul skill, Qinggang Sword Shadow. However, before he could finish gathering his energy, Luo Feng's right leg swept out, sending Zhao Hai flying like a ragdoll. Lying on the ground, tears of frustration welled up in Zhao Hai's eyes. He had thought his success in the family trial realm would make him unbeatable, yet he hadn't even forced Luo Feng to use a soul skill. "So much for being impressive," Luo Feng remarked with a shake of his head, turning his attention to the towering Fireheart tree. Without hesitation, he activated the Zhuke transformation from the Tianyi Four Symbols transformation, causing a pair of enormous vermilion bird wings to unfold from his back as he soared towards the treetop. Scanning the area from above, he saw nearly 100 ripe Fireheart fruits, but since his task required only 10, he decided to take just what he needed. Luo Feng contemplated the possibility of future tasks. A task worth 30 credits was certainly worth pursuing further. He quickly left the third wilderness zone and headed to the task center. While tasks could be accepted via the student watch, submissions required personal verification at the center. Soon, after verification by the staff, his student account was updated. A notification sounded. Ding, 30 credits received, current balance 1110. Glancing at the time, it was just past 9, leaving plenty of time before his 10 o'clock theory class. Luo Feng accepted 2 more simple tasks, completed them quickly, and arrived at the classroom just in time. This month's theory courses were particularly important as they were directly linked to the upcoming freshman competition. The top 10 would have the chance to enter the Legacy Secret Realm, a place filled with rare treasures, though discerning authenticity was crucial. Luo Feng listened intently, realizing that thanks to his spiritual intelligence skull, he could easily memorize theoretical knowledge and treasure maps in one go. The 2-hour class flew by. Luo Feng had already planned his afternoon. 2 hours for completing tasks to earn credits, and 4 hours for training in the second level of the Soul Power Tower. As for the evening, he would decide based on the situation, possibly participating in valuable activities or continuing his training or tasks. At 6 in the evening, just as Luo Feng emerged from the Soul Power Tower, he received a message from Huang Dazue, summoning him to the Void Secret Realm. With the press of a key, he was instantly transported to the destination, where he found senior sister and second senior brother waiting. "Teacher, what's the matter?" Luo Feng asked curiously. Huang Dazue gestured for him to sit and explained, "Recently, the Wang family has been contacting control-type soul masters. I suspect that Wang Tian is about to break through to level 90 and is preparing to acquire his 9th soul ring. They might be eyeing a 100,000-year-old sea soul beast, the Black Scale Dragon." "That guy's got guts," senior sister Situ Jing interjected. "The Black Scale Dragon always stays deep underwater and its background is unclear." "But teacher, why didn't they ask junior brother? His feat of controlling the 8-armed demon ape has spread throughout the imperial capital." Huang Dazue chuckled, stroking his beard. "Hee, the Wang family likely thinks I'm boasting again. However, this is a high-risk endeavor. Even a titled Doloa could suffer losses." With that, Huang Dazue produced 3 pearls. These are 9th-grade void pearls. Each can withstand 3 attacks from a titled Doa below level 95. Senior sister and second senior brother also offered a sword talisman and cloud bat wings as gifts. Looking at these invaluable protective treasures, Luo Feng felt a surge of warmth. He had casually mentioned it before, not expecting his sect members to be so concerned. After stepping out of the Hammer Doloa's Void Secret Realm, it was already 9 p.m. Luo Feng returned to his dormitory and immediately opened the system interface to check the freshman task panel. Through the blue light of the screen, he carefully planned his upcoming schedule. With nearly a month left until the freshman grand competition, the system's level 7 task was to win the freshman grand competition. This meant he didn't need to leave the school until then. Luo Feng decided to make full use of this time. Besides completing freshman tasks, he aimed to delve into theoretical knowledge and focus on honing his secret techniques in the wilderness area. Reflecting on his previous choice of the Fury secret technique, which had yet to undergo systematic training, Luo Feng couldn't help but shake his head. According to the technique's description, the more practical experience he gained, the faster his proficiency would increase. He resolved to elevate his mastery of the technique to an advanced level within a month. Time flew by, and a month of rigorous training passed in the blink of an eye. In the 4th wilderness area, the bodies of 2 10th soul beasts lay at Luo Feng's feet. Through intense practical training, his Fury secret technique had advanced 2 levels, reaching mastery. Luo Feng glanced at his student watch, which showed it was 2:30 p.m. There were still 30 minutes before the freshman grand competition began, and the venue was likely already bustling. He stored away his Tianma Slaughter God spear and made his way to the venue while browsing the campus news network. Various posts about the freshman grand competition caught his eye, particularly one titled, "Top 10 Freshmen in the Grand Competition." The post provided detailed analyses of the 10 freshmen with the highest chances of victory. With Luo Feng unsurprisingly ranked at the top, his record spoke for itself, earning him the most votes. The 2nd to 10th places were occupied by provincial martial arts champions, which was expected, given that the imperial capital Martial Soul University had recruited 11 provincial champions in the last special admission. Although the post analyzed each competitor's strengths and weaknesses, it failed to reveal their true trump cards. This was expected, as any competitor aiming to win the freshman grand competition wouldn't expose their ace in advance. Soon, Luo Feng arrived at the martial arts arena in the East Campus. 10 small arenas were set up here, usually serving as a venue for students to settle personal disputes, but now they were crowded with people. Besides the competing freshmen, various clubs were present, not just elite clubs like the Fox Charm Society, Sky Spring Society, and Flying Society, but also many medium and small-sized clubs. These clubs were scouting for new members, as joining a club could provide ordinary students with more resources and help, whether it was seeking advice from senior students or teaming up for tasks. Behind the club members, the mentors from the Imperial Capital Martial Soul University were already seated. The annual freshman grand competition was their best opportunity to discover promising students. At the Imperial Capital's Wuhan University, each mentor is expected to take on at least 3 students, but they only choose the elite, never accepting those of mediocre talent. This rule, though somewhat direct, is an unchangeable principle. "Look, that's Dean Zhou-Ling from the Spirit Beast Academy." A stir suddenly arose in the crowd. A distinguished middle-aged man was seen approaching slowly. His level 73 cultivation and recent feat of slaying a 50,000-year-old spirit beast had already spread throughout the campus. Many students with beast martial souls secretly hoped to become his disciples. Following him was Dean Shinfan of the Weapon Academy, whose level 74 cultivation was even more awe-inspiring. It is rumored that among his students, the fastest could advance 10 levels in just 1 year, a rate of progress that made many freshmen yearn to be under his tutelage. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, two figures suddenly descended from the sky, their formidable presence instantly commanding attention. All eyes were drawn to them. It was the principal and vice principal. These two were rarely seen outside of major events like the freshman tournament. They represented the pinnacle of combat prowess at the imperial capital's Wuhan University. The one on the left is Vice Principal Chao Zhengchun, an 85-level soul sovereign, someone whispered. His martial soul is the Wind Spirit Shield, ranked 32nd among top-tier martial souls, the highest defense soul below the celestial grade. The one on the right is Principal Chao Renqi, whose martial soul is the top-tier Scarlet Flameblade, ranked 29th. They are twin brothers and are rumored to possess a martial soul fusion technique that can rival a titled Doloa. As time progressed, the freshman tournament was about to begin. Vice Principal Chao Zhengchun stepped forward and cleared his throat to announce the rules. This year's freshman tournament consists of two stages. The first stage is a melee on the platforms, with 1,000 freshmen divided into 10 platforms, 100 on each. The final winners will be the top 10. The second stage involves drawing lots from matches among these 10, ranking them by the number of victories. He paused and continued. In addition to entering the rare secret realm with two other top universities, the top 10 will receive generous credit rewards. The first place gets 5,000 credits, the 10th place 500 credits, and all participants receive a 100 credit participation award. After speaking, Chao Zhengchun returned to his seat. Principal Chao Renqi then stood up and added, "Now, let me elaborate on two additional points." Principal Chao Renqi's additional announcement caused a stir among the new students. The first place prize of 5,000 credits, an increase of 2,000 from last year, especially caught the attention of those confident in their ability to win. It's a significant amount, enough to indulge in the Soul Power Tower for over a month, saving them the hassle of completing tasks to earn credits. The grouping results for the first stage of the arena melee quickly appeared on the large screens. The school's arrangement was clever, with each arena hosting at least one provincial martial arts exam champion, while the remaining 99 participants were randomly assigned. 10 large screens corresponded to 10 arenas, and Luo Feng was placed in Arena 3. Great. I'm not in the same group as Luo Feng. Fei Yangyang thought with relief. Over the past month, he had significantly improved his skills thanks to his substantial financial resources and had prepared a few trump cards. As long as he didn't face Luo Feng, he was confident of winning in the arena. Even if his performance in the second stage was average, he could secure a top 10 spot and enter the rare treasure realm. He had invested a lot in treating Luo Feng to massages at the bathhouse for this day. Luo Feng surveyed his opponents from Arena 3 and noticed he was the only martial arts exam champion there. Meanwhile, Arena 8 was a different story, with Lin Qingxue and Zhao Hai, both champions, assigned together. Ever since Luo Feng had kicked Zhao Hai into a tree, Zhao Hai had been training fiercely. With a command from the vice principal, the first stage officially began. However, the arenas did not immediately erupt into chaos. Instead, various small groups formed. After a month together, everyone had developed their own circles of friends. Even the martial arts exam champions were seeking allies, as no one had ever succeeded in taking on 100 opponents alone. On Arena 3, Luo Feng's presence instilled fear in the other newcomers. A student with a strong sense of leadership stepped forward and said, "Everyone, we need to team up against Luo Feng. Even if he's the rookie king, he can't possibly take on all of us at once, can he?" This proposal was met with unanimous agreement. For them, defeating Luo Feng first was the only way to compete for victory. "It doesn't matter, don't bother teaming up. Come at me all at once." Luo Feng stood confidently in the center of the arena, surrounded by opponents eyeing him with hostility, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. As a freshman, facing a group attack would usually be intimidating, but Luo Feng, with his innate and supreme quality martial souls, felt no fear. With two soul rings over 10,000 years old and two others several thousand years old, what could possibly scare him? "Luo Feng, do you dare to underestimate us? Brothers, since he's asking for trouble, let's give it to him. Charge. Activate your martial souls." At the command, all 99 opponents summoned their martial souls simultaneously. Wolf, Tiger, Elemental, and Blade-type martial souls appeared one after another, with soul rings of various colors dazzling the arena. Most had a configuration of one yellow and one purple ring. A few had two yellow rings, and even two had reached the level of dual purple rings. As top students from provincial martial arts exams, such setups were expected. This spectacle immediately caught the attention of the surrounding instructors. 6 top-tier martial souls, all with top-tier soul ring configurations, and with their numbers advantage, Luo Feng is unlikely to last until the second round. One instructor sighed, shaking his head. Every year there are arrogant students in the freshman competition, but Luo Feng is the first to challenge the entire arena, remarked Chen Fan, the dean of the Weapons Institute. He still doesn't understand the importance of teamwork. Despite the skepticism, Luo Feng smirked dismissively. Show off your soul rings? Anyone can do that. Speaking of which, my Heaven Demon God-slaying spear has never been showcased in public. Time to show off, my little treasure. As the Heaven Demon God-slaying spear manifested, two dazzling black soul rings appeared. The scene instantly fell into a stunned silence. Principal Chao Renqi, who was sipping tea, spat it out onto Chao Jingquan's face beside him. Two black soul rings? A tenth the sandier configuration for the first ring? Impossible. The instructors present, all experts in theory, knew that even with celestial-grade martial souls, the first soul ring could at most reach around 3,000 years. This configuration completely overturned their understanding. The 99 opponents on the arena stood frozen, fear evident on their faces. Participants from the other 9 arenas also turned their attention to the scene. Zhao Hai looked at Luo Feng's configuration with bitterness, realizing a month's hard work was nowhere near enough to close the gap. No wonder Luo Feng didn't use soul skills during their previous battle. He was afraid of accidentally taking his life. The Empress within Lin Qingshua's necklace was also astounded. Her own first soul ring was only 7,000 years, and Luo Feng's setup indicated a martial soul quality surpassing the celestial grade. This made her ponder deeply. What quality of martial soul could exist beyond celestial? In this small Doloa star system, something beyond her comprehension had emerged. God-slaying thunder spear. Luo Feng's furious shout echoed across the arena. Seizing the moment as his 99 opponents were still in shock, he unleashed his second soul skill without hesitation. In an instant, dark thunder clouds enveloped Platform 3, crackling with electricity and exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Crack! Several thick thunder spears descended from the clouds, striking the opponents on the field with precision. Luo Feng deliberately controlled the attack's power. Although the spears knocked his opponents off the platform, they caused no serious harm. However, everyone hit turned pitch black, with many having their hair standing on end, resembling comical, explosive hairstyles. As the thunder subsided, contestants on the other 9 platforms snapped back to reality. Those on platforms 2 and 4, in particular, watched in stunned silence as Luo Feng effortlessly concluded the battle. Wow, it's over already? It just started. Unbelievable, the first to challenge everyone, and he won in an instant. Voices of discussion rose and fell, with some even speculating about Luo Feng's future. This guy could at least become a titled Doloa. Titled Doloa? That's underestimating him. Another quickly retorted. With his potential, he could break through the galaxy's limits and become a ruler of the stars. Seeing everyone lost in their imaginations and forgetting the competition, Principal Chao Renqi had to remind them. Ahem, students, the contest must go on. Luo Feng, meanwhile, sat leisurely on Platform 3, observing the battles on the other platforms. Soon, teams on each platform completed their initial formations. Among them, the team led by Fei Yangyang was notably strong, quickly securing victory by joining forces with other teams. The final showdown was between Fei Yangyang and Jintian Province's top martial arts candidate, Han Bing. Han Bing's exceptional martial soul was the ice element, and he was now locked in an intense battle with Fei Yangyang. First soul skill, Ice Spike. Han Bing attacked first, and a chilling aura swept over the platform. Martial soul possession. Fei Yangyang immediately summoned the Undying Phoenix, taking flight to easily evade the ground attack. Seeing this, Han Bing's expression darkened, but he remained undeterred. Second soul skill, Hailstorm. Dark clouds quickly covered the sky, and the temperature plummeted, sending a biting chill even to the contestants on nearby platforms. The mentors on the podium began to comment. A wide-range attack. This time Fei Yangyang will find it hard to dodge. Han Bing, after all, is the top martial arts scholar in Jintian Province, with a martial soul ranking higher than Fei Yangyang's. His victory seems certain, the audience murmured. Not necessarily, observed Zhou Ling, the sharp-eyed headmaster of the Spirit Beast Academy, as he focused on the arena. After a month of university life, who knows how much Fei Yangyang has improved? I have faith in that little chubby one. He had keenly noticed the advantage of Fei Yangyang's beast martial soul. On the platform, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Han Bing's Hailstorm soul ability engulfed the entire area, leaving almost no room for his opponent to evade. Seeing this, Fei Yangyang immediately unleashed his first soul ability, Wildfire Spread. The searing flames met the falling hailstones in midair, instantly creating a vast mist that enveloped the entire platform, akin to a fairyland. The clash between ice and fire lasted for a full minute, and ultimately Han Bing was defeated due to exhaustion of his soul power. Although Fei Yangyang emerged victorious, he was also at his limit. Had the battle continued any longer, the outcome would have been uncertain. Other platforms gradually concluded their matches, except for Lin Qingshua's battle, which was still ongoing. Her astonishing strength displayed in previous team battles had made her a prime target, especially for opponents led by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had initially assumed that with his superior martial soul, he could easily defeat his opponent, only to find Lin Qingshua's strength far exceeded his expectations. Unbeknownst to him, over the past month, under the guidance of the Empress, Lin Qingshue's mid-grade martial soul had evolved into a high-grade one. Coupled with the secret techniques taught by the Empress, her combat power was now on a different level. Lin Qingxue, surrender. There are 8 of us. You don't stand a chance. Zhao Hai shouted. Enough with the nonsense. Lin Qingxue wielded her now high-grade Tongtian staff, executing her staff techniques with exceptional skill. She moved as though in an unopposed realm, swiftly knocking a competitor off the platform with just a few strikes. Not bad, came the Empress's commendation from the necklace. In this past month, your mastery of the Qiankuan staff technique has reached a proficient level. This advanced secret technique was one the Empress had acquired during her travels across the stars. Although it was the most basic among the many secret techniques she possessed, it was the most suitable choice for Lin Qingxue at her current stage. On the main stage, the teachers all took note of Lin Qingxue's extraordinary staff skills. Even Chen Fan, the head of the Weaponry Academy, couldn't help but express his admiration, immediately declaring his intention to take her as his disciple. In his view, a female student who could wield staff techniques with such finesse had limitless potential for the future. So quickly defeated? Zhao Hai watched as several top-tier martial soul holders around him were successively bested, and a wave of panic surged through him. Yet, he quickly steadied himself. After all, he possessed the ultimate martial soul, which should give him an advantage. First soul skill, Azure Steel Sword Shadow. Zhao Hai's Azure Steel Sword martial soul gleamed, releasing a massive sword energy. First soul skill, Universe Staff. Lin Qingxue was not to be outdone. Her long staff swept across, shattering the sword energy. Although it seemed effortless, her arm felt slightly numb. The opponent not only had a high soul power level, but was also bolstered by an ultimate martial soul, making the attack formidable even for her evolved top-tier martial soul. The two instantly engaged in close combat, their weapons clashing incessantly. Drawing on his experiences from the family trial realm, Zhao Hai showcased exceptional close combat skills. Ha ha, you're up against a tough opponent when it comes to close combat skills, he boasted. However, as the battle progressed, Zhao Hai's smile gradually faded. Lin Qingxue's skills surpassed his, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. This competitor, who had not even appeared in campus news or prediction posts, was now demonstrating astonishing strength. In the audience, the deans of various faculties watched in amazement. This one is a dark horse, praised Chen Fan, the dean of the Weapons Academy. Hee, I'll be taking her under my wing, chimed in Zhou Ling, the dean of the Spirit Beast Academy. Old Zhou, you're from the Beast Martial Soul Division. She's from the Weapon Martial Soul Division. Why are you getting involved? Who says Beast Martial Souls can't mentor Weapon Martial Souls? I have my own methods. The deans argued until Principal Chao Rinchi intervened. Everyone, stop arguing. It's best if I take Lin Qingxue under my wing. The other deans immediately protested, reminding the principal that he already intended to take Luo Feng and shouldn't be competing for Lin Qingxue. All right, I'll give up Luo Feng to you, the principal laughed. But there's someone else who disagrees. It's Hammer Dola. Luo Feng became his disciple a month ago. Upon hearing that a titled Doloa had already taken a disciple, the other instructors had no choice but to relent. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue had just defeated Zhao Hai on the last stage, concluding the first round. Next up was the draw for the second round, where the 10 victors would draw 5 red and 5 blue numbers to determine their opponents. The draw is complete. Principal Chao Rinchi's voice echoed through the arena. In the first match, Luo Feng will face Lin Qingxue. In the second match, Zhou Qian will go against Fei Yangyang. The crowd was in an uproar. No one had expected the two most promising dark horses to meet in the first round. The tournament was structured to proceed one match at a time, enhancing the spectacle and allowing eliminated students to closely observe and learn from the skilled competitors. Luo Feng and Lin Qingxue stood facing each other, the tension on the platform palpable. As Luo Feng's neighbor, Lin Qingxue had long been curious about this enigmatic boy. Especially after learning that even the Empress teacher couldn't gauge his strength, she was eager to test this opponent who possessed a black first soul ring. Luo Feng, please teach me. Lin Qingxue initiated the challenge. Luo Feng silently summoned the heavenly demon god-slaying spear while he assessed his opponent. He had researched Lin Qingxue's background, a girl from a poor family who somehow possessed a top-grade martial spirit, the Tongtian staff. This anomaly made him wonder if she too had experienced some kind of fortuitous encounter. Take my strike. Lin Qingxue launched her attack, the Tongtian staff whistling through the air. Bang! The weapons clashed with a deafening crash. Lin Qingxue felt her arm go numb. Her 1,200-pound Tongtian staff was no match for the heavenly demon god-slaying spear. The opponent's force must have exceeded tens of thousands of pounds. Unwilling to concede, Lin Qingxue swiftly adjusted her tactics, abandoning the battle of soul skills to employ close-quarters techniques she had honed under the Empress teacher's guidance over the past month. Yet, after a few exchanges, she was astonished to find Luo Feng's combat skills far exceeded her expectations. In truth, Luo Feng had been rigorously training in the wilderness every day for the past month. With system enhancements and the support of his mental domain, he could anticipate his opponent's every move. This advantage allowed him to completely dominate Lin Qingxue in terms of technique. The fierce battle lasted nearly a minute before Lin Qingxue could no longer hold on. "You're very strong. I admit defeat," she conceded, without feeling disheartened. Instead, this defeat provided her with a new goal to strive for one day. She was determined to catch up to Luo Feng. This Luo Feng is truly impressive, a real all-round talent. The crowd erupted in amazement. The instructors were buzzing with conversation. Luo Feng had already shocked everyone when he wiped out the competition with his powerful soul skill from the 10th Ascendier Black Soul Ring. But his incredible skills in close combat against Lin Qingxue left everyone truly astounded. The students who initially planned to find weaknesses in Luo Feng during close combat fell silent. This battle completely shattered the assumption that Luo Feng was only good at long-range soul skills. After Luo Feng and Lin Qingxue's spectacular duel, the next 4 matches seemed lackluster by comparison. In the second round, Luo Feng's opponent was Zhou Qian. However, Zhou Qian conceded without even stepping onto the field. Rather than mock his reluctance, everyone considered it a wise decision. At least he avoided the pain of inevitable defeat. What left Luo Feng both amused and exasperated was that his opponents in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds also forfeited. His combat power record of nearly 140,000, the configuration of his 10th Ascendier Soul Ring, and his previously demonstrated prowess had left all his opponents in awe. Thus, Luo Feng could only watch the other contestants' matches with nothing to do. An hour and a half later, the freshman competition concluded. Unsurprisingly, Luo Feng took first place, with Lin Qingxue coming in second. Unexpectedly, the chubby Fei Yangyang, using clever tactics, defeated 2 provincial martial arts champions and secured 8th place. At the award ceremony, Principal Chao Renqi personally presented the prizes to the contestants. He handed a bank card containing a 10 million bonus to Luo Feng, and Luo Feng's student watch showed that the credits had been deposited into his account. With the previous monthly scholarship of 20 million, Luo Feng's account balance had reached 56 million. His efficient training on the 2nd level of the Soul Power Tower had also earned him nearly 8,000 credits. "Thank you, Principal." Luo Feng expressed his genuine gratitude. Compared to the tedious processes at his previous university, the efficiency of reward distribution here was impressive. Then, Chao Renqi turned to Lin Qingxue to present her with the 2nd place prize of 8 million and 4,000 credits. Just as Lin Qingxue expressed her thanks, the principal suddenly spoke. "Qingxue, I'm interested in taking you as my apprentice. Would you be willing?" Clearly, for the already astonishingly talented Luo Feng, the principal could only regretfully forego the idea of taking him as a disciple. Unless he can defeat Hammer Doluo, which is clearly impossible, Huang Dezue would surely hammer him to death. Everyone was aware of this fact, so naturally, the principal's gaze shifted to the 2nd place holder, Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue's outstanding performance in the competition was truly impressive. The students' eyes sparkled with envy at the thought of being personally mentored by the principal, a tremendous honor. The deans who had previously been eager to take Lin Qingxue as their student now silently stepped back, not daring to compete with the principal. However, just when everyone thought it was a done deal, Lin Qingxue made a shocking decision. "Sorry, Principal, I refuse." As soon as those words were spoken, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Students exchanged bewildered looks, and the teachers were equally puzzled. Some whispered, "This is a golden opportunity. Does she think the principal isn't strong enough?" Nonsense, the principal is an 87-level Soul Master. Chao Renqi felt a bit awkward, even questioning if he had misheard. The principal only accepts 1 student each year, a distinction that not only signifies a rise in status, but also offers many privileges within the school, from special treatment by teachers to priority access to resources benefits that other students can only dream of. "Qingxue, do you already have a teacher?" Chao Renqi asked tentatively. In the Soul Master community, it's an unwritten rule that a Soul Master can only pledge to 1 teacher. According to their investigation, Lin Qingxue came from a poor examination area in Baoding province, so it seemed unlikely she had a formidable mentor. "Yes, Principal, I already have a teacher," Lin Qingxue answered firmly. Chao Renqi did not press further, and instead turned his attention to the 3rd place, Zhou Qian. This top martial arts candidate from Jinshui province had performed excellently, except for conceding to Luo Feng and being defeated by Lin Qingxue. His fierce, centipede martial spirit had also garnered the admiration of many instructors. However, when Chao Renqi extended the invitation to Zhou Qian, he was met with another refusal. "Sorry, Principal, I also have my own teacher." Being rejected twice in a row was unprecedented in the history of the freshman competition. Chao Renqi suppressed his embarrassment, reassuring himself internally, "It's fine, I'm not embarrassed, others are." Finally, he turned to the 4th place, Zhao Hai. "Zhao Hai, would you like to be my student?" "I would love to." Zhao Hai immediately accepted. This was an unexpected surprise for him. He had initially come with the family's task to apprentice under Chao Renqi, but after being kicked into a tree by Luo Feng in the third wilderness area, he had lost hope. Unexpectedly, due to the previous 2 rejections, this opportunity fell into his lap. Overjoyed, Zhao Hai was already planning to celebrate at the massage center in the university town with a few young models. According to tradition, after the headmaster has chosen a student, it's the vice principal Chao Jingchuan's turn. Typically, the headmaster selects 1 student, while the vice principal chooses 2. The remaining spots are left for the mentors to compete for. At this moment, there are still 4 students from the top 10 of the new student competition who have not yet decided their affiliation, but they are not the only ones, as many outstanding new students are eagerly awaiting the chance to become apprentices. Once the mentor selection process concludes, these new students will approach the stage one by one to present their requests to their desired mentors. Each mentor will carefully evaluate the students who come to them, recognizing that talent is not limited to the top 10, as there are many hidden talents among the other new students. As the apprenticeship ceremony progresses enthusiastically, the major elite clubs have also begun their recruitment activities. Among them, the most eye-catching is the 3 major clubs, especially the club led by Hume, which only accepts female members. Known for its members' striking looks and perfect figures, even the teachers can't help but take a second glance. After the apprenticeship ceremony, nearly all the female newcomers flocked to join. Hume approached, asking, "Luo Feng, last time you didn't commit and said you'd consider it after the new student competition. What do you think now?" Over the past month, following her mother Hu Buyao's advice, she has been working to strengthen her relationship with Luo Feng, and it has paid off with a significant boost in his favorability towards her. She then turned to Lin Qingxue. "Would you consider joining our club too?" Lin Qingxue didn't answer directly, but looked at Luo Feng. "Are you planning to join?" At that moment, a familiar face, Wu Tian, the eldest son of the Wu family from the imperial capital, who had previously explored the 6th-level beast secret realm with Luo Feng, approached quickly. "Wait, Luo Feng. Our Tianquan Club is a great choice too." Following that, the president of Feitian Club, Senior Zhu Chang, also joined the fray. "Luo Feng, join Feitian Club, and I'll make you vice president right away." The scene became lively, with not only the 3 major elite clubs, but also many upper, middle, and even small club presidents surrounding him, extending invitations to the newcomer who ranked first. Even though the smaller clubs knew their chances were slim, they figured it was worth a try just in case they succeeded. Luo Feng, surrounded by dozens of club presidents, understood that being the top-ranked newcomer had indeed made him a hot commodity. Over the past month, more than a dozen people had come to invite him daily, and it seemed that unless he chose a club, this situation wouldn't end. Joining a club certainly had its benefits, from guidance on new student matters to insights into nearby school secret realms, from wilderness exploration experience to various insider information. These are valuable resources that clubs can provide. More importantly, being part of a group is often more advantageous than going it alone. Looking at Hume before him, Luo Feng had made his decision. He chose to join Hume's club, recognizing the benefits of being part of a group. "So, Luo Feng, what's your decision?" The club members eagerly looked at him. "I choose the Fox Enchantress Club," Luo Feng declared firmly. This decision immediately caused a stir, with many shaking their heads in private, another young man swayed by beauty. "Then I'll join the Fox Enchantress Club too." Lin Qingxue quickly followed suit. Her decision was based on the Empress's suggestion, to associate with the strong and to learn more about Luo Feng up close. "Ha ha, fantastic." The club president laughed heartily. "Both the champion and runner-up of the freshman competition chose our Fox Enchantress Club." This scene made the male students envious, as the club was famous for its abundance of beautiful women, offering daily interactions with stunning senior sisters. As soon as the news spread, the effect was immediate. First-year female students flocked in, and the Fox Enchantress Club was soon overflowing with members. Tonight at 7 p.m., team building at the Encounter Grand Hotel. All new and old members must attend, the club president announced boldly. This hotel was one of the top hotels in the capital, with a single banquet table starting at 10,000. With the club's size, a few million would be needed to cover the event. After the initiation ceremony, the senior members eagerly approached the newcomers to get acquainted. "Junior Luo Feng, I'm Xiao Qian, we've met before," a senior sister greeted warmly. Next, a girl with a striking figure approached. "Junior Luo Feng, I'm Mu Mu, a 3rd year." Her standout feature was her impressive cup figure. "My spirit is milk, a top-tier food spirit. Whether it's a fracture, depleted spirit power, or unconsciousness, a sip of my milk will instantly revive you. Pleasure to meet you, senior. I'll definitely have to try your milk sometime." Luo Feng responded politely. As someone who needed supportive teammates, encountering such a top-tier food spirit was an opportunity not to be missed. Blushing, Mumu handed over her contact information, and Luo Feng was soon added to the Fox Enchantress Club's group chat. The group showed 143 members, and among the over 4,000 students in the capital, Those who made it into the club were certainly exceptional. Looking at this number, Luo Feng thought to himself, it seems the Fox Enchantress Club truly has high standards. This membership ratio clearly indicated the club members' remarkable qualities. When Luo Feng and the seasoned members had become familiar with each other, the recruitment of new members was also completed. The clock struck 6:50 p.m., and the Humei Club's team-building event was about to begin. Let's go to the Chiyu Grand Hotel. Everyone, let's move out. Unlike her usual flashy sports car, Humei had arranged for 2 luxury buses to accommodate the large number of over 100 members. Upon arriving at Chiyu Hotel, Luo Feng noticed the entire building was brightly lit and bustling with activity. The first floor was reserved by an outside school club, the second floor belonged to Wu Tian, and the third and fourth floors were also occupied. Such a scene was not surprising, as it was the peak season for college club recruitment and team-building events. Fortunately, Humei had planned ahead and booked the 6th floor a day in advance. Feel free to order whatever you like, Humei said as she took her seat at the main table. Luo Feng joined her, and the others found their places as well. Once the orders were placed, everyone began to chat. Luo Feng, Qing Shui, Humei said with a slightly serious tone. In 3 days, the top 3 universities will enter the Qijin secret realm together. This year is a bit special, so you need to be extra careful. She revealed that the freshman lineups of Tianjin Martial Soul University and Shinkong Martial Soul University were particularly strong, with many top students from martial arts provinces being specially recruited. Given that Daidu Martial Soul University had claimed first place in the Qijin secret realm last year, these 2 universities might team up against them. However, Humei had great confidence in Luo Feng and Qing Shui's abilities, believing they could handle the situation. Humei had gathered this information from acquaintances at the 2 universities. In fact, Luo Feng had already heard about it. After the freshman competition ended today, he received congratulatory messages from Zhao Li and Wang Teng from these 2 universities, subtly indicating he might be a target. Yet, Luo Feng was unfazed. Over the past month, his abilities had advanced significantly. With the dual support of the Celestial Meditation Technique and the second level of the Soul Power Tower, his level had soared from 27 to 34, an increase of 7 levels. Additionally, he had acquired his 3rd soul ring, the Sky Demon Godslaying Spear, equipped with a 60,000-year soul ring, mastering the spear like a dragon soul skill. The soul ring of the ancestral dragon essence had been enhanced to 200,000 years, granting him the powerful single-target attack soul skill Xianlong Wave. Other soul rings and skills had also been correspondingly strengthened with his level increase. With his current strength, even if the top 10 freshmen from those 2 universities teamed up, they would likely pose no threat. Therefore, as the Qijin secret realm approached, Luo Feng remained calm. When one's strength reaches a level of overwhelming dominance, any schemes or plots seem insignificant. While considering Humei's advice, Luo Feng casually checked his system points. The host, Luo Feng, has the following strength data. His first martial soul, the Celestial Demon Godslaying Spear, has evolved from an innate 2-star to an innate 3-star quality after a month of devouring soul beast flesh. His soul power is at level 34, with soul rings of 40,000 years, 50,000 years, and 60,000 years, granting him 3 soul skills: Celestial Demon Crescent Slash, Godslaying Thunder Spear, and Spear Strikes Like a Dragon. His second martial soul, the Ancestral Dragon Essence Supreme, is of innate 3-star quality. The soul rings are configured at 160,000 years, 180,000 years, and 200,000 years, providing 3 soul skills: Dragon Roar, for symbols of destiny transformation, and Mysterious Dragon Wave. Over the past month, Luo Feng has been relentlessly training the Fury Secret Technique in the wilderness area of the Imperial Capital's Martial Soul University and the Starry Sky Great Forest. His system level has increased from level 6 to level 10, earning 10 points per second. Currently, his point balance is a staggering 12.4 million, even after enhancing soul rings and skills. Although he considered upgrading the Mental Wisdom Skull, its low usage frequency led him to postpone it. While Luo Feng was dining in the cafeteria, Humei suddenly spoke up. Luo Feng, after dinner tonight, come with me to meet my mother. This immediately caught the attention of the surrounding classmates. Luo Feng was momentarily stunned, with various speculations crossing his mind. Could it be to meet his future mother-in-law? Over the past month, Humei had indeed been deliberately close to him, possibly at her mother's behest. However, Humei quickly clarified the situation. The head of the Wang family is on the verge of breaking through to level 90 and needs to hunt for the 9th soul ring. To this end, 3 titled Dolaw have been specially summoned, including Humei's mother. But considering the target, the black-scale dragon is a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and even with numerous control-type soul masters assisting, it is extremely dangerous. Therefore, Humei's mother hopes Luo Feng can lend a hand at a critical moment. After hearing the explanation, Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh wryly. You want me to protect your mother? You're overestimating me. He was well aware of the terror of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. The previous 8-armed demon ape was difficult for even two titled Dolo to handle. Moreover, the black-scaled dragon would be fighting in the sea, its home turf. At his current strength, Luo Feng was reluctant to face the threat of a 100,000-year-old soul beast again. When Luo Feng left the Adventure Hotel, the night was already deep. While the others took a luxury bus back to school, Luo Feng followed Hu Mei to Hu Bu Yao's mystical realm. Unlike Huang de Chue's office-like realm, Hu Bu Yao's realm resembled a fairyland. It was filled with flowers and plants, with a towering tree in the center, on which stood a magical castle-like abode. This made Luo Feng wonder if Hu Mei's mother was once enamored with fairy tales, or still held a youthful heart. "You must be Luo Feng, so handsome. Please have a seat," Hu Bu Yao warmly greeted. Luo Feng's attention was involuntarily drawn to Hu Bu Yao. Compared to Hu Mei's youthful innocence, Hu Bu Yao exuded mature charm, with her voluptuous figure being particularly alluring. "Luo Feng, have you considered what Hu Mei told you?" Hu Bu Yao got straight to the point, asking about assisting her in slaying the black-scaled dragon tomorrow. Luo Feng had already discussed this matter over dinner with Huang de Chue. The teacher advised him to agree, as he had plenty of life-saving measures, not to mention the 3 9th-tier void pearls given by Huang de Chue. Earning a favor from a titled Delaw could be very beneficial for future endeavors in the imperial capital. However, Huang de Chue specifically instructed him only to intervene at crucial moments to control the black-scaled dragon and rescue Hu Bu Yao, without worrying about others' safety. "I agree, Auntie," Luo Feng responded affectionately. Although he addressed her as Auntie, Hu Bu Yao's appearance was more like Hu Mei's sister. "Then stay the night, and we'll set off together tomorrow," Hu Bu Yao suggested. "That might not be convenient," Luo Feng politely declined, considering that only the mother and daughter were in the realm. Seeing Luo Feng's insistence, Hu Bu Yao had no choice but to send him back to the dormitory at the Imperial Soul University. Back on the villa's second floor, Luo Feng let out a long breath. What a powerful charm ability. In just a short interaction, Hu Bu Yao's aura almost overwhelmed him. Without the support of the spirit wisdom skull, he might have already succumbed. As expected of the nine-tailed fox martial soul, this was only her natural allure. Using charm skills would have unimaginable consequences. "I need to quickly strengthen the spirit wisdom skull to improve my resistance to control," Luo Feng thought as he opened the panel, noting that he now had over 12.4 million points available, more than enough to use. Luo Feng looked at his spirit wisdom skull, which had a limit of 192,000 years, and felt eager to test its potential. This spirit bone not only granted him exceptional resistance to control skills, but could now also be further enhanced and strengthened. Let's try increasing its age. I wonder how powerful a million-year-old spirit wisdom skull would be, Luo Feng thought to himself. Since upgrading the spirit bone would return points if replaced, he decided to boost it directly to 1,000,000 years. After calculating, he realized he needed 808,000 more years. At the exchange rate of 10 points per year for a regular spirit bone, this would require 8,080,000 points. The system quickly prompted, "Ding, 8,080,000 points consumed. Spirit bone upgraded successfully. Current age 1,000,000. As the spirit wisdom skull reached 1,000,000 years, a strange vision appeared in Luo Feng's mind. The skull emitted a golden, divine glow that surpassed the limits of this planet. Immediately, a powerful mental wave surged through his mind. He quickly opened his mental domain to investigate and was astonished to find that his mental power now covered the entire imperial capital Martial Soul University. Any place he wanted to observe instantly appeared before his eyes. This level of mental power coverage was something even a titled Dolois could only achieve a quarter of. However, this astounding mental wave immediately alerted the entire school. In Lin Qingshue's villa, the Empress was shocked to sense this power. The school's security teachers were also on high alert, initially suspecting an invasion by the evil Soul Hall. Principal Chao Renqi swiftly organized a team to investigate. When they finally traced the source of the signal, they discovered it came from a student's villa. "It's Luo Feng's place." Someone recognized the owner of the villa. The teachers recalled the radiant young man from today's freshman competition, who had displayed an astonishing spirit ring configuration, powerful spirit skills, and excellent combat techniques, and now showed such terrifying mental power. "This kid is simply versatile, excelling in every aspect," Chao Renqi marveled. With mental power at this level, even the older generation of strong individuals in the imperial capital would be left in the dust. Who knows how far he'll go in the future? Upon realizing that it was Luo Feng causing the commotion, Chao Renqi let out a sigh of relief and gestured for the teachers to disperse. Meanwhile, the Empress was taken aback by the news. Standing still, her brow furrowed in disbelief. As a seasoned traveler of the cosmic expanse, she had never been so shaken by something in the relatively small tidal Dolois galaxy. "I found it odd when that boy bought the shattered spirit wisdom skull a month ago," the Empress recalled. "Such a damaged spirit bone should have been irreparable, yet there was a surge of spiritual energy that very night." Her eyes flickered with incredulity as she pondered the situation. The boy had managed to mend the spirit bone overnight, something even beyond her capabilities, and seemingly without any materials. Could there be a master guiding him? The Empress mused, nodding slightly. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, it makes no sense. What puzzled her further was that even after repairing the spirit bone, Luo Feng's current level shouldn't have allowed such a formidable spiritual wave, not even with a 60,000-year-old spirit bone. Even at her peak, she couldn't extend her spiritual reach across the entire campus. Could it be a million-year spirit wisdom skull? She speculated, drawing from her cosmic experiences, but quickly dismissed the idea. Impossible. A million-year spirit bone is too rare. Even if all the titled Doluos in this galaxy joined forces, they'd be no match for a million-year spirit beast. At the same time, Luo Feng retracted his spiritual domain and began conducting focused probes. His spiritual power reached from the imperial capital's Martial Soul University to the university town kilometers away in mere seconds. When he attempted to scan the imperial capital auction house, he encountered a protective shield, which proved futile against his current abilities. His spiritual energy effortlessly penetrated the shield, allowing him to clearly observe the ongoing auction, right down to the auctioneer's every move. The technological anti-detection devices in the various secret rooms and vaults were ineffective against him, revealing numerous valuable items. At that moment, an elder in one of the auction house's secret rooms, engaged in a conversation with the owner, suddenly leaped to his feet. Mr. Ma, what is it? Someone is probing us. Let me teach them a lesson. The owner smiled confidently. With Mr. Ma taking action, it's sure to be a breeze. In his eyes, Mr. Ma, a renowned powerhouse in the imperial capital, would easily handle any novice daring enough to play with spiritual power in his presence. Boom. Ma Lao concentrated his mental power into a spear, aiming it directly at Luo Feng. A confident smile appeared on his face. If this strike doesn't severely injure your mental power, I might as well change my surname. Luo Feng frowned slightly, sensing a faint, almost imperceptible fluctuation. After carefully analyzing it a few times, he realized someone was attacking him with mental power. Seriously, who is this? A 3-year-old kid? Their mental power is so weak, Luo Feng scoffed, raising his hand to gather his mental power into a giant hammer. Smash! The giant hammer came crashing down, shattering Ma Lao's mental spear instantly. Thud! Ma Lao's smug expression hadn't even faded before his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. The owner of the Imperial City Auction House was shocked and quickly called for a healing Soul Master. Luo Feng withdrew his mental power and checked the immunity control data of his spiritual wisdom skull. Million-year spiritual wisdom skull. Mental power is greatly enhanced, almost ignoring all obstacles on this planet passively derived, with near immunity to control-type soul skills and secret techniques. Still not enough? Keep strengthening. Luo Feng decisively invested 2 million points. After the strengthening, new attributes emerged. Million-year spiritual wisdom skull enhanced version. Mental power reaches the planetary limit, completely ignoring all passively derived obstacles. Control skills from soul beasts and soul masters below the million-year level are completely ineffective. Now that's impressive. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. This meant he could not only resist the allure of the fox demon, but also face the 10th Ascendier soul beast, the black scale dragon, without fear of being controlled. Looking at the remaining 2.32 million points on his system panel, Luo Feng felt a tinge of pain, but decided to convert them all into soul power. As the soul power surged into him, his level increased from 34 to 35. Although it was only a one-level increase, it was a significant boost for someone with twin high-quality martial souls. Anticipating the upcoming battle with the Black Scale Dragon, Luo Feng was filled with excitement. I wonder what kind of soul bone the Black Scale Dragon will drop. As a 10th Ascendier soul beast, it is bound to drop a soul bone. Logically, dragon-type soul beasts are likely to drop external soul bones. I wonder if I'll have the chance to obtain one. The next day arrived quickly. On a sunny Saturday morning, Hu Biao picked up Luo Feng right on time at 9 a.m., and the two headed straight to the Wang family. According to the plan set by Wang Tian, the head of the Wang family, everyone was to gather by 9:15 a.m. before heading to the EC together. At just 9 a.m., the Wang family hall was already filled with formidable soul masters. Looking around, not a single person present was below level 70, with many being level 80 control-type soul masters. These connections were easily accessible to the Wang family, but the true top-tier strength came from the 3 titled Doluos. Besides Hu Buyao, the other 2 were Guangdao Dala and Tianjin Dala. This pair of brothers both possessed peak strength at level 94, with rumors that Guangdao Dala was about to break through to level 95. At this moment, the 2 sat on the left with their eyes closed, indifferent to their surroundings, not even acknowledging Hu Buyao's arrival. Luo Feng's appearance, however, stirred quite a commotion. People curiously eyed the young man who seemed to be just a college freshman, puzzled as to why the 9-tailed Dala had brought him along. Though some recognized him as the champion of the Imperial City Martial Soul University's freshman competition, in the eyes of these Soul Masters, all at least level 70, an inexperienced freshman, no matter his potential, was difficult to take seriously. Haha, welcome everyone. Wang Tian's voice rang out at just the right moment, prompting Kuang Dao and Tianjian to open their eyes and stand slightly in acknowledgement. Master Wang. The three titled Duluos smiled faintly. Please, have a seat. This time, you are the main force, while the others will provide control and support. Wang Tian's gaze suddenly fell on Luo Feng. Oh, nine-tailed Doluo, why did you bring a freshman? Though Wang Tian had heard about Luo Feng from Wang Tong, he hadn't paid much attention. This time, I only invited you, nine-tailed Doluo, not him, and there won't be extra pay afterward. Heh, Master Wang, you don't need to worry about Luo Feng. Hu Buyao replied coldly, already deciding to distance herself from the Wang family after repaying this favor. Haha, Hu Buyao, if you're afraid of dying, you should at least bring a decent control soul master. What can a youngster do? Kuang Dao Dolua sneered. Exactly, you don't expect him to protect you, do you? Tianjin added. Humph, none of your business. Just do your job. Hu Buyao retorted coldly. All right, everyone calm down. It's time, and everyone's here, so let's get going. Wang Tian decisively said. This operation boasts an impressive lineup. The Wang family not only brought in nearly 40 external reinforcements, but also deployed over 20 of their own elite members. Among these, 60 individuals are combat, support, and control-type soul masters, making them well-prepared and fully equipped. With a thunderous roar, Kuang Dao Dolo waved his hand and tore open the void. The group entered in single file, and in an instant, they traversed hundreds of miles from the imperial capital to arrive directly above the East Sea. Following the pre-planned deployment by Hu Buyao, the control and support-type soul masters quickly took their positions, and Luo Feng found his spot. Thank you for your efforts. Wang Tian respectfully acknowledged the powerful figures with a bow. I'll go meet that black-scaled dragon first. Impulsive and arrogant, Kuang Dao Dolo couldn't wait to rush forward. True to his Mad Blade moniker, as soon as he arrived above the sea, he spotted a massive shadow moving beneath the waves. The ruler of this sea, the black-scaled dragon. Almost simultaneously, the black-scaled dragon sensed the intruders. The sea erupted, and a gigantic dragon covered in black scales emerged. Its whiskers stretched 10 meters long, and the part of its body above the water towered 100 meters high, which was just a third of its full size. Impressive presence. Let's see how powerful you really are. Kuang Dao Deloa laughed as he summoned his martial spirit and unleashed his first soul skill, Wild Chop. A massive 10-meter-long blade aura formed in the air, slashing towards the black-scaled dragon. The black-scaled dragon opened its mouth and unleashed a wave cannon, effortlessly shattering the blade aura and sending the residual force directly at Kuang Dao Deloa. What the? Kuang Dao Deloa exclaimed in surprise, quickly activating his second soul skill, Mad Blade Slash, creating a shield of blade shadows around him. Although he blocked the first attack, the following wave cannon shattered the shield, sending him flying back, injured and coughing up blood. The other's expressions changed drastically at this sight. To injure a titled Deloa in a single exchange, the black-scaled dragon's power was evidently on par with the 8-armed demon ape, its age surely exceeding 100,000 years. Wang Tian immediately summoned the Chaos Green Lotus Martial Spirit, activating Light of Healing to treat Kuang Dao Deloa's injuries. Under the healing of this top-tier auxiliary martial spirit, Kuang Dao Deloa quickly recovered his health and soul power. Everyone, let's attack together. This one's pretty strong. Kuang Dao Deloa said with a serious expression, no longer underestimating the opponent. Although Hu Buyao was not fond of Kuang Dao Deloa, he joined the battle out of a sense of obligation to the Wang family. The three quickly formed an attack formation. Kuang Dao Deloa launched a frontal assault, while Tianjin Deloa and Hu Buyao positioned themselves on either side, waiting for an opportunity to strike. When dealing with a 100,000-year-old soul beast, swift and decisive action was the best strategy. Kuang Dao initiated the attack with his fifth soul skill, Sky-Cutting Flying Knives. With a wave of his hands, the sky was suddenly filled with dense black clouds. Within these clouds, countless half-meter-long flying knives shimmered with a cold gleam, each possessing formidable armor-piercing power. This area effect soul skill was clearly intended to force the black-scale dragon to reveal its trump card. Tianjin Deloa followed suit with his second soul skill, Flying Sword. Thousands of sword lights burst forth from his hands, forming a massive sword-shaped vortex in the air, creating a pincer attack with the sky-cutting flying knives. However, the black-scale dragon's response was unexpected. This highly intelligent soul beast did not take the attack heed-in, but instead swiftly dove into the deep sea. It knew that the ocean was its best shield, allowing it to easily evade the attack without exposing its strength. The two powerful soul skills hit nothing but water, causing enormous waves on the surface. By the time the waves subsided, the black-scale dragon had vanished. This wise tactical choice left Kuang Dao and Tianjian Doluo frustrated, especially Kuang Dao, who was eager to avenge a previous attack. Damn it! We need to find a way to drag it out from the seabed. Kuang Dao gritted his teeth. Are you suggesting using the power of the void? Tianjian Doluo suggested. But the sea is so deep, it will consume a lot of energy. With Wang Tian's support, we don't need to worry, Kuang Dao insisted. All right, I'll assist you, Hu Buyao agreed. The three began channeling the power of the void to search for the black-scaled dragon through the water. At first, there was no difficulty for several hundred meters, but at 3,000 meters deep, the water pressure increased significantly, making the search much harder. By the time they reached 7,000 meters, they were visibly fatigued. Fortunately, Wang Tian and others provided timely support with auxiliary soul skills, allowing them to barely manage. Where the hell is this creature hiding? Kuang Dao fumed, as the ocean seemed endless and the black-scaled dragon remained elusive. As everyone focused on searching the sea surface, Luo Feng, using the enhanced mental power from his spirit wisdom skull, sensed a faint but approaching danger. The aura seemed to be concealed by something. Although it was faint, Luo Feng could sense that if this force hit a person, it would be fatal or severely injuring. Luo Feng immediately released his mental power, carefully locking onto this elusive presence. Soon, he confirmed it was the trail of the black-scaled dragon. This was not a simple invisibility skill, but rather a natural concealment using the power of the sea by the sea soul beast. The black-scaled dragon is on the left side. Everyone spread out. Luo Feng loudly warned, based on his mental prediction. Although everyone present was a high-level soul master of the Great Xia Kingdom, losing too many would be a significant blow to the nation's strength. This warning was not only for everyone, but also for Hu Buyao beside him. Ha! Mad Blade Dolob burst into laughter, almost unable to catch his breath. Don't be ridiculous. I can't even sense the black-scaled dragon, and you're just a young kid. Is your mental power stronger than mine? People around also laughed. It was beyond their comprehension that a young man claimed to have discovered the target, when even three titled Duluos hadn't detected anything unusual. However, Hu Buyao had complete trust in Luo Feng. She knew he wasn't the type to joke around. The next moment, she quickly pulled Luo Feng back, retreating a kilometer in one breath. Boundless sea. With a thunderous boom. Just as Luo Feng and Hu Buyao withdrew, the massive body of the black-scaled dragon emerged from the water, followed by a huge water column shooting into the sky. The location of the water column was precisely as Luo Feng had warned. Since they had been mocking Luo Feng just moments before, the others had no time to prepare. The water column had a limited range but perfectly engulfed Mad Blade, Sky Sword, and the 8 people around them. A few seconds later, the water column dissipated, and the 8 were left with no remains. Although Mad Blade and Sky Sword had preemptively worn 9th-tier defensive artifacts, their armor was shattered. Mad Blade lost his right hand, and Sky Sword's left leg was severed, leaving both in a weakened state. Worse still, the black-scaled dragon's wave cannon followed closely. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem for the two, but in their severely injured state, they struggled to cope. Fortunately, those around them quickly pulled them up to a kilometer high. Wang Tian, the head of the Wang family, immediately used his 7th soul skill, Chaos Aura, to heal the two, helping them regrow their lost limbs. Although this exhausted his soul power, he quickly took a soul power potion to recover. Having come this far, they had to complete the mission, as the favor of these 3 titled Duluos was not easily repaid. Hu Buyao couldn't help but laugh at the scene, while also being amazed by Luo Feng's ability. Even though she couldn't sense any fluctuations, Luo Feng could precisely predict the black-scaled dragon's position. This young man's skill was indeed remarkable, and she happened to appreciate someone with such outstanding capabilities. Kid, how did you sense that black-scaled dragon? Kuang Dao and Tianjian stared intently at Luo Feng, and everyone else perked up their ears. To them, a newcomer with such strong psychic perception must have acquired some advanced mental technique. No comment, Luo Feng replied icily. Earlier, this group had scoffed at his well-intentioned warning and even mocked him and his teacher. Remembering how generous his teacher had been, even gifting him a 9th-tier void pearl, Luo Feng felt a surge of anger at their attitude. How dare you speak to me like that? Kuang Dao, always arrogant, was publicly challenged by a newcomer and was visibly angry. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Wang Tian quickly intervened. Brother Luo Feng, when they engage the dragon again, could you please help us sense its location? You saw how strong it is, and we need to be prepared. Sorry, not interested. Luo Feng refused without hesitation. The Wang family had not invited his teacher and had badmouthed Huang Dachui behind his back. Even though Wang Tian was about to become a titled Doloa, Luo Feng had no desire to curry favor. The scene turned awkward. Wang Tian hadn't expected such a straightforward rejection from a young man. Given the Wang family's influence, who wouldn't want to get on their good side? No worries, Master Wang. Kuang Dao quickly smoothed things over. This kid must have just gotten lucky and guessed correctly. The others chimed in. Yeah, just a lucky guess. There were only so many directions it could have been. Don't worry, Master Wang. We all have control techniques. Next time, we'll just work together to restrain the black-scaled dragon. With everyone speaking up, Wang Tian found a way to save face. His previously polite demeanor turned condescending, looking at Luo Feng with disdain and scorn. Luo Feng was unfazed by their looks. With the million-year-old supreme mental wisdom skull, he clearly sensed that the black-scaled dragon had only shown half of its power. Even with just that, it nearly took down 2 title Doloa in a few rounds. If they insisted on continuing the fight, the casualties would likely be even greater. Luo Feng silently pondered, realizing that the black-scaled dragon likely hadn't shown even half of its strength. What was more concerning was its potential mastery of domain power. To be safe, Luo Feng had secretly prepared the Void Pearl, ready to use it in case of an emergency. After all, he could always seek reimbursement from Hu Biao later. Since everyone agrees, let's continue. The Wang family members declared angrily. This beast has caused us such a loss today. We won't be satisfied until it's dead. The 3 of you will give you our full support to use the Void Force and force the black-scaled dragon out again. Ha ha ha. With your full support, we have nothing to fear, Huang Dao and Tianjin laughed. The Wang family had 8 members remaining, each with their own specialties. Some excelled in healing and restoring soul power, others in enhancing combat abilities, and some in boosting attributes. The second elder of the Wang family was particularly skilled in amplifying spiritual power. With their full support, the attributes and perceptive abilities of the 3 titled Doloa were greatly enhanced. Huang Dao and Tianjin were brimming with confidence, certain they could detect the black-scaled dragon's presence in advance this time. Whoosh! Various amplification lights descended upon the 3 titled Doloa. They once again took to the skies above the sea, jointly unleashing the Void Force. This time, with powerful amplification, the Void Force extended rapidly to over 8,000 meters underwater. Their spiritual sensitivity became exceedingly sharp, able to detect even the slightest movements of a tiny shrimp below. However, Luo Feng inwardly chuckled. Even with the combined spiritual power of everyone, they couldn't penetrate the concealment of the ocean's power. This was the power of the entire sea, not something a few titled Doloa with some auxiliary soul masters could contend with. Even he could barely sense anything, thanks to the enhancement of his million-year soul bone. Through spiritual probing, Luo Feng discovered the black-scaled dragon was incredibly cunning. After its initial success, it hadn't continued to attack, but had instead retreated to the deep sea, conversing with other swift soul beasts in soul beast language, seemingly plotting something. Unfortunately, Luo Feng didn't understand the soul beast language, a language even the top theorists in soul beast studies hadn't deciphered, due to its regional variations and even dialects. Step back a bit. Luo Feng warned internally. Although those sea soul beasts weren't 100,000-year beasts, a few were nearing 80,000 years. In the sea, aided by the ocean's power, their combat strength was comparable to ordinary 100,000-year soul beasts on land. If they went berserk, even with the Void Pearl in hand, it would be dangerous. Luo Feng immediately retreated nearly a kilometer. Seeing this, the others thought he'd sensed another attack from the black-scaled dragon and quickly followed suit. The 3 titled Doloa and the Wang family members also retreated immediately despite their claims that Luo Feng was just lucky. None dared to risk facing that powerful water column hidden. Why is there no movement? The group questioned Luo Feng after retreating, staring at the calm sea. After all, the previous Void Force probe had reached nearly 10,000 meters deep, and retreating to reprobe would consume a lot of soul power. What does it matter to me if there's no movement? Luo Feng replied sarcastically. Didn't you get amplified? Can't you detect even a hint of movement? Really? Really? Besides, your legs are your own. If you want to retreat, can I stop you? His retort left everyone speechless. Everyone was speechless for a moment, except for Hu Buyao, who covered her mouth with a light laugh. Luo Feng's antics were indeed unexpected, and his actions were quite amusing. Let's not worry about him. Let's continue. Wang Tian said. Today was crucial for him as he sought to acquire his 9th soul ring, which would elevate him to the rank of titled Doloa. The excitement was hard to contain. However, the recent retreat had drained the supporting soul masters significantly, forcing them to consume soul power potions for a brief recovery before resuming their search. The 3 ascended once again to the skies over the sea, but by then, Luo Feng had sensed something amiss. During the group's retreat, the black-scaled dragon and numerous sea soul beasts had stealthily approached to within 100 meters below the sea surface, using the water as cover. They were all in battle mode, ready to unleash their skills. Surprisingly, the 3 titled Doluos were completely unaware, a testament to the black-scaled dragon's special abilities. Retreat quickly. Luo Feng judged that this wave of attacks would be unstoppable, but he chose to telepathically warn Hu Biao only. Upon receiving the message, she immediately withdrew, catching Huang Dao and Tianjin off guard just as they were about to reprimand her. With a thunderous roar, The calm sea suddenly erupted in turmoil as massive figures broke through the water. Following that, various breath attacks, beams, and water columns rained down like a storm. The attacks almost entirely struck Kuang Dao and Tianjian. To the black-scaled dragon, these three titled Deluos were the primary targets to eliminate. Although the female titled Delua had inexplicably escaped, the deaths of the remaining two would be enough to shift the balance of the battle. Damn it! Damn it! Kuang Dao's cursing was cut short as he was engulfed by the black-scaled dragon's mighty water column. This time, without the protection of a ninth-tier artifact, the situation was extremely dire. The other supporting Soul Masters suffered heavy losses, with 6 of the 8 members of the Wang family falling on the spot. Wang Tian and the second elder narrowly survived, though their shoulders were pierced with several bloody holes. If not for their protective artifacts, they might have perished. I wonder how those two are doing. The group looked on with concern at the even more powerful water column, worried about the fate of Kuang Dao and Tianjian. Martial Soul Fusion Technique Blade and Sword Shadows. A familiar voice suddenly rang out, and from the center of the water column emerged a tornado formed by blades and swords, instantly shattering the mighty water column. Thank goodness, they're still alive. Wang Tian and the others were overjoyed. After all, the power of a titled Delua was formidable, and their martial soul fusion technique was enough to contend with a level 96 titled Delua, making its power truly remarkable. In the midst of the fierce battle, Kuang Dao urgently shouted, "Control Soul Masters, act quickly. Hu Buyao, you too, control the black-scaled dragon while our martial soul fusion skill is still active." This was indeed a rare opportunity. Controlling the black-scaled dragon while the martial soul fusion skill was in effect could potentially lead to a decisive strike. The Control Soul Masters immediately sprang into action, with those at levels 70 to 80 releasing their soul skills. 3rd soul skill, Stupefy. 6th soul skill, Immortal Vine Cage. However, these lower-level control soul skills could only provide support. The real key lay with Hu Biao, who was above level 90. She formed a seal with her hands, launching a heart-shaped soul skill glowing with red light. 4th soul skill, Enchantment, directly at the black-scaled dragon. Following this, she unleashed her 7th soul skill, Fox Tails, with 9 enormous fox tails unfurling in the air, each capable of changing size with soul power, easily reaching a length of 100 meters. The moment the enchanted heart hit the black-scaled dragon, the massive creature seemed to fall into a state of confusion, while the 9 giant tails swiftly bound it tightly. Observing this, everyone present believed victory was within reach. Great opportunity. You dared to provoke me, Kuang Dao. Today you've met your match. Kuang Dao and Tianjian's blades whistled through the air. Wang Tian was overjoyed, as if he could already see his future as the first auxiliary titled Delua of the Great Xia Kingdom. To him, the sacrifices of his clansmen seemed insignificant at this moment. The Wang family members congratulated him, and the scene was filled with jubilation. However, Luo Feng's spiritual sense detected something amiss. The black-scaled dragon's mental state was completely normal, lacking any sign of the stagnation that should accompany being controlled. It's a trap. He was about to warn everyone, but it was too late. As the group approached the black-scaled dragon, a black domain suddenly unfolded, rendering everyone immobile, forcibly interrupting even Kuang Dao and Tianjian's martial soul fusion skill. The group hurriedly attempted to use control-breaking items, but even Kuang Dao's 9th-tier item was ineffective. Magic Dragon Shockwave. The black-scaled dragon let out a resounding roar, releasing a terrifying black wave centered on itself. A rift stretching 1,000 miles tore through the void, plunging the space into complete chaos. Seeing this, Kuang Dao and the others finally realized they were facing a soul beast of at least 300,000 years. Without intervention from the 3 strongest warriors of the Great Xia Kingdom, they were doomed. Under the domain's control, they had no chance to resist and could only close their eyes in despair, awaiting death. At this moment, no one dared to step forward to save them. Dragon Roar. With a thunderous shout, Luo Feng unleashed a deafening dragon roar that echoed through the air. If he didn't act now, Hu Buyao would surely be struck by the magic dragon shockwave. The terrifying immobilization effect combined with the stagnation of soul power would render her completely defenseless, leaving nothing behind. Luo Feng's enhanced dragon roar could only control for 1.2 seconds, but it was enough to save Hu Buyao. As for the others, they could only rely on fate. Snap! Caught off guard, the black-scaled dragon was momentarily stunned by the dragon roar, weakening its domain power. Everyone felt a slight relief in the suppression of their soul power. However, escaping the domain's range in this brief 1.2 seconds was impossible without someone coming to their aid. What happened? How did the black-scaled dragon get stunned? Someone exclaimed, quickly realizing it was Luo Feng's dragon roar that caused the effect. Everyone present finally understood Hammer Delua's earlier words were not just boastful claims. Luo Feng indeed possessed the ability to control a 100,000-year soul beast. Even the black-scaled dragon, which the nine-tailed Doloa's two soul skills couldn't control, was stunned by his roar. The Wang family members were filled with regret. If they had sought Luo Feng's help earlier, the losses wouldn't have been so severe, and they wouldn't be risking even a titled Doloa. But there is no medicine for regret, and their previous neglect of Luo Feng was now irreversible. While the black scale dragon is stunned, let's try using our control-breaking tools and soul skills again, shouted Guangdao Doloa. Everyone hurriedly took out control-breaking tools ranging from the 6th to the 9th tier, only to find that the immobilization status couldn't be lifted. As despair set in, Luo Feng suddenly charged into the black scale dragon's immobilization domain as if it were nothing, grabbed Hu Biao by the waist, and swiftly dashed away. This guy isn't affected by the immobilization? Everyone was stunned. Luo Feng not only had powerful control abilities, but could also completely ignore the immobilization domain of the Sea Soul Beast Black Scale Dragon, which far exceeded 100,000 years. Luo Feng, save me. Guangdao Doloa finally swallowed his pride and called out for help. But Luo Feng didn't respond. They were too far away, and 1.2 seconds was simply not enough time to rescue them. The magic dragon's shockwave was already spreading, and he had to get Hu Biao away from the battlefield as quickly as possible. Although he couldn't save everyone, Luo Feng understood the importance of the titled Doloa. These powerful individuals were the backbone of the nation, protecting peace in their regions. After weighing the pros and cons, Luo Feng made a decision. If the Great Xia Kingdom lost two titled Doluos, it would not only attract the covetous eyes of evil organizations and foreign spies, but soul beasts at the borders might also seize the opportunity to launch an attack. Moreover, saving these two would earn him significant favors in the future. He quickly took out two 9th-level void beads from his storage ring and threw them in the directions of Guangdao and Tianjin. As for the others, he had to keep the last one to protect himself. As the shockwave from the demon dragon rapidly spread, collapsing the void wherever it passed, Luo Feng immediately activated the last void bead to envelop himself and Hu Biao. Simultaneously, he initiated the Xuanwu transformation from the Heavenly Intent 4 Symbols transformation to shield himself and activated the cloud bat wings given by his senior brother. Disasters are always a step behind me, Luo Feng thought to himself. As the cloud bat wings unfurled, his speed surged to the extreme. His senior brother was indeed the fastest below the titled Doloa level, and his escape skills were well-deserved. Though the shockwave from the demon dragon was massive, it could never catch up with Luo Feng's speed. I need to get more cloud bat wings from Beiji. He pondered silently, feeling that the remaining 14 cloud bat wings were not enough. With a deafening roar, the black shockwave swept across the entire sea area. Nearby cities, people in the air, and even tall buildings were reduced to dust in an instant. The massive explosion echoed throughout the eastern part of the Great Xia Kingdom, and even neighboring island nations could clearly witness the scene. The void fissures extended for thousands of miles, drawing the attention of powerful figures from all sides. Yet no one dared to approach the terrifying battlefield that could turn people to ashes. This is more powerful than a nuclear bomb, Luo Feng thought as he sped away, glancing back. In just 5 minutes, he had crossed 800 kilometers back to the imperial capital with the help of the cloud bat wings. However, there was no time to marvel at his speed. The unconscious Hu Biao in his arms was in critical condition. Luo Feng acted decisively, using the void key to enter Huang Dachui's secret realm. Teacher, we have a problem. What happened? Seeing Luo Feng holding the bloodied 9-tailed Doloa, Huang Dachui's expression turned grave. The mission to hunt the black scale dragon failed, and she's severely injured. Take her to the treatment room immediately. After arriving at the treatment room, Luo Feng and Huang Dazue split up to take action. Huang Dazue went off in search of rare healing herbs, while Luo Feng carefully placed the unconscious Hu Biao on the treatment table. It was then that Luo Feng noticed something surprising. A pair of furry animal ears had sprouted on top of Hu Biao's head. He couldn't help but reach out and touch them gently, feeling the softness. As he looked further down, he discovered that she had grown a tail, which seemed to have naturally emerged from her body. Teacher, how can a human grow a soul beast's tail? Luo Feng asked immediately when he saw Huang Dazue approaching. Despite his extensive theoretical knowledge, his practical experience was not as comprehensive as his teacher's. She's not human at all, Huang Dazue replied calmly, while mixing potions. Why is it strange for a soul beast to grow a tail? She's not human? Luo Feng was puzzled. Exactly, Huang Dazue explained. Since the era of martial souls began, the relationship between humans and soul beasts has become complex. Some people have allied with soul beasts for evil, while others, like the 9-tailed heavenly fox, choose to coexist peacefully with humans. There are several such soul beast races, and you'll have plenty of opportunities to encounter them in the future. Suddenly, Huang Dazue gave a suggestive smile. How about I add a little affection potion to her medicine? Once she wakes up, you can, well, you know. That way, you'll have a powerful female protector of titled Dolo level by your side. Teacher, she already has a daughter, Who's the president of our school's Fox Charm Society? Luo Feng reminded him. So what? A mature woman has her own charm. Huang Dazue winked. The nine-tailed heavenly fox gives birth through bloodline stimulation, so her first time is still intact. Soul beasts value this greatly. You might win her eternal allegiance if you win her over. Teacher, I'm not that kind of person. Let's leave that to the readers. Luo Feng thought to himself, realizing that his usually serious teacher might have some untold stories. In the end, Huang Dazue earnestly prepared a potion for Hu Bu Yao to drink. Due to her 9 tails being severed while restraining the black scale dragon, her essence was injured, requiring stabilization of her condition before she could be sent back to the 9-tailed Heavenly Fox clan for further treatment. Do you want to come with me to visit the 9-tailed Heavenly Fox territory? Huang Dazue asked. I think I'll just rest. Luo Feng shook his head, feeling depleted after the dragon's roar and the long flight. The cloud bat wings were indeed fast, but flying 800 kilometers was no joke. A typical Soul Master at around level 30 could only manage 10 kilometers before exhaustion, so his ability to fly such a distance without depleting his soul power was a testament to its strength. After exiting the Void Realm, Luo Feng didn't return to his dormitory to rest. Instead, he headed straight for the Soul Power Tower. His reasoning was simple. Rather than resting ordinarily, it would be more beneficial to train inside the Soul Power Tower. Not only could he passively increase his soul power there, but when combined with his perfect celestial meditation technique, the results would be even more effective. Having personally witnessed the terrifying power of the black-scaled dragon in the realm, Luo Feng's resolve to become stronger was further solidified. He silently vowed that one day, he would be able to tear through thousands of miles of void with just a single skill. As he stood before the Soul Power Tower, Luo Feng hesitated for a moment. Previously, he had always trained in the advanced training room on the 2nd floor, but after more than a month of honing his skills and reaching level 35 with his 3rd soul ring, the 2nd floor no longer met his needs. He looked up at the 3rd floor and decisively made his way up. Hey Luo Feng, long time no see, called a familiar voice. It was Xiao Qian from the Fox Charm Society, who had just finished her trial on the 3rd floor. She was ending her training session for the day not only to save credits, but also because the intense pressure of the 3rd floor meant she could only last an hour. Senior Xiao, long time no see, you're looking more beautiful than ever. Luo Feng greeted politely. Xiao Qian's eyes lit up. Luo Feng, you have a good eye. Since you're challenging the 3rd floor, the teacher overseeing the trials is still here. Let me take you there. The trial area was surrounded by many people, both those who had failed and those who had succeeded. The supervising teacher was about to wrap up the day's trials when Xiao Qian quickly shouted, Teacher, wait. Luo Feng hasn't done his trial yet. Luo Feng. The name immediately caught everyone's attention. Who wouldn't know the genius who, with a Millennium Black Soul ring, instantly defeated the competition at the freshman tournament? The trial overseer, Jiao Juchong, warmly greeted him. Hello, Luo Feng. I'm Jiao Juchong, the one in charge of the trials. He was well aware that Luo Feng was backed by a titled Deloalavel, former principal of the academy. Hello, teacher. Can I start the trial now? Luo Feng asked politely, though he found the teacher's names rather peculiar. Chaorenchi, Jiao Juchong. The trial room is open for you now. You can go in. Luo Feng quickly entered the trial room. Although his soul power was somewhat fatigued, enduring under the attack of 10 mechanical puppets for a quarter of an hour shouldn't be an issue for him. After all, even at the talent-rich Imperial Capital Martial Spirit University, students who could pass this trial by the 2nd semester of their sophomore year were rare. Watching Luo Feng's departing figure, Jiao Juchong mused. I wonder how long Luo Feng will last. Jiao Juchong was filled with curiosity. Historically, the earliest someone has passed the 3rd trial was 3 months into their sophomore year. Yet here was Luo Feng, a freshman who had been in school for just over a month, daring to take on the challenge. Such a situation was unprecedented. If he managed to pass, his impact would be no less significant than winning 1st place in the freshman competition. Do you think Luo Feng can pass? Asked a sophomore with a bruised face. I barely lasted 3 minutes in there before the mechanical puppets knocked me out. Several other sophomores, also bearing injuries, nodded in agreement. But soon, someone spoke up excitedly. Is there even a question? Of course, Luo Feng can pass. He's already over level 30 and has 3 Tentasandier Black Soul Rings. Even as a freshman, with such a soul ring configuration, lasting 15 minutes shouldn't be an issue, and he might even go longer. Indeed, Luo Feng is the most outstanding prodigy I've ever seen, another student praised. Reaching over level 30 just a month into freshman year is incredible. Typically, even those who reached level 30 did so by the end of their 2nd semester. Just then, a piercing alarm sounded from the trial room. Danger! Danger! Soul power of the trial challenger detected below 10. Please press the end button immediately. The trial room was equipped with advanced soul power detection technology to accurately monitor the challenger's status. An emergency stop button was specially designed to prevent accidents. The crowd froze upon hearing the alarm. What did having less than 10 soul power mean? It meant that after just 4 or 5 exchanges with the mechanical puppets, one would be exhausted. All challengers entered the trial in a fully charged state. This Luo Feng is too overconfident. Diao Juchang shook his head. To him, passing in such a state was impossible. Even juniors, having reached over level 40, found it difficult to succeed. Many students quickly pulled out their phones to start recording. After all, Luo Feng's popularity on campus was high, and any video related to him garnered impressive views. A video of the freshman star failing would undoubtedly become explosive news. Xiao Qian sighed and looked down. Having passed the trial on her 25th attempt, she knew how difficult it was. Even in peak condition, she had been nearly drained of all her soul power. Now, with Luo Feng having less than a tenth of his soul power, her face was full of concern, clearly unwilling to see him humiliated. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly echoed from the third floor's trial room, causing the entire soul power tower to shudder violently. The crowd, ready to film their videos, was instantly interrupted, and all eyes turned warily towards the source of the sound. Did that noise come from Luo Feng's trial room? Someone asked, pointing uncertainly at the door of the trial room. Before the words had fully left their mouth, a second boom reverberated, shaking the soul power tower once more. This time, everyone was certain that the noise indeed originated from Luo Feng's trial room. I get it now, a student exclaimed in realization. Luo Feng must have run out of soul power and is getting pummeled by the mechanism puppets. Exactly, another agreed. I got beaten up by those puppets during my first trial too, but I had full soul power at the time. He is less than 10%, so it's no surprise he's having a rough time. The supervising teacher, Diao Juchang, listened to these discussions and nodded to himself. He believed this arrogant young man needed to learn a lesson. Being ambitious isn't a bad thing, but excessive pride can lead to trouble. After over a minute of continuous banging, the trial room finally fell silent. The crowd gathered at the door, ready to capture Luo Feng's embarrassing state. According to the rules, the door would automatically open once the challenger lost the ability to resist. With a click, the door swung open. To everyone's astonishment, Luo Feng emerged not only unscathed but looking spirited and composed. Teacher, Luo Feng asked, puzzled as he looked at the crowd at the door. Isn't there supposed to be an announcement sound when you pass a trial? Why didn't I hear it? Diao Juchang looked incredulously at the unharmed Luo Feng. Those loud noises just now were. Oh, those mechanism puppets. Luo Feng replied nonchalantly. I dismantled them. Does that count as passing? The crowd rushed to peer into the trial room and collectively gasped. The once feared mechanism puppets were now scattered in pieces on the ground, some parts still emitting smoke. Diao Juchang stared in shock at the scene, unable to calm the storm of disbelief in his heart. This kid actually dismantled the mechanism puppets? Diao Juchang and the others entered the trial room, carefully examining the scattered parts on the ground. The mechanical puppets had not only been dismantled but were broken down to their smallest components, leaving nothing left to disassemble. It turned out that the earlier loud noise was the sound of the puppets being smashed, not Luo Feng encountering any misfortune. Realizing this, everyone's admiration for Luo Feng soared to a new level. This freshman had set another astounding record, completing the third level of the trial in less than 2 minutes. On reflection, this seemed fitting, as ever since Luo Feng enrolled, he had been consistently breaking norms, reigning supreme on the freshman power ranking, sweeping through opponents in the freshman competition, and now setting a new trial record. Teacher, since the mechanical puppets couldn't last a quarter of an hour against me, does that count as passing? Luo Feng asked. Of course, Diao Juchang replied, amused. Normally, challengers were expected to endure a quarter of an hour under the puppets' onslaught. But Luo Feng overturned this rule, not only completely overpowering the puppets, but also dismantling them entirely. Diao Juchang approached the trial room's tech system to check the notifications and discovered the system had crashed. It turned out that the intense vibrations from Luo Feng's battle with the puppets had damaged the system, requiring professional repair. The system's down, so I'll manually grant you access to the third level, Diao Juchang said, leading Luo Feng to the office, where he logged into the school system and directly granted Luo Feng access to the advanced training room on the third level. This was far beyond the typical treatment, where most would only earn access to a basic room. Usually, a novice managing an hour in a basic training room was considered impressive, but Diao Juchang believed this was insufficient for Luo Feng. The 1,000 credit upgrade fee is on me, Diao Juchang generously offered. Just as teacher Ma Yun had previously waived Luo Feng's 500 credit fee for the second level upgrade, Diao Juchang saw an opportunity to build goodwill with a potential future leader. Luo Feng sincerely thanked him. Although he currently had over 8,000 credits, 1,000 credits was still a significant amount. He made a mental note to remember this favor. Arriving at the third level area, Luo Feng found that, being the weekend, there were many students present for training. At the imperial capital's Martial Soul University, where martial prowess was highly valued, students spent their weekends either rigorously training in the Soul Power Tower or honing their combat skills through tasks in the wilderness. Few wasted time on dates. Luo Feng searched for a long time, but couldn't find an available advanced training room. Luo Feng found the last training room at the end of the corridor, swiftly slipped inside, and closed the door. He immediately began accumulating credits, while carefully sensing the changes in his soul power. The celestial grade meditation technique originally provided a 60-point soul power boost per second, but in the third-level advanced training room, this value surged to 118 points. This discovery made Luo Feng's eyes light up, but it was accompanied by a sense of pressure. At this moment, his soul power was almost depleted, dropping from less than 10 of his reserves to just about 3 after dismantling the mechanical puppets. I need to recover first, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, outside, the battle with the East Sea Blackscale Dragon caused a huge stir. The Wang family was hit first. The family head Wang Tian and several elders were completely wiped out, leaving the strongest member at only level 72, Soul Saint, unable to maintain their massive influence in the imperial capital. This once prestigious family, on the verge of having the strongest auxiliary martial soul titled Dala, suddenly fell to a third-rate status, with other forces eager to take advantage. Within the Wang family, a struggle for the new family head ensued. As is common with large families, the head often has several wives and concubines, resulting in a few to dozens of offspring. This is because the offspring of powerful individuals are likely to inherit the same martial soul, and the Great Xia Kingdom encourages this. Fortunately, Wang Teng's mother, Elaine, had a strong background, ultimately helping Wang Tung secure the position of family head, temporarily stabilizing the situation. In the highest institution of the Great Xia Kingdom, the Doluo Hall, the situation was even more severe. Almost all the titled Doluos were gravely watching the two severely injured figures before them, Mad Blade and Sky Sword Dala. Thanks to Luo Feng's 2 Void Pearls, which absorbed most of the Magic Dragon's shockwave, they survived. However, to fully recover, they would need a titled Doluo Healing Soul Master, a rarity in the Great Xia Kingdom, forcing them to rely on level 80 Healing Soul Masters and top-tier rare treasures for gradual recuperation. The more pressing issue was that these 2 titled Doluos, who originally guarded the northeastern region, would need at least a month to recover. With the already scarce number of titled Doluos in the Great Xia Kingdom, and considering the duo's unique martial soul fusion technique, this gap was nearly impossible to fill. Although the news was temporarily sealed, the spies from the island nation would surely uncover it soon. Spies from the island nation typically fall into 2 categories. Male spies are responsible for bribing high-ranking officials in the Great Xia Kingdom to steal secrets, while female spies use seductive tactics to either recruit the kingdom's talents or eliminate them discreetly. These female spies are not only strikingly beautiful, but also skilled in various techniques, willing to go to any lengths to achieve their goals. In the island nation, women with top-tier beauty are selected as spies, while those slightly less attractive engage in other traits. Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone have any good ideas for maintaining security in the northeastern region? Inside the Grand Conference Hall of Doluo Hall, 3 high seats were prominently positioned. Seated on the leftmost chair was a dark figure, none other than Shadow Dala, one of the 3 most powerful titled Doluos of the Great Xia Kingdom. His formidable level 98 strength and mysterious shadow martial spirit were renowned internationally. The other 2 seats were vacant, as meetings of this level typically required only the attendance of the weakest among them to preside, unless it involved a national security crisis. Huang Dezhe stood up with a resolute expression and said, "In my opinion, we can dispatch all personnel from the Capital Sanctions Bureau to the northeastern region." "What is the reason?" Shadow Doluo asked in a deep voice. "The capital is already well guarded with 3 top-tier experts stationed there. The minor disturbances can be handled by the law enforcement team. I've observed that the personnel at the Capital Sanctions Bureau are quite idle, so they can be sent to the northeastern region for training." The attendees nodded in agreement. The elite force of the Capital Sanctions Bureau could indeed have an unexpected effect in the northeastern region. However, someone raised a concern. The daily affairs of the capital still need people to manage them. We can't relocate everyone. Huang Dezhe was prepared for this. Each of us can recommend some of our promising students to join the Capital Sanctions Bureau, and we can also recruit talents from top universities to fill the ranks. Aren't university students too young? Someone questioned with concern. Only by giving young people opportunities can we see their brilliance, Huang Dezhe insisted. Shadow Doluo ultimately made the decision. Let's proceed with this plan. Send me the list of recommended students, and I will immediately inform the director of the Sanctions Bureau. After the meeting, Huang Dezhe promptly submitted his recommendation list. He was secretly pleased, as this plan would not only address the northeastern security issue, but also allow Luo Feng to gain the protection of the 3 top-tier experts through the Capital Sanctions Bureau, ensuring that no one would dare to provoke him easily, both domestically and internationally. Meanwhile, Luo Feng, exhausted from excessive training, was asleep in the advanced training room on the 3rd level of the Soul Power Tower. only waking up leisurely around 5 in the afternoon. Upon waking up, Luo Feng heard the intermittent knocking on the door outside his training room. The thick walls muffled the sound significantly, yet it remained clearly audible. He chose to ignore it and instead picked up his phone to prioritize checking the follow-up reports on the East Sea dragon slaying incident and related international news. Then, he opened the message section on his student watch. Besides the usual chatter from the Fox Charm Club's group, there were a few private messages. Among them was an important notification from Huang Dachui, inviting him to meet with the Imperial Capital's Enforcement Bureau in the Void Secret Realm before 6 p.m. By now, a large crowd had gathered outside the training room. The most conspicuous among them was Zhao Zheng, a sophomore with an intimidating physique, his dark skin stretched over bulging muscles. If it weren't for the student watch on his wrist, it would be hard to believe he was just a student. Luo Feng, this is your last chance. Get out here now. Zhao Zheng shouted angrily. It turned out this training room originally belonged to him, and when he came for his 3 p.m. session, he found it occupied. After some inquiries, he learned it was Luo Feng. What infuriated him more was that despite knocking for 2 whole hours, he received no response. The surrounding students, eager for a spectacle, buzzed with excitement. Rookie King Luo Feng versus sophomore powerhouse Zhao Zheng promised to be an entertaining showdown. As Zhao Zheng calculated in his mind, he recalled that although he only placed 10th in last year's freshman competition, he was still quite strong. He also remembered vividly the time he conflicted with a sophomore at the Soul Power Tower after earning that rank. In just 3 moves, he was pinned down and humiliated with a foot on his face. That experience taught him the vast power gap between new and old students. Now that he was the senior, he had already scripted the scene in his mind. He would teach Luo Feng, this audacious newcomer, a lesson in the same manner. It didn't matter if Luo Feng was the rookie king. Zhao Zheng was confident he could subdue him within 3 moves and recreate that past humiliation. You can hide for now, but not forever. Once the Soul Power Tower closes, let's see where you run. Zhao Zheng sneered, already anticipating the performance that was about to unfold. Luo Feng, you've got some nerve, taking over my training room. Zhao Zheng blocked the doorway, glaring at Luo Feng with eyes full of fury as he emerged. Luo Feng put down his phone, slightly furrowing his brow. Your training room? Does your name appear on the training rooms in the Soul Power Tower? Or is it your personal property? As far as I know, this is a public facility. Humph, Zhao Zheng sneered. It seems like you, the newcomer, haven't learned the rules yet. Each advanced training room on the 3rd level has its own master. He puffed out his chest with an air of superiority. Indeed, the powerful sophomores had already claimed all the 3rd level training rooms, an unwritten rule. Juniors had moved on to the 4th and 5th levels, while freshmen were mostly confined to the 2nd level, unable to reach the 3rd level. It had become the territory of the sophomores, occupying a public training room and barring others from using it. And you think you're in the right? Luo Feng retorted defiantly. All right. Zhao Zheng stretched his muscles, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. It seems the title of newcomer king has gone to your head. As a senior, I need to teach you a lesson. A crowd of students had already gathered to watch the spectacle, and someone quietly went to inform the guardian teacher of this level, Diao Juchang. Luo Feng, I'm giving you a chance to admit your mistake, as long as... Smack! Before Zhao Zheng could finish his sentence, Luo Feng unleashed a swift whip kick, sending him flying over a dozen meters, rolling across the ground. You damn sneak attacker! Zhao Zheng got up in a disheveled state, roaring, what kind of skill is taking advantage of someone off guard? If you have the guts, face me, Heaton. With that, he immediately summoned his frenzied lion martial soul, activating his martial soul possession. Instantly, his form expanded, muscles bulging, exuding the aura of a lion king. First soul skill, Lion's Roar. Zhao Zheng shouted, as a nearly 2-meter-tall lion head made of soul power roared toward Luo Feng. Perfect opportunity to test its power, Luo Feng smirked. His supreme beast martial soul, the ancestral dragon essence, had a 3rd soul skill, the mysterious dragon wave, which he hadn't had the chance to use. Given its configuration of a 200,000-year soul ring, enhanced by the system, Luo Feng only used a 3rd of its power. Otherwise, any soul master below level 50 would be doomed. Roar! A massive dragon formed of blue soul power soared into the sky, lifelike, almost becoming tangible. Instantly, the temperature plummeted, and everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The mysterious dragon wave surged forward, swallowing Zhao Zheng's lion seal, its power slightly diminished, but still formidable. Oh no! Zhao Zheng's face turned pale as he hurriedly activated his 2nd soul skill, simultaneously triggering his high-priced 3rd-tier defensive armor, attempting to withstand the mysterious dragon wave. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the Soul Power Tower, causing the entire structure to tremble. As the dust settled, everyone could see Zhao Zheng lying flat on the ground. His 3rd-tier defensive armor was shattered, and countless bones in his body were broken. Even though it was only a fraction of Luo Feng's strength, Combined with the partial negation from the lion seal and the physical enhancement from his martial soul, Zhao Zheng still barely withstood the impact. Lying there, his mind was in turmoil. Last year's freshman champion had managed to hold out for 6 rounds against a senior. Yet this year's freshman king, Luo Feng, had defeated him in a single move. It completely upended his understanding. The surrounding students watched in shock. Although they believed Luo Feng was a worthy opponent for Zhao Zheng, most were convinced Zhao Zheng would win, since no freshman had ever beaten a senior at the Imperial Martial Soul University. They had expected the fight to last at least dozens of rounds, but it didn't even last one. What's going on? Who's fighting in the Soul Power Tower's training area? The voice of the third-floor guardian teacher, Jiao Juchong, suddenly rang out. The students recognized the familiar voice, and some secretly anticipated the drama about to unfold. Fighting in the training area warranted severe punishment. Zhao Zheng struggled to sit up, a glint of hope in his eyes. He recalled his subtle connection with Jiao Juchong. Last month on the 8th, Jiao Juchong had eaten free fried dough sticks at a stall belonging to a distant relative of Zhao Zheng. He believed this relationship might lead Jiao to favor him. However, when Jiao Juchong approached, the situation took an unexpected turn. He sternly reprimanded Zhao Zheng first, but when he turned to Luo Feng, his face broke into a smile. Luo Feng, are you all right? Seeing Luo Feng unharmed, Jiao's assessment of him rose even higher. The final verdict was even more surprising. Zhao Zheng was penalized 300 credits for bullying, while Luo Feng was deemed to have acted in self-defense and was awarded 300 credits. More importantly, Jiao Juchong ordered the cancellation of the exclusive access to the advanced training room, a decision that immediately garnered the support of many sophomore students. From that day on, the advanced training room was open to all students, thanks to Luo Feng's battle. Everyone looked at Luo Feng with grateful expressions, knowing that from now on, they could use the advanced training room as long as they arrived early. Zhao Zheng stood to the side, feeling utterly disheartened. He glanced at Jiao Juchong, hesitating to speak. He had planned to treat the teacher to breakfast after punishing Luo Feng, but it seemed completely unnecessary now. If you're unhappy with my decision, you can appeal to the school's disciplinary department, Jiao Juchong said calmly. Zhao Zheng shook his head secretly. He wasn't foolish enough to actually appeal. Firstly, he was in the wrong for occupying public resources. Secondly, Luo Feng was indeed acting in self-defense. Most importantly, if he, a senior student, was beaten by a freshman and appealed, it would only spread this embarrassing incident throughout the school. All right, the Soul Power Tower is closing soon. Let's disperse. Jiao Juchong checked the time and hurried off to his office, not wanting to stay a minute past his 6 p.m. off time. After leaving the Soul Power Tower, Luo Feng went to the school cafeteria to fill his stomach. Then he took out the void key and entered Huang Dazue's secret void realm. Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, he said, "Teacher, I might have used up my void pearl. Do you have any more?" "Not at the moment," Huang Dazue explained. "Creating those requires high-level tools like void stones. I'll get you more when I can. By the way, let me introduce you to some people." It turned out these individuals were from the capital's Sanction Bureau headquarters. Due to the serious injuries of the two Deluo, Guangdao and Tianjin, their jurisdiction had become a target for island nations, international spies, and dark soul masters. The Sanction Bureau was short-staffed and urgently needed fresh talent. Although they usually only recruited outstanding fourth-year students or graduates above level 55, with Hammer Deluo's recommendation, Luo Feng was given this rare opportunity. Luo Feng. "Hello, I'm Bai Yuntao, the director of the capital's Sanction Bureau," said a distinguished-looking man, introducing the bureau's mission to safeguard the safety of Daxia. Each regional bureau is responsible for its jurisdiction, and the capital's Sanction Bureau naturally protects the capital. "Are you interested in joining us?" Director Bai asked. Luo Feng's interest was piqued. The Sanction Bureau is an institution established by the highest authorities of Daxia, directly overseen by 3 supreme titled Deluo. Joining the Bureau not only meant an elevation in status, but also the protection of these powerful figures, a level of security far surpassing that of the Capital Security Bureau. Only the most exceptional talents are admitted, and even passing the assessment is a challenge for many. Luo Feng carefully reviewed the statistics from the Enforcement Bureau. Only 1 in 1,000 is eligible to take the test, and of those, only 1 in 1,000 passes. This means that those who enter the Bureau are truly 1 in a million elites. What excited Luo Feng the most was the last line about benefits. The most basic team member in the Enforcement Bureau starts with a monthly salary of at least 100,000. "I'm willing to join," Luo Feng declared confidently. Huang Dachui smiled with satisfaction. With Luo Feng's abilities, as long as he performs even slightly in the Enforcement Bureau, he has a chance to gain the favor of the 3 supreme powerhouses. By then, not only would no one in Daxia dare provoke him, but even international organizations would think twice. "That's great, Luo Feng," Bai Yuntao said, handing Luo Feng a document. "Due to the urgency of the situation, we need to meet others. This is your assessment pass. Please be sure to arrive at the Imperial Capital Enforcement Bureau for the assessment tomorrow afternoon. After explaining the assessment details, Bai Yuntao left Huang Dachui's void realm. All right, Huang Dachui said to Luo Feng. You must be tired today, go rest. I've sent you the past assessment materials, prepare well. With your potential, you can not only pass the assessment, but also aim for a squad leader position. After each selection, those who pass are divided into several squads, and leaders are chosen through competition. Becoming a leader means being a step ahead in the bureau, with faster promotions and the chance to interact with the 3 supreme title holders. Teacher, I won't let you down, Luo Feng said, returning to his dormitory to study the assessment materials. The materials revealed that the assessment had 2 parts. The first was a theoretical knowledge test, covering the history of the Enforcement Bureau's founding, information about its founders, mission goals, and other team culture topics. This section is tested every year. The second part was a strength test, with a format that changes annually. Looking at the thick cultural materials, Luo Feng smiled slightly. For ordinary people, memorizing all this in one night would be difficult, but for someone with a million-year-old spiritual wisdom skull, it was easy. His photographic memory allowed him to recall every page, every line, even the punctuation marks. After mastering the theoretical materials, Luo Feng began planning for the next day. With no classes on Sunday, he could spend the morning in the 3rd level of the Soul Power Tower to boost his strength, especially since he still had over 8,000 in used academic credits and didn't need to take on new tasks for now. Early the next morning, Luo Feng was abruptly awakened from his sleep by the commotion outside his villa. He quickly moved to the 2nd-floor window, where a large crowd had gathered around the villa. Luo Feng, come out and take your beating. Don't hide inside like a coward, came the taunting voices from the crowd. Aren't you the rookie king? Aren't you supposed to be impressive? Let's see just how powerful you really are. Frowning, Luo Feng scrutinized the scene below and soon spotted Zhao Zheng among the crowd. The group seemed more experienced than freshmen, carrying themselves with an air of seniority. After a quick analysis, Luo Feng deduced their identity. They were likely second-year students. Freshmen wouldn't dare provoke him, and he had no interactions with third years. Upon closer inspection, Luo Feng realized these weren't Zhao Zheng's close friends, but rather students who had once monopolized the 3rd floor of the Soul Power Tower's advanced training rooms. Due to his intervention with teacher Jiao Juchong, they had lost their exclusive privilege and now had to wait in line like everyone else. Clearly, they blamed Luo Feng for this. Luo Feng, get out here now, shouted the 13 second-year students, pounding on the villa's door. The deafening noise attracted even more onlookers. A few among them were evidently more powerful than Zhao Zheng, and with their numbers, Zhao Zheng wore a confident smirk. If I were Luo Feng, I definitely wouldn't come out, whispered the onlooking students. In school, villas are student dorms, and no one is allowed to enter without permission. They've been shouting for so long with no response. Maybe he's scared and has already called the enforcement team. The uproar soon drew the attention of Fei Yangyang and Lin Qingxue nearby. Upon arriving at the scene, Fei Yangyang immediately stepped forward. If you don't leave, I'll call the enforcement team teachers. Damn, if Luo Feng won't come out, his lackey shows up instead, a second-year student sneered. Fine, we'll just teach you a lesson. Don't blame us for being harsh. It's Luo Feng who's impacted our interests. The atmosphere was tense, and a confrontation seemed imminent. The group of senior students had been waiting for Luo Feng for a long time, and their anger was building. Seeing someone step up for Luo Feng only made them more eager to teach these obvious freshmen a harsh lesson and restore the seniors' authority. Fei Yangyang had just reached level 30 and recently obtained his 3rd spirit ring, confident that he could rival a sophomore. He quickly gathered his 3rd spirit ability, Undying Fireball, with the purple 1000-year spirit ring glowing behind him. This ability, perfectly suited to his Undying Phoenix martial spirit, filled him with confidence. However, he chose the wrong opponent. He faced Zhou Jun, a formidable figure who ranked 7th in last year's freshman competition, with a martial spirit of even higher quality than Fei Yangyang's exceptional Undying Phoenix. First spirit ability, Violent Fist. Bang! Zhou Jun's attack came like a thunderbolt, shattering Fei Yangyang's Undying Fireball instantly. In the next moment, Fei Yangyang was sent flying with a punch, landing embarrassingly in the nearby garden. Tears of humiliation welled up in his eyes, making him feel utterly ashamed in front of everyone. Dare to challenge the seniors, and this is what you get, Zhou Jun declared, his gaze sweeping over the many freshmen. The Luo Feng incident had already shaken the seniors' authority, and he needed to reassert it. Turning to Lin Qingxue, Zhou Jun sneered, little girl, don't forget to call your brother Luo Feng to save you once I've beaten you black and blue. With that, he launched his violent fist straight at Lin Qingxue. Qingxue, be careful, this guy is a soul elder, warned the empress from within the necklace. Don't worry, teacher, Lin Qingxue replied. Although her martial spirit hadn't yet evolved to the highest grade, her high-grade martial spirit, the empress's secret techniques, and her unique body training had made her far stronger than her apparent level 33. With her high-grade martial spirit, the Tongtian staff, Lin Qingxue moved with fluid grace. Zhou Jun sneered at the sight. Oh, a little girl who likes playing with sticks, interesting. Rather than meeting Zhou Jun's fierce violent fist heat-in, Lin Qingxue deftly avoided it with her agile movements. This surprised Zhou Jun, but he quickly smirked. Great agility. In that case, I'll just have to catch you. Seeing the pretty girl before him, Zhou Jun's thoughts turned malicious. Since she was standing up for Luo Feng, she was likely his girlfriend, and humiliating her would surely force Luo Feng out of hiding. Martial spirit possession, violent wolf. Zhou Jun released his beast martial spirit, his speed increasing dramatically. He was certain that this time, Lin Qingxue wouldn't escape his clutches. After activating his martial spirit, Zhou Jun's speed increased dramatically. His figure darted rapidly across the arena, slicing through the air with a sharp, whistling sound. Although Lin Qingxue's expression was slightly serious, she remained calm and composed. The agility she had demonstrated earlier was merely the limit of her physical prowess. Now, it was time to reveal her true strength. Secret technique. First move, shadow shift. With a soft exclamation, Lin Qingxue's movements became mysterious and unpredictable. Every time she moved, a clear afterimage was left in the air, making it difficult for others to pinpoint her actual position. The dozen or so sophomore students watching were amazed, knowing that Zhou Jun's fierce wolf form was renowned for its speed among them. Yet he couldn't keep up with the movements of a freshman. First soul skill, Heaven and Earth Strike. After skillfully maneuvering, Lin Qingxue seized the opportunity, her heaven-reaching staff drawing a sharp arc and landing precisely on the back of Zhou Jun's head with a crisp snap. Even with the possession of a top-tier beast martial spirit, a large bump rose on Zhou Jun's head. You've angered me. Zhou Jun roared. Second soul skill, Wild Wolf Claw. His hands transformed into wolf claws, and countless claw shadows formed by soul power rained down like a storm. However, Lin Qingxue was prepared. Third soul skill, Thousand Staffs Intercept. The heaven-reaching staff in her hands created a tight defense, blocking all the wolf claws. After several failed attacks and the embarrassment of the bump on his head, Zhou Jun's fury reached its peak. Third soul skill, Rage. The soul ring from a Tuthausandier violent bear lit up, releasing a ferocious aura from within him. His eyes turned blood red, and his attack power increased by nearly 20. Qingxue, be careful. He's very dangerous now, the teacher warned. Don't worry, I got this, Lin Qingxue replied confidently. Over the past month, under the guidance of the Empress, she had ventured into the starry forest multiple times, even engaging in life-and-death battles with Tuthausandier soul beasts, honing her exceptional combat instincts. To her, Zhou Jun in his rage state was merely a souped-up humanoid soul beast. In the following dozen or so exchanges, Lin Qingxue skillfully and calmly countered Zhou Jun's frenzied attacks with her superb technique and rich combat experience. Watching from the second floor, Luo Feng nodded in approval, recognizing that this girl had improved significantly since the freshman competition, particularly in terms of practical experience and skill. Finally, when Zhou Jun's rage state could no longer be sustained and his soul power was depleted, Lin Qingxue seized the moment, her heaven-reaching staff unrelentingly knocking him to the ground. She won the battle decisively. At this moment, Lin Qingxue's soul power was nearly exhausted, reaching the brink of her fighting limit. The dozen or so second-year students around her were staring in disbelief at the defeated Zhou Jun, who, even in his enraged state, had fallen. It was shocking, considering that Zhou Jun in this state could even contend with opponents at the early Soul King level. She's out of soul power. Let's all go at her together and see if Luo Feng will come out, someone shouted. The group of second-year students, disregarding any chivalry, eagerly prepared to attack. Lin Qingxue's expression grew serious. With her current strength, she could handle a single opponent with depleted soul power, but facing a group was beyond her capability. Unless her martial soul evolved to the top tier in the future and she mastered the second secret technique, she might stand a chance. Teacher, I'm afraid I need your help, Lin Qingxue murmured. No need, Luo Feng is coming out, the Empress reassured her. At that moment, the villa door finally opened, and Luo Feng stepped out slowly, casting a disdainful glance at everyone present. Humph, Luo Feng, you finally show yourself, Tang Shan, the leader, said coldly. As last year's newcomer competition fifth-place winner, he possessed the top-tier martial soul, Extreme Resilient Demon Vine, ranking 21st among top-tier martial souls, and had reached the Soul Elder level. Luo Feng, with so many of us, you stand no chance. However, if you are willing to transfer 200 credits to each of us and admit your mistake, maybe. Smack. Before he could finish, Zhao Zheng was kicked into the treetops of the garden by a fierce whip kick from Luo Feng, just like the day before. This kick was even harsher, rendering Zhao Zheng unable to move. It seems you're tough rather than soft. Everyone attack, Tang Shan commanded, and a dozen people launched their attack simultaneously. First soul skill, Demon Vine Spike. Second soul skill, Fire Tiger. Third soul skill, Thunder Throw. Facing the overwhelming barrage of soul skills, Luo Feng's expression remained unchanged as he summoned the heavenly demon god-slaying spear. Third soul skill, Spear like a Dragon. With powerful mental strength, Luo Feng precisely controlled his output to 5/10 of his power. The heavenly demon god-slaying spear transformed into countless spear shadows, creating a wave of spear energy that instantly shattered the opponent's soul skills. The remaining spear energy directly knocked down all the attackers, causing serious injuries. Watching from the treetops, Zhao Zheng was filled with lingering fear. If he hadn't been kicked away earlier, he would also be severely injured on the ground. Such injuries would take at least half a month to heal and would cost a significant amount of credits. From this moment on, Zhao Zheng felt only deep fear towards Luo Feng. Humph, Luo Feng, don't let me see you again. If I do, I'll avoid you every time. Zhao Zheng, where are you going? Zhao Zheng was trying to quietly jump down from the tree and slip away amidst the bustling crowd. He thought his movements were discreet, but Luo Feng's sharp eyes caught him. I just remembered I have some things to take care of at home, so I won't bother you. Goodbye, Zhao Zheng said with an awkward smile, turning to leave. Leaving? Pay the emotional distress fee first, Luo Feng's voice called out leisurely. Emotional distress fee? Zhao Zheng was taken aback, staring in disbelief. You beat us up, causing emotional distress, and now we have to compensate you? Making a racket below my villa early in the morning. I couldn't sleep well, Luo Feng said slowly. Don't you think you should compensate me for some emotional distress? Yes, yes. Zhao Zheng nodded repeatedly, not daring to refuse. But thinking about his dwindling credits made his heart ache. He was just fined 300 credits by Luo Feng yesterday, and now he's being extorted again. Luo Feng was practically his credit ATM. 300 credits, please accept them, Luo Feng. Oh no, big brother, Zhao Zheng said through gritted teeth, taking out his communicator to transfer the credits. Luo Feng paused, quickly calculating. There are 13 people here, 300 credits each, that's 3,900 credits. Almost as much as the new competition reward. He thought to himself that these seniors indeed had plenty of credits, and that he should extort them more often in the future. Seeing Luo Feng pause, Lin Qingxue thought he was dissatisfied with the amount, and quickly said, Take it, Luo Feng. It's quite a lot. Bicycle? What bicycle? Luo Feng didn't catch it at first, but Zhao Zheng quickly picked up on the implication. Although he didn't have a bicycle, it was clear Luo Feng thought the credits were too few. 400 credits, that should be enough. Zhao Zheng gritted his teeth and increased the amount. Stop wasting time, transfer it now. Luo Feng displayed his payment code, and soon 400 credits were transferred. He noticed Zhao Zheng still had over 700 credits left, which was normal since second-year students had reached the third level of the Soul Power Tower, increasing both consumption and task difficulty. Luo Feng then collected the emotional distress fee from the remaining 12 people. Although they paid willingly, their faces showed pain, and they glared at Zhao Zheng with resentment if not for him. They wouldn't have come to confront Luo Feng, only to be beaten and forced to transfer credits instead. Worse, they lost face in front of so many first and second-year students, and this would surely make the school news. Remember to come back and visit often. Bring more people next time. Luo Feng cheerfully called after them as they left. Never again. The second-year students shook their heads vigorously. Who could afford to lose hundreds of credits at once? After the crowd dispersed, Luo Feng happily checked his credit balance. The original 7,980 plus today's 5,200, skyrocketing to 13,180 credits. Those sophomore students who got injured need not worry about reporting to the disciplinary team. At the imperial capital Martial Soul University, a place that values martial prowess, sparring is permitted everywhere except special areas like dormitories, libraries, and the Soul Power Tower. As long as no one is killed, the presence of advanced healing soul masters in the school ensures everything is under control. Luo Feng pulled Fei Yangyang out of the garden and sincerely expressed, Fatty, Qingxue, I really appreciate your help this time. Although Fatty didn't contribute much, taking that solid punch was no small feat. Fei Yangyang rubbed the spot where he was hit, but his face was full of excitement. Those senior students are indeed formidable. I'm still far behind them. It looks like I need to work harder to catch up with you two monsters. We have nothing on this morning. Let's train at the Soul Power Tower. Lin Qingxue suggested at the right moment. Luo Feng immediately opened his terminal and transferred 200 credits to Fatty, feeling that punch was worth it. He transferred 300 credits to Lin Qingxue. Luo Feng, you're too generous, they both said as they accepted the credits, and the group headed straight to the Soul Power Tower. Upon reaching the tower, Fei Yangyang continued his intensive training on the first level. Lin Qingxue had advanced to the second level half a month ago and was close to attempting the third level trial. Under the guidance of the Empress, she initially thought she could gradually narrow the gap with Luo Feng. However, after seeing Luo Feng's achievements on the campus news network yesterday and witnessing him easily handle those sophomores today, she had to admit that the gap seemed to be widening. Once inside the second-level training room, Lin Qingxue couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, do I still have a chance to catch up with him?" The Empress confidently assured her, "Don't worry. Your martial soul just started at a lower level. With one or two more evolutions, combined with my Starry Sky secret method, you'll surpass Luo Feng in no more than a year, maybe even as soon as 3 months." Really? Lin Qingshue's eyes lit up as she regained her confidence, knowing her teacher never made promises lightly. Meanwhile, Luo Feng, who had already reached the advanced training room on the 3rd level, had just sat down when he received a message from Bai Yuntao, the director of the Imperial Capital Sanction Bureau, notifying him of an assessment at 2:30 p.m. As he was about to check the location of the bureau, his campus news feed was flooded with 99 messages. Logging in, he found the screen full of posts and videos about him and Lin Qingxue, with the comment section buzzing with activity. Being the first freshman to defeat senior students, the commotion was expected. Soon, they became the focus of campus attention, and the fact that their villas were next to each other fueled a series of rumors. Did you hear? Luo Feng and Lin Qingshue's villas are right next to each other. They're the handsome guy and the beautiful girl among the freshmen. Maybe they're already a couple. What? They're together already? Really? Someone said they saw them check into a couple's hotel. The rumors spread wildly across the campus. Luo Feng stayed in the Seoul Power Tower until nearly 2 p.m. After quickly looking up the location of the Imperial Capital's Adjudication Bureau, he set off immediately. As he walked, he started contemplating the idea of buying a car. The Imperial Capital is vast, with major places like the various martial Seoul universities, the University City, and the Adjudication Bureau located far apart, ranging from a dozen kilometers to several dozen kilometers away. Especially with his impending involvement in the Adjudication Bureau, frequent commuting would become routine, and relying solely on public transport would be inconvenient. Being someone who inherently loves cars and now possessing nearly 60 million in savings, purchasing a vehicle seemed like a natural decision. Luo Feng decided to visit the University City to choose a car once the Bureau's assessment was over. Upon arriving at the Adjudication Bureau, Luo Feng was quite surprised by the scene before him. He had expected it to be relatively quiet, but it was bustling with activity. On closer inspection, he quickly understood why before the incidents involving the Mad Blade and the Sky Sword, the Bureau had always been fully staffed, and many people had no chance to join. Now, with the rare expansion, it naturally attracted a lot of talented individuals eager to compete. The venue was filled with various elites, outstanding recent graduates and alumni from martial Seoul universities, and even many active-duty military personnel in uniform. Among them were members of the Imperial Capital's Guard, who, despite their prestigious status, still saw the Adjudication Bureau as a step above. In the current Dacian nation, the Bureau undoubtedly held the highest prestige. At the entrance, several staff members were directing the crowd. Please show your assessment pass and swipe your card to enter in order. Once all the candidates had entered, they were led to the tech hall for the first round of theoretical assessments. Candidates needed to log into the Bureau's website on their phones, register for verification, and access the assessment page. Due to the large number of applicants, the theoretical assessment will be in the form of multiple-choice questions, a staff member announced. There are 60 questions in total, including 40 single-choice and 20 multiple-choice questions. Single-choice questions are worth 1 point each, and multiple-choice questions are worth 3 points each. All answers in multiple-choice questions must be correct to earn points. The time limit is 15 minutes. Begin now. As soon as time started, the exam hall fell silent. Facing the intense pressure of answering 4 questions per minute, the candidates' expressions grew intensely focused. With only 1 night and half a day to prepare due to the short notice, many resorted to guessing. Some pondered each question for several minutes, while others breezed through, answering 4 or 5 questions in a minute. The entire hall was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. In the examination hall, very few people could achieve such an astounding speed. Only a few officers from the Imperial Guard had such capabilities. Among them, the most notable were Lieutenant Niu Li and Chun Lun. These two had previously participated in the Imperial Sanction Bureau's assessment, and due to the limited slots, the standards were exceptionally strict, and they narrowly missed passing. This time, they were confident they would succeed. With their proficient grasp of theoretical knowledge, Niu Li and Chun Luan's answering speed was remarkable, managing to solve 7 questions per minute. However, the fastest was Luo Feng. Thanks to the enhancement from the spiritual wisdom skull, he could read and answer questions in just 1 second. He breezed through single-choice questions almost as if scanning 10 lines at a glance. And even for the longer and more comprehensive multiple-choice questions, he took only a few seconds each. In less than 5 minutes, Luo Feng had completed all the questions. The exam system required them to wait until the 15-minute limit was reached before automatically submitting their papers, so Luo Feng, feeling bored, began to look around. This caught the attention of Niu Li and Chun Lun, who mistakenly thought he was trying to peek at others' answers. As soon as the time was up, the system automatically collected and started grading the papers. Quickly, the scores appeared on everyone's screens, and the examination hall was filled with exclamations of surprise. Only 22 points, someone exclaimed in disbelief at their score. I got 35 points, not bad. Another person consoled themselves. Look, I scored 60 points, yet another person boasted proudly. At that moment, Niu Li and Chun Luan stepped forward to show their scores. 97 points, probably the highest here, right? Due to the rush, they missed selecting one option in a multiple-choice question, which cost them 3 points. The examinees were stunned upon hearing this score, as very few had managed to complete all the questions, and 97 seemed astronomical. Everyone looked at them with admiration and praised them. However, they noticed one person seemed unfazed by the high score. It was Luo Feng, the one who had been looking around earlier, and his calm expression was puzzling. Hey kid, how many points did you score? Tell us, and make everyone happy. They approached Luo Feng with a teasing tone. Just average, Luo Feng replied nonchalantly. Ha ha ha, it's okay to say. We won't laugh at you no matter how low your score is. They were more convinced that Luo Feng had scored poorly. Just 100 points, Luo Feng said casually. Ha ha, 100 points, such a low score. Niu Li's laughter abruptly stopped, and his smile froze. The mocking words he had prepared got stuck in his throat because he suddenly realized a shocking fact: Luo Feng had scored a perfect mark. Chun Luan and Niu Li were left speechless, like ducks with their necks grabbed. They incredulously crowded around Luo Feng, staring intently at the score displayed on his phone. How is this possible? Niu Li muttered to himself. He clearly remembered that just 5 minutes into the exam, Luo Feng seemed to be looking around, as if trying to peek at answers. But now, it appeared that this guy had completed all the questions in 5 minutes without a single mistake. This realization caused a storm of astonishment within Niu Li. Although the theoretical test wasn't particularly difficult, the sheer volume of questions and achieving a perfect score was unprecedented in the history of the Enforcement Bureau. Even more astonishing was the fact that the exam was announced just a day earlier, and merely reading through all the extensive materials would take considerable time. The surrounding examinees glanced at Niu Li and Chun Luan with mockery in their eyes. After all, the two who had just been ridiculing the low score now looked especially awkward in the face of a perfect score. It's just rote memorization, Niu Li said, trying to save face. The second round is the real test. Let's see how well you do then. With that, he hurriedly pulled Chun Luan away. The staff's voice rang out at the right moment. Ladies and gentlemen, the theoretical assessment is over. Please follow the arrows on the ground to proceed to the second round testing area. Due to most of the Imperial Capital Enforcement Bureau's personnel being deployed to guard the northeastern region, there were only a few staff members on site, directing with arrows on the ground. Luo Feng followed the arrows to the second round area, only to be stopped at the entrance by 2 staff members. The assessment for support Soul Masters and Food Soul Masters is down another passage. Didn't you see the arrow markings on the ground? This is the Combat Soul Masters testing area, one of the staff members said, looking at the young Luo Feng. 2 staff members exchanged glances as they looked at the surprisingly young candidate standing before them. At the Capital Sanctions Bureau, the youngest candidates are usually seniors in college, each appearing mature and composed. Yet, this individual seemed more like a freshman, which left them quite astonished. After all, the martial exam had concluded just over a month ago, making this situation rather unusual. I'm here for the combat assessment, not the food one. Luo Feng quickly clarified, seemingly aware of the staff's doubts. That's impossible. The combat assessment is too challenging for you. What's your current combat power? One of the staff members asked with concern. This wasn't an unreasonable question, as typically, all combat assessment candidates must first undergo a comprehensive combat power test. However, Luo Feng was following a special path direct recommendation by a titled Delaw. The staff led Luo Feng to a nearby tech room and handed him a grip strength dynamometer. According to the regulations, the initial combat power for the combat assessment must be at least 200,000. Test yourself first. If you meet the standard, you can proceed with the assessment, the staff member cautiously stated, mainly worried about Luo Feng's young age and potential safety issues in the second phase. Luo Feng took the dynamometer, feeling curious himself. He remembered having close to 100,000 combat power when he first entered school. After mastering the second soul skill, the God-slaying Thunder Spear, it reached 140,000, but that was just the skill's power, not his comprehensive combat power. True comprehensive combat power involves the quality of the martial soul, soul ring configuration, soul power level, and other factors. With a crunch, the dynamometer shattered in Luo Feng's hand, emitting wisps of black smoke. You didn't get this from some cheap online store, did you? Luo Feng remarked helplessly. He had intended to seriously test himself to see if he had reached the terrifying figure of 500,000, but a slight exertion of force broke the device. The staff stared in shock. This was a special extended metal device made by the Sanctions Bureau's tech department, capable of testing up to 600,000 combat power, and it had never been damaged in years of use. Even senior graduates hadn't managed to break it, yet a freshman had easily crushed it. You've passed. Sorry for wasting your time. The female staff member's attitude instantly became much more respectful. Are there any other testing devices here? I'd like to know my actual comprehensive combat power, Luo Feng inquired. With his current setup, he should be able to reach 700,000 or 800,000, right? The staff immediately took Luo Feng to a nearby large testing room. Here, there was a more advanced dynamometer used for regular testing by members of the Sanctions Bureau. Luo Feng stepped onto the testing platform. The device started to operate, and soon, a number appeared on the screen. The number 1,289,076 flashed on the screen with a blinding brilliance. The staff member's eyes widened in disbelief, her jaw nearly hitting the floor as her entire body shook uncontrollably. She had originally estimated Luo Feng's combat power to be around 700,000. Even though Luo Feng had previously crushed the grip strength tester, considering his age, 700,000 seemed to be the limit. But this number 1.29 million combat power completely overturned her understanding. What did this number mean? In the Imperial Capital's Sanction Bureau, only a few top team captains who had been transferred away could reach this level. Those captains were true elites, each having clawed their way back from the brink of death with a minimum level of 60. More importantly, even the youngest of those captains were over 25 years old, truly the best of the best. Luo Feng simply nodded slightly, acknowledging the test result, and then turned to proceed to the second phase of the assessment. The second phase involved the sci-fi combat simulator. The rules were simple. The examinee needed to defeat wave after wave of spirit beasts within the simulator, earning points for each wave defeated. The further they progressed, the higher the points and the greater the difficulty. Notably, within the simulator, spirit power could not be restored, and the use of any restorative medicine was prohibited. All right, the assessment begins. Who wants to go first? As soon as the staff member finished speaking, someone eagerly volunteered. That person quickly entered the simulator, and the scene unfolded before everyone. He summoned his martial soul, the sky-splitting giant axe, and immediately engaged the first wave of spirit beasts. First soul skill, earth-shattering chop. With a mighty shout, the giant axe formed a massive phantom, cutting down the first wave of 10 spirit beasts in one blow. The scoreboard instantly displayed 1 point. The second wave of spirit beasts appeared next and was once again wiped out by a single soul skill, raising the score to 3 points. The crowd soon noticed a pattern. Each wave consisted of 10 spirit beasts, and defeating the nth wave earned N points, added cumulatively. The first 10 or so waves were relatively easy, all being effortlessly defeated. But by the 20th wave, the spirit beast's strength suddenly escalated to a new level. A scenario where a single soul skill is not enough to defeat all opponents is frequently seen in the assessment arena. Contestants need to release their soul skills twice or resort to more powerful second or third soul skills to overcome their opponents. The first contestant finally withdrew at the 33rd wave due to exhaustion of soul power, achieving a score of 528. As he left the field, he said regretfully, "I could have lasted longer. The soul beasts in the 33rd wave weren't particularly strong. It was just that I overused my soul power earlier. I suggest that future contestants refrain from using soul skills in the first 10 or so waves." The second contestant learned from the previous experience and used the basic spear techniques of the Sky Spear Martial Soul to handle the initial soul beasts, significantly conserving soul power. This strategy allowed him to advance to the 40th wave, ultimately achieving a score of 820. As more people participated in the challenge, assessment techniques were continually refined and improved. Contestants' scores steadily climbed, and soon someone achieved a high score of 980, almost reaching the 1,000-point mark. When it was Niu Li's turn, he glanced confidently at Luo Feng. Although he was 3 points behind in the first stage, he was certain he could lead by at least 200 points in this scoring segment. As soon as Niu Li entered the arena, he summoned his supreme martial soul, the reedied Golden Bull, with 6 soul rings shining brightly 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, which immediately drew gasps from the audience. A 60-level Soul Master. This configuration is top-notch. He might break the 1,500-point mark. Facing the first wave of soul beasts, Niu Li deliberately looked towards the outside, as if to say, the show is about to begin. His subsequent performance indeed amazed the audience. He crushed the first 10 waves of soul beasts barehanded and only began using the martial soul embodiment at the 15th wave, still without employing any soul skills. The audience was completely engrossed in this almost one-sided domination. It wasn't until the 30th wave that Niu Li, due to fatigue, began to use soul skills. To hold out until the 30th wave using just his physical strength. Surely he's the top contender? Don't forget Qinluan. I've heard both of them were strengthened in the body-tempering secret realm. According to the Imperial Capital's Guard reports, their combined combat power is nearing 800,000. No wonder it's so effortless for them. It's truly terrifying. The discussions outside the arena were lively, with everyone eagerly anticipating the final outcome of this assessment. As everyone was discussing, Nioli began to activate his martial soul attachment. His body expanded under the golden light, with all his attributes significantly enhanced, making it easy for him to handle the 31st wave of soul beasts. He didn't even need to use his soul skills immediately, as his enhanced physical attributes were enough to deal with them effortlessly. When he finally used his first soul skill, Crimson Eye Gold Light, beams of dazzling golden light shot from his eyes, sweeping across the battlefield. The soul beasts had no chance to react and were instantly annihilated. Nioli continued to bulldoze forward until he reached the 78th wave of soul beasts, where his soul power was finally exhausted. Stepping out of the sci-fi battle simulator, he feigned regret and said, if it weren't for running out of soul power, I could have continued past the 78th wave. 81 points, just a tiny bit short. To the others, his words were quite grating, given that the second-place score was only 980 points, a staggering difference. Yet, Nioli still didn't miss the chance to boast to Luo Feng, saying, "Kid, did you see that? That's power, though I doubt you'll ever reach it in your lifetime." Unexpectedly, Luo Feng retorted without giving face, leaving Nioli awkwardly embarrassed. All right, tough talk, huh? Let's see how many points you can score later." Nioli thought about how he would mock Luo Feng afterward. Next up was Chun Luan, whose Xin Tian Battle Halberd martial soul ranked 22nd among top-tier martial souls. As a newly advanced level 60 soul master, he had the same 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black soul ring configuration as Nioli. Surprisingly, Chun Luan also stopped at the 78th wave, achieving the same score of 3,081 points. The subsequent candidates performed mediocrely, with only one achieving 1,292 points, while most hovered around 1,000 points. The atmosphere at the examination site gradually turned dull, and some staff members even began to look at their phones. Finally, it was Luo Feng's turn, having been placed lower due to his combat power test. Just before entering the sci-fi battle simulator, he preemptively said to Nioli, "Watch closely and learn well." This made Nioli smirk inwardly, thinking, "Just wait to be embarrassed." At that moment, a staff member, the same young lady who had tested Luo Feng's combat power earlier, reminded the others, "Stop looking at your phones. That guy's about to start his challenge. It's going to be interesting." As soon as Luo Feng stepped into the arena, the previously bored young woman's expression turned focused and attentive. She was eager to see how far this competitor, boasting a battle power of 1.29 million, could progress. With her introduction, other staff members also put down their phones and fixed their eyes on the screen. Luo Feng entered the sci-fi combat simulator, deciding to refrain from using his soul power and soul skills at first. He wanted to test his physical limits after being enhanced by the rare treasures of the Yin-Yang Springs, the essence of a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and the supreme beast martial spirit, the dragon ancestor's essence. As the first wave of soul beasts charged, Luo Feng casually dispatched them, one hand in his pocket and the other lazily swatting them away. Although his completion time was similar to others, his composed demeanor was unforgettable. Trying to show off more than me." Nioli sneered internally. "The first 10 waves are easy. Let's see if you can keep up this act after 10 waves." Yet Luo Feng appeared tireless, continuing to fight single-handedly, effortlessly defeating wave after wave of soul beasts. The rapid pace of the battle was dizzying, and it wasn't until everyone noticed the number on the display screen that they realized. It was already the 37th wave. "My God," gasped the crowd. Even Nioli had only barely managed to pass the 30th wave relying on his physical strength alone. But Luo Feng, he was still leisurely taking down beasts with one hand by the 37th wave. Nioli watched, flushed with embarrassment. He had planned to show off during the assessment, only to encounter someone even stronger. The battle continued, captivating everyone with Luo Feng's performance. When it reached the 42nd wave, the audience's exclamations were endless. By the 68th wave, Luo Feng finally started using both hands, yet still maintained his instant kill pace. He surpassed everyone except Nioli and Chun Luan. Others only reached up to the 56th wave, someone murmured in awe. And he's only using pure physical strength, not even his martial spirit. What exactly is his martial spirit? Someone wondered aloud. Others reveal their martial spirits and soul rings at the start to showcase their strength, but he hasn't shown anything yet. In my opinion, another analyzed, with such a dominant performance, his martial spirit must be extraordinary, possibly with a millennium-level first soul ring. A millennium soul ring? The crowd exclaimed. Doesn't that require an immortal-grade martial spirit? Look, he's already at wave 138. In the battle simulator, Luo Feng moved like lightning, effortlessly crushing wave after wave of soul beasts. As the challenge intensified, he reached the threshold of his physical limits. The audience could sense that after the 100th wave, the power difference between each wave of soul beasts became astonishingly wide, with a gap of tens of thousands, far exceeding the previous differences of just a few thousand. At that moment, a flash of light appeared in Luo Feng's hand, and the Heaven Demon Godslayer's spear materialized out of thin air. Even more shocking were the three pitch-black, Tinthasandier soul rings that appeared, slowly rotating around him. This scene left everyone gasping, especially those who had previously claimed a Millennium Soul Ring is impossible, who were now dumbfounded. Three Tinthasandier black soul rings? This defies all logic, someone exclaimed. In this galaxy, even a celestial-grade martial soul hadn't appeared in ages, let alone something that surpasses it. Xia is rising. Excited discussions immediately erupted on the scene. In this era of martial souls, a celestial-grade martial soul was enough to give a nation a global competitive edge. Now, with the emergence of a martial soul that seems to surpass celestial grade, Xia might truly be able to stand against the world. However, Luo Feng remained focused despite the external astonishment. He had reached wave 178 and maintained his composed demeanor. The continuous high-intensity battles provided by this sci-fi battle simulator were the perfect opportunity for him to refine his Fury secret art. During the intense battles, Luo Feng could feel his mastery of the Fury secret art approaching perfection. Although the leap from mastery to perfection was significant, the highly compatible battle environment made the breakthrough seem imminent. Currently, the Fury secret art could boost his overall combat power by 15 in just 10 minutes of battle, which was quite substantial. As for the three supreme title holders of the Imperial Capital's tribunal, witnessing this display would surely make them see him in a new light. Such an opportunity to showcase his strength in front of influential figures would undoubtedly bring him numerous advantages in his future within the Imperial Capital's tribunal. With the Furious secret art enhancing his combat power, Luo Feng's strength soared from 1.29 million to 1.5 million. According to the secret art's description, once mastered, it can boost combat power by 30 in just 5 minutes. During the 200th wave challenge, Luo Feng finally unleashed his first soul skill, the Celestial Demon Crescent Slash. His spear moved gracefully, releasing a massive crescent-shaped slash that instantly cut 10 soul beasts in half. However, starting from the 201st wave, the situation took a dramatic turn. The combat power gap between each wave of soul beasts suddenly widened by tens of thousands. By the 220th wave, even the Celestial Demon Crescent Slash could no longer kill in one strike, as each soul beast's combat power exceeded Luo Feng's by tens of thousands. Despite this, Luo Feng managed to hold on for several more waves by skillfully combining his second and third soul skills. But by the 226th wave, he had to stop. Each kill consumed a vast amount of soul power due to the overwhelming strength of the soul beasts. Nevertheless, the battle brought unexpected rewards. Luo Feng's mastery of the Furious secret art reached perfection. Reflecting on it, it had been just over a month since he acquired this secret art upon enrollment. Achieving mastery of a title de Luo secret art in such a short time through intense combat alone was truly astonishing. Of course, this was closely tied to the Furious secret art's combat-centric training nature. Looking at the scoreboard showing 25,651 points, Luo Feng was confident that he would undoubtedly take first place. This not only meant he would become the captain, but also granted him the privilege of choosing team members first. A few hours later, all assessments across the examination areas concluded, and the system quickly calculated the total scores. When the staff announced the admission score line of 1,158 points, there was an uproar. Despite the urgent need for personnel in the Imperial Capital Sanction Bureau, the threshold for the strongest system remained incredibly high. On the way to the member building of the Imperial Capital Sanction Bureau, Luo Feng noticed that only he, Niu Li, and Shun Lin, along with 2 others, passed the assessment from his area. This 9,000 pass rate was considered decent, as some areas reportedly had no one passing. Finally, they arrived at the lobby of the member building, where Director Bai Yuntao was reviewing the assessment rankings. When he saw Luo Feng's astonishing score of 25,751, his hands couldn't help but tremble. Bai Yuntao, having served as the director of the Imperial Capital Sanctions Bureau for many years, had seen countless candidates undergo assessments. However, today, as he reviewed the statistics in his hand, he frowned slightly. A score of 25,700 points far exceeded the previous highest record of 3,000 points. What was even more astonishing was that Luo Feng, who set this new record, was the youngest among all the candidates. He recalled the scene when Huang Dachui recommended Luo Feng. At the time, he issued the assessment pass merely out of respect for a title de law, thinking it would be impressive enough if Luo Feng could simply pass. Little did he know, this young man not only passed, but also secured the top position. As Bai Yuntao examined the data, other successful candidates began to gather in the hall of the members' building. Among them were Food-type Soul Masters and Support-type Soul Masters. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Bai Yuntao put down the documents and cleared his throat. Everyone, first of all, congratulations on passing the assessment. I am Bai Yuntao, the director of the Imperial Capital Sanctions Bureau and an 87th level Soul Sage. His voice echoed in the hall. Today, there are 35 successful candidates in the combat category, 5 in the food category, and 5 in the support category. The top combat candidate is Luo Feng, the top food candidate is Mumu, and the top support candidate is Wang Teng. Please step forward. The three of them walked onto the platform in the hall. Luo Feng was not unfamiliar with the other two. Wang Teng was well known, and Mumu was a senior he had met at the Fox Charm Society. He had jokingly said he wanted to drink her milk. They possessed the top support martial soul, the Genesis Green Lotus, and the top food martial soul, Milk, respectively, so it was no surprise they emerged as the leaders in their categories. According to the Bureau's rules, the top candidate in each category will receive the captain's title. Bai Yuntao handed out 3 golden tokens. These are high-tech tokens specially crafted by the technology department. They are not only symbols of status, but also feature vast storage space and special communication functions. This communication cannot be intercepted or blocked, representing the latest technological advancements of the Sanctions Bureau. The others present looked at the gleaming golden tokens with envy in their eyes. These tokens not only represented a prestigious status, but also offered special protection in the imperial capital. Even the most powerful factions had to think twice before acting against a token holder, as such actions were tantamount to treason. The power of this family was not to be underestimated, boasting 3 spirit masters over level 80 and more than a dozen spirit masters over level 70. However, merely for offending a member of the Capital Sanction Bureau, the entire family was eradicated. This incident firmly established the authority of the Sanction Bureau in people's minds. Bai Yuntao handed a detailed set of statistics to Luo Feng. Here are the details of all the candidates who passed this round. The data meticulously recorded each candidate's spirit type, quality, and current spirit power level, all verified during the first phase theoretical assessment. Can I choose anyone I want? Luo Feng asked. Yes, that's your right. Anyone can, Bai Yuntao replied. Luo Feng scanned through the profiles and finally stopped at a photo of Mumu. All right, I want her. Bai Yuntao frowned as he looked at Mumu, who had a striking figure and a youthful appearance. As long as she agrees. She's currently a team leader and also has the right to choose. If she doesn't want to, there's nothing I can do. He couldn't help but wonder if Luo Feng was swayed by her looks, as Mumu's alluring appearance was indeed tempting. I agree to join Luo Feng's team, Mumu said, blushing. Are you sure? Bai Yuntao asked seriously. Once you join, you'll be demoted from team leader to a regular member. He didn't expect Mumu to give up her leader position for Luo Feng. It's well known that those who secure the top positions in their categories are elite, and even food-type spirit masters don't easily submit to others. At this point, Wang Teng, who ranked first in the support assessment, spoke up. Director, I also want to join Luo Feng's team. Have you all gone mad? Bai Yuntao was completely baffled. This is a team leader position. He even started having some inappropriate thoughts, but quickly dismissed them. Since you are willing, I have nothing more to say. From now on, you are members of Luo Feng's team. Bai Yuntao turned to Luo Feng. You haven't decided on the combat type candidates yet. Director, can I recruit the combat type members myself? Of course, you're the top candidate. You have that right. But remember, don't bring in people with poor character. Don't tarnish the reputation of the Sanction Bureau. Don't worry, Director, Luo Feng assured, already having his sights set on Fatty and Lin Qingxue. Although their current strength was not on par with the successful candidates, their potential was immense, which was exactly what Luo Feng valued. Since neither of you want to be the captain anymore, I'll take back the captain's badge, Bai Yuntao said as he reached out to take the badges offered by Wang Teng and Mumu. To his surprise, both of them handed over the badges without hesitation, showing no signs of regret. Instead, there was a hint of excitement on their faces, which puzzled Bai Yuntao. In fact, Mumu and Wang Ting each had their own reasons. Mumu was naturally introverted and shy, often hesitant when quick decisions were needed. The role of captain required decisiveness, which was contrary to her personality. Wang Teng, on the other hand, saw potential in Luo Feng. During their last venture into the 6th-tier secret realm with Hu Mei and others, he noticed Luo Feng's extraordinary abilities. The recent combat Soul Master assessment further confirmed his judgment. Even Niu Li and Chen Lun, who had reached level 60, couldn't claim first place. This Luo Feng will surely surpass the realm of titled Doluo, Wang Ting thought to himself. In his view, Luo Feng's future wouldn't be confined to the Imperial Capital's Enforcement Bureau. The entire Daxia Kingdom, and even the global stage, would be his arena. He was confident that this exceptionally talented junior would eventually reach for the stars. As the saying goes, choosing wisely is more important than hard work, and Wang Teng believed that following Luo Feng now was the smartest decision. All right, your team is now officially established, Bai Yuntao said. I'll arrange for someone to show you around. Thank you, Director. Luo Feng replied respectfully. With a staff member leading the way, Luo Feng and his team began their tour of the Imperial Capital's Enforcement Bureau. This expansive complex housed several functional departments. The technology department was responsible for developing high-end equipment for the Bureau, including communicators, combat devices, and tech suits. all of which far exceeded the performance of standard market products. The mission department monitored the capital's security and handled various threats, which was where Luo Feng was now assigned. The resources department managed the bureau's rare resources, which had to be earned through completing missions or research achievements. After the tour, Luo Feng, along with Mumu and Wang Tong, took the initiative to introduce themselves to the heads of each department. Hello, I'm Luo Feng, and these are my teammates, Mumu and Wang Tong. We look forward to working with you. A young hero indeed, the head of the technology department responded warmly. Rest assured, our department will fully support you. The other department leaders also expressed their support. Unlike the usual dismissive attitude towards newcomers, this time, they showed genuine enthusiasm. Because this newcomer is so young and has already ranked first in the assessment, taking over as director and entering the Doloa Hall in the future is no problem for him. As night fell, the time reached 8 p.m. After an hour of getting acquainted, Luo Feng and his colleagues prepared to leave. Captain Mumu, let me give you a ride. Wang Tung stood next to his shiny sports car, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. As the eldest son of his family, he naturally wanted to show his enthusiasm. Luo Feng nodded slightly. All right, just drop me off at the car dealership center in University City. Are you planning to buy a car, Captain? Wang Tung's eyes lit up. The tasks of the Sanctions Bureau do require a personal vehicle. I know quite a few people over there, so let me be your guide. Thanks, that would be great, Luo Feng replied gladly. Meanwhile, in the Doloa Hall, a particular document caught the attention of Ing Doloa in his office. As per usual, the list of those who passed the Imperial Capital Sanctions Bureau's assessment was sent to him. He usually didn't pay much attention to these matters, leaving them to Bai Yuntao, as Soul Masters below level 95 weren't significant in his eyes. However, today, the document on top made this seasoned expert pause. It included photos taken by the assessment's recording device, capturing each candidate's most outstanding moment. A 10th Ascendier's soul ring. Ing Doloa's gaze froze on the photo. Though he himself possessed several 10th Ascendier's soul rings, having the first soul ring at such a level was unheard of in the entire galaxy. He examined the file closely. Luo Feng, a freshman. With his experience, he understood the implications this martial soul's quality must surpass the celestial level. In a remote area like the titled Doloa Galaxy, the emergence of a celestial martial soul was already a great fortune, let alone one that surpassed it. Fantastic, Ing Doloa exclaimed, slapping the table in excitement. I must inform the other two of this news. The other two he referred to were the three supreme titled figures of the Great Xia Kingdom, whose strength surpassed even his own. This discovery stirred ripples in the usually calm heart of Ing Doloa. Perhaps this was the opportunity bestowed by the heavens for the rise of the Great Xia Kingdom. On the other side of town, Luo Feng arrived at the University City Auto Trading Center. Thanks to Wang Teng's connections, a supercar originally priced at 29 million was secured for just 20 million, saving him a whopping 9 million. To celebrate the car purchase, their top rankings in the Imperial City Sanction Bureau assessment, and their upcoming team formation, Luo Feng invited Wang Tung and Mumu to a nearby luxury restaurant for a feast. Inside the restaurant, the trio spared no expense, ordering various expensive dishes and fine wines. With the supercar's autopilot feature, they didn't have to worry about drinking and driving. Amidst laughter and conversation, the evening stretched from 9:30 p.m. until 11 p.m. As they parted ways, Luo Feng drove Mumu back to the Imperial City Wuhan University. The roaring engine of the supercar drew attention, with a handsome young man and a beautiful woman with youthful features and an impressive figure. This combination naturally attracted countless gazes. The campus buzzed with whispers. Isn't that Luo Feng? Has he got another beauty now? Didn't they say he was with Lin Qingxua before? This one's even more stunning than Lin Qingxua. The only guy in the Fox Enchantment Society. Isn't it normal for him to change girlfriends? If I had such luck with women, I'd happily live in a luxury villa and drive a top-tier supercar every day. When the supercar stopped in front of Mumu's dormitory villa, an unexpected scene unfolded. Heart-shaped candles on the ground spelled out, "Mumu, I love you." This romantic setup immediately drew a crowd of onlooking girls. It turned out the candles were arranged by Zhang Tian, a student from Tianjin Wuhan University. He met Mumu at last year's inter-college conference and was instantly smitten with the powerful woman with a 36y figure. For half a year, he tried every method to win her over, from gifting flowers and presents to employing various courting techniques, but he never succeeded. The reasons were clear. As the owner of the top-tier food Wuhan, Mumu had her pride. Zhang Tian was not only among the last batch of students admitted to Tianjin Wuhan University with merely a superior grade Wuhan, but his family, despite having significant holdings in the imperial city, had a poor reputation for overcharging and exploiting new students in the university town's shops. Young master, everything is set perfectly. When Miss Mumu arrives, she'll be overwhelmed with emotion, said the two bodyguards standing beside Zhang Tian, looking at the candle arrangement with satisfaction. Then let's hurry up and finish before Mumu gets back. Zhang Tian replied, busy adjusting the last few candles. Suddenly, one of the bodyguards exclaimed, Young master, Miss Mumu is back. But who's that with her? Zhang Tian looked up sharply, his heart sinking. In the distance, Mumu was walking and chatting happily with a young man. What pained him the most was the gentle smile on Mumu's face, one he had never seen in the 6 months he had been pursuing her. How dare this guy try to steal her away from me? Zhang Tian gritted his teeth and strode towards them. Over the past 6 months, aside from a few polite rejections from Mumu, he hadn't even seen her smile. He had thought she might have a boyfriend, but his inquiries suggested otherwise. Mumu, I'll walk you to here, the young man, Luo Feng, was saying as he was about to take his leave. Okay, sure. Mumu started to respond, but Zhang Tian rushed in front of Luo Feng. Zhang Tian. Mumu's smile vanished instantly. Didn't I tell you? I have no feelings for you. Why are you here again? So you like this kind of pretty boy, Zhang Tian sneered, stepping closer to Luo Feng. Zhang Tian, don't do anything stupid. Mumu warned sharply. Oh, you care about him, do you? Well then I'll. Smack. Before Zhang Tian could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his jaw, and he spun through the air before crashing to the ground. As a third-year student with a decent martial spirit, he was utterly unprepared for the strength of a first-year student. You dare hit me? Do you know who my father is? My father. Smack. 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 Another flurry of blows rained down on him, leaving Zhang Tian unconscious before he could even use his martial spirit. The bodyguards stood by, unable and unwilling to intervene. School rules dictated that disputes between students had to be resolved among themselves, and it was embarrassing enough that their young master had been floored by a freshman. After dealing with Zhang Tian, Luo Feng turned and walked away towards his dorm. However, as he reached the door, he noticed a shadowy figure standing in the darkness. It was past midnight, so who could be waiting for him at this hour? Fox Magic Sr., is that really you? Luo Feng exclaimed as he parked his car and approached the dormitory entrance, spotting a familiar figure. It was midnight, and Fox Magic Sr. was standing right at his dorm door. Luo Feng, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for quite a while, she said with a smile. How is your mother doing? Luo Feng asked with genuine concern. She's much better now. The family's healer is taking care of her, and she should fully recover in a few days, Fox Magic replied, retrieving 2 exquisite boxes from behind her back. These are gifts for you. The family wanted to thank you in person, but everyone's busy with the treatment, so they sent me instead. Luo Feng accepted the boxes, feeling secretly pleased. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan was a renowned soul beast family in the Daxia Kingdom, and he was sure these gifts were extraordinary. It's getting late, so I won't keep you. Get some rest, Luo Feng, she said before turning to leave. Goodbye, Fox Magic Sr. After watching her leave, Luo Feng hurried back to his dorm room on the 2nd floor, eager to open the first box. Inside was a large piece of high-grade void stone, the main material for crafting 9th-level void orbs. This stone was enough to make 10 void orbs, much more valuable than the one he had used to save Fox Magic's mother. Luo Feng remembered he still owed Guangdao and Tianjin void orbs and thought about charging them some interest. But for now, he was more curious about the second box. Even before opening it, he sensed a special seal on the box, likely to prevent mental probing. His heart raced. Could it be a soul bone? Indeed, upon opening the box, the system immediately identified it, a 30,000-year-old windbird right leg soul bone. Windbirds aren't combat soul beasts, but they are renowned for their speed. Their soul bones can greatly enhance the user's speed, and those reaching 100,000 years can even enable flight and walking on air. However, due to the incredible speed of 100,000-year windbirds, capturing them is nearly impossible, making such high-grade soul bones legendary. For Luo Feng, the theoretical limit of soul bone years is about to be shattered. With the system's enhancement capabilities, a 100,000-year soul bone is just the beginning, and the existence of a million-year soul bone is not out of reach. The system's point panel popped up. Previously, the system's upgrade to level 11 required obtaining a second soul bone, a challenge that had long troubled Luo Feng. After all, soul bones are extremely rare, and opportunities like the last one are hard to come by. He had planned to go to the Star Forest after the Imperial Capital's adjudication test to hunt a large number of 10th Sandier soul beasts to obtain a soul bone. Unexpectedly, the Nine-Tailed Fox family presented this generous gift. The system notification sounded. Detected that the host has obtained a second soul bone. System upgraded to level 11. Detected that the host has obtained a third soul ring. System upgraded to level 12. Detected that the host possesses a million-year soul bone. System upgraded to level 13. Detected that the host possesses 300,000-year soul rings. System upgraded to level 14. Level 15 task. Reach level 40. The 4th soul ring of the celestial demon Godslayer spear must reach 100,000 years. Seeing the system level up several times in succession, Luo Feng was overjoyed. The increase in point acquisition speed means that the path to enhancement will be smoother in the future. He is only 4 levels away from level 40, And with the dual support of the Celestial Meditation Method and the Soul Power Tower, this goal is within reach. By then, it would be best to find a teacher to help hunt a 100,000-year soul beast, but if not, using the system to increase the age of the soul ring will suffice. Luo Feng picked up the Windrunner bird's right leg soul bone to begin fusion. The process was exceptionally smooth, with no rejection reaction whatsoever. He moved back and forth in the second-floor hall, leaving afterimages in his wake, his speed significantly faster than before. But this was not enough. He intended to enhance this soul bone beyond the level of second brother Yun's bat wings. After all, real life-saving methods should be in his own hands. Checking the system point panel, there were 1,809,370 points available. Since the last time with Hu Buyao in the East Sea Dragon slaying, most points were used to enhance the spiritual wisdom skull, and only in the past 2 days had they accumulated to 1.8 million. Fortunately, the Windrunner bird's right leg soul bone is an ordinary soul bone, and increasing its age by 1 year only costs 10 points. Increase it by 180,000 years, Luo Feng decisively commanded. System notification, spent 1.8 million points. Windrunner bird's right leg soul bone increased by 180,000 years, current age 210,000 years. Derived skill, air walk, short distance teleportation. Luo Feng immediately opened the window and activated the soul bone skill. His figure instantly flashed from the second floor of the villa to the air outside, standing as if on solid ground. Although this was not as impressive as a tidal Deloitte void walking, it was still quite remarkable. This result is satisfactory, Luo Feng said softly. Luo Feng hovered above the villa, and with a slight thought, he vanished, reappearing 150 meters away in an instant. He nodded in satisfaction. Although the teleportation distance was currently limited, it would undoubtedly increase significantly as his strength grew. The only downside was the substantial soul power consumption, allowing him to teleport only tens of thousands of times with his current reserves. To compare speeds, Luo Feng stopped using teleportation and began walking on air. With a light tap of his right foot on the void, he shot forward like an arrow. The villa behind him rapidly shrank into a blur, quickly becoming a tiny black dot. This speed was almost on par with his second senior brother's bat wings, and with some enhancement, the title of fastest below title Dolois might soon change hands. Excited, Luo Feng darted back and forth through the night sky, teleporting and walking on air, thoroughly enjoying himself. However, inside Lin Qingxu's villa, the situation changed. Lin Qingxue, who was practicing meditation under the Empress' guidance, was suddenly interrupted. What happened, teacher? Lin Qingxue asked in confusion. Someone is flying around your villa, the Empress said with a slight frown. Who would be wandering in the sky at this hour? The two walked to the window and opened it. Seeing that the figure was Luo Feng, they were both surprised. They had initially thought it might be a patrolling teacher from the school, but it turned out to be him. The Empress carefully observed Luo Feng's actions. With a soul power level of 36, he was indeed the strongest among the freshmen, but he wasn't using any flying martial spirit possession or flying soul skills. This pure ability to walk on air was typically a skill only titled Doluos possessed. It must be some kind of special secret technique, the Empress speculated, not daring to think it might be related to a soul bone. He's coming over. I'll hide for now, the Empress said softly. Qingxue, you're still up? Luo Feng asked with a smile as he flew to the window. I heard some noise outside and came to check. I didn't expect it to be you, Lin Qingxue said enviously. You can fly now. Haha, I just stumbled upon something, Luo Feng said casually. By the way, Qingxue, are you interested in joining the Imperial Capital's Enforcement Bureau? I happen to be looking for a few team members. Capital Punishment Bureau? Lin Qingxue envisioned this authoritative institution in her mind. As the top law enforcement agency in the capital, the elite status of the Bureau was unassailable, with even the most basic combat members needing to meet a level 50 threshold to qualify. I'll think about it, Lin Qingxue replied cautiously. All right, let me know as soon as you can, Luo Feng said as he turned to leave. Lin Qingxue immediately reached out to her mentor, the Empress, through her consciousness. Teacher, should I join? Of course you should, the Empress replied firmly. The resources of the Punishment Bureau far surpass those of the school. You're still missing a few materials for the evolution of your superior martial soul, and they might have them. Besides, this is a great opportunity to get closer to Luo Feng. He is destined for greatness and is a person of integrity. Befriending him early will only benefit you. Understood. Lin Qingxue made her decision right away and called out to Luo Feng, who was about to leave. Luo Feng? I agree. What? Luo Feng was taken aback. He had expected her to take at least 3 to 5 days to consider, not such an immediate response. Well, congratulations. I'll add you to the group chat later. Back in his dorm, Luo Feng opened his phone and found the group chat he had set up earlier with Wang Teng and Mumu. Every Punishment Bureau team had its own dedicated group chat, and they had just been discussing the team's name. The group was named Heaven's Path, and after adding Lin Qingxue, Wang Teng and Mumu quickly became active. Seeing that Lin Qingxue was also a freshman, they thought to themselves, anyone chosen by the captain must be extraordinary. Next, Luo Feng added Fei Yangyang to the group. Fei Yangyang, who was staying up late playing games, initially thought it was some random group chat. It wasn't until he realized it was created by Luo Feng that he relaxed. But when he saw the words Capital Punishment Bureau, he was stunned. Is this for real? It can't be an April Fool's joke, can it? Fei Yangyang was incredulous. The entry requirements for the Punishment Bureau were so high that he hadn't even qualified for the initial selection. Yet now, because of a word from Luo Feng, he could join the most prestigious Capital Punishment Bureau? It was already incredibly challenging to deal with the local Bureau of Sanctions, and the hope for the Imperial Capital's General Bureau was even slimmer. Fei Yangyang's previously weary face suddenly lit up with excitement, his eyes sparkling, and he was almost ready to jump with joy. He couldn't wait to dash out of the dormitory and head straight to Luo Feng's villa. When Luo Feng personally handed him the team member's identity token, Fei Yangyang felt as if he were in a dream. His fingers trembled as he traced the bold 8 characters on the token. Act first, report later, sanction special permission. So thrilled that his blood pressure soared. His face flushed, and he nearly fainted on the spot. All right, go get some rest, Luo Feng advised. The day after tomorrow, we'll be entering the joint secret realm of the 3 schools, so don't stay up too late. Yes, Captain, Fei Yangyang replied, clutching the token tightly and leaving with a joyful heart. Back at the dormitory, Luo Feng was about to rest when he received a document notification from Principal Chao Renqi. The beeping sound echoed in the silent room, indicating the arrival of detailed information about the top 10 newcomers from the other 2 top martial soul universities. This information was also sent to the top 10 students from their own school's newcomer competition to prepare for the upcoming joint secret realm of the 3 schools. Luo Feng opened the document, and a holographic projection immediately unfolded before him. The first thing he saw was the top 10 list from Tianjin Martial Soul University. The document included participant photos and martial soul introductions, but specific soul skills and soul ring numbers were not listed for confidentiality. In the information from Tianjin Martial Soul University, 2 participants were specially highlighted. One was the martial arts champion from Henan Province, Gu Li, whose martial soul was a mysterious shadow, known for his elusive combat tactics. The other was Zhang Ling from the Tianhai Province, known for his water elemental martial soul, renowned for endurance battles and overcoming hardness with softness. After reviewing the information from Tianjin Martial Soul University, Luo Feng turned his attention to the list of participants from Shinkong Martial Soul University. This year's situation was particularly severe because Shinkong Martial Soul University had recruited the champions from 3 major martial arts provinces, all with top-grade martial souls ranked in the top 10 and impressive combat power. Although the 3 universities were established at the same time and had comparable overall strength, the competition for annual rankings never ceased. Interestingly, the first-place spot in the joint secret realm of the 3 schools seemed to rotate in a tacit agreement. 2 years ago, it was Tianjin Martial Soul University. Last year, it was the Imperial Capital Martial Soul University. And this year, it seemed only natural for Shinkong Martial Soul University to take the lead. Luo Feng carefully read through the information in his hand. The first thing that caught his eye was the data on Chen Chong, the top scorer from Jinghai Province. His martial spirit is the Twin Blade Mantis, ranked 6th among the 82 top-tier martial spirits, excelling in speed and attack. This genius had clinched the championship in the freshman competition at Shinkong Martial Spirit University. Next were the eye-catching twin brothers, Han Yi and Han Bai. They possessed the Heavenly Tiger and Earth Lion martial spirits, ranked 8th and 9th respectively on the top-tier list. The brothers have a perfect synergy and master a powerful martial spirit fusion technique. If the competition had not ended with an unknown format, Chen Chong's champion title might have been at risk. The third notable figure was Yin Daoyan, the top scorer from a province known for its martial exams. Her martial spirit, the psychic handgun, is ranked 10th among the top-tier martial spirits, excelling in long-range combat with formidable attack power. After reviewing these key details, Luo Feng closed the information and prepared to rest. Meanwhile, students from the other 2 top universities eagerly flipped through the materials sent by their principals, eager to glimpse the strength and performance of the top scorers from the 40 provinces nationwide. Such an opportunity was truly rare. However, at Shinkong Martial Spirit University, the reaction of the Han brothers was quite different. They were in their shared villa, arranged specifically to enhance their synergy. No formidable opponents, just a bunch of weaklings, Han Yi remarked disdainfully. In his view, with the joint secret realm allowing team battles, once he and his brother unleashed their Lion-Tiger Roar fusion technique, no one among the newcomers could stand against them. Brother, this Luo Feng from the Imperial Capital Martial Spirit University seems different, Han Bai pointed out. He reportedly defeated 99 people in an instant during the freshman competition and even taught a lesson to some sophomore students. Oh, little brother, Han Yi waved dismissively. You know how the campus news folks are. They exaggerate to grab attention. Like with Qin Chong, they said he was beaten badly by a sophomore, but it was just a few moves. Even if Luo Feng did beat sophomores, so what? With our martial spirit quality and fusion technique, we don't even regard top sophomores as threats. You're right, I was overthinking it, Han Bai said, relaxing considerably. That's more like it, Han Yi assured, pounding his chest. The day after tomorrow, when we enter the joint secret realm, we'll showcase our skills in front of everyone. Once we take care of the contestants from the other two top martial spirit universities, the title of the Imperial Capital's newcomer king will be ours without a doubt. The next morning, Luo Feng woke up from his sleep. Tomorrow was the joint secret realm event of the three schools, and today there were no classes. The participants could arrange their time freely. He planned his day simply, intending to spend it in the Soul Power Tower, focusing on enhancing his soul power level. With over 10,000 academic credits at his disposal, there was no immediate need to undertake any tasks. His secret technique had reached perfection, and its proficiency couldn't be improved further. As for the other two secret techniques from the Imperial Capital's Wuhuan University, they didn't quite align with his cultivation path, so he set them aside for now. Thanks to the support of the million-year-old spiritual wisdom skull, the theoretical knowledge required for the secret realm was already imprinted in his mind, eliminating the need for revision. Just as he was about to freshen up and have breakfast, there was a knock at the villa's door. So early, who could it be? Fatty or Lin Qingxua? Luo Feng pondered as he walked toward the door. Opening the door, he was greeted by a beautifully dressed woman. Luo Feng quickly glanced at her and confirmed she wasn't a member of the Fox Charm Society, remembered each one of them. Could she be a student from another Wuhuan university? Before he could ask, the woman excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, are you brother Luo Feng? You're so handsome." Bang. Without a word, Luo Feng shut the door. Nonsense. With my looks second only to the readers, do I need you to tell me that? He turned to continue with his morning routine. The woman stood stunned outside the door, experiencing such indifference for the first time. Usually, any man who saw her would eagerly ask for her contact information, let alone her initiating the conversation. This woman was none other than the island nation spy, Yumiko Amamiya. She used the guise of commercial cooperation between the island nation and the Great Xia to open shops in the imperial capital, secretly corrupting and recruiting the nation's talents. As one of the island's top female spies, she was not only strikingly beautiful, but also skilled in various techniques, speaking the Great Xia language as fluently as a native, even mastering local dialects. Her target this time was Luo Feng. She initially planned to rely on her looks to get his contact information and then slowly approach him. She hadn't expected to be shut out. However, this wasn't surprising, considering Luo Feng was accustomed to being around the top beauties of the Fox Charm Society, setting his standards high. To him, Yumiko Amamiya's beauty was at most above average within the society. In comparison to others like Hume, he wasn't exactly top-notch. He was still lacking a bit. Ding, ding, ding. The clear sound of knocking echoed again. Luo Feng frowned as he walked to the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the same uninvited guest as before. "Hello, Luo Feng. I'm your fan, Mei Sha," the visitor said with a sweet smile. "I admire you greatly. Could I have your contact information? I've recently taken some impressive artistic photos. Would you like to see them?" This woman, who called herself Mei Sha, was actually a spy from Japan named Amamiya Misako. She deliberately chose this name to disguise her true identity. She emphasized the words artistic photos, laden with innuendo, believing that the young and energetic Luo Feng would be unable to resist such temptation. "Get lost." To her surprise, Luo Feng shouted sternly and slammed the door shut with a bang. For him, the photos from Hume's agency were already more than enough, so why bother with this suspicious person's so-called artistic photos? Amamiya Misako clenched her teeth in frustration. Since ordinary methods didn't work, she decided to resort to her final trump card, her unique, bloodthirsty insect martial spirit. Once she had physical contact with her target, these nearly invisible insects could silently enter the person's body, gaining complete control through their bloodstream. She pressed the doorbell again, with a potion of infatuation ready in her hand. As soon as Luo Feng opened the door, she planned to make him unknowingly fall into her trap and then sneak into the villa, letting the rest unfold naturally. Enough is enough, isn't it? This time, Luo Feng was thoroughly enraged. The visitor was neither from his school nor had a student watch, clearly indicating ill intentions. Since persuasion failed, he decided to show no mercy. As soon as the door opened, Luo Feng raised his hand and delivered a loud slap. The force was so great that it sent Amamiya Misako flying over 10 meters away. "If you don't leave, I'll come back and hit you again," he shouted, before heading straight towards the Soul Power Tower. In his view, women only served as distractions from his cultivation. Amamiya Misako struggled to get up from the ground, her face stinging with pain. She was puzzled. Weren't Daxia people supposed to be kind to smiling faces? Why did Luo Feng resort to violence so quickly? However, her priority now was completing her mission. Luo Feng had acted too swiftly for her to use the infatuation potion. Luo Feng. I refuse to believe I can't get to you, she thought bitterly, glaring at his retreating figure and vowing to find a way to succeed. On the other side, Luo Feng followed his usual routine by preparing some delicacies in the students' watch space, planning to spend the entire day in the Soul Power Tower. However, at 2 p.m., his communicator suddenly buzzed at it was an urgent mission from Bai Yuntao, the head of the Imperial Capital Sanction Bureau. The message revealed that the intelligence department of the Sanction Bureau had just captured a spy from an island nation in the northeast region. After a thorough interrogation, the spy disclosed several hidden spy bases within the Great Xia country. Bai Yuntao specifically selected one of these locations for Luo Feng, indicating that the mission was not too difficult and suitable for an outstanding newcomer like him to practice. Considering Luo Feng's top score in the assessment, this mission did not even require support from other teams. Aoki Trading Company. Luo Feng focused on the target location in the mission details and immediately sent a gathering notice to the Tiandao team group. This was the team's first real mission, and all the members were unusually excited. Soon, Mumu, Lin Qingxue, and Fei Yangyang joined Luo Feng, and the four of them drove a supercar to pick up Wang Tung at the school gate, heading straight for Aoki Trading Company. According to the intelligence, Aoki Trading Company was hosting a grand promotional event today. The place was bustling with people, including many merchants collaborating with the company, completely unaware that it was actually a spy hub. These island nation spies were incredibly well disguised, and without this breakthrough interrogation, their true identities might never have been uncovered. Captain, we're here, Fei Yangyang reported in a low voice. The entrance of Aoki Trading Company was teeming with customers, including members of small to medium-sized families from the imperial capital. These spies were clever, deliberately avoiding collaboration with major families to prevent unnecessary attention. Go straight in and take down everyone in kimonos, Luo Feng ordered concisely and clearly. Fei Yangyang's eyes lit up with excitement at the command, while Wang Tung stated he would support them from the rear as an auxiliary team member. At this moment, Mumu took out 3 bottles of milk-scented liquid. Captain, this is my first soul skill powerful milk, which can significantly boost combat attributes without any side effects. The 3 drank the milk and immediately felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through them. Fei Yangyang clenched his fists and exclaimed excitedly, "This milk is really sweet. Feels like I can take on 10 people." Luo Feng and Lin Qingxue also clearly felt the enhancement of their attributes, living up to the reputation of the top food martial soul below the celestial grade. Luo Feng pondered about Senior Mu Mu's 4 soul rings, curious about what her 2nd to 4th soul skills might be. However, now was clearly not the time to dwell on this. The immediate priority was to complete the task at hand. Luo Feng and his team easily entered the Aoki Trading Company's venue. As a commercial space, it allowed free access, and no one would suspect a group of young people to be anything other than shoppers. In the center of the main hall, Luo Feng immediately recognized the vice president of Aoki Trading Company, Zhujiaomaru Teng, thanks to the detailed information provided earlier by Director Bai Yuntao. You handle the others, I'll take care of the vice president, Luo Feng ordered decisively. This 48th level Soul Master was formidable and might pose a challenge for Fei Yangyang and Lin Qingxue, so a swift resolution was necessary. Luo Feng quickly approached Zhujiaomaru Teng, summoning the Heavenly Demon God-slaying spear at the calculated distance. First soul skill, Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash. With an elegant swing of his spear, a massive crescent-shaped light blade roared forth. In an instant, Zhujiaomaru Teng had no time to react and was sliced in 2, blood splattering. The scene plunged into chaos, especially among the Japanese employees of Aoki Trading Company. They stared in disbelief at the young and seemingly improbable assailant. Before they could recover, Fei Yangyang and Lin Qingxue had already begun their lightning-fast cleanup. At that moment, 2 burly Japanese men emerged from the 2nd floor, another vice president of Aoki Trading Company, Zhujiaomaru Yedeng, and the president, Zhujiaomaru Gunting. Their names clearly indicated they belonged to the same island nation family. To calm the panicked citizens of the Imperial City, Luo Feng displayed his badge as the captain of the Imperial City Sanction Bureau. Imperial City Sanction Bureau, everyone else please leave immediately. The onlookers retreated, albeit with some skepticism about the qualifications of these young bureau members, but the shining badge was undeniably authentic. How did someone so young get into the Sanction Bureau? Could it be through connections? Exactly, the Sanction Bureau is full of veterans. What kind of influence would it take to get someone so young in there? The surrounding citizens whispered and speculated. After all, in the complex social fabric of the Great Xia Kingdom, having someone so young enter the specially privileged Imperial City Sanction Bureau surely implied an extraordinary network of connections. Even if you're from the Imperial Capital's Enforcement Bureau, you can't just go around killing the innocent, can you? Upon seeing the badge the other party revealed, Zhujiao Wanmaru's pupils suddenly contracted. He quickly reviewed his recent activities in his mind. Everyone had been extremely cautious, leaving no room for error. Suddenly, a disturbing thought crossed his mind: the high-ranking spy officer sent by his superiors. According to the timeline, they should have arrived by now, but there had been no news today. Coupled with the recent transfer of seasoned Enforcement Bureau agents to the northeastern region, everything seemed to point towards a terrifying possibility. Surveying the 5 Enforcement Bureau members before him, Zhuogao Wanmaru curled his lips into a contemptuous smile. Did they really think just 5 people could take him down? Ridiculous. His brother, Zhuogao Yetung, alone would be enough to handle them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he could secretly alert the elite spies to retreat. Yetung, take them out, Zhuogao Wanmaru ordered. Got it. Zhuogao Yetung grinned menacingly, his confidence bolstered by his level 47 Soul Master strength. He had already devised a strategy in his mind. First eliminate the one who ambushed and killed his brother, then deal with the fat one. And as for the beautiful woman, save her for last to enjoy at his leisure. He swiftly summoned his martial soul, the Black Blade, and was about to unleash his soul skill when Luo Feng's figure suddenly vanished. With the Windbird's right leg bone activated, Luo Feng used 3 teleportations to cover nearly 500 meters in an instant, appearing right in front of Zhuogao Yeting. Third soul skill, Spear like a Dragon. The Devil Slayer spear struck like lightning, turning Zhuogao Yeting into a sieve in a split second. The Soul Master level fighter didn't even have time to play any trump card before collapsing, disbelief still etched in his eyes. Brother, Zhuogao Wanmaru shouted in grief and rage, quickly sending a retreat signal. The spies hidden within Aoki Trading Company immediately sprang into action. But how could they escape Luo Feng's million-year spiritual wisdom skull? His powerful mental strength had already permeated the entire company, even spotting a familiar figure in the secret room, Amamiya Misako. Aoki Trading Company is a hub for island nation spy activities, and their operatives are planning to escape. Citizens, please block their way, Luo Feng shouted. Although he was powerful, to prevent any from slipping through the cracks, he needed the strength of the people at this moment. The Aoki Trading Company is a site for espionage. This news exploded like a bomb in the capital city. Luo Feng's furious shout echoed all around. Damn it, we welcome friendly business collaborations, but using business as a cover for espionage is unforgivable. If the Capital Sanctions Bureau says so, it must be true. Everyone, wipe them out. This is an opportunity to make history. Before he finished speaking, the citizens around surged towards the Aoki Trading Company like sharks smelling blood. The old man selling stinky tofu abandoned his stall, the barbecue vendor left his grill, and even the professional beggar and the neighbor Wong dropped what they were doing to rush to the company's entrance. Those who couldn't squeeze and blocked all exits, ready to catch any stragglers. Luo Feng was secretly amazed at how his shout had rallied so many people. But it was just as well, as it ensured the spies had no escape. Now he only needed to focus on the Soul King opposite him, judging by the spiritual energy, a newly advanced level 50 opponent. Bakayaro, Zhuogao Wanmaru cursed loudly, realizing the people in the secret chamber had no way out. If that's the case, I'll take some of you down with me, even in death. Aren't you the elite of the Capital Sanctions Bureau? Then I'll kill this kid first. Martial Soul, Ghost Samurai. However, just as his martial soul manifested, a clear dragon's roar emerged from Luo Feng's mouth, rendering Zhuogao Wanmaru unconscious. Without hesitation, Luo Feng's heavenly demon god-slaying spear pierced through his body, devouring his flesh completely. The president is dead. The remaining members were terrified. They shouted angrily for revenge and charged forward, only to be easily overpowered by the swarming citizens of the capital. Some even bragged about their exploits on social media. In just 7 or 8 minutes, all the spies of the Aoki Trading Company were annihilated. Luo Feng carefully searched the secret rooms. Although he didn't find other spy materials, he discovered a batch of cultivation resources ready to be shipped to the island nation. He distributed these spoils among those present. After all, the Sanctions Bureau wouldn't know, and collecting spoils was permitted. Captain, this is a huge haul. The group marveled at the resources they received, grateful for the ease and profit of following Luo Feng on missions. A task that was expected to take a long time was completed in just 15 minutes, like a casual stroll. Everyone agreed that following this captain was undoubtedly the wisest choice. After completing their task, Luo Feng's team quickly took photos and videos, uploading them to the task center of the Sanction Bureau via their terminal. As soon as the transmission was complete, Director Bai Yuntao, sitting in his office, immediately accessed the task records. As the director overseeing everything, he was closely monitoring the first mission performance of the 6 newly recruited teams. Initially, he had high expectations for the Black Knight team, led by Captain Niu Li, which was a full 8-member team including Chun Lun. They not only had a perfect setup, but also had the advantage of location and departure time. However, unexpectedly, it was Luo Feng's 3-member team that completed the task first. Bai Yuntao stared at the screen, scanning the task records back and forth. This guy is as fast as ever. In the video, besides the familiar faces of Mumu and Wang Tong, there were 2 new faces. Bai Yuntao nodded slightly, realizing that Luo Feng had found suitable new members. Although Sanction Bureau members typically needed to pass an assessment, as the top-ranked member, Luo Feng indeed had this privilege. Moreover, with his discerning eye, anyone he chose was surely exceptional. Clean and efficient combat style, one-hit kills, not bad, Bai Yuntao commented while watching the video. Considering this was their first mission and given their swift completion, he decided to award them a Class B, first-level merit, an upgrade of 2 levels from the usual Class B, third level. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's team was celebrating their successful first mission at a nearby restaurant. Just after they ordered, their tech token chimed with a notification. Captain, Class B, first-level merit. The team members looked at the reward level displayed on the token, their faces lighting up with joyful smiles. For a newly formed team, this was quite an impressive start. The value of a third-class merit is significant, not only allowing one to exchange for numerous rewards from the disciplinary bureau but also doubling the monthly salary. For Luo Feng, who was just an ordinary office worker in his previous life, seeing his salary jump from 100,000 to 200,000 in Daxia currency is astronomical. Order anything you like, it's on me today, and Fatty will foot the bill, Luo Feng declared generously. In fact, this was Fei Yangyang's idea, as treating others to a meal is a well-regarded tradition in Daxia, serving as an excellent way to strengthen relationships. Luo Feng snapped the menu shut and directly told the waiter, "Bring us the whole menu." The whole menu? The waiter was taken aback. This is the top restaurant in the capital, with over 100 exquisite dishes in one menu, plus rare soul beast meat. Such a meal would cost millions. Are you sure? Can 5 people finish it? We do encourage the clean plate campaign. Yes, the whole menu. Just go arrange it in the kitchen. While waiting for the food, Luo Feng invited everyone to try the soul fruit wine. This isn't just any ordinary wine. It's brewed from soul-enhancing fruits found in secret realms. It's rich and aromatic, with health-boosting properties. Even for soul masters with strong constitutions, who wouldn't get drunk on a case of Nulon Mountain, this soul fruit wine is different. The group clinked glasses and drank heartily. Within minutes, over 100 dishes were served. The chef team behind the transparent glass worked with fluid precision, showcasing the preparation of each dish clearly, proving they were not pre-made. From 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., they ate and drank. Luo Feng, with his dual martial souls, remained relatively sober, but the others were clearly tipsy. Fei Yangyang and Wang Tung swayed unsteadily, while Lin Qingxue and Mumu surprisingly drank even more fiercely than Luo Feng. "I'll take you all home," Luo Feng offered. Wang Tung's sports car had an autopilot feature, so he just needed to get everyone settled. Lin Qingxue and Mumu required special attention, each holding onto Luo Feng from either side, their soft, full presence making his heart race. As for Fei Yangyang, who was still vomiting, Luo Feng decided to call a ride for him to avoid messing up his own car. After settling the 2 ladies in the back seat, Luo Feng activated the autopilot and sat in the back to keep an eye on them. After the self-driving car returned to Wuhuan University in the capital, Luo Feng dropped Mumu off at her dormitory entrance. Although he had been there before, considering it was the female dormitory area, he did not enter uninvited. Instead, he found one of Mumu's friends to help her inside. This scene was witnessed by a few passing male students. They whispered among themselves, "Isn't that Luo Feng's car? Why did Mumu and Lin Qingxue get out of it? Looks like they've had too much to drink. That guy is really something, isn't he? A beautiful girl gets drunk, and he doesn't take it as a hint." The envy in their eyes was unmistakable. They wished they had such an opportunity. Luo Feng then drove back to his own villa. By this time, Lin Qingxue had sobered up enough to walk on her own, so he just escorted her to the door. The Empress greeted them and helped Lin Qingxue upstairs to rest. Watching the tipsy Lin Qingxue, the Empress softly sighed. "Why drink so much? But that guy was quite the gentleman. Didn't take advantage of you at all. Qingxue, he's someone worth befriending." The next morning, while Luo Feng was still asleep, nursing his hangover, the entrance of Wuhuan University was already bustling. Visitors from Tianjin Wuhuan University and Shinkong Wuhuan University began to arrive. Among them were the principals of both schools and the top 10 contestants from their respective freshman competitions. As per tradition, the school that won last year would host this year's joint secret realm event. The plaza at Wuhuan University was lively with the sound of drums, waving red flags, and a crowd bustling with excitement. Principal Chao Rinchi and Vice Principal Chao Zhanshan were at the plaza welcoming the guests from the 2 schools. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Wuhuan University." Chao Rinchi warmly greeted them. Old Chao, long time no see, Tianjin Wuhuan University's principal, Yao Depeo, exchanged pleasantries with Chao Rinchi. The 2 were high school classmates and had served together in the border defense forces. However, the principal of Shinkong Wuhuan University, Zhou Xingxing, spoke with a hint of arrogance. "Next year, we'll be hosting you all at Shinkong Wuhuan University." Behind him, the contestants, especially Han Yi and Han Bai, wore expressions of disdain, which did not sit well with the freshmen of Wuhuan University. "Huh. Who are they trying to impress with that attitude? A student scoffed, glancing over at the team from Shinkong Wuhan University in the distance. Anyone who didn't know better might think they've already won first place. The venue buzzed with chatter. The students, who had been busy setting up the area since yesterday, were irritated by the haughty expressions of the Shinkong Wuhan University competitors. However, someone quickly whispered a reminder. They are among the top 10 newcomers in their school. We, who didn't even make the top 10, should probably keep quiet. Once the secret realm opens, Luo Feng will teach them a lesson. These comments reached the ears of the Shinkong Wuhan University team. Han Yi and Han Bai immediately turned around, their eyes filled with disdain. Dream on. In this mysterious realm, the ones who'll get beaten up are you. As for your so-called Luo Feng, sorry, but in my eyes, he doesn't even rank as average. Their confidence was bolstered by their Wuhuan fusion technicia skill. Even the top contestant Qin Chang had no answer for. The other Shinkong Wuhan University competitors watched silently, not bothering to curb the duo's arrogance. Zhou Xingxing turned to Principal Chao. Where are the students from your school who are joining the joint realm? Let's have a look at them. The others have already arrived. Chao Renqi replied calmly. The first and second place students aren't here yet, but there's still time, so no rush, Principal Zhou. Ha! Zhou Xingxing laughed heartily. Principal Chao, could it be that Luo Feng heard about Han Yi and Han Bai's reputation and was too scared to come? Zhou Xingxing wasn't completely unaware of Luo Feng. When reviewing the top provincial exam scores, Luo Feng, who had defied the odds with a seemingly ordinary Wuhuan, had indeed left an impression. Yet, Zhou Xingxing had never considered recruiting him, believing that the quality of a Wuhuan determined one's ultimate potential. In his view, someone with a common Wuhuan, despite any fortuitous encounters, would be lucky to reach the rank of a Soul King. Well, Principal Zhou, you seem confident, Chao Renqi remarked coolly. I hope you can maintain that confidence after the secret realm concludes. Zhou Xingxing inwardly cursed, thinking Chao was being stubborn, then addressed his students. You all, once the realm opens, don't go too hard. Just rough up that Luo Feng a bit. After all, we're top universities. Being too harsh would make us look petty. Don't worry, Principal. The Shinkong Wuhan University students responded in unison. Han Yi and Han Bai, in particular, were eager, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Defeating the well-known Luo Feng would crown them as the true rookie kings of the capital. The secret realm of treasures opens at 10:30 in the morning, but Luo Feng only got out of bed at 10:15. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, glanced at the time, and immediately panicked. He quickly dressed and dashed towards the plaza. By the time he arrived, panting heavily, the entrance to the secret realm had just opened, and the surrounding contestants were flocking in. Seeing this, Luo Feng felt secretly relieved. Had he come earlier, he would have had to listen to the principal's long-winded speech. This timing was just perfect. Luo Feng, you finally made it. I thought you weren't coming. Principal Chao Renqi spotted Luo Feng in the crowd immediately. He had been looking for this student. Sorry, I drank too much last night, Luo Feng said sheepishly, scratching his head. Get in there quickly. All right, Luo Feng responded, turning to enter the realm's entrance. Nearby, the principal of Shinkong and Tianjing Martial Soul University was in conversation. Is that Luo Feng? He looks quite handsome, but I wonder about his skills. It's been over a month since the martial arts exam, and I don't know how much he's improved since then. But no worries, the realm will reveal all. Once inside the realm, Luo Feng found himself in a world that was perpetually bright. There was no night, and the energy in the air was abundant, with exotic flowers and plants everywhere. The growth cycle of rare treasures in the realm was much shorter than outside, making various rare plants plentiful. Luo Feng quickly opened his map to confirm his location was in the eastern region. The entire realm was divided into 5 major areas: east, south, west, north, and central. The eastern, southern, and central regions had already been explored, and the treasures were mainly concentrated in these areas. He decided to collect the treasures from these regions first before exploring the unknown western and northern areas. With the powerful mental strength granted by the million-year spirit skull, Luo Feng could clearly sense everything within a dozen miles. Coupled with his theoretical knowledge of rare treasures, he could almost instantly determine the location and grade of the nearby treasures. Considering that low-grade treasures offered little benefit, he decided to only collect A-grade and S-grade treasures. Soon, he found his first target. Using the teleportation ability of the Windbird's right leg soul bone, Luo Feng began an efficient collecting spree. In just half an hour, he had gathered all the S-grade and A-grade treasures in the eastern region, totaling 63, a substantial haul. While other contestants were still searching for grade or crade treasures, considering themselves lucky to find a few grade treasures in half an hour, Luo Feng was already preparing to head to the central and southern regions. Damn it! How can the eastern region be so vast, yet not a single A-grade rare treasure in sight? Chen Chang stood in an open area, his face filled with impatience. Around him, Han Yi, Han Bai, and the others looked equally frustrated. It was clear their luck had been poor. After being transported in, they ended up in the same area with Luo Feng. Maybe the climate in the eastern region isn't suitable for high-grade rare treasures to grow, Chen Chong suggested, glancing around. Let's collect the other grades of rare treasures here first, then check out the central and southern regions. No, Han Yi interrupted decisively. Since there's nothing here, we should head straight to the central and southern regions and grab this grade and a grade rare treasures first. The other grades aren't even worth mentioning. With that, he and Han Bai set off towards the central region. Both had the same thought in mind: if they encountered students from other schools, they'd just rob them. After all, the rules of the secret realm didn't prohibit looting, essentially allowing others to find the treasures for them. Sure enough, they soon encountered two students ranked 8th and 9th from Tianjin Martial Soul University. With Han Ye's strength, he easily defeated them. However, when he checked the spoils, he frowned. Damn, this is it? All low-grade treasures, the highest only grade, not a single A grade. Even after reaching the central region, the situation didn't improve. After scouring the central area, they began to doubt whether there were any S-grade or A-grade rare treasures in this year's secret realm at all. Nevertheless, with the quantity of grade treasures they had collected, it would be enough to secure first place in the final tally. Meanwhile, Luo Feng took an hour and a half to gather all the top-grade rare treasures from the eastern, southern, and central regions. Most of these treasures could enhance soul power and strengthen the body. He estimated that absorbing them could increase his level by at least 3. However, considering the need for scoring in the final tally, he resisted the urge to absorb them immediately. Opting not to loot others' gains, Luo Feng turned his attention to the uncharted exploration area in the northwest. With his understanding of the rare treasure secret realm, this area, evolved from the cosmic starry sky, was full of mysteries and might yield unexpected rewards. When he reached the western region, the scene was surprising. Despite the abundant energy, it was a barren wasteland with not a single rare treasure growing. Luo Feng extended his mental power, probing every suspicious spot, reaching depths far beyond the ordinary tidal Doloa's 1,200-meter limit, going as deep as 3,400 meters. At the junction of the western and northern regions, his mental power seemed to detect something unusual: 3,500 meters underground. After confirming the anomaly below, Luo Feng decided to explore the depths of 3,500 meters. He swiftly summoned the Tianma Shirshan Spear and gracefully ascended into the air. First soul skill, Tianma Crescent Slash. Among all his soul skills, this one was best suited for breaking through the ground. A massive crescent-shaped slash roared forth, striking the earth heavily. The thick layers of soil cracked open instantly, leaving a fissure 70 meters deep. So hard. Luo Feng frowned slightly. In the outside world, this attack would create a chasm at least 400 meters deep. However, this was not a significant problem. His soul power reserves were ample, and his student watch still contained plenty of soul power recovery potions. The rumbling continued as the crescent slashes cleaved through the layers again and again. Finally, at nearly 3,500 meters deep, an entrance appeared before Luo Feng. To be safe, Luo Feng immediately activated the Xuanwu transformation from the Tianyi Four Symbols transformation, enveloping himself in a protective shield. After all, the secret realm was full of unknown dangers, with traps that could be triggered at any moment, or perhaps, a lady might fall down. Following the dimly lit passage, a faint glow guided the way. About 3 minutes later, the path opened up to reveal a magnificent hall. The interior of the hall was spacious and exceptionally clean, with no remnants of bones as commonly seen in such places. The most striking feature was a clear pool at the center of the hall, where vibrant, rare treasures grew, emitting a refreshing fragrance. Upon closer inspection, Luo Feng was astonished to find that the pool contained liquid soul power. This phenomenon was almost impossible in the current star system, where soul power only existed in gaseous form. The rare treasures nurtured by this liquid soul power must exceed S-level quality, possibly legendary, immortal treasures. Although the school curriculum did not cover knowledge of immortal treasures, Luo Feng had read about them in the library. These treasures were said to offer martial souls a chance to evolve from superior to immortal grade, making them invaluable. Their most critical growth condition was the nourishment of liquid soul power. Suppressing his inner joy, Luo Feng refrained from picking them hastily. He knew that immortal treasures required special preservation methods, or their potency would quickly dissipate. He carefully searched the hall, and soon discovered 3 items resembling USB drives on stone platforms. Could someone have stored seeds inside these? Or could they be some special website? Luo Feng probed them with his spiritual power, ensuring there was no danger before picking up these mysterious items. They all had buttons, and a gentle press would activate them. The contents were projected before Luo Feng's eyes. This tech USB is currently the most common storage method in the starry sky, capable of storing vast amounts of information compared to books, which are prone to damage and have limited capacity. Luo Feng carefully examined the contents of the 3 USB drives. The first USB provided detailed information on numerous rare items he had never encountered before, along with their preservation methods. The second USB contained many interesting anecdotes about the starry sky, likely recorded by the previous owner during their travels. When Luo Feng saw the label Holy Meditation Technique on the third USB, his heart couldn't help but race. He held his breath and studied it meticulously. This technique was far superior to the Immortal Meditation Technique, with its profound insights into the absorption, utilization, and transformation of cosmic soul energy, surpassing the immortal level. From the second USB, Luo Feng learned about the hierarchy of cultivation levels. Above immortal is divine, and beyond that is holy. Although the realms beyond holy are still unknown, obtaining a holy technique was already an incredible opportunity. It's known that the Immortal Meditation Technique can increase soul power by 120 points per second, so the holy level's rate must be even more astonishing. Suppressing his excitement, Luo Feng carefully stored away the 3 USB drives. It wasn't the right time to delve into the Holy Meditation Technique. The priority was to handle the rare items. Referring to the data from the first USB, he discovered that 8 rare items had matured. Following the recorded methods, he harvested them and stored them safely in the space of his student watch. Among these 8 rare immortal items, 5 were for evolution, and 3 were for enhancing soul power. Luo Feng had already devised a detailed plan for their use. Time passed quietly, and the secret realm was about to close. Since Luo Feng had secretly collected all the S-level and A-level rare items, other contestants could only gather lower-level ones. After searching 3 areas, they all headed to the secret realm entrance to submit their scores. Strange, what's with the secret realm this year? The energy is clearly abundant, yet we couldn't find a single A-level rare item, let alone S-level. Maybe last year's overharvesting hasn't recovered yet. That can't be right. The secret realm's growth cycle is only half a year. A year should be enough for new ones to grow. Could someone have picked them all ahead of us? Impossible. The area is too vast for anyone to do that. The crowd speculated as they gradually made their way to the technology device submission area. This high-precision scoring device, jointly set up by the 3 schools, could determine the level and score of rare items in just a second. Only 36 points. I'm at the bottom this time. A student from Tianjin Martial Soul University remarked with a wry smile. Understandably so, as he had been robbed by Han Yi and Han Bai earlier. I got 234 points, at least above last year's average. Haha, I scored 289 points, much higher than you. A student from Starry Sky Martial Soul University boasted. The scoring process was displayed in real time on the large screen in the outside square. The 3 principals and numerous spectators watched intently, but strangely, none of the contestants found a level or S-level rare items. The principal of Starry Sky Martial Soul University pondered. Could it be that Han Yi and Han Bai took them all? This thought increasingly solidified in his mind. Outside the secret realm, a group of contestants were engaged in a heated discussion while waiting to submit their scores for verification. If I hadn't run into Han Yi and Han Bai, I wouldn't have ended up with such a low score, one contestant complained regretfully. What? You encountered them too? Someone nearby responded immediately. Damn, I thought it was just me. They took my stuff as well. These complaints caught the attention of the principals from the Tianjin and Imperial City Martial Soul Universities. Their expressions turned serious. Principal Zhou, isn't it a bit excessive for your students Han Yi and Han Bai to specifically target our contestants? The 2 principals angrily questioned. After all, such blatant robbery had never occurred in previous assessments. Principal Zhou Xingxing of Xingkong University, however, seemed particularly pleased. What are you talking about? The secret realm doesn't prohibit taking from others. Maybe your contestants just aren't up to par. At that moment, Gully approached the submission area. Despite being the top scorer in the 4 provincial martial exams, he appeared battered and bruised. When his score showed only 46 points, Zhou Xingxing laughed even more triumphantly. Principal Yao, your top newcomer has arrived. Zhou Xingxing remarked gleefully. He couldn't have been happier. This genius who had once turned down Xingkong University was now taught a harsh lesson by its students. As more contestants submitted their scores, the situation remained similar, with most scores hovering around a few dozen points. In contrast, the scores of Xingkong Martial Soul University's contestants were remarkably high. Yindao Yan, with her soul pistol, scored 890 points, and Xin Chong reached 1230 points. Principal Chao, where's your top newcomer Luo Feng? Zhou Xingxing asked smugly. Could it be that he heard about Han Yi and Han Bai, and is too scared to show up? Chao Renqi remained calm. What's the rush? The secret realm time isn't over yet. He was confident in Luo Feng and Lin Qingshua's abilities, knowing they were formidable competitors. As time passed, 26 contestants had gathered at the submission area, with only 4 remaining. Han Yi and Han Bai from Xingkong, and Luo Feng and Lin Qingxua from the Imperial City. Those who had already submitted their scores stayed behind, eager to witness the true strength of these final contestants. Just then, 2 figures slowly approached. Look, it's Han Yi and Han Bai from the Xingkong Martial Soul University. A commotion erupted in the crowd as several students excitedly pointed towards the distance. Their scores are sure to break 2,000 points, maybe even surpass last year's record of 2,270 points set by the capital Martial Seoul University. Han Yi and Han Bai strode forward confidently, followed by a group of supporters from Shinkong Martial Seoul University. Competitors from other schools glared at them, clearly displeased with the duo's aggressive tactics during the competition. Well, if it isn't the defeated. Han Yi sneered as he approached the crowd, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. His taunt sparked even greater anger. Fei Yangyang gritted his teeth and retorted, "Don't get cocky. Luo Feng and Lin Qingxue haven't arrived yet. Just you wait." "Ha ha, you chubby fool," Han Yi scoffed dismissively. "If your martial soul couldn't fly, I'd have flattened you already." As for Luo Feng, he's probably hiding in fear. The surrounding Shinkong University competitors chimed in agreement. Exactly, they haven't shown up yet. They must be scared. Even if they did show up, they wouldn't last 2 moves. They can't compare to Han Yi and Han Bai's martial soul fusion technique. Amidst the flattery, Han Yi and Han Bai approached the submission area, pouring out their collected rare items. Instantly, a mountain of treasures piled up on the technological device, causing everyone to gasp in astonishment. Even the principals watching the live broadcast displayed surprise. Soon, the scoring system showed 129 grade treasures 10 points each, 340 grade treasures 3 points each, 560 grade treasures 2 points each, totaling 3,430 points. Not bad, Han Yi said nonchalantly, though he couldn't hide the pride in his eyes. Just as the Shinkong University students began another round of praise, a cool, clear voice suddenly announced. 12 grade treasures 100 points each, 34 grade treasures 50 points each, 67 grade treasures 10 points each, totaling 3,570 points. With this announcement, the scene fell silent. The Shinkong competitors, who had been full of compliments moments ago, seemed to be at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the composed expressions on Han Yi and Han Bai's faces crumbled instantly. The sudden twist of fate was nothing short of dramatic. On the submission stage, Han Yi and Han Bai had piled up a mountain of rare treasures, but Lin Qingshue's fewer items were of such high quality that they earned her a score far surpassing theirs. This is impossible. Han Yi and Han Bai stared at Lin Qingxue in disbelief. They had always considered Luo Feng their only rival for first place, never imagining Lin Qingxue could pose a threat. Damn it, she must have just gotten lucky, Han Yi gritted his teeth. I didn't find a single high-grade treasure in the secret realm, and even after robbing over a dozen contestants, I got nothing. What does that say? Either there weren't any, or there were only a few, and she just happened to find them all by luck. Han's right, she just got lucky. The contestants from Shinkong Martial Seoul University quickly chimed in, defending the two brothers like devoted fans. Lucky? Then why didn't you find any? Fei Yangyang retorted with a smirk. Out of 30 contestants, why was it only Qingxue who found them? You're just sore losers and jealous. Besides, luck is part of one's strength, so why wasn't fortune on your side? Anyway, our imperial capital Martial Seoul University's score is higher than yours, so deal with it. You get mad. Fei Yangyang felt triumphant, his spirits lifted. Outside the screen, the reactions of the university presidents varied. Chao Renqi breathed a sigh of relief as the over 3,000 point gap was finally closed. Yao Depeo remained relaxed, knowing Tianjin Martial Seoul University had no chance at first place this year and decided to enjoy the show. Meanwhile, Zhou Xingxing, the president of Shinkong Martial Seoul University, was left in an awkward position, his previous smugness evaporated. President Zhou, why aren't you smiling? You were so happy earlier, why so serious now? Don't keep a straight face, come on, give us a smile. Smile my foot, watch out for your wife tonight. Zhou Xingxing cursed inwardly, but outwardly managed to say, Humph, your school's Lin Qingxue just got lucky finding those items. She's definitely not as strong as our Han Yi and Han Bai. What good is a high score now? Luck won't always be there. True strength is what matters. Just then, the last contestant finally appeared. Luo Feng had actually emerged from underground long ago, but out of curiosity, he went to the Northern Territory to check for hidden palaces and, finding nothing, arrived fashionably late. Look, Luo Feng is here. When Luo Feng appeared in the crowd's view, the competitors from the imperial capital Martial Seoul University erupted with excitement. This elusive expert, who had always been shrouded in mystery, had finally shown himself. Lin Qingshue's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she recalled the advanced treasures she had previously located with the help of her Empress teacher's treasure-hunting secret technique, only to find Luo Feng had beaten her to them every time. Little did she know, Luo Feng's million-year spirit wisdom skull was equivalent to a top-notch treasure-hunting skill. Luo Feng surveyed the assembled crowd, raised an eyebrow slightly, and then headed toward the inspection area. He began to display the rare treasures he had collected from the secret realm. Of course, the globally sensational treasures from the underground palace were tightly shielded by his mental power, preventing them from being detected. With a whoosh, a massive pile of rare treasures cascaded down, forming a mountain on the inspection device. Compared to this small mountain, previously presented by Han Yi and Han Bai, Luo Feng's haul stood out prominently. Even more astonishing, all his treasures were either Scrade or a grade, dismissing anything grade. Scrade treasures, 340. A grade treasures, 590. Total score, 63,500 points. The inspection device displayed the final results. Seeing the stunned expressions of everyone around, Luo Feng nonchalantly remarked, "Why are you all so shocked? It's just over 60,000 points." This statement made everyone present gasp. For Luo Feng, this was merely the result of spending a little over an hour utilizing his formidable mental power, but for others, it was an unattainable achievement. Han Yi and Han Bai cursed inwardly. Damn, he really knows how to show off. They had planned to showcase their skills today, only to have Luo Feng steal the spotlight once again. The other competitors finally understood why there were so few advanced treasures in the secret realm. Luo Feng had already claimed them all. The top contenders from Shinkong Martial Soul University, including Han Yi, Han Bai, and Xin Chang, were all determined. As champions from a province known for its martial exams, they were not willing to admit defeat easily. They secretly hoped for a chance to compete against Luo Feng, wanting to prove that he was merely lucky and not as strong as them. Lin Qingxue watched Luo Feng's retreating figure, her determination to surpass him growing stronger. She had initially thought that with her Empress teacher's treasure hunting technique, she could outshine Luo Feng in this expedition, but found herself overshadowed at every turn. This only solidified her resolve to surpass him. "Why can't we get out?" someone exclaimed. The group stood on the teleportation platform at the entrance to the secret realm, only to find that the passageway connecting to the outside world was completely unresponsive. They tried repeatedly, but the outcome remained the same. Outside, the three principals initially thought it was a prank, but after testing it themselves, their expressions turned serious. There was indeed no way in or out. This situation was highly unusual. Normally, if a secret realm were to undergo changes, there would be signs, but it had been calm and stable recently, with no indication of anything amiss. As the principals were at a loss, a crisp crack suddenly echoed within the secret realm. A fissure appeared out of nowhere, and three youths dressed in the attire of the Evil Soul Palace emerged from it, their ages similar to those of the contestants. Evil Soul Palace members? How did they get in? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances and began to discuss. Qingxue observed the situation cautiously. From her experience, anyone capable of opening and connecting space within a secret realm must possess a space-type soul and have a power level of at least 95. This reminded her of the special soul users the Empress encountered during her journeys through the stars. In Luo Feng's mind, information from the library flashed. The Evil Soul Palace was the largest global evil organization, involved in destructive activities across nations and secretly capturing soul masters for human soul experiments. The most feared figure in the Evil Soul Palace was the Space Law. Abandoned at awakening because his soul was invisible, he was later discovered by the palace to possess a space soul more powerful than the void itself, capable of creating space passages anywhere at will. Luo Feng speculated that the rift before them was the work of the Space Law. The reason only 3 people came might be due to the limited capacity of the space connected to the secret realm. The leading youth was Xiang Tiaogou, one of the holy sons of the Evil Soul Palace, named for his meticulous nature and tasks. He glanced over the group with disdain and said coldly, "So you are the strongest candidates in this year's martial exam from the Great Xia Kingdom?" The twin siblings, Wang Li and Wang Shi, stood aside with solemn expressions. At that moment, Chun Chang from Shinkong Martial Soul University stepped forward, his gaze piercing as he scanned his opponents. "Who are you? State your names." "Under my blade, Chun Chang's no nameless ghost survives." He felt a thrill of excitement at the prospect of facing these clearly formidable Dark Soul Hall warriors. It was a perfect opportunity to showcase his strength in front of everyone. Defeating the Dark Soul Hall Saint would not only make him famous in the imperial capital, but also divert attention from the secret realm incident. Xiang Tiaogou smirked slightly. "Chen Chang, right? First place in the Shinkong Martial Soul University's newcomer competition." His tone carried a hint of disdain. "The intelligence network of the Dark Soul Hall is no joke. We know even the private life of the director of the Sanctions Bureau. A few university students' details are nothing. Come on, killing you will make our task easier." "Arrogant." Chen Chang snorted, instantly releasing his twin-blade mantis martial soul. His 34th level soul power rippled outward, with a dazzling configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. First soul skill, twin blades. Chen Chang surged forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, his arms transforming into sharp, gleaming blades, aiming for a decisive strike. However, Xiang Tiaogou remained motionless. A golden, shimmering broadsword materialized in his hand, and 3 soul rings lit up 2 purple and 1 black. This sight caused everyone present to gasp. The faces of the two principals, Zhou Xingxing and Yao Depeo, changed dramatically, and they trembled as they spoke. An immortal-grade martial soul? They quickly realized a terrifying truth. This was likely the result of the Dark Soul Hall's evil human experiments. First soul skill, Golden Immortal Slaughter. Xiang Tiaogou swung his blade, and a golden blade aura sliced through the air like lightning. Snap! In just one encounter, Chen Chang's twin-blade martial soul was shattered, reverting to his bloodied arms. Had he not reacted quickly enough, he might have been killed on the spot. Xiang Tiaogou expressed slight regret. It's a pity I couldn't kill you in one blow. It seems my mastery of this immortal-grade martial soul isn't yet refined. The overwhelming difference in power left the students of Xingkong Martial Soul University in despair. Their strongest fighter, Chen Chang, couldn't last even a single round? At this moment, Han Yi and Han Bai stepped forward together. Let us take you on and see if you can withstand our martial soul fusion skill. Despite the vast disparity between a top-grade martial soul and an immortal grade one, they believed the power of their martial soul fusion skill would be enough for a fight. Teacher, is the difference between a supreme spirit and an immortal spirit really that significant? Lin Qingxue gazed at the battlefield, her eyes filled with confusion. She couldn't comprehend how Chen Chang, known for his sixth-ranked supreme spirit with its renowned attack speed, could have his arms so easily severed by the holy son of the evil spirit hall. The Empress explained with a serious expression, the difference in spirit quality becomes more apparent as one's cultivation advances. Although the immortal spirit hasn't fully merged yet, if it had, Chen Chang might not have survived. Fully merged, Lin Qingxue furrowed her brows. Are there other ways to enhance the quality of a spirit besides your celestial technique? The universe is vast and full of possibilities, the Empress replied calmly. However, my celestial technique is the righteous path, while they resort to dark arts. If they attack, leave it to me to handle. Even though their power rivals that of a newly ascended spirit king with a supreme spirit, with Luo Feng here, it's a good opportunity to test his true strength. In the arena, Han Yi and Han Bai, witnessing Chen Chang's defeat, were eager to try their luck. With their spirit fusion technique, they believed they wouldn't fall as quickly as Chen Chang, and perhaps they could even achieve a miracle. Go! The two brothers moved in perfect harmony, flanking from both sides. The Sky Tiger and Earth Lion spirits instantly merged with them, followed by the simultaneous release of their spirit skills. First spirit skill, Sky Tiger Light Wave. First spirit skill, Lion Seal. Learning from Chen Chang's mistake, they opted for a long-range attack to avoid close combat. A beam of white light and a massive lion's head roared towards their target, but Xiang Tiaogou smirked slightly, casually swinging his golden immortal demon-slaying blade. Second spirit skill, Golden Immortal Flying Blades. Countless golden blades whirled around him, forming an impenetrable golden shield that effortlessly neutralized the dual attack. Golden Immortal Massacre. Xiang Tiaogou seized the moment, unleashing a fierce blade aura that cut through the air with terrifying power. At the critical moment, the Han brothers exchanged a glance and simultaneously executed their spirit fusion technique. Lion Tiger Earth-Shaking Roar. The Sky Tiger and Earth Lion fused into a colossal lion-tiger beast. The deafening roar contained a brief, immobilizing effect, significantly amplifying damage if the target was hit by a subsequent attack in this state. An immobilizing effect, interesting. Although Xiang Tiaogou was immobilized, he could still use his spirit skills. However, this wasn't as overwhelming as Luo Feng's Dragon Roar, which could completely incapacitate a target's ability to counterattack. Third spirit skill, Celestial Demonic Chaos. Xiang Tiaogou's expression turned serious as he focused on the Han brothers' dual strike attack. This was the perfect opportunity to test his third spirit skill. As the skill was unleashed, a swirling mist of gold and black enveloped Xiang Tiaogou, quickly forming a massive head half angelic and serene, half demonic and menacing. When this colossal head collided with the Han brothers' lion-tiger beast, energy clashed violently, with the celestial demonic chaos ultimately prevailing. The beast was destroyed, and the remaining energy shockwave hit Han Yi and Han Bai, sending them flying backward, coughing up blood, and leaving them weakened. The Han brothers' martial soul fusion skill was defeated. The contestants from Xingkong Martial Soul University and Tianjing Martial Soul University wore expressions of despair. Facing just one celestial-grade martial soul was already daunting, and the opponents might have two more celestial-grade martial soul users. Today's battle seemed hopeless. Meanwhile, contestants from the Imperial Capital Martial Soul University watched with a detached amusement. From the moment Xiang Tiaogou revealed his two purple and one black spirit rings, they showed no surprise, only a hint of mockery, as if watching overconfident fools. Outside the secret realm, Principals Yao Depeo and Zhou Xingxing were anxiously pacing, helpless as they watched their top students face defeat. The secret realm was sealed by space, and only by defeating the three holy son and daughter of the evil spirit hall could anyone enter. Old Chao, why aren't you worried at all? Yao Depeo asked, puzzled by Chao Renqi's calm demeanor. What's there to worry about? Chao Renqi chuckled, handing over 2 bottles of drinks. Luo Feng will make a move, and none of these 3 will escape. Here, have a drink of this 1982 goddess bathwater to calm your nerves. Yao Depeo and Zhou Xingxing exchanged glances. Although Chao Renqi seemed confident, they wondered if Luo Feng could really handle such formidable foes with celestial-grade martial souls and a 2 purple, 1 black spirit ring setup. Inside the secret realm, after defeating the Han brothers, Xiang Tiaogou disdainfully glanced at the remaining contestants. Top university elites? You couldn't even withstand one of my moves, and you call that a martial soul fusion skill? Pathetic. If you're so desperate, come at us all at once. Defeat us, and you can leave. Faced with such arrogant provocation, the others looked at each other, momentarily speechless. Indeed, in the face of death, fairness becomes irrelevant. Luo Feng glanced at the student's watch. It was nearly 6 o'clock, and the time spent in this secret realm had far exceeded expectations. Just as the group was about to rush forward, Xiang Tiaogou's gaze fell on Luo Feng. This young man before him was not only striking in appearance, but also exuded an unsettling aura presence distinctly different from Han Yi and Han Bai, as if he was looking down from above. Who are you? Xiang Tiaogou barely began his question when a foot flashed toward his forehead. Bang! Xiang Tiaogou's body slammed heavily into the ground, creating a human-shaped crater. Cough, an ambush? Xiang Tiaogou leaped out of the pit, his body glowing with golden light, and the golden immortal demon slayer blade in his hand shimmered menacingly. The sudden attack left the other 2 holy sons and daughters stunned. Luo Feng pondered to himself. 1 kick isn't enough to finish him. It seems physical reinforcement alone isn't sufficient. He had intended to test whether his physique could dispatch an immortal-grade martial soul with a single kick, but even with the support of level 35 soul power, it was clearly lacking. In that case, I'll use the heavenly demon god-slaying spear. Luo Feng raised his spear, and with the activation of the soul bone in his right leg, he vanished like a phantom. Xiang Tiaogou was startled, unable to track Luo Feng's movements. He immediately deployed the golden immortal flying blade for protection, confident that the opponent couldn't penetrate the defense of his golden immortal demon slayer blade. No matter how fast, the attack can't be strong enough. Before he could finish, the golden immortal flying blade around him shattered, and a cold light pierced through his heart. Xiang Tiaogou's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched his life force rapidly drain away before collapsing. Evil Soul Palace's holy son Wang Li and holy daughter Wang, she witnessed the scene as if in a dream. An immortal-grade martial soul was defeated in a single move, even after using its strongest defensive soul technique. Normally, even together, it would take them considerable time to break through the golden immortal flying blade, let alone shatter it in 1 strike, like Luo Feng. The 2 regarded the powerful and striking young man before them with intense seriousness. Despite their familiarity with all the participants from the Great Xia Kingdom, they had never encountered such a terrifying presence. Is there anything beyond the Supreme Spirit? As everyone was discussing, a figure darted in like lightning. Not good, he's coming to attack. Seeing Luo Feng charging forward without hesitation, Wang Li and his sister Wang, she made a swift decision. Sister, let's use the spirit fusion technique directly. Alright, the 2 quickly released their spirits. Wang Li's celestial-grade spirit, the Day Tour God, and Wang Xi's celestial-grade spirit, the Moon Fairy, appeared simultaneously, their massive silhouettes flickering in the air. At the celestial grade, spirits are typically celestial beings, rarely beast spirits. Their spirit ring configuration was the same as Xiang Tiaogou's, with 2 purple and 1 black ring, an exceptional setup that once again dazzled everyone present. Like no one else can shine, Luo Feng sneered, as the heaven demon god-slaying spear appeared, with 3 jet black spirit rings spiraling around it. This scene was nothing new to the students of the Imperial Capital Spirit University, but the faculty and students of the other 2 universities were left speechless with shock. The 2 purple and 1 black configuration already had their hearts racing, and the appearance of 3 black spirit rings left them breathless. The Wang siblings didn't have time to think, immediately launching their spirit fusion technique. Sun and Moon Eclipse. In an instant, the entire space plunged into total darkness. Even the live broadcast turned black. Just as the siblings were about to feel triumphant, a sudden crack echoed as Luo Feng's spear pierced through Wang Xi from behind. Blood flowed down the spear, and the heaven demon god-slaying spear's devouring ability quickly drained their life force. Although Luo Feng's million-year spiritual wisdom skull couldn't negate the deprivation of sight, his powerful spiritual sense allowed him to accurately perceive their position. Utilizing the teleportation ability of the Windbird's right leg spirit bone, he landed a fatal strike just as his opponents became complacent. The battle commenced swiftly and ended even faster. As the Wang siblings fell, the sun and moon eclipse effect dissipated, revealing their bodies on the ground. Is it over already? The audience was still reeling from the shock of the battle. The celestial-grade spirits and their fusion technique couldn't even withstand a single move. Shen Chong, Han Yi, Han Bai, and others finally realized the vast gap between them and Luo Feng. Their previous boasts now seemed like a colossal joke, as they were worlds apart from Luo Feng's strength. Luo Feng is incredible. The contestants from the Imperial Capital Spirit University cheered, and viewers in front of their screens applauded continuously. Even the Empress could only describe the battle as incredible. She originally thought Luo Feng would have a tougher time winning, but he did it in just one round. She began to doubt. Could Qing Xue, under her guidance, really catch up to Luo Feng? I am the renowned Empress of the Stars, she reassured herself. I can catch up, I definitely can. On the other side, in front of a spatial passage within the Evil Soul Temple, Archbishop Austin and Dr. Mace, a martial soul theory expert, were eagerly watching. Mace, a middle-aged man with glasses and a lean face, was once a renowned theoretical expert of the Martial Soul International Alliance. He discovered the theory of forcibly merging different Soul Masters' martial souls, but was imprisoned by the Alliance for violating ethical norms, later rescued by the Evil Soul Temple. Haha, Dr. Mace, congratulations on the success of your martial soul modification experiment. Austin raised his glass, ambition gleaming in his eyes. Soon, our Evil Soul Temple will produce more celestial martial souls, and conquering the world is within reach. Oh, not at all. Mace humbly adjusted his glasses. Only 3 out of 15 people succeeded in this experiment, so the success rate is still quite low. The surrounding deputy archbishops of the Evil Soul Temple also raised their glasses in celebration. Just then, the spatial passage suddenly lit up. The passage is lit. It must mean that Xiang Tiaogou and his team have dealt with the competitors from the Great Xia Kingdom, Austin said with satisfaction. However, what emerged from the passage were 3 withered corpses. Although their flesh was desiccated, their faces and clothing still identified them as the 3 celestial martial soul holders they had sent. Crash! Austin's wine glass shattered on the ground, splinters flying. Xiang Tiaogou and his team are dead. He swallowed hard. Although the experiment was not perfect, those were celestial martial souls. Everyone was baffled. They had thoroughly researched the competitors from the Great Xia Kingdom, and it seemed impossible for anyone to kill 3 celestial martial soul holders in such a short time. Although the spatial Deloa could construct passages connecting secret realms, they could not provide a view inside. Could someone have cracked the spatial passage and gone in to rescue them? Someone speculated. Impossible, Austin firmly denied. This is a space unique to the spatial Deloa. Even the 3 supreme titled Duluos of the Great Xia Kingdom would be powerless. Everyone frowned, falling into silence. It seems we need to investigate further. There might be some terrifying existence emerging in the Great Xia Kingdom. Meanwhile, Luo Feng had already returned to his villa, preparing to refine the rare treasures he obtained in the secret realm. He first chose the A-grade and S-grade treasures. Though due to the high quality of his 2 martial souls, the soul power boost from these treasures seemed somewhat insignificant. The amount of soul power needed is substantial, making a level rare treasures a reasonable choice for an exceptional martial soul. Luo Feng focused intently on absorbing the soul power from the rare treasures, transforming hundreds of them within his body. The soul power flowed into him like a gentle stream, and in just a quarter of an hour, his level soared from 36 to 38. Next, the crucial stage involved 3 celestial-grade rare treasures. As the first one entered his body, pure soul power surged into his soul sea like a breached river. The once empty soul sea was now nearly 2/3 full with just 1 treasure. Seizing this momentum, Luo Feng immediately began to refine the remaining 2. With the infusion of energy from the final celestial-grade treasure, he felt a powerful force rushing through him, instantly elevating his level to the 40th rank, reaching the Soul Ancestor realm. I can prepare for the 4th soul ring now, Luo Feng contemplated. The system's level 15 task requires equipping the heavenly demon god-slaying spear with a 100,000-year red soul ring. Tomorrow, I'll check with my teacher to see if there's a suitable 100,000-year soul beast available, one that could provide both a red soul ring and a soul bone. If not, I'll use the system to enhance it. Taking advantage of this breakthrough, Luo Feng summoned the soul rings of the ancestral dragon essence and the heavenly demon god-slaying spear to enhance their ages. Checking the system points, he found he had accumulated 3.79 million, enough for a round of enhancements. The 3 red soul rings of the ancestral dragon essence increased from 160,000, 180,000, and 200,000 years to 200,000, 240,000, and 280,000 years. The control duration of the first soul skill, Dragon's Roar, extended from 1.2 seconds to 1.4 seconds, and the power of Heavenly Intent 4 Symbols Transformation and Mystic Dragon Wave was significantly boosted. The 3 soul rings of the heavenly demon god-slaying spear also increased from 30,000, 40,000, and 50,000 years to 50,000, 60,000, and 80,000 years. The attack range of the heavenly demon crescent slash expanded to 10 meters, The paralyzing effect of the god-slaying thunder spear was enhanced, and the speed and range of the spear's thrust were improved. After spending 230,000 points on the enhancements, Luo Feng remembered he still had 5 celestial-grade martial soul evolution rare treasures left. My teacher and the others have been good to me, so I'll give 3 to my teacher, senior sister, and Beiji. If they can successfully evolve their martial souls, we'll have a better chance against the 8-armed demon ape. Luo Feng eagerly imagined how his teacher and the others would perform with celestial-grade martial souls, a smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. After sending messages to Huang Dezue and the others, Luo Feng arranged to meet them at the Void Secret Realm at 10 a.m. the next day. Eagerly, he took out the Sacred Grade Meditation Manual, ready to delve into its depths. He understood that the speed of mastering a meditation technique was closely linked to previous cultivation experience. Regardless of the level, all meditation techniques fundamentally involve sensing and absorbing cosmic energy, then converting it into soul power. With his complete proficiency in an immortal grade meditation method, he was confident he could quickly grasp this sacred grade practice. However, as he opened the first page, he encountered unexpected difficulties. Though he recognized each character individually, together they were obscure and difficult to understand. Luo Feng quickly retrieved several bottles of enlightenment potion from his student watch's space and drank them down, but the potions had no effect on comprehending the sacred grade meditation manual. He soon realized that this technique far surpassed the limits of this galaxy, and ordinary enlightenment potions were inadequate for reaching this level. Since external aids were ineffective, Luo Feng decided to rely on his own insight. He focused intensely, meticulously analyzing each word, and surprisingly, after more than an hour, he had understood most of the first page. Encouraged, he continued to study the second page, the third, and so on, as time slipped away in his concentration, with night gradually giving way to dawn. By the following morning, Luo Feng finally closed the last page. This lengthy study session would have mentally exhausted him if not for the support of the million-year-old spiritual wisdom skull. Once he activated the wisdom skull, his fatigue quickly dissipated. Glancing at the time, it was already past 9. Although he had no time for a nap, Luo Feng was eager to test the effects of the sacred grade meditation technique. He immediately sat cross-legged and began to circulate his energy, drawing the surrounding cosmic energy into his body like rivers flowing into the sea. In his soul sea, which had been depleted after reaching level 40, droplets of liquid soul power began to form. In comparison, even when the immortal grade meditation technique was mastered to perfection, it only produced gaseous soul power, which, when compressed, wasn't even a tenth of a liquid droplet. In terms of specific values, the immortal grade technique generated 120 soul power points per second, while the newly learned sacred grade technique already reached 1,500 points per second, a staggering difference. Watching the continuous accumulation of liquid soul power within him, Luo Feng felt a surge of joy, knowing he was one step closer to reaching the rank of titled de Law. He began to contemplate whether he should attempt to increase his proficiency, given that he still had over 3 million system points available. After reviewing the requirements for advancing the sacred meditation technique, Luo Feng frowned deeply. Just to progress from the beginner to the minor achievement stage required 3.6 million points, a figure that made him want to curse. Previously, even the total cost from entry to perfection for the immortal meditation technique wasn't this high. The subsequent advancements in the sacred meditation technique would likely cost over 100 million points. Forget it, I'll put this idea aside for now, Luo Feng decided, shaking his head. He chose instead to upgrade the Windbird's right leg soul bone to a million-year level. This would boost his speed to a terrifying degree, giving him the power to challenge a titled de Law, and surpassing Beiji would be a certainty. Unfortunately, the Windbird wasn't a bloodline soul beast. Otherwise, the speed boost from the soul bone would be even greater. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Luo Feng took out the void key and instantly teleported from his villa to Huang Dazue's secret void realm. It was 9:50 a.m., and Situ Jing and Zhuge Zhengping had yet to arrive. Huang Dezue was leisurely sipping tea in his office, unaware that the important matter Luo Feng mentioned yesterday was an immortal treasure. Teacher, I'm at level 40 now. Are there any suitable 100,000-year soul beasts I can hunt? Luo Feng asked directly. Whoa! Huang Dazue spat out his Biluakun tea in shock, staring at Luo Feng in disbelief. Just 2 months ago, at the start of the school term, Luo Feng was only at level 20. Now he was already at level 40? Such a rapid increase was simply astonishing. Even with a lower quality martial spirit, it shouldn't be possible to advance from level 20 to 40 so quickly, let alone considering Luo Feng's martial spirit quality exceeded the limits of this star system. What shocked Huang Dazue even more was that Luo Feng intended to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring for his 4th ring. Such a level of soul ring was typically only attempted by titled de Law above level 90, and only with top-tier martial spirits. Otherwise, they would risk being overwhelmed. Huang Dazue fell into deep thought. The 100,000-year soul beasts around Daxiao were formidable, with even the weakest possessing kingly bloodlines. Like the 8-armed demon ape they encountered last time, they still hadn't figured out all its skills, knowing only that it had a domain. If not for Luo Feng's powerful control, they might not have returned at all. Looks like I'll have to seek help from a few old friends, Huang Dazue mused. Since Luo Feng could withstand a 100,000-year soul ring, as a teacher, he couldn't let his students settle for a 10th ascend-year soul ring. The quality difference between the two was just too significant. Teacher, junior brother, we're here. Situ Jing and Zhuge Zhengping entered the void secret realm, interrupting Huang Dachui's thoughts. Take a seat now that you're here. Huang Dachui gestured for them to sit. I have something to discuss with you. Your junior brother has reached level 40 and is ready to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast for his 4th soul ring. Do you have any recommendations? Boom. This news hit like a thunderclap, and Situ Jing and Zhuge Jingping sprang from their chairs in shock. Already at level 40? They looked at Luo Feng in disbelief. Luo Feng didn't say much, simply releasing his soul power, clearly displaying his level 40 status to his senior brothers. Wow, you're truly impressive, they both marveled. Let's focus on the task. Huang Dachui turned to Situ Jing. You're the titled Dalaw guarding the northern frontier. There should be plenty of soul beasts there, right? Situ Jing frowned in thought for a moment. Outside the northern frontier, there are indeed 100,000-year soul beasts, but they always retreat after probing. The Thunder Rock Emperor is a decent choice, but I know little about it. It's incredibly fast and powerful, possibly possessing a domain. Not to mention the other formidable soul beasts that might be hiding in the northern Great Forest. Huang Dachui browsed through the Dalaw Hall's exclusive titled Dalaw group, looking over the soul beast records. How about the Demon Spider King? Forget it, Situ Jing shook his head. That's a place guarded by 2 titled Dalaw, and the Demon Spider King has likely surpassed the 100,000-year mark. What about the Flame Dragon God? Even worse, that would be a suicide mission. Situ Jing replied helplessly. Teacher, we need to find something weaker. Alas, it's ultimately our lack of strength, Huang Dachui sighed. At that moment, Luo Feng smiled mysteriously. Teacher, why not take a look at what I brought? I guarantee it'll surprise you. What is it? The 3 were intrigued. Immortal grade treasures. The 3 titled Dalaw were skeptical, as immortal grade treasures required liquid soul power to cultivate and were notoriously hard to obtain. Yet, when Luo Feng produced 3 jade boxes and opened them to reveal golden treasures enveloped in soul power, exuding a unique immortal fragrance, the trio was convinced. My goodness, junior brother, where did you get these? Did you go on a cosmic journey? I got them from the treasure secret realm. Luo Feng briefly explained the secret realm adventure. But how do we use this thing? The 3 of them exchanged glances, cautiously examining the rare item in their hands. Is it something to eat or does it enhance soul power? Do we need to use any supplementary potions with it? Despite their excitement, none of them dared to use these unfamiliar treasures recklessly. Luo Feng smiled and explained, this is an evolution treasure. You just need to absorb it directly with your martial soul. It might even help you evolve into a celestial grade martial soul. Celestial grade martial soul? As soon as these words were uttered, even Huang Dazue and Situ Jing, who were of the titled Dalaw level, couldn't help but swallow nervously. Although top-grade martial souls were powerful, they were still worlds apart from celestial grade ones. If evolution succeeded, their martial souls and soul skills would undergo a qualitative transformation. You should absorb and evolve first. We can discuss everything else later. Eagerly, the 3 of them each picked up a rare item. The massive martial soul phantoms of the Absolute Heaven Sword, the Earth-Shaking Hammer, and the Cloud Bat appeared behind them. Activating their true martial soul forms not only enhanced absorption, but also allowed them to observe the changes in real time. Golden halos entwined around the 3 martial soul phantoms, and the martial souls rejoiced, signaling the onset of evolution. The highest ranked, Huang Dazue, was the first to complete the absorption. Cracks appeared on the surface of his earth-shaking hammer, ready to shatter and reform. Yet, at the critical moment, the golden light receded due to insufficient energy, and the hammer returned to its original state. The evolution failed. Luo Feng sighed inwardly. This kind of celestial evolution treasure could only be used once, so he decided to keep the remaining 2. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Huang Dazue. Ha ha ha, he laughed heartily. Though I didn't evolve, I've broken through to level 96, jumping 2 levels from 94. At this level, I can easily overpower a level 95 titled Dalaw and have more confidence in hunting 100,000-year-old soul beasts. At that moment, Situ Jing completed her absorption as well. Her Absolute Heaven Sword martial soul showed even more severe cracks and finally exploded with a loud bang. The golden halo reformed, coalescing into a more mysterious and majestic giant sword. Senior sister has successfully evolved. Luo Feng exclaimed with joy. This is the first celestial grade weapon martial soul, the Tianluo execution sword. Situ Jing stood up, her presence increasingly divine. Her power rose from level 92 to 93, a mere single-level increase, but now she could nearly defeat her former self with one strike. Such is the terror of a celestial-grade martial soul, especially the foremost celestial-grade weapon martial soul. Junior brother, I love you to bits. Situ Jing couldn't contain her excitement, throwing her arms around Luo Feng, barely restraining herself from giving him a kiss. In Situ Jing's eyes, there was an uncontrollable glimmer of excitement. Her martial soul, originally ranked 12th among the top 82, had now leaped to become the #1 celestial-grade weapon soul, an unbelievable transformation. With this advancement, she could distinctly feel the qualitative change in her soul power, and the potency of her soul skills had reached an entirely new level. Now, she feared no confrontation, even against 3 supreme titled Dolaw. When I reach level 96, no one below celestial grade, not even a titled Dolaw, will stand a chance against me. Situ Jing clenched her fist, her eyes shining with confidence. Huang Dahue watched this scene, a satisfied smile on his face. Finally, someone has achieved a celestial-grade martial soul. At that moment, there was a thunderous explosion as Zhuge Jingping's cloud bat martial soul burst into a golden stream of light. The 3 of them held their breath, watching the scene intently. Luo Feng calculated in his mind. Out of 3 attempts with the celestial-grade evolution treasure, the first failed, but the next 2 succeeded. A 66.6 success rate was unexpected, though the sample size was too small to draw firm conclusions. The golden stream of light gradually condensed into a small golden beetle. So small, Luo Feng was surprised. It doesn't look very imposing. Zhuge Jingping, however, was pleased. Don't be fooled by its size, junior brother. This is a golden celestial beetle. Its individual attack might not be strong, but in swarms, it's formidable, with both offensive and defensive capabilities. He felt the information from his martial soul and said excitedly, I might as well join you in finding a spirit ring. What for? Haha, I've reached level 90. This news startled Huang Dahue and Situ Jing jumping from level 87 to 90. But considering Huang Dahue himself had advanced from level 94 to 96, it seemed reasonable. Luo Feng had already sensed his senior brother's rise in soul power with his spiritual sense and wasn't surprised. Now, the 3 of them could act together. Huang Dahue immediately began planning. Both of you need a 100,000-year spirit ring, so we need to choose our targets carefully. Thunderbird Emperor. Situ Jing declared decisively. I've disliked it for a long time. All right, the second target will be the Demon Spider King, Huang Dahue added. It will also relieve pressure in the northeastern region, catching them off guard. Seeing Luo Feng's puzzled expression, Huang Dahue explained. You might not know, junior brother, but the northeastern region borders the island nation, and their experts often collude with the local 100,000-year soul beasts to harass our Great Xia's borders. Your senior sister's achievement of a celestial-grade martial soul hasn't spread yet, so we can use this information gap to eliminate the Demon Spider King and one of the islands titled Dalaw. This will stabilize the northern and northeastern regions for a while, allowing us to redeploy titled Dalaw-level forces to address internal issues. The internal cleansing plan within the Xia Kingdom primarily targets the Soul Beast forests and Soul Beast secret realms within its territory. These high-level secret realms are often home to soul beasts that threaten the safety of cities, requiring powerful warriors at the titled Dalaw level to conduct long-term sieges. Once these threats are eliminated, there will be no more worries within the Xia Kingdom. After the discussion ended, the group decided to head to the northern border, the area guarded by Situ Jing. Junior brother, let's go. As soon as the words were spoken, a rift appeared in the void. Although Zhuge Jingping had not yet obtained his 9th soul ring, his strength had reached the standard, allowing him to tear open the void. Experiencing this power for the first time made him tremble with excitement. In an instant, the 4 of them appeared in the northern border. This ability to teleport meant they no longer had to endure the jolting of carriages. The northern border, located at the northernmost end of the Xia Kingdom, was chillingly cold, but the protection of their soul power shielded them from the harshness. When they arrived at the territory of the Thunder Rock Emperor, the group suddenly noticed something unusual. Luo Feng was flying without using the wing of the cloud bat. Wait a minute, junior brother, what's going on? It was unheard of for someone so young to be a titled Dalaw. The 9-tailed Heavenly Fox clan lent me some power as a token of gratitude for the Windbird's right leg's soul bone I gifted them, Luo Feng explained calmly. Wow, junior brother has a soul bone already. That's enviable. All right, let's deal with the Thunder Rock Emperor first, then head to the Demon Spider King. After this battle, our strength will be hard to conceal. We need to take down a few more targets before the news spreads. The group nodded in agreement, turning their gaze to the towering giant tree before them. This was the unique Sky Thunder Tree of the northern border, capable of absorbing the power of lightning to convert it into growth energy. The Thunder Rock Emperor resided at the top of this giant tree. Suddenly, a sharp cry came from the treetop. The Thunder Rock Emperor appeared around the four with a speed comparable to void traversal. You again. The Thunder Rock Emperor glared at the newcomers warily. Yes, this time we're here to send you on your way, Situ Jing sneered. Having clashed with this soul beast multiple times in the past, today was finally the day to settle things. Called for backup? Two titled Duos and a Soul Master. The Thunder Rock Emperor scoffed. But don't think I'm the only one in the northern border. Before the words had fully settled, the ground suddenly surged, and a massive scorpion tail, over 100 meters long, burst out, speeding toward the four. First soul skill, Golden Beetle Shield. Zhuge Jinping quickly deployed a defense, gathering golden beetles into a shield. The scorpion tail collided with the shield, producing a deafening metallic clash. Although the shield blocked the attack, it also dissipated as a result. Looks like without the ninth soul ring, the defense isn't strong enough. Zhuge Jinping murmured to himself. However, he was unaware that they were about to face a 10th Sandier soul beast with royal bloodline, aged 180,000 years. Boom. A thunderous sound suddenly echoed across the northern lands, and the ground split open to reveal a massive crack stretching for kilometers. From this seemingly bottomless fissure, a colossal creature known as the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast slowly emerged, its jet-black carapace glistening coldly under the sunlight. Situ Jing gazed at the behemoth, initially gritting her teeth at its sheer size, but her eyes soon sparkled with excitement. This was the perfect opportunity to test the might of her celestial-grade first spirit weapon, the Tianluo Zhuxian sword. After all, the quality of this weapon was comparable to the ancient beasts among the 100,000-year spirit beasts. Stick to the plan, no delays, Huang Dachui quietly reminded, understanding Situ Jing's eagerness to experience her new strength but mindful of the bigger picture. The group nodded in agreement. The plan was set into motion. Luo Feng was the first to act, unleashing his first spirit skill, Dragon's Roar, which precisely targeted and controlled a 100,000-year spirit beast, the Thunder Rock Emperor. This sudden assault left the Thunder Rock Emperor momentarily stunned. Sensing its ally in peril, the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast immediately spewed a cloud of black poison mist, attempting to disrupt Luo Feng's control. However, Zhuge Jinping was prepared, summoning his golden immortal beetles, which formed a golden tide and encircled the giant scorpion. Despite its massive size, the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast struggled against the small, yet sharp, golden immortal beetles. It initially believed its tough shell could withstand the assault, only to realize that the beetles could gradually gnaw through its defenses. In desperation, the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast released its 180,000 year accumulated scorpion venom, covering itself in a black toxic liquid. This venom was so lethal that even a titled Dalaw would be in grave danger from a single drop. Indeed, many of the golden immortal beetles perished, but some developed resistance to the toxin. In the end, the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast had no choice but to unleash its ultimate skill, the poison slow domain. Within this unique domain, all opponents' speed was halved, and they continuously accumulated poison. Once the poison reached a critical level, it would seal their spirit power. Teacher, senior sister, junior brothers, be careful. This creature has a domain, someone shouted amidst the intense battle. Zhuge Jinping said gravely. A domain is a ranged skill, and I can't completely block its effects. Meanwhile, at the other end of the battlefield, the Thunder Rock Emperor, still bound by the dragon chant, had yet to break free. Huang Dachui and Situ Jing had already unleashed their most powerful soul skills. Huang Dachui's sixth soul skill, Destruction Hammer Cannon, gathered a tremendous amount of energy, while Situ Jing's ninth soul skill, One Sword to Vanquish Immortals, formed a massive sword aura in the air, its power rivaling that of the Destruction Hammer Cannon. The venomous scorpion dragon beast watched the formidable assault with a chill in its heart. Although its domain could release poison, it needed time to take effect. What puzzled it even more was why the powerful Thunder Rock Emperor had not yet awakened from the control. The sharpness of the sword aura convinced the venomous scorpion dragon beast that even its proud carapace would be cleaved in two. In desperation, the venomous scorpion dragon beast launched its strongest attack, attempting to ambush Situ Jing and Huang Dachui from behind. However, Zhuge Jinping intercepted the strike with ease. It's over, the venomous scorpion dragon beast thought in panic. Watching the impending doom of the Thunder Rock Emperor, it was the first time it had seen a 100,000-year soul beast die so helplessly, unable to use even a single skill. Under the enhanced dragon chant control by Luo Feng, the Thunder Rock Emperor was immobilized for a full 1.4 seconds. In that brief moment, the Destruction Hammer Cannon had already pierced its skull, and the sword aura had neatly sliced its body in two. As the massive body of the Thunder Rock Emperor crashed to the ground, a red 100,000-year soul ring rose into the air, followed by a dazzling light emerging from the corpse's soul bone. The four of them felt a surge of joy, yet it was not time to celebrate. as the venomous scorpion dragon beast still loomed menacingly. Sensing the dire situation, the venomous scorpion dragon beast felt a chill. It had planned to team up with the Thunder Rock Emperor to buy time for the poison to take effect, but never expected a boy without even a ninth soul ring to repeatedly thwart its attacks. If that young man used his control skill again, it feared it might not escape death. In a critical moment, the venomous scorpion dragon beast immediately activated its venomous scorpion dragon drill, enveloping itself in a yellow halo that reduced control effects. With its 180,000-year cultivation, only soul skills from a rank 95 or higher titled Luo should be able to affect it. However, just as it was about to burrow underground to escape, another clear dragon chant rang out. The venomous scorpion dragon beast's consciousness was thrown into disarray. It thought incredulously, even the protection of the Earth's power can't immunize against this control. In that brief daze, Situ Jing's sword aura struck again. Despite its thick carapace and the dual protection of the Earth's power, the venomous scorpion dragon beast's body was still neatly split in two. Another red 100,000-year soul ring and a radiant soul bone rose from the corpse. Though the battle ended quickly, the soul skill fluctuations at the titled Luo level had already alerted the soul beasts of the northern frontier. They swiftly communicated the news across the soul beast territories, warning their companions to be extra cautious. After all, the simultaneous fall of 200,000-year soul beasts was no small matter. As the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast collapsed, Huang Dazue swiftly acted, harnessing the power of the void to create an invisible barrier around them, isolating the space from the outside world. This protection not only diminished the soul beast's influence, but also ensured that Luo Feng and Zhuge Jinping could absorb the soul rings without any disturbances. Simultaneously, Luo Feng released his spiritual energy, forming a perfect circular shield within the space to prevent any potential spiritual probing. Junior brother, Zhuge Jinping said, the soul ring of the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast is mine, while the Thunder Rock Emperor's soul ring is yours. This allocation was quite meaningful. The Thunder Rock Emperor had a lifespan of 130,000 years, while the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast reached 180,000 years, both extremely rare 100,000-year soul rings. Considering Luo Feng's heavenly demon god-slaying spear's fourth soul ring had reached 100,000 years but not yet the 180,000-year limit, a 130,000-year soul ring was the optimal choice. For the 90-level Zhuge Jinping, with his recently ascended immortal-grade martial soul, absorbing an 180,000-year soul ring was naturally manageable. More importantly, 100,000-year soul rings have a unique automatic adaptability, a trait confirmed by martial soul theory masters. These soul rings can adjust themselves according to the absorber's soul skill power and type, ensuring that the additional soul skill perfectly aligns with the martial soul. For instance, even a defensive stone armor beast soul ring, once it reaches 100,000 years, can provide a powerful offensive soul skill to an attack-type martial soul. Under Situ Jing's urging, the two began guiding the soul rings. Two brilliant red rings hovered above their heads, while Situ Jing and Huang Dazhe seized the moment to refine the essence blood of these 200,000-year soul beasts. For Luo Feng, it was his first time truly experiencing the power of a natural 100,000-year soul ring. Mighty energy surged within him, his blood seemed to boil, and the power of lightning filled every vein. In his soul sea, soul power continuously surged, and even the already full soul sea continued to expand. At this critical moment, the ancestral dragon essence martial soul appeared in his soul sea, beginning to devour the excess soul power. With the regulation of this strong force, Luo Feng gradually regained balance, and the red soul ring slowly disappeared, finally attaching perfectly to him. Junior brother completed it so quickly? Situ Jing was surprised to find that Luo Feng had finished absorbing the Thunder Rock Emperor's 100,000-year soul ring in just 4 minutes, while Zhuge Jinping hadn't even reached halfway. A 90-level title Luo's absorption speed was outpaced by a 40-level soul elder. This is the difference in martial soul quality, Huang Dazue sighed. They all knew that Luo Feng's martial soul quality far exceeded immortal grade, so such a result was not unexpected. After completing the absorption, Luo Feng immediately opened the system panel. Luo Feng carefully examined his first martial spirit, the heavenly demon god-slaying spear. This divine weapon, inherently rated at 3 stars, already possessed 4 powerful soul skills: Heavenly Demon Crescent Slash, God-Slaying Thunder Spear, Spear Like a Dragon, and the newly acquired Heavenly Thunder Heart-Piercing Spear. The newly acquired 4th soul skill was incredibly powerful. It could summon a formidable heavenly thunder, forming a spear with excellent tracking capabilities and inflicting massive piercing damage upon hitting the target. Additionally, the power of the heavenly thunder would invade the target's body, stacking the thunder lead effect. Once Thunder Lead reached 5 stacks, it could further incapacitate the target's soul sea for 0.3 seconds, preventing the use of any soul skills. As he looked at the display panel, Luo Feng realized that this soul ring had reached its current limit. Since he couldn't increase its age, he decided to enhance the soul skill itself. Ding! A system notification sounded, consuming 1 million points. Enhancement successful. The figure made Luo Feng pause for a moment. 1 million points? But then he thought, considering this was a soul skill from a 100,000-year soul ring, it made sense to require such a large number of points. The enhanced Heavenly Thunder heart-piercing spear was even more astounding. Not only did it gain a high armor-piercing effect, but its tracking ability also improved significantly, becoming certain to hit. More importantly, Thunder Lead now only needed 3 stacks to trigger the incapacitating effect, with the incapacitation duration extended to 1 second, and it could sever all recovery abilities of the target. With the addition of the 4th soul ring, Luo Feng's soul expanded once more. His level increased directly from 40 to 41, and the soul power released by the ancestral dragon essence propelled him swiftly to level 43. Checking the system points, the available points showed as 3,990,987. Luo Feng immediately began enhancing the soul ring's age. The system notification sounded repeatedly as the 4th soul ring of the heavenly demon godslaying spear advanced to 100,000 years, boosting the system level to 15. And since the ancestral dragon essence already had 300,000-year soul rings, the system soared to level 20. This meant a significant increase in the points he could earn daily. Luo Feng then proceeded to comprehensively enhance the soul rings of both martial spirits. The 3 soul rings of the ancestral dragon essence were upgraded from 200,000, 240,000, and 280,000 years to 240,000, 280,000, and 330,000 years. The 4 soul rings of the heavenly demon godslaying spear were upgraded from 50,000, 60,000, 80,000, and 130,000 years to 70,000, 90,000, 110,000, and 150,000 years. Most excitingly, the 3rd soul ring of the heavenly demon godslaying spear surpassed the 100,000-year threshold, turning from black to red, and the corresponding spear like a dragon soul skill saw a significant power surge. Not only was the attack range expanded, but the charge time limitation was also removed, with its power increasing more than 5-fold. After Luo Feng finished his enhancement, Zhuge Zhengping also completed absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring. The red soul ring shimmered around him, granting him the 9th soul skill, Venomous Beetle Domain. Although this domain skill only amplifies his beetles and doesn't provide benefits to his teammates, the power of the beetles is significantly increased under the domain's influence, offering some consolation to Zhuge Zhengping. Next, the group turned their attention to the 2 dazzling 100,000-year soul bones. After some discussion, considering that Luo Feng and Zhuge Zhengping had already gained substantial enhancements, they decided to give these precious soul bones to Sidu Jing and Huang Dazue. As top-tier forces of the Daxia Kingdom, any increase in their power would add to the nation's deterrent capability and better protect Luo Feng. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the right arm bone from the venomous scorpion dragon beast could boost soul skill power by 20, which was perfect for Sidu Jing, known for her offensive prowess with her celestial martial spirit, the Tian Luo immortal sword. The Thunderping Emperor's left leg bone mainly increased speed, which left Huang Dazue feeling a bit helpless. Luo Feng, you should take this left leg bone, Huang Dazue suggested, handing the soul bone to Luo Feng. With your windbird right leg bone, you'll be the fastest below the tidal Deluo level. For tidal Deluos, speed-related soul bones were somewhat redundant since they could traverse through space. We should absorb these soul bones later, Huang Dazue advised. Let's head to the northeastern region to deal with the Demon Spider King before the news reaches there. Everyone agreed that acting on this information gap was a good opportunity. Although the two had already acquired 100,000-year soul rings, the Demon Spider King might still have soul bones. Huang Dazue silently hoped it wouldn't be another leg bone. Traversing through the void, they arrived above the northeastern region, where the Demon Spider King's domain lay. From a distance, a massive webbed nest came into view, with thick white strands crisscrossing and humanoid cocoons hanging from the web. These cocoons contained soldiers abducted from the border, and countless small white spiders were greedily sucking the blood and flesh from within, rapidly growing stronger. Surrounding the lair of the demon spider, numerous formidable soul beasts stood guard, each displaying extraordinary skills. Yet, they all showed an unusual respect for the seemingly weaker spiders. This reverence was well-founded. Death Demon Spider boasted the royal bloodline among soul beasts, its innate talents commanding submission from others. At this moment, the Demon Spider Queen was laying eggs, but she remained highly vigilant. Dense webs, akin to a natural surveillance network, spanned every corner of the forest, capturing even the slightest movements in the air. Beside her, a figure wearing an Oni warrior mask flickered in and out of sight. This was the Ghost Warrior Deluo, a titled Deluo from an island nation, tasked with harassing the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom and ideally collaborating with soul beasts to conquer it. Suddenly, the ghost warrior Dala sensed the identities of the approaching figures. Is it Huang Dizue and Sidu Jing from the Great Xia Kingdom? He wondered why these two titled Duluos, each with their own territories to oversee, would suddenly appear here. Could they be targeting him and the Demon Spider Queen? Ridiculous, the ghost warrior Dolua scoffed. I am a level 96 titled Dolua. I can handle the two of them alone. As for the other two, he had never encountered their names in the Great Xia Kingdom's titled Dolo registry. Clearly, news of the Thunder Rock Emperor's fall had not yet reached them. Contact the Thunder Rock Emperor first, the ghost warrior Dolua suggested to the Demon Spider Queen. Let him attack the northern borders. It would inflict heavy losses on the Great Xia Kingdom. However, the Demon Spider Queen found herself unable to reach the Thunder Rock Emperor, the connection eerily silent. As a 100,000-year soul beast, she began to suspect something amiss. At that moment, Luo Feng and his team launched a surprise attack, targeting the ghost warrior Dolua first. This titled Dolua from the island nation was notorious for his elusive tactics. Even the titled Doluos Guangdao and Tianjin from the northeastern region couldn't fully unravel his secrets. In contrast, the Demon Spider Queen's tricks were well known. With a thunderous dragon roar, Luo Feng immobilized the ghost warrior Dolua. Huang Dazue followed up with his sixth soul skill, Destruction Hammer Cannon, which roared forth. But the struck figure dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. Ha ha ha, not bad, you managed to hold me? The ground suddenly spawned hundreds of identical ghost warriors. This was the ghost warrior Dolua's most vexing ability, could seamlessly switch between his true form and clones. Any lethal attack could be absorbed by a clone, and each clone was indistinguishable from the original, making it nearly impossible to pinpoint the true body. The gaze of the ghost samurai Dolua pierced through his mask, fixed intently on Luo Feng, a hint of shock flickering in his eyes. How could such a young soul master use a control soul skill to restrain him? A level 96 titled Dolua. It was known that titled Doluos naturally had immunity to lower-level soul master skills. If not for his martial soul's ability to transform at will, that attack might have been fatal. What surprised him even more was the power of Huang Dazue's recent strike. The sensation relayed from his defeated clone indicated that it was not an attack a level 94 soul master could unleash. Clearly, Huang Dazue had broken through the threshold of level 95, contradicting the intelligence that had him stalled at level 94. Although soul beast experiments indicated he was at level 94, it was now evident that the old man had acquired some sort of opportunity. But none of that matters, the ghost samurai Dola thought to himself. He could handle the old man's power, and as for Sidu Jing, her current level was far from matching the Demon Spider King. The only one he needed to be wary of was the young Luo Feng. Demon Spider King, I'll take on the old man. The others are yours. Don't worry, I'll deal with them before you do. The Demon Spider King replied arrogantly, unaware of the formidable opponents it was about to face. The Demon Spider King's massive body moved swiftly across the web, its 8 legs climbing continuously, as it spewed a large amount of white silk, instantly weaving a giant web in the air. It intended to ensnare Situ Jing, Luo Feng, and Zhuge Jinping, turning them into cocoons for consumption. The web's durability was something even titled Doluos had to take seriously, and it believed it could at least trap 2 of them. However, Situ Jing merely waved her hand, releasing a sword aura that shredded the web to pieces without even using a soul skill. What? The Demon Spider King's 8 eyes contracted suddenly, and the ghost samurai Dala was also stunned. They saw the sword in Situ Jing's hand suddenly emit a dazzling golden light, an unmistakable sign of a celestial martial soul. When did the Great Xia Kingdom produce another titled Dolua with a celestial martial soul? The last time, they had gone to great lengths with the Evil Soul Hall to eliminate a celestial martial soul holder, paying a heavy price, but successfully thwarting the rise of the Great Xia Kingdom. But now, the Great Xia Kingdom was vastly different, brimming with powerful individuals, making any repeat of past tactics unlikely. Yet, the ghost samurai Dolua could no longer concern himself with these matters. He knew full well what a celestial martial soul entailed. At this moment, only one thought remained in his mind: escape. Once, he had been part of a group that hunted down the celestial grade martial soul in the Great Xia Kingdom. If he hadn't shielded everyone, he would have perished that time. Junior brother, called Situ Jing softly. Understanding her cue, Luo Feng let out a clear dragon's roar that echoed through the mountains and forests, freezing the enormous form of the Demon Spider King in place. 9th soul skill, one sword to vanquish the immortal. Situ Jing's sword erupted with dazzling light, cutting through the air. The Demon Spider King's massive body was severed in response. Vivid green spider fluid splattered everywhere, its stench overwhelming, and the white spider eggs inside were shredded by the following sword array before they could hatch. The small spiders on the entire web were exterminated instantly, and the surrounding soul beasts, sensing danger, either died or fled, none daring to resist. Are you the only one left? The 4 surrounded the ghost warrior Dola. The ground was littered with the ghost warrior's images, each clone identical, making it impossible even for Situ Jing to discern the true body. Impressive technique, the ghost warrior calmly praised. We'll meet again. Before the words fully left his mouth, several clones disappeared into the ground. Trying to escape, Luo Feng activated his million-year mental wisdom skull, and his powerful spiritual force enveloped the entire area. Although the clones were nearly identical in soul power and vitality, the subtle differences in spiritual force did not escape his perception. Sister, over there. Luo Feng's dragon roar pointed to the true body. One sword to vanquish the immortal. Situ Jing's sword light flashed, and the ghost warrior's head fell, his mask dropping to the ground to reveal a face filled with disbelief. Before dying, he only managed to send a message back to his island nation. The four searched the ghost warrior's storage bracelet and discovered a contact list recording the troublemakers and undercover agents within the Great Xia Kingdom. What a waste of this 100,000-year soul ring, they lamented, looking at the dazzling red soul ring on the demon Spider King's corpse. Since no one in the Great Xia Kingdom had reached level 90 to need a soul ring, it was destined to dissipate on its own within an hour. How about I absorb it, teacher? Luo Feng suddenly suggested. Have you reached level 50? They asked in confusion. Didn't you just absorb your fourth soul ring? Actually, I have another martial soul. Luo Feng said sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Another martial soul? They were stunned, their minds going blank at the revelation. Huang Dazue, Situ Jing, and Zhuge Jingping exchanged looks, too shocked to speak. Luo Feng not only possessed the heaven-destroying demon spear, a martial soul that surpassed the celestial grade, but now he was also revealing a second martial soul? This completely overturned their understanding of the martial soul system. A twin martial soul, both far beyond the celestial grade. Zhuge Jingping muttered to himself, his joy at recently advancing to a title de law and obtaining a 100,000-year soul ring quickly fading. Similarly, Situ Jing's excitement about advancing her celestial grade martial soul and Huang Dazue reaching level 96 vanished in an instant. Situ Jing immediately took action, quickly sealing off this space. She knew that her junior brother had never mentioned a second martial soul before, and his willingness to reveal it today clearly indicated his trust in the three of them. To avoid a tragedy like the assassination of the celestial grade martial soul user in the Great Xia Kingdom, absolute secrecy was essential. Let us see. The three of them watched with eager anticipation. Luo Feng nodded in agreement, and for the first time publicly released his second martial soul, the ancestral dragon essence. A majestic and immense ancestral dragon coiled around him, emanating an oppressive aura that sent shivers through even the three titled Doluos. Incredible! I'm completely overwhelmed by my junior brother's power, Situ Jing marveled, as her celestial grade martial soul paled in comparison to this pressure. This meant that the quality of the ancestral dragon essence was at least on par with the heaven-destroying demon spear, if not higher. What shocked the three even more was that the ancestral dragon essence was surrounded by three dazzling red soul rings, all of which were at the 100,000-year level. Huang Dazue, being older, nearly fainted at the sight. Junior brother, you must be the holy son of some starry sky dominator family from the core universe, right? Situ Jing speculated, but quickly dismissed the idea. But with the energy density of the core universe, why would a holy son come to such a small star system to train? This matter must remain confidential for now, Huang Dazue said gravely, until our junior brother has enough strength and is willing to reveal it. Luo Feng then began to absorb the soul ring of the demon Spider King. As the red soul ring descended slowly, he could clearly feel a powerful resentment trying to affect his mind. This demon Spider King must have exceeded 200,000 years, Luo Feng silently judged. Only an entity with an age exceeding 200,000 years can harbor resentment. Luo Feng focused intently on the spirit ring before him, recalling a rumor he once heard. A titled Deloa was said to have become a bloodthirsty killing machina, humanoid spirit beast after being consumed by the resentment of a spirit ring. Yet, at this moment, the resentment within the spirit ring had no effect on Luo Feng. This was thanks to the million-year-old spiritual wisdom skull guarding his mental ocean, which instantly obliterated any resentment that tried to invade, like a moth to a flame. Even without this precious artifact, the ancestral dragon essence within him was enough to suppress and dispel these lower-level resentments due to its superior power. He remained focused on the absorption process for over a minute. When the demon Spider King's spirit ring fully integrated into his body, Luo Feng suddenly sensed a surge of fullness from his soul sea. Upon closer inspection, he was delighted to find that his soul power level had risen to 46. 200,000-year spirit rings have boosted me by 6 levels, and with the amplification effect of the divine meditation method. Luo Feng calculated to himself. At this rate, reaching the Soul King level is within reach. However, he also realized that acquiring his 5th spirit ring would likely present greater challenges. After this incident, other 100,000-year spirit beasts would undoubtedly be on guard, possibly even setting traps. After all, These beasts, having lived for 100,000 years, possessed intelligence on par with humans. For now, his priority was to examine the newly acquired spirit skill. Instantly, a system panel appeared before him, displaying his attribute information in detail. Host, Luo Feng. Soul power level, 46. Second martial soul, ancestral dragon essence supreme. First spirit skill, dragon roar. Second spirit skill, celestial 4 symbols transformation. Third spirit skill, mysterious dragon wave. Fourth spirit skill, poison devour passive. The passive spirit skill caught Luo Feng's attention. It not only granted him resistance to most toxins, but also allowed him to absorb an opponent's poison to restore his soul power. Considering how troublesome poison-wielding soul masters were on the Doloa continent, this skill was a divine gift. Eagerly, Luo Feng invested 1,500,000 points into enhancing it. The effects of the enhancement thrilled him. Near immunity to any toxin in the galaxy, the ability to cure others of poisoning, and the capability to precisely sense poison using soul masters. This meant that even a poison-wielding titled Doloa would be powerless against him, and he could become a healer capable of curing toxins with absolute certainty. In a world where experts in treating toxins were scarce, this ability would undoubtedly make him highly sought after. After enhancing his soul skills, Luo Feng's level increased by 3, prompting him to further strengthen the years of his soul rings. He focused first on the 4 soul rings of his sky demon god-slaying spear. Each ring underwent changes. The first ring increased from 70,000 years to 80,000 years. The second jumped from 90,000 to 100,000 years, changing from black to red. The third went from 110,000 to 130,000 years, and the fourth rose from 150,000 to 170,000 years. He then enhanced the soul rings of the ancestral dragon essence martial spirit, raising them from 240,000, 280,000, and 330,000 years to 270,000, 310,000, and 370,000 years, respectively. Finally, the Demon Spider King's soul ring received a significant boost, going from 250,000 years directly to 400,000 years. This series of enhancements consumed a large amount of points, reducing his score to 1,290,880. However, Luo Feng was not concerned, as the system had reached level 20, allowing him to earn 1.6 million points daily. When Luo Feng released the soul rings of his sky demon god-slaying spear, his 3 companions were astonished. "Junior brother, why have your soul rings changed color?" They were shocked to see the rings had transformed from 3 black and 1 red to 3 red and 1 black. Huang Dezue tried to maintain his composure, attempting to explain. "From my perspective, this is likely because your martial spirit is of such high quality. There are many mysteries in the starry sky, and the higher the quality of the martial spirit, the more changes occur. The increase in soul ring years is not surprising. It might just be our first time witnessing it." Once everyone calmed down, they turned their attention to the remaining Demon Spider King, Soul Bone. Situ Jing explained in detail. "This is the Demon Spider Poison Skull. Once fused, it adds a potent spider venom to your soul skill attacks. Even a titled Doloa would suffer greatly, if not critically, from it." After some discussion, considering that Huang Dazue's shocking hammer and Situ Jing's heavenly Luo immortal slaying sword were known for their powerful attacks, and Zhuge Jinping's golden immortal beetle martial spirit was well suited for poison, they decided to give the Demon Spider Poison Skull to Zhuge Jinping. Then, each of them began fusing their respective soul bones. Zhuge Jinping with the Demon Spider Poison Skull, Situ Jing with the heavenly toxic Scorpion Dragon Beast's right arm soul bone, and Luo Feng with the Thunder Rock King's left leg soul bone. Although Luo Feng already had the Wind Bird's right leg soul bone, which was over 200,000 years old, he believed that having both legs fused with speed soul bones would be beneficial, unless he encountered a titled Doloa who could seal the void. Otherwise, after enhancing his spirit bone, anyone trying to catch up with him would be dreaming. The fusion of the Thunder Rock Emperor's left leg's spirit bone progressed quickly. Once the fusion was complete, Luo Feng carefully sensed the 130,000-year-old spirit bone. Although its age was less than his over 200,000-year-old Windbird right leg spirit bone, its speed was astonishingly fast. This wasn't surprising, considering the Thunder Rock Emperor had a royal bloodline, while the Windbird was just an ordinary spirit beast. The bloodline gap was enough to compensate for the age difference. Luo Feng immediately tested the abilities of the newly acquired spirit bone. With a thought, lightning power entwined around his left leg. With a gentle step forward, he instantly appeared several kilometers away. This speed was astounding. In terms of speed alone, the Thunder Rock Emperor's unenhanced left leg spirit bone was already 3 times faster than the Windbird's right leg spirit bone. Returning to his original spot, Luo Feng saw that his senior sister was still focused on fusing her spirit bone. He planned to use this opportunity to spend his points enhancing the Thunder Rock Emperor's spirit bone, knowing that points could be refunded when spirit bones were replaced in the future. However, upon checking the points required for enhancement, he was left speechless due to the high-grade royal bloodline. Every 1,000 points could only enhance 1 year. With his current 1.29 million points, he could enhance it by at most 1,290 years, which was insignificant compared to the tens of thousands of years for spirit bones. Helpless, Luo Feng temporarily abandoned the enhancement plan. As for the Windbird's right leg spirit bone, it would be difficult to achieve a qualitative breakthrough unless it was enhanced to the million-year level, so enhancement was clearly not suitable now. He decided to test the effect of the dual-leg spirit bones working together. He exerted force with both legs simultaneously, with wind elemental power swirling around his right leg and lightning glowing on his left. If not for the specially isolated space, this step could have covered a distance of over 10,000 meters. At this point, his senior sister and brothers had also completed their spirit bone fusion. Zhuge Jinping was quite proud of his poison abilities, claiming that even among titled Doluos over level 96, if they were poisoned and not treated in time, they would slowly die. Even with a healing spirit master present, it would take months to recover. The discussion then turned to Zhuge Jinping's title. After changing from the Cloud Bat Spirit to the Golden Immortal Beetle, the original Cloud Bat Doa title was obviously no longer suitable. Situ Jing suggested Armor Doloa, but it was unanimously mocked by others. After some discussion, they tentatively settled on Golden Immortal Doloa. As a new member of the Doloa Hall, Zhuge Jinping was full of expectations for the future. With his celestial grade spirit, 100,000-year spirit rings, and spirit bones, he was confident he could make it into the top 10 of the annual Doloa rankings. The thought of showcasing his 9th spirit ring to old friends still stuck at the spirit saint level made him eager to show off. Speaking of which, it's really thanks to the rare evolution treasure from my junior brother, he remarked with a hint of delight in his eyes. With his previous cultivation level of 87 and the Cloud Bat martial spirit, reaching level 90 seemed a distant goal. Although it appeared to be just a 3-level difference among the hundreds of billions in the Great Xia Kingdom, while there are tens of thousands of level 87 Soul Masters, only a handful managed to break through to the titled Dolu realm. Including him, there are now only 18 titled Doluos. Alright, it's time for us to head back. The 4 of them packed up, ready to return. The news of their 2 slaughters must have spread throughout the Soul Beast region, making it impossible to hunt a 100,000-year-old Soul Beast again. Those cunning creatures must have set numerous traps to guard against any surprises. Meanwhile, in the Emperor's palace of the island nation, the atmosphere was tense. Many high-ranking officials sat upright, listening intently as the Emperor announced, a new titled Doloa with an immortal-grade martial spirit has emerged in the Great Xia Kingdom. This news left everyone present feeling uneasy. Previously, when the number of titled Doluos in the Great Xia Kingdom was small, they could devise ways to counter the immortal-grade martial spirit, but the situation has changed with the presence of 3 supreme titled Doluos. They must tread carefully. Buchuan Kucha, the prime minister of the Buchuan family in the island nation, said in a deep voice, the ghost Samurai Doloa is dead, and the demon Spider King has likely met the same fate. Once the Mad Blade and Sky Sword Doluos recover, coupled with this new immortal-grade martial spirit expert, the Great Xia Kingdom will soon purge its internal threats. At that time, we might be their next target. Tokuwa Okaban from the Tokuwa family proposed a countermeasure. The International Martial Spirit Alliance currently has no immortal-grade martial spirits, and the sudden emergence of one in the Great Xia Kingdom will surely alarm other nations. We can use this to stir international opinion, especially in the federal states. They won't sit idly by. Moreover, the Evil Soul Hall has made breakthroughs in the experimentation on immortal-grade martial spirits. We can certainly seek cooperation. Under Tokuwa Okaban's guidance, the island nation's Ministry of News quickly released an exaggerated article on the international network, sensationalizing the formidable power of the Great Xia Kingdom's immortal-grade martial spirit, claiming it could annihilate a 100,000-year-old soul beast in a single strike, and hinting at the Great Xia Kingdom's ambition to conquer the world. Naturally, the article made no mention of their long-standing provocations and espionage activities along the Great Xia Kingdom's borders, which is typical of the island nation's conduct. The post caused an international uproar, amassing over 1 billion views in just a few minutes. Soul Masters from various countries shared their opinions in the comments section, while the inflammatory remarks from the island nations stirred global fear. Everyone was concerned whether the Daxia Kingdom would launch an attack using the celestial-grade martial spirit. The news spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the higher echelons of various countries and ultimately the highest decision-making body composed of titled Doluos. Faced with the immense threat posed by the celestial-grade martial spirit, the titled Doluos from different nations looked gravely concerned and sought confirmation with their neighboring countries. After discussions, they unanimously decided to send congratulatory messages to Daxia, hoping to uncover the truth. After all, the island nation's tendency to exaggerate was well known internationally. Soon, congratulatory messages from the foreign ministries of various countries flooded into the capital of Daxia. At that moment, Shadow Delaw, who was handling diplomatic affairs in Delaw Hall, was idly playing Minesweeper on his computer when he was suddenly bombarded with email notifications. Seeing that they were all from foreign ministries, he was initially puzzled. Could it be a Sea Soul Beast uprising? Upon opening the emails, he discovered they were all congratulatory messages on the birth of a celestial-grade martial spirit titled Delaw in Daxia. The emails included photos taken by the ghost Samurai Daw before his death, showcasing the dazzling golden martial spirit of Situ Jing. Technical analysis confirmed that these were unedited original images. It appears to be true. Situ Jing has indeed acquired a celestial-grade martial spirit, likely from a fortuitous encounter in some secret realm, Shadow Delaw murmured. Having traveled across the stars multiple times, he was familiar with the treasures that could evolve a martial spirit within secret realms. He immediately issued an emergency meeting notice for Delaw Hall, and all titled Doluos of Daxiao received the summons. Those patrolling the borders dropped everything and tore through space to teleport directly back to the Delaw Hall in the capital. When everyone saw that not only Shadow Daw, but also the rarely seen Mecha Ghost and Judgment Ghost attended the meeting, they were even more astonished. These two typically reclusive figures only appeared for significant matters. This left everyone wondering, what major event had occurred today? Hello everyone. It's been a while. The three supreme gods greeted the gathered titled Doluos warmly. The atmosphere in the conference hall was solemn as the titled Doluos sat waiting for the news to be announced. Today, we have some good news to share with you. This statement immediately captured everyone's attention. The titled Doluos exchanged glances, knowing that emergency meetings were typically called for battle mobilizations, making it rare for good news to be delivered by the Supreme Trio themselves. The Greatsword Dolawa has ascended to an immortal-grade martial soul. The Supreme Gods revealed the groundbreaking news directly. This announcement was like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. Martial soul evolution? Such occurrences were only heard of in legends, yet it had truly happened. As everyone was reeling from the shock, Situ Jing gracefully stepped forward, a faint smile on her lips. She had anticipated that this news couldn't be kept under wraps, especially as it had already drawn international attention. With a wave of her hand, Situ Jing revealed her Tianluo Zhu Xian sword martial soul, instantly filling the conference hall with dazzling golden light. The brilliant gold glow, a hallmark of an immortal-grade martial soul, caused everyone present to squint involuntarily. Was it you who defeated the ghost Samurai Delaw and the demon Spider King? Someone inquired. Not just them, Situ Jing proudly straightened her back. I also dealt with the Thunder Rock Emperor of the Northern Frontier and that lurking 180,000-year-old sky, poison scorpion dragon beast. These threats that plagued the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom for years have finally been eliminated. Yet this wasn't all. As everyone was still immersed in astonishment, Situ Jing dropped another bombshell. My teacher has advanced to level 96, and my junior brother, Zhuge, has also obtained an immortal-grade martial soul and successfully acquired a 100,000-year spirit ring. No sooner had she finished speaking than Huang Dahui and Zhuge Zhengping stepped forward. Huang Dahui released the terrifying aura of a level 96, while Zhuge Zhengping's golden immortal beetle martial soul also made its appearance, shining brilliantly. This series of stunning revelations left everyone speechless. The emergence of two immortal-grade martial souls was enough to overturn their understanding, making the advancement to a level 96 titled Daw seem less shocking by comparison. After all, the rarity of an immortal-grade martial soul far surpassed that of a mere level increase. In the Great Xia Kingdom, rare realms that enhance soul power are not uncommon, but those that can improve the quality of martial souls are extremely rare. The three supreme titled Doluos were initially shocked, but quickly regained their composure due to their extraordinary strength and calm demeanor. Have you mentioned this to anyone else? Ingdoloa asked solemnly. Not yet. Good, Ingdoloa nodded. So far, only the news of Sword Delaw advancing to an immortal-grade martial soul has been released. Hammer Delaw and Cloudbat Venerable continue to keep a low profile and deliver a fatal blow to the enemy at the critical moment. The current international situation is not optimistic, and we must keep some cards up our sleeves. Everyone agreed with this suggestion, understanding that unknown cards often wield the greatest power. Cloudbat Venerable, have you decided on your title? Let's go with Bug Dolua, Zhuge Jingping said after a moment of thought, choosing the simplest title. All right. Use this title during Dolaw Hall meetings, but keep it confidential in other situations. At this point, Mecha Dolaw and Judgment Dolaw stepped forward. Since you have both advanced to immortal-grade martial souls, your strength is now on par with level 98 experts, and you should join the ranks of the Supreme titled. Thus, Situ Jing and Zhuge Jingping, with the advantage of their immortal-grade martial souls, increased the number of Supreme titles in the Great Xia Kingdom to 5. The matter of public announcement would be handled by the Ministry of Information. After the meeting, the Ministry of News and Foreign Affairs of the Great Xia Kingdom quickly issued an official statement about Situ Jing's immortal-grade martial soul, while keeping Zhuge Jinping and Huang Dachui's situation confidential. This news caused a global sensation, eliciting varied reactions from different countries. Friendly nations believed it would help address global crises, while some countries, led by the island nation, spread rumors of the Great Xia Kingdom's expanding ambitions, causing panic. The Federation even secretly planned to collaborate with the evil Soul Hall, attempting to create immortal-grade martial souls through soul experiments. Meanwhile, Luo Feng returned to his dormitory and took out 3 transparent bottles containing the essence blood of 100,000-year-old soul beasts. This essence could significantly enhance a soul master's physique, and with sufficient consumption, it could even grant the ability to fight soul beasts hand-to-hand. Considering the better effects on lower-level soul masters, Huang Dachui and others gave all the essence blood to Luo Feng, which warmed his heart. Gazing at the violently pulsating essence blood in the bottles, Luo Feng swallowed hard and began to absorb it. The amount from the 3 bottles should bring about a significant improvement. With the support of the Supreme Beast Martial Soul Ancestral Dragon Essence, Luo Feng did not need to rely on buffering potions, nor did he have to worry about the resentment of soul beasts in the blood essence. He picked up the bottle containing the Thunder Rock King's blood and, to be cautious, decided to start with the one with the lowest age. In the transparent small bottle, 20 drops of golden blood shimmered with faint electric light under the illumination. These 20 drops were extracted from the massive corpse of the Thunder Rock King, highlighting their preciousness. As the blood entered his throat, a pure medicinal power swiftly spread throughout Luo Feng's body, coursing through his meridians and bones. Accompanying the flow of this energy, black lightning unique to the Thunder Rock King began to continuously refine his meridians and bones. Under this dual effect, a faint golden glow gradually emerged in Luo Feng's meridians. Once the 20 drops of Thunder Rock King's blood were completely absorbed, Luo Feng's internal vision revealed that his entire meridians were enveloped in a layer of faint golden light. Without hesitation, he picked up the second bottle of blood of the sky-poisoned scorpion dragon beast. This blood from an 180,000-year-old soul beast contained 28 drops, with even more potent medicinal power. Although the blood of the sky-poisoned scorpion dragon beast contained deadly toxins, for Luo Feng, who possessed the Devour Poison passive soul skill, it was instead beneficial. Under the influence of this skill, the scorpion's poison, weaker than the demon spider king's toxin, was directly converted into pure medicinal power. As the absorption progressed, the golden glow in his meridians became more intense. After consuming the 2 bottles of blood, Luo Feng's meridian refinement was nearly complete. The effects were immediate. His soul power circulation speed increased significantly, and when using the holy meditation technique, the soul power he could convert per second rose from 1,500 points to 1,600 points. The last bottle contained the blood of the 200,000-year-old demon spider king, a total of 35 drops, with energy far surpassing the previous 2 bottles. Luo Feng could distinctly feel the medicinal power beginning to refine the surface of his bones, as if his entire skeleton was placed in a furnace, radiating waves of heat. As the medicinal power seeped in, Luo Feng's bones began to undergo a remarkable transformation. The essence of the demon spider king slowly infiltrated his bone marrow. Though the process was challenging, the results were evident. Once all the essence was fully absorbed, a faint golden glow emerged on the surface of his bones, marking the completion of the first stage of refinement. Satisfied with the faint golden radiance from his bones, Luo Feng nodded approvingly. Although it was just an initial transformation, it was a promising start. If the opportunity arose, he could further enhance the transformation in the future. Glancing at his phone, he noticed it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Absorbing the essence had taken over an hour, and he had initially planned to train at the Soul Power Tower for a few hours. However, with the tower closing at 6, it seemed unlikely he would make it in time. At that moment, he noticed an unread message from Humei. He had previously set his phone to silent mode to avoid disturbances while absorbing the essence. Upon opening the message, he learned that the Nine-Tailed Fox clan was hosting a grand birthday banquet. An elder was about to celebrate their 500th birthday, and with Hu Buyao's recovery, it was a double celebration. The banquet would be held in the Nine-Tailed Fox clan's secret void realm, attended by many powerful figures, prestigious families, and various soul beast clans from the Great Xia Kingdom. As Hu Buyao's savior, Luo Feng was naturally invited. It was said that the elder was quite interested in him, and Humei playfully noted that despite being called old, the elder was still quite charming. The invitation was modernized with a QR code, allowing easy entry by simply scanning it at the event. Luo Feng was eager to attend such a high-profile event with free food and drink. Besides, his teacher and senior sisters were likely to be invited, making it an excellent opportunity to explore the Nine-Tailed Fox clan's secret void realm together. After replying to Humei's message, Luo Feng began contemplating what gift to prepare. The items available in the university town clearly wouldn't suffice for someone akin to a supreme titled Dolaw. While he was pondering, there was a knock at the door. Knock, 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 is Luo Feng in? It was Fei Yangyang's voice. Opening the door, he found not only the chubby Fei Yangyang, but also Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue excitedly announced, Luo Feng, there's a black market event in the north of the Imperial City tonight at 8, held every 3 months. Want to check it out? I got this tip from a senior in the wilderness area. Black market. Luo Feng was intrigued, as he was still unfamiliar with such things, having only been in the Imperial City for 2 months. Lin Qingxue explained that the black market was quite large, and with some luck, one could find all sorts of rare treasures, though there was also the risk of encountering fakes. When Luo Feng asked why not go to a regular auction, Fei Yangyang laughed and said, think about it. The items in the black market are those that can't be sold openly. Who would sell them in the open? Let's go. We have nothing better to do right now. Luo Feng agreed under their encouragement. The three of them set off together, heading towards the north of the Imperial City. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.